Chapter 1. So the dragon well really does have dragons in it. Hey, son, the person your Auntie Wang introduced to you will be going back in a couple days. Don't forget. I know, Mom, I'm cleaning the yard. Okay, then you slowly clean. When the blind date is successful, we will put together a down payment, buy a new house in the county town, so as not to let people look down on us. Well, then I'll hang up first. Chucho hangs up the phone, can't help but sigh. The phone to the pants pocket a plug. As a result, the pants pocket didn't open, and the phone directly slid down. Chucho panicked and hurriedly reached out to grab it. This is a new cell phone bought specifically for the blind date, top a month's salary. But he panicked, not only failed to catch the phone, but also touched the phone farther away, and coincidentally, it fell directly into the dry well in the yard. Chucho was immediately dumbfounded. In his heart, 10,000 grass mud horses were roaring. If this was an ordinary well, it would be fine. He would be able to climb down and pick up his cell phone. But the key to this well is not an ordinary dry well. It's the dragon well that has been passed down from generation to generation. Locked Dragon Well, also known as Locked Jiao Well, is a legend specializing in suppressing the evil dragons and evil Jiao. It is not an exaggeration to say that their entire Chu family village is because of the guarding of this well, and only slowly multiplied into a village. I remember when I was a child, my grandfather had to burn paper at the well every New Year's Eve to pay his respects. Of course, Chucho does not believe in these feudal superstitions, but after all, growing up in this village, listening to the legend of the Dragon Lock Well, it was inevitable that his heart was still scared. At this moment, Chucho's heart is not to mention how tangled. The cell phone is spent more than $4,000 to buy, just arrived less than a week, and all of his relatives and friends, including the contact information of his blind date, were in the phone. But this locked Dragon Well, whatever. Go down and take a look. In the end, after some heavenly battle, Chucho still decided to go down the well and pick up the phone. Anyway, this well had dried up for hundreds of years, so what could it be except deeper? Finding a rechargeable treasure with lighting function from his suitcase, Chucho grabbed the rusty chains on the wellhead and went down into the well. There were a total of 4 chains on the mouth of the well, and legend had it that they were used to lock the auger dragon. But looking at this rusted out chain, Chucho couldn't help but snort. This broken chain, not even as thick as an arm, can lock a dragon? Are you kidding me? However, after descending 6 or 7 meters, Chucho's heart flared up. Due to the lack of light inside the well, an eerie coldness thickened. Looking down, one could only see 4 rusty chains extending into the darkness, clattering and swaying as if something horrible would happen at any moment, making one's bones creepy. But having come down all the way down, Chucho could only open the rechargeable treasure and continue to climb down with a hard head. In this state, every second felt like years, and he was numb to time. Not knowing how long it had been, Chucho only felt a solidity under his feet and was immediately excited. In the end, however, the next second, Chucho's eyes swept, and instantly a wave of cool air went straight to the top of the sky, his scalp tingling, only to see that the bottom of this dragon locking well was actually a 4-way, gigantic, incomparable underground cave. Inside the cavern lay a dragon-type skeleton that was 7 or 8 feet long, entangled by 4 rusty chains. At this instant, Chucho felt like his entire body was going to explode. This is auger dragon. Chucho trembled all over. He repeatedly pinched his face. It wasn't a dream, it was reality. The position he was standing in at the moment happened to be the head of the Jiao dragon, which was bigger than a large water tank, and the graphite-colored phone he had just bought fell into the water tank-sized head in black and white. Gulp! Chucho couldn't help but stretch his neck and swallow. It was too shocking. It turned out that within the dragon locking well, there was really a scaly dragon locked up. It was only after a long time that Chucho calmed down and felt the burst of stinging pain coming from his hand. He looked down. It turned out to be that his palm had been abraded by the rusty chain and was bleeding, but he couldn't care less at the moment, and went down to pick up the phone with a shocked mood. But just as he was picking up the phone, Chucho suddenly found an egg-sized milky white bead next to the phone. In a flash, Chucho's mind floated back to the several immortal novels that he had read. A sentence suddenly popped up in his head. This can't be the legendary Jiao Long Inner Dan, right? Steeply, Chucho was jolted, and without any hesitation, he grabbed the bead. The blood on his hand was also inevitably stained on the beads. Right at this moment, the beads came into contact with the blood and all of a sudden flew away from the palm of his hand, penetrating straight into the body of the. Chucho was shocked, but suddenly realized that he possessed the ability of internal vision. Surprisingly, he saw the beads sinking into his dantian, slowly rotating, and with every rotation of the beads, a trace of water vapor energy would surge into his limbs and bones, strengthening his skin, membranes, sinews and bones. In just a few moments, Chucho felt that he had become so powerful that tearing tigers and leopards alive was no big deal, so he picked up the phone with the shattered screen and tried to force it violently, resulting in a click. The phone burst and the tempered glass instantly burst everywhere. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chucho was all startled by the force he burst out with. It was good that the cell phone card was not damaged, otherwise it would have been troublesome. Chucho, Chucho. At this time, the voice of the eldest uncle suddenly sounded in the courtyard, presumably coming to call him for dinner. After shouting a few times, Chucho didn't agree, so he heard Chu Songbai mutter, "This brat, seeing that it's mealtime, where did the person run off to?" Not long after, the eldest uncle left. Chucho didn't care to investigate the situation at the bottom of the well, and hurriedly tugged on the chain and climbed up. Anyway, there will be plenty of opportunities to explore later. There is no hurry for this moment, but just up, an unpleasant odor into the nose. Chucho cannot help but a burst of nausea. It turned out that the body did not know when. A layer of bone marrow-like impurities emerged, sticky and greasy, especially disgusting. Could this be the legendary washing of hair and marrow? Chucho thought darkly. Then pinching his nose, he found a set of clean clothes and prepared to go to the river to take a bath. Chu family village. Behind the village were green mountains. In front of the village was green water. It was a real feng shui treasure that surrounded the mountains and hugged the water, hiding the wind and gathering qi. The villagers also mostly make a living by fishing, relatively rich. Unfortunately, in recent years, because of overfishing, the state has issued a fishing ban policy. The villagers no longer go into the water, but go out of the village to work. At this moment, the sun was hot, coupled with the fact that it was just in time for the meal. Chucho walked all the way here and didn't run into any people. A few minutes later, a large sparkling river presented itself. There was a boat harbor on the side of the river, with a few dilapidated fishing boats moored, and a few birds resting on them. This familiar scene caused Chucho to smile heartily and couldn't help but speed up his pace. But right at this moment, as if stimulated by some kind of stimulation, the Jiaolong inner dan within the dantian suddenly violently rotated, like a dehumidifier, crazily extracting the moisture in the air. Even the quiet riverside was affected, and a large amount of water mist rose from the river surface, converging towards Chucho. Chapter 2 Underwater ability granted by the Jiao Dragon Inner Dan. Such a bizarre scene caused Chucho to be stunned in place for a moment. However, he soon realized, before this raging water mist touched his skin, it was sucked into the dantian by the Jiao Dragon Inner Dan like a whale sucking water, and refined into drops of green liquid. Most of the green droplets were absorbed by the Jiaolong Inner Dan, while a small portion was used to nourish his body. This discovery surprised Chucho. Without saying anything, he directly rushed to the pier and jumped into the river with a plop. The moment he entered the river, Chucho was as if a wanderer returning home had found his home. That feeling could not be described in words. At the same time, the Jiao Dragon Inner Dan in his body was also running extremely fast, crazily drawing the abundant water energy in the river. Soon, a vortex with a diameter of about 5 meters surfaced around Chucho. Then Chucho was pleasantly surprised to find that he was actually able to control this vortex, just by moving his mind. The huge vortex clattered and turned, unexpectedly shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. With another movement of his mind, the vortex clattered and expanded rapidly again. Not only that, as long as it was within the range of 5 meters, he seemed to be able to manipulate the river to change at will. It was as if this 5-meter range was his absolute domain. This ability could not help but make Chucho ecstatic. He knew that all of this was the change brought to him by the Jiao Dragon Inner Dan. In order to avoid being seen, he fiercely dove headfirst into the deep water, intending to properly study this ability. However, after diving into the deep water, Chucho accidentally discovered that something even more amazing had happened. He was actually able to see things in the water, and his sight was broader than even on land. At a glance, everything in the water was visible. Groups of various fish, a large number of fat shrimps and crabs, all clearly visible. This could not help but make Chucho's heart stir. You have to know that this big river is a tributary of the Yangtze River. The fish in the water, shrimp and crab, all pure wild, extremely high nutritional value, especially in recent years. The fishing ban policy, some of the wild treasured fish, but also became a hot commodity, often a big goods, will be some rich people's speculation into the sky price. Now that he had the ability granted by the Jiaolong Inner Dan, if he wanted to catch a few big goods in the water, wouldn't it be a snap? By then, if he got rich, he would still need to go out and work hard, and be called around like a grandson? At that time to become rich and handsome, to marry rich and beautiful, not on the peak of life? Thinking like this, Chucho steeply became excited. A pair of eyes swept back and forth, and finally his face was happy, and found the target. In the depths of the river bottom not far from him, there was a large area of exuberant water grass. the edge of the water grass as well as the water grass bushes, inhabited by a lot of fat crabs. These crabs, big and small, were 30 to 40, adding up to almost 20 pounds. According to the price of crabs in the food market, 50 yuan/catty can also be out of $1,000. Such a total. Chuchio suddenly excited. Where the hell is a crab? This is clearly a grandpa. Without any hesitation, Chuchio immediately took off his short sleeves, knotted his collar and cuffs, and rode towards the edge of the water plants. Perhaps it was the effect of the Jiao Long inner Dan. Chuchio casually paddled a few times, and just like a big fish, he noiselessly approached the edge of the water plants. Then he struck like lightning, holding down a crab at the very edge, not waiting for it to react, picking it up and stuffing it into his short sleeve. Ha ha ha, catching the crab so easily. Chuchio was overjoyed inwardly. It was as if he possessed the skill of a dragon dividing water. As he reached out with his hand, the river water parted noiselessly, and he grabbed the crab with one hand, and he was standing bent over, not floating in the water. In other words, he could walk upright under the water, and there's no need to change his breath yet, because his pores can draw oxygen from the water. That's awesome. That's awesome. Compared to him, the white stripe in the water margin is nothing. Ha, want to run? At this moment, a small crab seemed to sense the crisis. 8 legs quickly moved across, stirring up the faint mud flow, wanting to dive into the water grass. Just the next second, a big hand noiselessly held it down. No matter how much it struggled with its 8 legs, it could not escape the fate of being caught. Not small, at least 8 or 9 tails. A hand grabbed this big crab. The weight of the hand let Chuchio flooded with joy. Joyfully, he stuffed the crab into his short sleeve. Chuchio did the same thing, and quickly picked up the crabs at the edge of the water grass. Then he peeled open the water grass. A fat crab bare leak out, also be his one by one into the palm of his hand. Just 2 minutes. Short sleeves will not fit. Chuchio regretfully looked deep into the grass. There were still a few large crabs, holding up their crab pincers, their eyes moving around vigilantly. Forget it, go up and eat. If I'm late, Big Bo should be anxious. Anyway, with my current ability in the water, there's no rush. Chuchio carried his bulging short sleeves, satisfied and ready to go ashore. But just at this moment, a black shadow violently rushed out from the grass, more than a meter long, with a ferocious speed, startling Chuchio. Chuchio's eyes glared and immediately saw clearly that it was a black fish that was chasing after a loach. Asterisk 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 asterisk, such a big blackfish. This is going to become a spirit. Blackfish, also known as crowfish, snakehead fish, are ferocious carnivorous fish. Tadpoles, fishlets, loaches, and small shrimps are all its predators, so its nutritional value is higher than the general fish, especially the wild ones, and the size grows so big, it is considered very rare. Chuchio also did not expect Pro and let him run into a wild goods. When this luck came, it really couldn't be stopped. Since I ran into it, there's no reason to let you go. Looking at the big black fish that had already ferociously rushed out 5 meters away, Chuchio smiled wistfully and made a running sprint pose. The next second, he moved violently, and as if the soles of his feet had stepped on springs, he rushed out with a clatter. You read it right. Chuchio was running and sprinting at the bottom of the river. Because of the presence of the Jiao Dragon Inner Dan, he was like a fish in water. It was even more rapid than on land. At this moment, his entire body was like a torpedo, with ferocious momentum, pulling out a current channel under the water and grabbing the neck of the big black fish. Wow! The big black fish was not small by the shock. The whole body of the fish twisted violently, flinging around under the several meters deep water. Hey, the strength is not small. Chuchio raised his eyebrows and revealed a trace of contemptuous smile. Such a large blackfish, even on land, the strength of a violent struggle was stronger than an adult's arm strength, let alone in the water. If this had been in the past, Chuchio would not have been able to grab it with one hand. Even if he had wrapped his entire body around it, he would not have been able to hold it. But times were different today. After the Jiao Long inner dance cleansing, Chuchio's strength was no less than that of King Xiangyu and Marquis Wen Lubu. In ancient times, the proper 10,000 enemies, the absolute fierce generals, can take the head of 1,000 soldiers and horses. Just a black fish, how can it make any waves? No matter how it struggles, Chuchio's palm is always like a big iron pincer. Dead clamp it, until it ascended the river bank. Chuchio's palm didn't loosen in the slightest, but the big black fish couldn't do anything away from the water. A ferocious strength, quickly lost, and soon became honest. Little fellow, I still can't cure you. Chuchio laughed at the situation, picked up the clean clothes on the ground and slung them over his shoulder, and walked directly towards his eldest uncle's house. Chapter 3 Worth of water goods. This blind date back in a hurry, nothing at home. He can only go to the eldest uncle's home to dilly-dally. Arriving outside the eldest uncle's yard, Chucho pushed open the yard door with his foot. The person didn't walk in. The voice had already broken in first. Uncle, is the meal ready? It smells good. This brat can be considered back. The sound of the bench moving away sounded in the hall. Chu Songbai's hand behind his back, holding a cigarette holder, came out. A migrant laborer's dress, shoulders slightly hunched, face simple with frost. This was Chucho's eldest uncle, Chu Songbai. What's wrong with you, brat? You haven't even seen anyone since the mealtime, and you just came back and ran out to the wild? Chu Songbai glared at Chucho and reprimanded. The eldest mother, Wang Fun, also walked out and said to Chucho, Chucho, you are the one who is going to get married. You have to learn to be stable and focused in the future. You can't be so wild anymore. Do you hear me? Quickly, hurry into the house to eat. In a while the food should be cold. Chucho was carrying something in his hand, crying and laughing. What did I do? I didn't do anything. At this time, Wang Fun also found the big black fish in Chucho's hand. Her face changed and said, Chucho, you went to buy fish? Why did you go and spend all that money without saying a word? Such a big fish. How much does it cost? Chu Songbai also frowned and said, what's wrong? To come to your uncle's place to eat and still have to break the bank. What do you take your uncle for? Chucho said breathlessly, Uncle, Auntie, I just cleaned the old yard and got sweaty, so I went to the river to take a bath. And the fish wasn't bought, it was caught in the river. Caught in the river? Chu Songbai got even more angry when he heard this and reprimanded. Can you catch such a big fish in the river with your bare hands? Who are you kidding? Uncle, I really didn't lie to you. It's because it accidentally drilled itself into a broken net and got entangled. I caught it. Chucho took out the prepared sayings. And you guys take a close look at what kind of fish is this? It's a blackfish. An authentic big blackfish. Blackfish on the market are commonly around 2 or 3 pounds, and 5 or 6 pounds are rare. But look at this cargo. At least there are 20 pounds. Even if you run through the national market, it is estimated that you cannot find such a large. On our small place, where do I go to buy to go ah? What? You mentioned blackfish? When Chu Songbai heard that it was blackfish, he immediately revealed a look of surprise and hurried over. He measured, immediately shocked. Good guy, really a black mastodon. This can be worth a lot of money now. Now Chu Songbai believed it, and hurriedly waved his hand at Wang Fun and said, Kid's mom, hurry to get the big water basin over. Chucho, hurry up, get it into the water basin. Don't die. Nowadays such a big blackfish is not rare. It's considered a cumulative old demon. It's a valuable commodity. Said to the big water basin to catch water, put the blackfish in. Then he pushed his own oil trampoline with great fervor. Chucho, come, carry the big water basin to the car. Let's go to the fish market. Sell this big goods in a hurry. It's not worth much money when it's dead. Wang Fun heard anxious, stopped. What to go away? This is the meal time. The meal is also done. Eat the meal and then go. Chu Songbai immediately retorted, what do you know? It is meal time to go. This time the county, those big hotels managers and so on, are in the fish market to select the fresh goods just out of the water. This blackfish is so big, and is pure wild, a quasi-permanent by them to see. The price is less than the market price will be doubled. What? Double? Wouldn't that mean that a caddy would cost over $100? Wang Fun was surprised and stared wide-eyed. Then this blackfish is really worth a lot of money. At that moment, she didn't stop and instead urged the two to hurry. On the contrary, Chucho was confused and said in a daze, Uncle, can this blackfish really be sold at such a high price? That's not true, Chu Songbai said. I'll tell you Chucho, this fish market is one price a day. Just this blackfish is definitely a rare commodity. The price will only be higher than what I said. After Chucho heard this, he was a little nah. I did not expect these years did not come back. The fish market has become so stormy and unpredictable. Unable to help, he raised the bulging short sleeves, eyes full of anticipation. Uncle, what about crabs? What is the market for crabs now? Crabs? Chu Songbai turned his head at the sound of his voice. Looking at the bulging short sleeves in Chucho's hands, his eyes snapped open. You still caught crabs? Well, there are more than 30 of them. Saying that, Chucho directly poured out all the crabs. Ooh, after Chu Songbai saw the crabs, he couldn't help but exclaim on the spot. Good fellow, these crabs are not small. This one, and this one. These three all weigh at least 8 or 9 tails. Chucho, you've hit the big time today. Do you know, nowadays crabs are sold by the piece. 3 twice heavy male crabs 388 yuan. 3 5 twice /558 yuan. 3 4 twice /718 yuan. More than 5 twice. A single one will cost several $100s. And the more important ones even several $1,000s. Chu Songbai looked at these crabs and said excitedly, what? This stuff is so expensive now? One can sell for several $1,000s? Hearing his eldest uncle's words, Chucho also immediately sucked in a breath of cool air, somewhat incredulous. He knew that crabs had always been very expensive, but he hadn't really thought that one could be as expensive as several $1,000s. To know that the most famous Yangcheng Lake hairy crabs in 2018, the first king crab, was only more than $2,000, and still after the hype. Some extraordinary symbolism to sell so expensive. Now it's only 2020, just 2 years ago. It soared to such a point? Expensive? Chu Songbai snorted. Chucho, you at least work in Magic City. Don't you know that those rich and powerful people eat a platoon of noodles, and eat expensive? Let me tell you, this is still just male crabs. Female crabs are even more expensive. Okay, let's not dawdle. Hurry up and take advantage of the mealtime to go to the fish market, or else a random dead one will be a big loss. After saying that, Chu Songbai pulled Chucho on the oil trampoline and hurried to the fish market in the county town. Since the Chu family village was originally located on the edge of the county town, so 10 minutes later, they rushed to the fish market. The two men entered the fish market. Chucho looked at the fish market as not crowded like, can't help but be a little surprised. Uncle, look at this fish market and the people. Also is not a lot of awe? Chu Songbai smiled and explained, at this time to catch the mealtime, small families have long bought a retreat, so the fish market is relatively sparse. The rest of the people who are still strolling in the fish market are basically some rich individual households. Big households. These people's mouths are relatively tricky, and they also love to be proud of themselves, and like to pick fresh goods that have just come out of the water to show off themselves. There are also a small number of people, are some of the hotel purchasing managers, restaurant owners and so on, is also rushing to the fresh top quality goods. All, in a word, the rest of these people are our gods of fortune. Oh, Chucho revealed a look of understanding and asked, then should we yell a few words? No need. If we come at this hour, anyone with a clear eye will know that there are good goods that have just come out of the water. Just sit and wait for them to come to the door. Chu Songbai said easily, directly parked the oil trampoline to a stall against the wall, and then calmly lit up a dry cigarette. When Chucho took a look at his eldest uncle's posture, he couldn't help but secretly praise the old man. The next moment, see a group of people as if they smelled fishy cats, all walked toward this side. Chapter 4 Fish Market. Extremely beautiful rich woman. There were a few with obviously faster footsteps, and before they even approached the stall, their voices were already ringing out. Master, did you catch any top quality goods today? Look at the way you're looking at it. Do you have a big one that just came out of the water? TSK, 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 the Grand Master is really old and strong. Alright, don't worry, it's definitely a top quality product that just came out of the water. Chu Songbai smoked a mouthful of dry tobacco and pointed towards the large water basin. A big black fish more than a meter long. Dozens of big crabs, package your satisfaction. What? A meter-long blackfish? Really? When a group of people heard that there was such a big black fish, they all surged up in disbelief, directly ignoring the crabs on one side. Asterisk. This blackfish is so big, it's really more than a meter. It's caught up to the thickness of a thigh. Boy, it's too big. This is at least more than 20 pounds. Such a big blackfish. I'm afraid it's going to become a spirit. That's right. I've only seen such a big blackfish in the last few years when there was a big flood, but it's really hard to find such a big one nowadays. Don't talk about it. I bought this big blackfish from Wanda Hotel. Blackfish market price of more than 30. Pure wild more than 5 pounds. The price of 75 yuan/1 catty. This blackfish is so big. I'm out of 120 yuan/1 catty. I offer 130 yuan/1 catty. Just as the hotel opened, with this blackfish as a signboard to pull customers. 130? Snort. I'll offer 135. Evergreen Hotel, offer 140. The atmosphere was instantly lively. A few hotel owners even called up a price for a blackfish. $140 a catty. Chucho couldn't help but break his fingers. Then his eyes glared. There were more than 2,000. Mud horse, old man in the Magic City, hard work for a month. Also only $5,000 or $6,000. Now casually catch a blackfish can actually easily sell to more than 2,000. No wonder 2 days ago, I read the news that a fisherman in Jiangsu and Zhejiang went out to sea and caught a few wild yellowtail, sold nearly $1 million. At that time he did not believe. Now that he thought about it, he was afraid that it was true, but immediately afterward, Chucho became excited. With his current underwater ability, going to the sea was not the same as going to his own backyard. What seafood couldn't be caught at that time? Now he was looking forward to his blind date to hurry back, and after the blind date, he would go to Magic City to quit his job and go down to the sea to explore. $140 a catty. Is there any higher? If not, this big black fish will give the Evergreen Hotel up. Chu Songbai barked 2 mouthfuls of dry cigarettes. Yelled 2 voices. and pulled back Chucho, who was swaying to his senses. Chucho also hurriedly took 2 steps forward, ready to fish the big black fish out of the water. Wait a minute. Right at this moment, a clear and elegant voice came, accompanied by a clattering sound of high heels on the ground. Chucho raised his head, and by virtue of his height, he saw a stunning woman full of charming flavor. The woman was wearing a black professional suit with a white shirt. Her straight thighs were covered with flesh-colored stockings. She stepped on fishmouth high-heeled shoes, and her head of chestnut-colored wavy curls danced in the wind, so that people couldn't take their eyes off the beauty of her style. Chucho Mang directly looked dumbfounded. Compared with the woman in front of her, those who are often active in front of the screen, relying on makeup, relying on packaging out of the female stars, female net read, simply become the neighbor's aunt's daughter. No wonder some people say, really beautiful and stunning women, either married by the rich and powerful to hide in the harem, or the rich and powerful's daughter, never show their faces, even if they occasionally come out. It is also a glimpse, not at all comparable to ordinary stars. This kind of beauty under the eyes is definitely the best among women that men can only dream of. I heard that there are 20 or so pounds of wild blackfish here. Is that true? An elegant and magnetic voice rang out, and everyone unconsciously parted a path as the stunning imperial sister walked in calmly. A light fragrant breeze filled the crowd in an instant, causing them to slightly lose their concentration and subconsciously look at each other. It was too beautiful. It was as if even looking at it made people feel ashamed of themselves. On the contrary, Chucho calmed down instead, not cowed by the situation at all, sizing up the other party for a few moments, nodding his head and saying, "That's right, although it hasn't been weighed, it definitely weighs 20 pounds, purely wild. At least a man with a Jiao-long inner Dan, destined to be extraordinary in the future." Chucho quickly regained his composure. The stunning imperial sister was obviously also someone who had seen a big scene. Looking at the wild black fish with a huge size, she behaved in a pampered manner. Not bad, 20 pounds of wild blackfish. This gimmick is okay, $200 a caddy. Sell it to me. How much? 200. As soon as the stunning woman's words fell, a gasp of surprise rang out from the scene. This price was indeed expensive for them, and there wasn't much profit margin to follow. After all, the blackfish was not a fresh fish from the sea, and even if it was wild, it was not considered to be a high-grade item. The fact that it could be offered at $140 a caddy was only because it was relatively rare in terms of size. Instead, it was the owner of the Evergreen Hotel whose eyes flickered for a moment, recognizing the woman's identity. "So it's Miss Sue from the Woman Grand Hotel. What a pleasure to meet you." The boss of the Evergreen Grand Hotel looked at Su Qingya and nodded with a smile, explaining to the people around him, $200 a caddy. When placed in a hotel of our level, naturally there is no profit margin to speak of, but when placed in Miss Sue's Towel Grand Hotel, it's a different story. What? Towel Grand Hotel? She's the female owner of the recently opened Towel Grand Hotel? Towel Grand Hotel. Ah, the only 5-star Grand Hotel in our river city. So it's her who opened it. The crowd murmured. That's no wonder. A hotel of our level. Even with the best gimmicks, rich people wouldn't lower themselves to sit and consume with some paupers. But it's different at such a high-end consumption place as the Towel Hotel. As long as they publicize it a little, rich people will rush to it. Right, rich people eat in a pushy way, eat in a rowdy way. No gimmick is not enough to show off their social status. The crowd sighed in admiration. Su Qingya did not express any opinion on the crowd's conversation, but instead smiled faintly at the two Chucho masters. Trouble the two of you to weigh it. He. Good. Chu Songbai nodded his head repeatedly, only to embarrassingly realize that the two of them had left in a hurry and forgot to bring a scale. So what? Daughter, you wait, I go to other stalls to borrow a scale. Chu Songbai smiled awkwardly and turned around to leave. Uncle, don't bother, this price is already very high. Count a hole for this lady, 20 pounds. No more weighing. Chucho directly made the decision. After all, for the current him, catching a fish was too easy. There was absolutely no need to be catty and appear petty. Chapter 5 set a small goal first, $100 million. Okay, you caught the fish, you make the call. Chu Songbai was completely fine with it, but the scale still needs to be borrowed. Isn't there still a crab here? As soon as the words fell, the crowd then subconsciously looked towards the other water basin. When they saw the crabs in the water basin, all of them froze, followed by an instant exclamation of surprise. Asterisk. Crabs this big? Golden autumn October. Crabs are the fattest. It's only August, how come the growth is so fierce? It's artificially farmed, right? Asterisk. The three biggest ones must be 8 or 9 tails, right? Even Su Qingya's beautiful eyes lit up and said, these dozens of crabs do look good. They don't look like artificially farmed, but I'm not too sure. Handsome brother, what do you say? Su Qingya gazed at Chucho, Being called handsome by such a beautiful rich woman, Chucho felt a secret pleasure in his heart, and quickly nodded his head and said, "Don't worry, these crabs as well as this black fish are all caught by me personally down the river, guaranteeing pure wildness." At this time, the boss of Evergreen Hotel walked up, grabbed out a crab, looked at the color and character, and smelled the flavor, which then calmly said, "Little brother is right. This crab is indeed wild, and it's a river crab from the near river. No matter the color and quality, it's all top quality, no worse than the crabs from those famous lakes. The river of the near river is extremely deep. If little brother can catch these crabs, he either has a special means, or his water nature is heaven-defying. Little brother is not simple." Li Chongqing sighed. This time a group of people's eyes lit up and their emotions rose. Boss Li used to be a crab breeder. His eyesight is needless to say. Since he has said that this is wild, it must be wild without a doubt. Indeed, this season, I'm afraid that only the Yangtze River, and the Yangtze River's tributaries can nourish such large crabs. Without further ado, I'll take 10, at market price. Get lost. Where can you eat such big wild crabs in this season? Can you buy them at market price? That's it. I'll take 5. Just follow the price quotes of the famous Lake Harry crabs. Hey, everyone is a man of honor. First come, first served. You know, who gives you first come first served? These days, grabbing is earning. Ha ha. Everyone take it easy. The scale is here. Right at this moment, Chu Songbai walked over holding an electronic scale. The crowd immediately couldn't wait and said, "Master, you first weigh the 3 largest crabs. We are very curious about how many tails in the end." "Okay, Lu." Chu Songbai face with a smile, skillfully put 3 big crabs over the scale. The largest was 9.5 tails, the other 2 were 9.1 and 8.8 respectively. Once the weight came out, the crowd once again let out a gasp. It was too big. Just these 3 crabs. I'm afraid they are worth over $10,000. After all, authentic wild crabs, more than 5 tails, single selling price is in 7 or 800. More than 9 tails, the price to double several times. Rich people are not easy to eat. If it was auctioned at an event like the King Crab competition, it was estimated that these 3 crabs, in a developed city, each one would have to bid over $10,000. For a while, the crowd looked at me and I looked at you, not knowing what price was appropriate. On the contrary, Su Qingya's eyes lit up, waved her hand and said, "These 3 crabs I've wrapped up in the Women's Grand Hotel. I'll pay 4,800 for the biggest one, and the other 2 are 4,200 and 3,800 respectively." Once the price came out, everyone couldn't help but shake their heads with a bitter smile. "Come on, this is crushing everyone. 4,800, 4,200, 3,800, Emma, it adds up to more than 10,000. Chu Chiu was ecstatic inside. The original man's happiness is so simple. Ha ha ha. Cool, it's just too cool. Next, Chu Chiu was almost giddy as he watched a crab being fought over and bought. Besides those 3 oversized ones, there were 4 6'2" male crabs and a 5'2" female crab. Each of the male crabs was sold for $900, and the female crab was $1,000. As for the rest, they were basically between 3 and 4 tails, and were also competed for the highest market price. When all the crabs were all sold out, Chu Chiu did a quick calculation. 36 crabs, surprisingly sold 23,968 yuan money, plus the $4,000 from selling the blackfish. The math was already close to a small $30,000. This is still the first time Chu Chiu got so much money at once when he grew up. Chu Chiu excited, but also full of expectations for the future, because he knows very well, this small money is only a branch of the river. In the country, there are countless rivers, excluding the major canals, the Yangtze River, and the 4 seas. Abroad, there are the Pacific Ocean, the Indian Ocean, the Atlantic Ocean, the Arctic Ocean and other 4 oceans. It can be said that this contains endless wealth, are waiting for him to dig, waiting for him to explore. Of course, one has to eat the meal in one mouthful and take things one step at a time. Right now, the first step is to set a small goal for himself, to earn $100 million. Ha ha ha. On the other hand, Su Qingya returned to the hotel, immediately took a picture of the big black fish and oversized crab, and sent it to the circle of friends. Then picking up the phone was a round of dialing. "Hey, Boss Zhang, our women's hotel received a big wild blackfish that just came out of the water, more than a meter long. Yes, use it to entertain business partners and friends, it's definitely rowdy enough. Really, you can see my friend's circle. Oh, you ordered it right? Okay, Mrs. Zhao, didn't you say you wanted to take your daughter to eat wild big crabs last time? Today the hotel received a few. The head is very big, absolutely satisfy you. Yes, pure wild. You can see my friend's circle. Late can be booked. Oh, After a few phone calls, Su Qingya crossed her legs. The corner of her mouth hooked up a smile. Their own this hotel opened for half a month. The word of mouth has been unsatisfactory. In the end it is still a lack of rare goods. After all, these rich bosses, the rich and powerful, the unusual seafood has long been tired of eating, now can attract them. Let them impression plus points. Only those wild rare goods, with these rare goods as a gimmick, coupled with a variety of dishes, raw seafood, and high-grade cigarettes and alcohol, casually a meal on hundreds of thousands of millions. To know that these people are not alone. A come is a small circle. Casually point a bottle of ordinary Roman Conti, to more than 100,000. Thinking of this, Su Qingya could not help but take out his cell phone, clicked on the WeChat avatar of Chu Qiu, his eyes hopeful. I don't know if this Chu Qiu, is it really like what Li Changqing said that he possesses heaven-defying wateriness, or has special means? If he can get some rare goods every now and then the hotel's reputation can quickly accumulate. Just as she was thinking, her cell phone suddenly vibrated. An incoming caller called Yunchon. Su Qingya smiled and pressed the answer button. Before she had time to open her mouth, she heard the other party eagerly say, "Sister Qingya, today the chairman of Ronghui Real Estate personally came to River City to cut the ribbon on the opening of the property, and in the evening, he also had to invite all the major partners, as well as the leaders of the relevant departments. The banquet hotel I recommended your hotel. This is an excellent opportunity to make the hotel's reputation. You have to seize it." Ah, Su Qingya stood up at once. What? Now that the chairman has already arrived in River City, you still have a few hours to prepare. I'm the one who recommended you in blood. You must hold up the field for me. Well, no more. I'm going to be busy. That's it. Beep, beep, beep. A busy tone came out of the phone. Only then did Su Qingya react furiously. The chairman of Ronghui Real Estate was coming? This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. One must know that the other party is a real estate leader in the Central Plains who started from nothing, and in the provincial capital. He is a man of the moment who brings his own hot topics, wherever he goes, what people he meets, what people he eats with. There are tracking reports, so this time if it is well organized, the hotel is very likely to be greatly featured in the relevant reports. To increase visibility, so she hurriedly called the office, arranged the following people to go to each fish market, vigorously buy the best fresh goods. She even contacted a few friends in the city, but after everything was arranged, Su Qingya was still a little uneasy. These days, the various fish markets she did not send people to squatting, but really can bring the gimmick of the best fresh goods, but simply did not collect up a few samples, and the friends inside the city were not easy to find for a while, and there was also a time difference. This made her a little worried, knowing that so many big shots were coming to the hotel. If they couldn't get hard goods on the table, the hotel's reputation and fame would be greatly affected. What to do? Su Qingya's brows knit tightly, holding her cell phone and fretting a bit. Chapter 6, A Beautiful Woman's Plea. Going down the river again. Suddenly, her mind moved and thought of Chu Qiu. Why don't we take the initiative to contact Chu Qiu and see? Although she didn't believe that Chu Qiu alone could add much color to this banquet, it was still better than nothing. Moreover, she had just come to River City not long ago, and did not know anyone in this area, and now that her time was limited, she could only treat a dead horse as a living horse. Thinking like this, she decisively took out her cell phone and clicked on Chu Qiu's WeChat, and at this time, Chu Qiu, because his wallet had bulged, was taking his eldest uncle down to the restaurant. Since his new cell phone was broken and he used his previous broken cell phone again, it took him half a day of beeping in his pocket to realize it. Only when he saw that it was Su Qingya who came to voice, he was immediately surprised. Su Qingya? How did this woman give me a voice? It couldn't be that she felt that the money she gave for the crabs was too high and backed out, right? Chu Qiu walked out of the restaurant and pressed the answer button. Hello, MS. Chu Qiu. As soon as the call was answered, Su Qingya rushed. I want to ask, can you still catch a big shipment like before today? What? Chu Qiu didn't react for a moment. Su Qingya also realized that she was a bit hasty and reorganized her language. It's like this. There's a very important banquet at our hotel tonight, and we are now in urgent need of a batch of extremely high-quality river freshness, or rarer wild goods. I was thinking of asking you if you can still catch wild big black fish and big crabs similar to what you did before. As long as they're a bit gimmicky, price-wise it's not a problem. Or if you still know any friends who are good fishers, wild fishing experts or something like that, help publicize it. The price is all good. When Su Qingya finished, Chu Qiu froze. Just this? Thanks to that, he thought that the other party had backed out of paying a high price, but it turned out to be just for this little thing. Hello? Chu Qiu? Chu Qiu, are you still listening? Oh, I'm on. Chu Qiu responded in a hurry. Su Qingya, well, then can you help with this matter? Please. Yes, this matter is wrapped up in me. Just wait for my good news. Chu Qiu said cheerfully. He had originally planned to use his underwater ability when he went back to feel out the river during the few days of his vacation and make more money. Now that a customer had taken the initiative to come to his door, it was just what he wanted. And getting Chucho's promise, Su Qingya was naturally grateful, and the two of them hung up the phone happily. After having dinner, back in the village, it was already 1:30 in the afternoon. The sun was high at this time of the day, and all the households were closed. Chucho lightly came to the shore, looked around to see no one, then jumped into the water. As soon as he entered the water, a cool and comfortable feeling instantly refreshed him. The Jiao Dragon inner Dan in his body also steeply and rapidly rotated, drawing on the huge energy in the water. Soon, the whirlpool appeared once again, and Chucho's mind moved, and his entire body sank into the whirlpool, reaching the bottom of the river. This time, he properly felt out his underwater abilities. Within a range of 5 meters, a stream of water constantly changed shape with his intention. At times, it turned into a wall of water. At times, it turned into a net of water. At times, it stood still. At times, it tumbled violently. It wasn't until half an hour later that Chucho was satisfied and stopped, beginning this trip to the bottom of the river. This river in front of their village was called the Wangjiang River. Driving a fishing boat from this river, it took 10 minutes to drive to the river, so the aquatic products of this river were extremely rich. Of course, this richness was meant to be in Chucho's eyes, because no one could come to the bottom of the river like him and still be able to see it clearly. Wow! A splash of water rose up, and Chucho was like a big fish, swimming freely in the water, and soon arrived at the piece of water grass from before. He peeled back the water grass and took a closer look at the few crabs that he didn't catch last time, discovering that they were all around 3 tails in size evenly. There were no particularly outstanding ones. Chucho hesitated for a while and decided that it was better not to catch them, letting them raise them here for a while longer. 3 male crabs weighing 3 tails was only 588 yuan for 3 of them, and these few added up to just over $1,000 at best. But after another month or two, when they all grow to 6 or 7 tails, they will be worth a lot of money, and each one can be sold for $1,000. Thinking of this, Chucho couldn't help but say proudly, "The entire Wangjiang River is our backyard. Can not for a few $100s on the waist? Are we the ones who are short of a few $100s?" Walking, Chucho had a stroke, the fish in general shaking head and tail away. Without swimming far, he came back to a bigger water grass area. This piece of water grass was very lush. The entire piece was waist deep, and many small fish swam cozily and proudly in it. This piece of water grass is obviously flourishing. Could it be a piece of treasure in the water? Chucho's face revealed a joyful expression, his eyes glittering as he swept around. Suddenly, his eyes glared as if he had discovered something incredible, and he couldn't help but blurt out, asterisk 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 asterisk. Muscles, super large muscles, such a big muscle. This mud horse is going to become a spirit, only to see following his line of sight. In the center of that piece of water grass, under the haunting of the sparse and wide water grass, a large area of black mussels were neatly arranged, and in the center of those arranged mussels, there was an oversized mussel that was the size of a basin and looked like ceramic. At this moment, it was opening its mussel shell, revealing its plump muscle meat and spitting out a circle of water bubbles. Perhaps it was the sound that Chucho had made under the water that had startled it, and it even quickly closed its clamshell and fell silent. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This thing is quite spiritual. Chucho was slightly surprised, followed by excitement on his face. Such a big thing, or a mussel. Hell knows how many years it has been growing savagely, and this mussel shell has been washed by the water for many years, and has long since faded away from the black color, turning into a glazed ceramic color like the color. This appearance alone, even if put into the aquarium, is estimated to be robbed. Spit water glazed color clam. This gimmick enough, right? If this thing is sold to Su Qingya, I'm afraid that just get a crystal tank to the hotel lobby a pendulum can attract a lot of people. If it wasn't underwater, he would want to take a picture and send it to Su Qingya. Calm down, calm down. Such a large water meadow. There must be quite a few good things left. First observe it secretly. Chucho pressed down his excitement and used his water-splitting skill to silently approach the edge of the water grass. Just as he approached, the edge of the water grass suddenly raised a couple of muddy sands. Only a few large crabs that were mixed with the water grass suddenly raised their large pincers with vigilance and slightly moved a few times. These crabs were not small. Each of them had to be 6 or 7 tails. Chucho's eyes immediately lit up. This was a few $1,000s of ocean. However, Chucho didn't rush to catch them, but purposely spent a few minutes looking around the water and grass. This look was great. Chucho was so excited that he almost screamed out a donkey's voice, because there were just too many crabs. Just the visible crabs. There were 100 or 10 of them, and all of them were as big as 6 or 7 tails. One of the oversized claws stretched out are as big as the bottom of a basin. Conservative estimates must also have about 10 tails. Chapter 7. 10 tails, that's a pound. Wealthy. The price of this 10 tails big stuff is at least double that of the 9 tails. This water grass area was really a treasure in the water. Chucho excitedly surfaced, quickly swam to the pier, and found his eldest uncle's broken fishing boat and pushed it over. The number of crabs found this time was so large that it would take a fishing boat to load it up, and there were a bunch of big mussels too. Parking the fishing boat, Chucho took the large mesh pocket on the cabin and went back into the water. Looking at the big, fat crabs under his feet, he grabbed them as fast as lightning and was not happy. When he arrived at a place where the crabs were denser, he was a little too busy with one hand. Some of the crabs reacted and held up their crab pincers, paddling their legs to run. Want to run? Chucho looked at this situation not in a hurry, but instead, he coaxed powerfully and pointed with his hand. Little bastard, set it for me. Swish. At that moment, the water current within 5 meters condensed. The water plants didn't swing anymore, and the small fish stayed. The one crab, as if it had been nudged, held up its large pincers and stood still. Chucho leisurely walked over, bent down, and picked them up one by one into the net pocket. Just like picking up money. Easy, casual. In a short moment, the net pocket was full. Chucho probed out of the water, poured the crabs into the cabin and entered the water again. After 7 or 8 times back and forth, the bottom of the cabin was crawling with crabs. Then Chucho picked up the mussels as well and put them on the side of the boat. Under the sun's irradiation, the basin-sized porcelain-colored mussels reflected a variety of colors. Quite beautiful. Click. Chucho took out his cell phone from the waterproof bag, took a picture, and sent it to Su Qingya. Big beautiful Su, have you seen such a big mussel? Is it gimmicky enough? After sending this text, Chucho waited for a short while and found that the other party didn't respond, presumably busy, so he threw his phone into the boat and dived under the water once again to look for the big cargo. At the same time, inside the woman hotel in the center of River City, Su Qingya had just come out from the back kitchen of the hotel. She had already made the entire back kitchen move. All kinds of side dishes, all kinds of secret hard dishes, private dishes, had already begun to prepare. The only thing she was lacking now was gimmicky goods that could really hold up the scene. Just thinking about it, Su Qingya had a bit of a headache. She had sent so many people out to squat on the various fish markets, but after an hour had passed, she had gotten nothing. The more Su Qingya thought about it, the more angry she became. Today's banquet was a very crucial opportunity to win reputation and make a name for herself. If it was not done satisfactorily, her hotel would be completely out of the loop. I really don't know what these people are doing. I doubt they are doing anything after taking the money or not. No, I have to think of a way. Su Qingya was secretly anxious and turned around to go to her office. She was prepared to contact her friends in the city again, and if she couldn't, she would let her friends go to other hotels in the city to buy some big goods at high prices to support the scene. Only when she walked into the office and picked up the cell phone on the table, she was surprised to find Chucho unexpectedly did not know when sent her 2 messages. Could it be that he caught some extremely good goods? Su Qingya hurriedly opened her cell phone and tapped into the messages. As a result, just after tapping in, a huge, incomparable, glittering mussel birth chart immediately rushed into her line of sight. Su Qingya opened her mouth wide and said in surprise, "Oh my god, this is a mussel. What a big mussel. How could there be such a big mussel? And it's still porcelain colored. I must take this mussel down. I'm going to put it in a water feature tank and display it in the lobby. It's incredible. It's like the hotel's town treasure." Well. In her excitement, Su Qingya took a bite at the cell phone screen, and her stunningly beautiful face revealed a hint of redness due to her excitement. She then also saw Chucho's accompanying text and couldn't help but joyfully say, Chucho, you are really my savior. Such a huge mussel, definitely has 100-years-old head, 100-year-old muscles. What a great gimmick is this? Saying that, she couldn't help but pull up the picture and enlarge it a bit. As a result, the enlarged picture shocked her once again. Crabs. There are crabs in the cabin behind this mussel. My god, why are there so many? And that big one, it's estimated to be a pound, right? No. I'm going to ask Chucho's location and go over there now. Such big mussels and crabs, they must not fall into someone else's hands. This time Su Qingya couldn't sit still. Just now, her eyes were completely attracted by the mussels and ignored the crabs in the cabin. Now that she saw so many wild crabs, and all of them were so big, her heart immediately became anxious. To know that this season, want to receive such a large crab, and also pure wild, it is simply unattainable. By the time the hotel has this batch of pure wild big crabs, as long as the slight publicity, absolutely can detonate a moment, hit the reputation and fame. But when she called the voice phone, it was ringing over and over again, and no one ever answered. What's going on? How come no one is picking up? Quickly pick up. Su Qingya anxiously stomped her feet slightly. This dead Chucho. What exactly does it mean? Sending a picture over, whetting his appetite and not answering the phone. Is there such a person? Chucho naturally didn't know about this side of the situation. Even if he did, he was too late to return the message, because he found another big load. It was a group of fish, a group of carp. The leading big carp was actually a red-hot big red carp that was arm length. I go, isn't this the kind of red carp that symbolizes wealth and good fortune on the door paintings during the new year? Chucho was excited. This was a pure wild big red carp, the Hong Luk Dang too that often appeared on a certain sound. And this big red carp, not only was its body beautiful, its color was even more pure and incomparable. Every scale was so exquisite. There was also a group of golden carp behind it, and their sizes were all generally over a foot long, a full 70 to 80 of them. If all of these carp were caught, it shouldn't be a problem to sell them for $30,000 to $40,000, right? Unfortunately, it was the cabin that was too small. Forget it, I don't care about the other carp, but this big red carp, it simply can't be measured by the regular price. We have to catch it no matter what. Chucho excitedly clenched his fist, then hid inside the water grass area and quietly waited for the group of carp to pass by. Chapter 8, A Full Harvest. Carp, especially the pure color of red carp, has long been loved by the people of China as a symbol of wealth and good fortune. Idioms related to them, such as yearly fish, fish leap dragon gate, all have incomparably good meanings, especially this king carp. Pure color, size is rare. In the eyes of those rich people who are not short of money, it is hard to find. Also for this reason, watching the big red carp swim closer and closer, Chucho actually got nervous. It seemed that the power of sentiment really wasn't covered. Taking a deep breath, Chucho secretly calculated the distance. 10 meters, 8 meters, 6 meters. Wow! Just as Chucho fiercely clenched his fist and waited for the big red carp to drill into the 5-meter range, the big red carp suddenly flicked its tail, as if it had sensed the danger, and quickly turned its head and swam away. As soon as the big red carp moved, the other golden carp also seemed to be frightened and collectively turned around and swam frantically. 70 to 80 carp, more than a foot-long collective riot, crazy out of the water, jumped up high. The sound is still not small. Fortunately, there was no one on the river. Otherwise this sight would have attracted many people to stop and watch. Chucho also didn't expect this big red carp to be so sensitive. It seems that wanting to catch it without any effort is obviously not possible. Unable to do anything else, Chucho could only violently rush out and quickly chase towards the big red carp. Hula! A large area of water tumbled up, and Chucho's figure flashed under the surface of the water, as if it was a large shark, with an incomparably ferocious speed. Under this ferocious speed, the great red carp could only surrender and was wrapped around Chucho's neck. Its wide and robust body twisted extremely hard, and its strength was so great that even Chucho was somewhat surprised. Good fellow, this guy's strength is even more ferocious than the big black fish from before. It can be called a Hercules in the water. Chucho Tskedin praised. Not to mention, with this big red carp's strength, even a weightlifting champion in the water would have trouble controlling it with nowhere to borrow strength. Thanks to that, he was not an ordinary person. Holding the big red carp, Chucho happily surfaced and swam towards the fishing boat. Just as he got close to the fishing boat, there was a thumping movement coming from the cabin. Chucho took a curious look and was instantly delighted, only to see that there were 2 golden carp uninvited in the cabin, bouncing there and there, their mouths open. Needless to say, it must have been the fish that fell into the cabin just now when they were frightened and jumped out of the water. What 2 unlucky guys. Chucho was amused. However, in the next moment, he took a sweep of his gaze and instantly couldn't laugh anymore. He only saw that beside the 2 carp, there were 2 6 or 7 big crabs flopping over, with 2 of their legs broken off. Obviously they were slapped off by the tails of the 2 carp. I'll go. A 6 or 7 crabs, $1,000 apiece. Now that 2 legs are missing, the price has dropped by at least 200 or 300. Chucho cried and laughed as he put the big red carp into the subcabin where it landed, then hurriedly moved the 2 golden carp over as well. Considering that there wasn't a single drop of water in the cabin under such a big sun, it was estimated that the big red carp would soon get cold. Chucho raised his hand and a water column rose, clattering into the cabin. With the water in the cabin, the big red carp immediately became energetic again. However, Chucho was still a bit uneasy. After thinking about it, he placed his hand in the water and urged the Jiaolong inner Dan in his body to spit out a trace of green liquid and circulated it in the cabin. Soon, the water in the cabin became cool and ice clear, and as the breeze blew by, a refreshingly sweet flavor permeated his heart. It was obvious that the water quality had improved by many times. The 3 carp were also obviously cheerful. Their mouths seemed to be fighting for it, constantly opening and closing and gulping. This couldn't help but remind Chucho of the saying, water is not deep, a dragon is spiritual. Perhaps one could consider purifying a pond for breeding shrimps and crabs. It was believed that if one used the spirit water purified by the Jiao dragon's inner Dan to farm, its quality, taste, and nutritional value would exceed those of the famous lake specialties. Just when Chu Chiu was thinking about the feasibility of this matter, the cell phone in the boat suddenly beep vibrated. Chu Chiu took it over and saw that it was Su Qingya. Moreover, WeChat showed that there were already more than 20 unanswered voices. It seems like this woman is in a hurry. Chu Chiu's mind floated to the other party's stunning appearance and temperament, and his throat couldn't help but dry up a bit. Coughing lightly, clearing his mind of the fantasies that shouldn't be there, he pressed the answer button. Hello, MS. Chu Chiu. You're in a hurry. Why are you just answering the phone? As soon as the voice connected, Su Qingya's anger came out from the phone. Do you know how many calls I've made? Hurry up and send your location over. I'll drive to find you. Looking for me? Looking for me for what? Chu Chiu was slightly stunned. Nonsense. Of course it's for the big mussels and the big crabs. You think I'm going to look for you to talk about love? Su Qingya stomped her foot in anger and said, quickly send me the location. I'll go over there right now. And also, you're not allowed to sell that big crab to anyone else. I'll cover it all. When Chu Chiu heard this, he almost didn't blurt out, why don't you just pack me up too? But fortunately, he closed his mouth in time and changed his words. Okay, then I'll send you the location. After the location was sent over, Chu Chiu sat at the bow of the ship and launched himself. But soon he couldn't sit anymore because he realized that his mind was full of Su Qingya's shadow. If he sat down like this again, he would have to smoke. The truth was that this kind of woman was too deadly. Every knit of her brows and smile could pull your heart. It is estimated that there is no man who doesn't think about it. However, Chu Chiu is still very forced. The current him, in the eyes of the other side, is a little bit capable of stinking fisherman. If the other party is not to open the hotel, their lives are unlikely to have any intersection. Therefore, instead of sitting here and thinking about it, he should take out practical actions, build up his capital well, wait for the right time, and make a splash. Only in this way, he can tear off the fisherman label in Su Qingya's eyes, to have a chance to kiss each other. Thinking of this, Chu Chiu rose up with fire-like passion, jumped into the water, and began a new round of moving bricks. Soon, a half-a-meter long, tightly packed big carp appeared in his sight. Chu Chiu didn't have any hesitation and immediately took the initiative to attack. The whole person was like a javelin, chopping through the wind and waves, killing the big carp in front of him, without even struggling for a second. The big crushing carp was controlled by Chu Chiu with water. Wow! The water tumbled. The big crushing carp was held out of the water by Chu Chiu, sparkling under the sun. Finally, it was thrown into the cabin of the boat, happily gulping down the spiritual water. Not long after, Chu Chiu appeared again not far away, once again carrying two big carp in his hand, treading the waves and returning. At this time, Chu Chiu was like playing chicken blood, using all his strength to move bricks. He was like a wild water duck, drilling into the water from time to time, and venturing out from time to time in various places. Every time he ventured out, he would always carry some harvest in his hands. In just half an hour's time, the cabin was piled up with all kinds of fish, each of which was at least half a meter in size. One of them, the Wang prickly fish, was even closer to 1 meter in size, and was even rarer than the big black fish from before. Chapter 9, The First Big Money in Life. Tick-tock. Chu Chiu was in the middle of scratching in the river when the sound of a car's horn suddenly came from the riverside pier. Chu Chiu raised his head to look, only to see a woman with a stunningly beautiful face and charming flavorful temperament step out of the car. A black OL professional outfit set off her body like a black widow in a stunning manner. It was precisely Su Qingya who hurriedly came from the city. Chu Chiu? Su Qingya looked at the somewhat distant figure in the river and tried to shout. Chu Chiu waved his hand in response, then pushed the broken fishing boat and swam towards the pier. After docking, Chu Chiu climbed onto the bow of the boat and looked at Su Qingya and couldn't help but say, I say Miss Su, you're a big boss of a 5-star hotel. Do you not even have an errand boy? Such a big son. Aren't you afraid of getting a tan? There's no way. Su Qingya smiled helplessly and said, the hotel has just opened not long ago. A lot of personnel have not yet been equipped in place, and today they were all arranged out by me, so it can only be me personally. But I really didn't expect that you were able to catch so many excellent goods. It's not in vain for me to personally make a trip. Quick, let me go to the boat and take a look first. I can't wait. Su Qingya took off her high-heeled sandals, happy as a child. Her bare feet were about to step towards the boat. Seeing this, Chu Chiu hurriedly stood up and reached out to pick her up. Be careful, the boat is unstable in the water. When Su Qingya heard this, she subconsciously passed her hand into Chu Chiu's hand. The soft and cold touch made Chu Chiu's heart flutter, and he couldn't help but think about it. And at this time, Su Qingya, who had just stabilized herself, had already seen the fully loaded cabin. Heavens, Chu Chiu, how did you still catch so many fish? such a big wild big crucian carp. There's also a wang stinger. And, Su Qingya suddenly screamed in excitement, pointing at the cabin. Big red carp. There's actually big red carp. And it's still a pure color big red carp. Oh my god Chucho. Such a big pure wild big red carp. How did you catch it? You surprised me too much. It's too beautiful. I like it too much Chucho. This big red carp you must sell it to me no matter what. Looking at Su Qingya's happy hands and feet, Chucho touched his nose and pretended to sigh. You people are on my boat. Do I have any other choice? Su Qingya hurriedly declared her sovereignty. No, there is no door. However, she then realized, and immediately gave Chucho a blank look in a flirtatious manner. What do you mean people are on your boat? What is your head thinking about you? You men really don't have a single good thing. Could it be that I'm wrong? This was originally my boat. Chucho looked like he didn't get it, instantly causing Su Qingya to blankly stare again. Alright, don't pretend to be innocent here. Say the main thing. Once he heard that he was going to say business, Chucho also put away his snickering mind, only to hear Su Qingya say, I'll take this big red carp. 66,000. What do you think? Upon hearing this price, Chucho was instantly a little confused. More? How much? 66,000 Of course, this is only the price for temporarily storing it in my hotel. Because this fish is very rare, it's too much of a pity to eat it. If there is a rich man who looks at this fish in the hotel, I will make up a relatively reasonable difference in price for you. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 66,000. And it's only a temporary price? It's true that poverty limits my imagination. What about the other two golden carp? How much is it worth? Chucho couldn't help but get a little carried away. When Su Qingya heard this, she fondly removed her gaze from the large red carp and glanced at the 1-foot-long golden silk carp. However, after just one glance, she lost interest. For the sake of this big red carp, I'll offer $500 for the two golden silk carp. How much? 500? Chucho instantly rose a great sense of disparity. This really the same fish with different lives. 500 is already not low. If it wasn't for the pure wildness, $300 wouldn't even be worth it. Su Qingya heard the gap in Chucho's emotions and couldn't help but smile and say, on the contrary, that winged spiny fish is rare. It's not easy to grow so big. I'll offer 6,000. There is also the value of wild crucian carp is also very high. At present such a big wild big crucian carp, it is hard to receive on the market. 315,000. How about it? Good. Chucho nodded repeatedly and quickly corrected his mindset. Su Qingya was also secretly observing him, and found that he wasn't mesmerized by the money, showing emotions such as dissatisfaction and whining. This made her not help but think highly of Chucho again. Next, was the real big head of goods. The porcelain-colored mussels that were as big as a basin were soaked by Chucho in the spiritual water, and immediately opened their shells, which were so colorful that Su Qingya could not move her eyes away from them. Too beautiful, so beautiful. Su Qingya was a bit mesmerized by what she was looking at. She didn't know how long it took before she came back to her senses and realized that Chucho was looking at her with a smile on his face, and immediately blushed. I'm sorry, this mussel opening its shell is so beautiful that I was momentarily mesmerized. 100,000. I'll take this mussel. The same temporary price, how about it? Su Qingya looked at Chucho with a burning gaze. Yes, this time, Chucho was very calm. From the first time he saw this mussel spitting out water, Chucho was clear that this mussel was truly a top-tier item that was hard to come by in 100 years. $100,000 was definitely not its top value. If you come across someone who likes it, not to mention 100,000, even 1 million is just the bottom. This is called a rare thing is expensive. As for the rest of the mussels, the size is far worse, adding up to just over $2,000. The rest of the majority of the cabin's catfish, silver carp and the like, packaged together, also sold $10,000. In terms of price, Su Qingya gave is still quite fair, and even some also slightly premium. The last thing was the crabs in the other cabin, which was also the big head of the day, but the crabs were just too much. Su Qingya directly dialed the hotel's front desk, and called a few of the people who had previously spread out to come over and help. Half an hour later, 2 large pickup trucks arrived with large water tanks and oxygen generators. From the cars came down 2 men and 2 women. Mr. Su. The 4 people came to the shore and respectfully shouted at Su Qingya on the boat. Aha! Su Qingya got up and commanded, you 2 men, move the mussels and fish on the boat to the car. That big red carp and the big mussels should be let go separately. Don't ever scrape into touch. Xiao Li, Xiao Hong, you 2 are responsible for counting the crabs, 1 to weigh and 1 to record. Okay, Mr. Su. The 4 people gladly boarded the boat. Just after getting on the boat, they were completely sour. The large red carp and large mussels belonged to the curiosities, and they couldn't estimate their value. But the more than 100 wild large crabs, they were well aware of how much they could be worth. These crabs, the smallest are 6 or 7 tails. In the market, that are sold by the piece, a male crab of 6 tails is $900. Female crabs of 5 tails can reach $1,000 apiece. 6 tails can be sold to $12,000. There are also those 7 tails, 8 tails, 9 tails, every weight of 1 or 2. The price will be doubled or tripled, roughly estimated. These crabs, at least, will sell for hundreds of thousands of dollars. This is really a different life for the same person. Finally, the weights of all the crabs were tallied. The largest male crab, 1 tails. Suchinya gave the price on the spot, $12,000. The female crabs around 9 tails, 7 in total, gave the price, $70,000. 99. 4 tails of male crabs, a total of 18. The average price of 4,800. The total, 86,400 yuan. 88. 4 tails of male crabs, a total of 42. Average price 2,800. Total, 117,600. 77. 4 tails of male crabs, a total of 56 crabs. The average price of 1,200. Total, 67,200 yuan. There were also some female crabs of varying weights, totaling 35,000 yuan. The money from the sale of these crabs alone adds up to $388,200. If you add the 176,000 from the sale of fish and mussels, it adds up to $564,200. The whole $564,200. When Chu Cho received such a large transfer, his entire body was confused. From graduation to entering society, he had struggled for 7 years in Magic City. These 7 years, excluding rent and utilities, food and clothing, the money he had saved was just a fraction of this amount. In Magic City, one couldn't even buy a toilet. But now, he just spent less than 2 hours in the water and netted more than $500,000. This feeling, it was so damn topsy-turvy. This couldn't help but make him even more excited for his trip to Magic City in a few days, not knowing what kind of surprises would be waiting for him inside the sea. He even wanted to call and rush his blind date. Chapter 10, Chu Cho ruling the waters. But luckily, reason overcame impulse. After Su Qingya left with the people, he also calmed down and sat at the pier to think quietly. Within a day, netting $500,000 or $600,000, this speed of money coming in was indeed an incomparable surprise. But this kind of surprise didn't let Chu Cho faint his mind. Instead let Chu Cho more awake, because a man can't be guilty of a crime. A crime is a crime. This speed of money coming to him, once or twice, was still justifiable. More times than not, it definitely made people suspicious and attracted prying eyes. Although Chu Cho is now comparable to Wen Ho Lubu's overwhelming force, and is not afraid, but he still had relatives and friends. Even if he didn't think for himself, he still had to think for his loved ones and friends. Therefore, he needed a cover identity to act as a protective color. And this identity, he thought about it, the most suitable or engaged in farming. Only by engaging in farming could he maximize the ability of the Jiaolong Inner Dan, the breeding place Chu Cho had already thought of. It was in the big pond behind the hall. This big pond, the earliest is their family in mud to build a house with, and then after 3 generations of hard work, only to dig into a pond. In the early years, the elders of the family fishing, sell the fish, are placed in the pond to raise. Only later, with the fishing environment deteriorated, coupled with the fishing ban policy, the pond was deserted, turned into a puddle of stinking water. But this was not a problem for Chu Cho. The dragon was able to generate water, and it was also able to cure water. In the aspect of purifying water quality, Chu Cho had already tested it on the fishing boat, and the effect was extraordinary and immediate. Right now, the only thing Chu Cho was unsure of was just how long it would take to purify a 3-acre fish pond. Holding this thought, Chu Cho got up and went home, coming straight to the back of the hall, only to see a large pond surrounded by a fence. A 4-square pond came into view. A few large willow trees were planted on the side of the pond, their shadows swaying slightly. The surrounding area was also reclaimed by the eldest uncle. A few narrow pieces of land, planted with cucumbers and tomatoes, has also borne fruit, exuding a fragrance of grass and fruits. Chu Cho casually picked a cucumber and wiped it with his hand, eating it while walking into the pond, only to see that within the large pond, there were green stains of water rust everywhere, and a pungent stench that made people want to vomit. It really stinks. Chu Cho shook his head, and he couldn't eat the freshly picked cucumber in his hand. He directly walked towards the pond, only to see that with every step he took, the water of the pond automatically rose by 1 point. He walked all the way to the center of the pond and then stepped on the water, a mysterious aura flowing out and mingling with the water. Soon, a vortex with a diameter of 1 meter appeared under Chu Cho's feet and was rapidly expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. 2 meters, 3 meters, 4 meters. it soon expanded to 5 meters. But this time, Chucho took the initiative to operate the Jiao Dragon Inner Dan, and a stream of breath continuously flowed, penetrated, and mingled in the water. In a short moment, this breath had already spread half of the pond, and as this breath spread, the range that Chucho could control was also growing in tandem. Half of the pond was boiling and tumbling. The green-stained water rust was also quickly refined, and the pond became clear like a wiped glass. A few minutes later, the 3-acre pond had been completely refined by Chucho. The foul-smelling, greenish water quality was refreshed, becoming fresh and sweet, with an aura that was compelling. The entire pond, too, was completely controlled by Chucho. Go! Only seeing him raise his hand and point at the vegetable field, a column of water rushed out of the pond and poured into the vegetable ditch with a crash. Ha ha ha! Chucho laughed happily, his hands nodded repeatedly, and a stream of water rushed out of the water like a fountain. 3 points of returning yuan chi. Then he reached out and grabbed it. The water currents converged and transformed into a huge water ball, which was violently flung out and exploded in the air. Dragon subduing 18 palms. The childish Chucho was having fun. It wasn't until a long time ago that he put away his playfulness and secretly poked and prodded his way down the river again. Chucho did enough work down the river this time. He planned to pack away all the crabs that were near the river, those that were more than 2 tails, and put them into his own pond to raise. He wanted to see if farming crabs with refined spirit water would make them grow faster and more delicious. This would also be beneficial to his later planning arrangements. Only what Chucho didn't know was that shortly after he left, in those several vegetable plots, the cucumbers and tomatoes that had been wilted by the sun, after being watered by the spiritual water that he had refined, the curled branches and leaves began to slowly stretch out, especially those leaves that were already about to wither and yellow. Surprisingly, as if they were returning to life, they began to slowly turn green, magically bursting out with a strong vitality. When the breeze blew, a rich fragrance of grass and fruits suddenly filled the entire pond. Chapter 11, Sky-Priced Carp, Priceless Mussels. On the other side, Su Qingya returned to the hotel and immediately arranged for someone to put the large red carp and large mussels into the seascape tank and set them up in the hotel lobby. This move caught the attention of the customers dining in the hotel. But for those who could come to this kind of hotel to spend money, who didn't have a pet at home, the whole water feature ornamental and so on? So at first, the crowd did not care, until a couple walked into the hotel. The woman suddenly incredibly pointed at the seascape tank and called out, "Oh my god, honey, is that a mussel? How can it grow so big? It's still colored. Is this real? And there's more. Look, big red carp, pure color big red carp. Oh my god, such a big red carp. I've never seen it before in my life." The man also rubbed his eyes incredulously. "No way, am I blind? Or does this crystal glass have the effect of magnifying vision? Is this mussel this big? Fake, right?" With the couple's astonishment, the entire hotel suddenly quieted down and their eyes focused over. The hotel receptionist came over and explained to the couple with a smile. "Hello, 2 customers, this seascape tank was personally ordered by our boss. There is absolutely no effect of magnifying vision. What you see is absolutely real. Our Towel Grand Hotel will absolutely not falsify on any single thing. Please rest assured on this point, and please rest assured on all the customers sitting here. As for this big red carp and big mussels, they were acquired back by our boss at a cost of 66,000 and 100,000 yuan respectively, and they just came out of the water not too long ago, so it's even more unlikely that there will be any falsehoods." $66,000? When did a carp become so expensive? A mussel actually costs 100,000 yuan as well? What kind of mussels are worth this much? Is it possible that both of these have become fine? The atmosphere of the hotel suddenly changed. Many people couldn't hold back their curiosity and got up to gather around. "I'll go. Is that a red carp? How come the color is so red? There's actually not a hint of mixed colors. It's also so big? It's too beautiful, isn't it? Yes, 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 it's too beautiful. The color is pure and unparalleled, and its posture is like a swimming dragon. I swear, this is definitely the most beautiful big red carp I've ever seen. It's beautiful. That's right, it's 66,000. Not a bad price at all. Where's the boss? Is it okay if I offer 80,000 to acquire it?" Most of the people who could come here to spend money were businessmen who weren't bad at all. Their eyesight wasn't bad, so they naturally saw the value of this red carp. Wait! At this time, an old man in national costume hurriedly walked over, and after carefully looking at the big red carp, he looked excited and said, "Precious, this is a treasure, a rare treasure that can rarely be seen in 100 years. This big red carp, with its pure color, golden dragon whiskers, and beautiful and athletic body, is definitely a natural born and bred thing of the spirit. Like this pure red carp, in ancient times, only the palace can keep. ordinary people, can only be affixed to the door painting, meaning wealth and good luck. This big red carp, no matter the character, body type, are absolutely rare. Never artificially bred earth fat round can be compared. Saying that, the old man directly looked at the front desk lady and said sharply, "Girl, I am willing to offer 180,000 to buy this big red carp. Please ask your boss to see if it is for sale or not." 180,000? Isn't that a bit high? I'll offer $200,000. Mud horse, who here is so shameless, saying it's high while still raising the price? I'll give you $210,000. I'll take it. Don't make a fuss. Beware of the old man's anxious eyes. So what? In 2 days my father-in-law will celebrate his 60th birthday. This fish I want to have good luck. $260,000. For a while, after the old man's explanation, the big red carp became the absolute protagonist. Everyone subconsciously ignored the large mussel that was motionless under the water. You bandits, do you know anything about fish? Understand what a national treasure is? Looking at the big red carp that was being scrambled for, the old man in national costume was also anxious this time. Having raised fish for most of his life, this one was definitely the rarest of rare treasures he had ever seen. With this fish, he even thought that he would be able to enjoy his old age in peace. However, the heavens did not agree with his wishes. The money he could come up with, 180,000, has reached the limit. He couldn't ask his children for money to buy a fish, could he? Besides, can they understand this kind of feeling? For a while, the old man was really anxious and couldn't sit still. I'll take this fish, 660,000. Anyone else want to compete? At this moment, a loud voice rang out behind the crowd. A group of people surged in, the men with extraordinary aura and the women with outstanding temperament. The elegant middle-aged man at the head was even surrounded by stars, and the one who called for $660,000 was none other than him. I go, 660,000. This is a real big brother. Can't afford to play. I don't want it either. I'm just trying for good luck. Anyway, my father-in-law isn't a fan of fish farming. Such a high price. It's not cost-effective. Finished. This time is really hopeless. Upon hearing the heavenly price of 660,000, the old man in national costume immediately lost his mind and shook his head, his eyes endlessly despondent. Teacher. However, right at this moment, the plot reversed, and the elegant middle-aged man unexpectedly came in front of the old man and called out teacher with a smile. Teacher? Everyone looked over in confusion. Even the national costume old man was stunned as he looked at the elegant middle-aged man, seemingly struggling to recognize the other party. Immediately, the old man seemed to remember something and said in fierce surprise, Rong Hui, you're Rong Hui. I said, how do I feel that the voice is somewhat familiar? So it's you, kid. Right. I heard that your business is doing quite well. Why do you suddenly have time to return to River City? I developed a project in our River City and completed it. I just came back to take a look, and by the way, I also wanted to pay you a visit. I just didn't expect to coincidentally meet you here. Li Ronghui let out a bright laugh from the inside out. He personally returned to River City this time to cut the ribbon for the opening, only incidentally entertaining the various partners. The real purpose was actually to come back to visit his mentor. As the old saying goes, not returning to one's hometown when one is rich is like traveling in brocade clothes at night. Thinking back to the beginning, if not for the teacher's often succor in teaching, I'm afraid there will not be his Li Ronghui today. He is with a dazzling achievement, back to see his teacher. Just didn't expect things to be so coincidental. Actually let him run into his teacher here. Happy, Li Ronghui said to the beautiful female secretary behind him. Yunsheng, call and ask your friend to see if this big red carp is for sale. I want to buy it for my teacher. That's right. This elegant middle-aged man was the chairman of Ronghui Real Estate who made Su Qingya treat him grandly. A hot figure in the Central Plains. Li Ronghui, chairman, I've already called. She'll be right down. Yunsheng, who was dressed as a secretary, smiled faintly, reserved and elegant, simply different from Su Qingya's state when she was on the phone. At the same time, Su Qingya also quickly came to the hall and exchanged a glance with Yunsheng from afar, then elegantly went forward to the reception and politely said, Hello Li Dong, I am the boss of the Towel Hotel. Welcome to your arrival. I heard from the reception that Li Dong wants to purchase this big red carp, is that right? Su Qingya smiled and confirmed. That's right. It's rare to bump into a teacher here and a teacher's favorite. This is fate. Please Miss Su send the fish to my teacher's home later. Li Ronghui smiled plainly. Okay, no problem. Su Qingya nodded and had someone record the address of the old man in national costume. The old man in national costume, on the other hand, hurriedly pulled Li Ronghui and said, No, Ronghui, I can't have this fish. It's too valuable. Teacher, you should know my nature. I won't go back on what I said. Anyway, I bought this fish in front of so many people. It's fine if you don't take it. Then please, Miss Sue, give a word to the people in the back kitchen to make a dish out of this big red carp, and call it Hong Luk. Lee Ronghui seemed to know his benefactor very well and said with a smile. The old man in national costume was anxious on the spot, rushed to the front of the seascape tank and protected it. No one can move. This big red carp is a rare treasure. How can you guys brutally eat it? It's simply an outrage. I won't allow you guys to do that. Ha ha ha. As the saying goes, concern is messy. A clear-eyed person would know Lee Ronghui's intention at a glance, but the old man was so anxious that he looked like an ant on a hot pan, causing the crowd to burst out laughing. Then teacher, are you willing to accept this fish? Or are you willing to eat this fish? Lee Ronghui laughed. Take it. I'll take it all right. The old man in national costume sighed. How could he not see his meaning? In his heart, he was both relieved and proud. On the spot, this big red carp that Chu Chiu had caught was sold at a sky-high price of $660,000. There were even many people present who recognized Lee Ronghui and stood out to congratulate him. It was at this time, I don't know who shouted. Everyone, look, bubbling. Mussels are bubbling. Mussels? Bubbling? The crowd was instantly astonished, and their eyes converged. Many people hadn't noticed at first, but now they were shocked at the sudden sight of the mussels. I'll go. This is a mussel? How come it's bigger than a face basin? This is to become a spirit. Ah, it's really such a big mussel, at least grown for 100 years. The crowd shouted in wonder, especially at the edge of the mussel. A series of small blisters bubbled up more and more intensively, obviously about to open its shell. Look everyone, it's opening its shell. It's really opening its shell. Geez, at first I thought it was just a pose, a prosthesis. Goo, it's opening, it's really open. In the crowd's surprised gaze, the big mussel finally slowly opened its shell. In an instant, the colorful inner wall of the mussel shell was revealed, and under the reflection of the crystal lamp, it was like a mysterious world of fairy light intertwined in beautiful, especially the string of water bubbles, spit out from the fairy light intertwined world. More to the water, this mysterious world added a sense of mystery. Beautiful. It was truly beautiful. The beauty was dazzling and eye-catching. The women present, each and every one of them screamed as they watched, itching to become a little man with a thumb to drill into it. Ah, I'm going crazy. This big mussel is real. It's real. Oh my god. It's so beautiful. That's right. What diamond ring? What brand name bag? Compared to this big mussel, simply not eye-catching. I've decided. Whoever can buy this big mussel and send it to me, I'm willing to marry him on the spot. Don't even think about it. This immortal mussel is mine. Where's the boss? I'll offer $800,000. Sell it or not? Snort. $800,000? 800,000 you buy two at spit bubbles take back well. This fairy clam looks is the only one in the world. 800,000 just want to take away? Chapter 12, The Old Mussel Containing Pearls. Tracked by the whole internet. Old lady offer $1 million is always fine, right? Snort. 1 million? Said as if who can't afford to pay out $1 million like. Then you are great. How much do you think should be offered? The two women argued over this. The other woman was also stumped by the question. Yes, such a beautiful rare treasure. How much should one offer to buy it appropriately? Moreover, she had already said her words. If she offered a low price, wouldn't that be a slap in her own face? But if she really wants to pay a high price, in the face of this world's only treasures, she is still a bit uncertain how much should be appropriate. Just at this time, behind the crowd, an avant-garde girl dressed to blow up the street. Her face changed, seemed to have made a decision, picked up the phone and dialed up. Hey, Dad, my birthday, didn't you say that there is no way to accompany me, to buy me a Bentley Continental? I don't want a car now, just transfer the money to me. Yes, transfer it now. Thanks Dad. Cut. The phone hangs up, and the street-frying girl coolly stretches out 3 fingers. Boss, is this mussel for sale? I'm willing to offer $3 million. Once this price was offered, the scene was in an uproar. Asterisk 3 million. Another lord who isn't bad with his father. Ahem. Not bad with his money. What a trench. $3 million for a mussel. I'm afraid this is the most valuable mussel I've ever seen. What are you hesitating for? Hurry up and take a picture with your cell phone. If it's bought late, you'll never see it again. Stimulated by the high price of $3 million. Many people sour. They can't afford to buy. Can't they still shoot a video to stay and enjoy themselves? Right. I'm going to send it to Teasing Voice. Let others envy it too. It's too beautiful. Really too beautiful. All the people present couldn't help but squeeze forward, one by one, taking videos of videos, taking photos of photos. The man in the couple before even made a bold decision. While asking his friends to take a picture of the two of them together, he took out the proposal ring that he had bought for a long time but had never had the courage to pull out. The woman has obviously been waiting for this opportunity for a long time, and did not mean to make things difficult for the man at all. Not waiting for the other party to kneel down, immediately caught the ring. The two embraced despite the uproar from the crowd. At that exact moment, the large mussel spat out an oversized blister. Then the crystal glittering mussel flesh wriggled, revealing a round, incomparably bright and dazzling bead. Wow! Look! What's that? Is it a pearl? It's a bead. Oh my god! This bead is so big and beautiful. Oma! Is this the legendary old clam spitting out pearls? But this bead is too beautiful, isn't it? Even the night pearl is not this beautiful. It's too beautiful. Too dreamy. The women present almost all screamed. Su Qingya also covered her mouth in excitement, her eyes full of surprise, only to see that in the center of that big mussel, the most plump mussel meat, an egg-sized, bright as a star bead, flickering and refracting a magnificent light. After getting close, the bead appeared even more round, smooth and watery, radiant. Outside is a layer of water patterns, inside is more cloudy mountains and mist, and also in the non-stop swaying, as if the beads hidden inside the spiritual mountain on the human smoke. The old man in national costume was even more shaken, and opened his mouth to recite an apt and incomparable verse. The mountains look colored from afar, but the water is silent from close by. As soon as this sentence came out, everyone was in a trance, as if they had merged into the scene. It was as if they had entered the mysterious world composed of a pearl and a clam. The entire hotel also became quiet all of a sudden. But then, everyone was eager. The scene was once again clamoring. This scene was recorded by many people. Even the couple hugging together was recorded. Then, it was sent to a certain tone, a certain hand. Surprised to see 100-years-old mussels, the spirit of the boy on the scene to propose to success. The old mussel spits out pearls, witnessing true love among men. A rich girl, in search of a mussel, dumped $3 million. These titles are like a tornado, quickly swept the major network platforms. Teasing on the sound, just 2 minutes has already broken 10,000 likes. The ones that were forwarded for comments were even more miserably, rising by a few thousand. I go, this mussel is so big? This is to rank in the immortal class ah? Upstairs excessive. This old mussel is obviously only the stage of Dan. Cannot see that bright and shiny inner Dan? Go go go. Don't talk nonsense. You watch this video. This old clam is too spiritual. The two just embraced together. It's spit beads. This is really witnessing true love? Identification is complete. The two are true love. All shut up. I just want to know, such a big mussel, also pregnant with a super big pearl, 3 million can buy it? Snort. $3 million? Did you just wake up? This 3 million, people rich girl was originally used to buy mussels, and is not the final price, and now found that mussels pregnant beads, or egg-sized beads, the world is unique. You think 3 million can buy? Old iron has no problem. Do you know the Melaleuca bead? The bead that grows inside the conch, auctioned in Hong Kong in 2003, 104 carats fetched $2.7 million, which is just a little bit bigger than a coin, and you polish your eyes to see how big this bead is, not to mention the carat. I'm afraid that it can be counted with 2 weight, right? And it's so beautiful? Isn't it better than the melody bead? I'm your mother. 1 carat is only 0.2 grams, 100 carats is 20 grams. If this bead is priced at this price, I'm afraid it will start at $10 million. Any experts? Expert, come out and explain. I'm the owner of Noble Jewelry. Can you send me the address of this bead? I'm willing to buy it for $8 million. What? $8 million? $8 million to buy this clam is fine. Beads don't think about it. People are not little cute. That's right. This bead I want $10 million. Who has the address or contact information? Can you find the owner of this mussel? I, Pang's Jewelry Auction House, can promise that as long as the auction is conducted with us, absolutely no commission will be taken. I can bid $50,000 for the address, $60,000 for a private address. I'll go. I'm going. The internet is blowing up. Someone is going to pay a sky-high price for the pearls. Inside the hotel, several of the people who had posted the videos were red-faced and almost jumped up in excitement. Just these few videos made them get the attention of large tens of thousands of people in a short period of time, and they quickly caught fire. There were even quite a few people who directly sent private messages, making large transfers and requesting real addresses. Yet, heavenly price? The rich girl panicked when she heard this, and hurriedly said to Su Qingya, "Boss, 4 million. I'll offer 4 million. Can you sell me the big mussel? I like it too much." What are you thinking? $4 million? It shot up to 10 million in 2 minutes online. That's right. This pearl is unparalleled in the world. It's definitely more precious than the melody pearl. $4 million? How dare you say it? The rich girl's face flushed, but still held a hopeful look towards Su Qingya. Only unfortunately, she was going to be disappointed. Su Qingya shook her head and forced herself to say, "Sorry, the large muscles are not for sale for now." The old man in national costume also sighed. "This pearl, I'm afraid it's not something that an ordinary person can afford. It's rare in the world. This size, this character, it's enough to be called the first pearl of the East." Since teacher opened his mouth, I'll also add a color to it. $15 million. Li Ronghui laughed, but he knew in his heart, this $15 million, I'm afraid that the word dollars should be added to the end, in order to match the starting price of this pearl. Li Dong is really joking. Su Qingya smiled and shook her head. Everything today, even for her, was considered a big ups and downs. Before this, she was planning to keep the big muscle as the treasure of the town store, and was only prepared to understand the market and make up the difference to Chu Chiu. But the moment the old muscle spat out the pearl, Su Qingya understood. This big muscle, she could not keep. After all, a large muscle alone could be speculated to several $1 million, plus a world-rare large pearl. The total value is incalculable. In the hotel is too unsafe. Besides, this big muscle, strictly speaking, is not considered her. Su Qingya. She is only equivalent to the first place to deposit, and does not have the ownership of the large muscles. And now, with such a large pearl, she had to find Chu Chiu to discuss it. Chapter 13. In one day, I became a millionaire? But this matter came suddenly. Su Qingya hadn't sorted out her thoughts yet, so she didn't notify Chu Chiu at the first opportunity. Instead, within the first hour, the security guards of all levels were drawn to the hall for a 24-hour tight guard. Despite this, the hotel lobby was still a hot scene, and a group of tired security guards were sweating profusely. Among them, those who took photos and recorded videos were simply endless, and the degree of fire was comparable to the fans of big stars receiving the airplane. This hot situation, until 7 o'clock in the evening, only a little stop, and at this time, Li Ronghui and the others' banquet also ended. A group of people, accompanied by Su Qingya, walked outside the hotel with red faces, praising them as they walked. This trip to Miss Su's hotel has really opened our eyes and filled our mouths. It's not a wasted trip. That's right, the red-hot big red carp, the huge big muscles, and the big pearl that is surrounded by clouds and mountains. It is indeed an eye-opener. The hotel meals are also very reminiscent. Wild Crucian carp soup, wild golden carp, wild Wong prickly fish, that flavor, much more delicious than what big lobster big abalone. It is true that it is still the wild taste is good. Right. Especially the wild crab. That is called a tender and delicious. There are even 2 full crab yolk. It is really a pleasant surprise. Ha 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 ha. In the future when the hotel has this kind of good stuff again, Ms. Su must remember to inform us. If not for the fact that I'm too full today, I really want to eat 2 more crabs. A few old directors quickly don't boast. It's only you big bosses who are all tired of eating seafood and occasionally change your tastes to feel so. Su Qingya revealed a very infectious smile and happily said, but in the future, if we really receive good goods, Qingya will definitely notify you all at the first time, and at that time, a few old directors will have to reward your face. Honor, definitely honor. The crowd laughed out loud before they left in satisfaction. Yun Sheng, dressed as a secretary, winked at Su Qingya and followed behind Li Ronghui to the car. Soon, Su Qingya's cell phone shook and received a message from the other party. This banquet was well organized. The several old managers were very satisfied and didn't lose the face of the sisters, especially the big muscles and big pearls, can be called heirloom treasures. Once the news spreads, countless rich people will rush to your hotel. It's hard for your hotel not to be on fire. Really have you? That's right, don't look at who sis is. Su Qingya immediately smiled smugly. Shay, Yunsheng returned a ghostly face, putting away her cell phone. The smile on Su Qingya's face did not diminish. This banquet could be said to have earned the hotel's reputation an explosive boost. It was sure that it would soon be circulated in some rich and powerful circles, and by taking advantage of a hot topic figure like Li Ronghui, the River City TV station would also have a relevant report soon, especially in today's stall. The hotel even appeared in the big red carp, big mussels, and big pearls and other rare treasures. Let's not talk about the far away. At least the whole River City will certainly cause a sensation. Thinking of this, while Su Qingya was happy, she was actually jealous of Chu Chiu. Chu Chiu. Do you know how much of a change you have brought to the hotel because of you alone? Do you know that you are now, by conservative estimation, a multimillionaire? Too lucky. If I were as lucky as you, perhaps I would have gotten rid of my family's bondage a long time ago. Boss. Right at this moment, the receptionist suddenly trotted out in her high heels and shouted from a long distance. Boss, go back and take a look. The front desk is bursting at the seams with calls, all of them wanting to order food at the hotel and come to watch the big mussels and pearls. There are also many tycoons, treasure dealers, and major auction houses, all of them have called the hotel, asking to speak with you. What? When Su Qingya heard this, her entire body froze. Boss, you're busy greeting customers. I'm afraid that you don't even know that the internet is about to blow up until now, right? The female receptionist said with some tears and laughter. Now all the major video websites, Teasing Sound, A Certain Hand, B Station, have all appeared the video shot inside our hotel, and the click rate and playback volume is astonishingly large, directly ranked in the top 10 of the major short video platforms. Now our hotel's location, phone number, and even your picture, boss, have all been circulated across the platform. After the female receptionist at the front desk finished speaking, Su Qingya's entire body sucked in a breath and quickly walked towards the hotel. Go inform the back kitchen. Everyone expedite the food preparation. Also, count the inventory. Not enough to hurry up and find a way to purchase, Su Qingya said quickly as she walked. Fortunately, Chu Qiu had caught a lot of crabs and fish, and they were in full character, all wild. Otherwise, when the customer traffic poured into the hotel later, there was nothing to show for it. It would be a joke. Originally this batch of wild big crabs, she was planning to use for publicity. Now well, the province. Walking into the hotel, Su Qingya looked at the busy and sweaty security guards and directly announced, there's a big traffic coming in a while, so everyone work a little harder. At night each person rewarded 200 bonus. Security guards each 300. Yay, great, a bonus in your first month of work. Boss, thank you, boss. The hotel staff all cheered happily. Su Qingya smiled and didn't tell them that the person they should really thank was Chu Qiu. As a matter of fact, everyone in the hotel today, including her as the boss, were all dipped in Chu Qiu's light. And right now, she was just going to go to the office to call and tell Chu Qiu the good news. Walking into the office, Su Qingya took a deep breath and dialed Chu Qiu's number. Hello, big beautiful Su? The phone rang twice and connected, and Chu Qiu's surprised voice came out. It seemed surprised that at this time of the day, Su Qingya would still call him. Chu Qiu, the great red carp has been sold. Su Qingya's voice was a bit excited, and she directly opened the door and said. Chu Qiu was slightly surprised. Sold out? That fast? How much was sold? 660,000. Cough. More. How much? Upon hearing this price, Chu Qiu had just taken a sip of water and immediately choked out, a face full of incredulity. If a large mussel was sold for 660,000, Chu Qiu would not be surprised at all, but a large red carp, at the ideal price in his mind, could be sold for 150,000 or 160,000, and it would already be very good. 660,000? He didn't even dare to think about it. You didn't hear it wrong. It's 660,000. Hearing Su Qingya's reconfirmation, Chu Qiu was ecstatic inside. Doesn't this mean that within one day today, I've harvested millions? Become a millionaire? Chu Qiu was thrilled. If this were to be placed in the past, clocking in and out of work, I'm afraid that he would have to struggle for at least a few decades before he would be able to do so. But what about now? After possessing the Jiao Dragon Inner Dan, he had used just one day's time to exchange for all of this. This happiness, it came so damn fast. Millionaire? Chu Qiu, do you have some misunderstanding about yourself? Su Qingya didn't have the good sense to say, did you not brush the teaser all afternoon today? Chapter 14, I'm on fire? Brush teasing sound? Chu Qiu was a bit surprised. This afternoon he had been quietly moving bricks, preparing for his big plan to make money, which had that free time to brush the teasing sound off. Besides, brush the sound in addition to let him drink poisonous chicken soup. Can let him get rich? Can it make him rich? Wouldn't it smell good to go down to the river and catch some fish if he had that time? I usually don't brush the teasing sound, Chu Qiu said back. No wonder. Su Qingya covered her forehead and spoke extremely fast, then hurry up and open teasing voice to see. You're already on fire now? And it's a big fire. So fire that the entire online platform is brushing you. I'm on fire? Chu Qiu was confused by what he heard. Where is this going? Right. Also not right. Su Qingya was a bit speechless. Her own emperor was not in a hurry, and she was even brought off the rhythm by the other party. Su Qingya closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Only then did her thoughts clear up and said, to be exact, it's not that you're on fire, but the big mussels you caught are on fire. Now the teasing sound, B-Station and some other short video platforms have been triggered by the video taken by your big mussels, and the various titles are all 10 million hot. Do you know how sought after the big mussels are now? Do you know how many rich people have left messages on the internet, wanting to buy it? And the bidding price for the Great River mussel alone has soared to over $8 million, and the pearl nurtured in its body is currently the pearl of the most, has been revealed by an expert. This rare pearl, conservative starting bidding price, also half to 10 million, and it is a US dollar. So, Don't say in front of me that you are some kind of millionaire. That way I feel like you are insulting me. After saying that, Su Qingya exhaled a long breath, and on the other end of the phone, after listening to Su Qingya's words, Chucho's entire person was petrified in place. The large muscle was on fire? The internet bidding was over $8 million? It also had a rare pearl hidden inside it, and a conservative starting bid would require $10 million? Or is it a U.S. dollar? So in one day, I won't become a millionaire, but a multi-millionaire? Chucho's entire body was numb, shocked by this news. It was really because this news was too strong to know that before today, his bank card deposit, it was only $50,000 to $60,000, now in an instant became a multi-millionaire. The span in between was just too big. There was an extremely unreal feeling. I'm going to brush teasing voice. Half a day later, Chucho popped out a sentence, directly hanging up WeChat. Chucho now needed to see it with his own eyes and hear it with his own ears to be able to believe this news. Su Qingya didn't get angry either, but instead held his cell phone and quietly waited for Chucho to call him back. Because of this kind of thing, anyone else would have trouble calming down. Opening shake. Chucho directly went to look at the teaser hot list. Just a glance swept past. Chucho couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air, only to see the teasing sound hot list, and the big muscle big pearl related titles. There are as many as 6 or 7, almost dominating the entire hot list. Expert explanation, the first pearl of the Orient, worth over $100 million. Surprise, the world's largest pearl, appeared in the hotel. The old muscle spits out pearls, witnessing true love among men. Rich girl, in search of a clam, wildly dumped $3 million. Looking at this 110 million hot title, Chucho forced himself to hold back his excitement and clicked on the top of the list. Expert commentary. The video opened in the lobby of the Towel Hotel. It could be seen that the entire hotel was overcrowded and the noise was loud. The person who shot this video obviously had specialized HD equipment that captured the fantastic beauty of the large muscles in the seascape tank, especially the pearls inside the belly of the big muscles, glittering and cloudy mountains. That egg-sized volume was extremely eye-catching. Even Chucho himself was mesmerized by the sight of such magnificent pearls. At the same time, he also recognized at first glance that the large muscle in the video was indeed the one he had caught, and underneath the video was the expert commentary that was topped with the most likes. This pearl is definitely the world's largest known, the most beautiful, the most honorable body pearl. There is no second. Even if it is put up for auction in China, its value is also incalculable. The starting price, at least $10 million US dollars. If placed in an international auction, it will definitely attract the royals of various countries to scramble for it, and fetch an unprecedented sky-high price. The expert finally also expressed his hope that this pearl would become the most dazzling first pearl of the Orient, and could exist in the country forever, not to be photographed by outsiders. This is the first pearl of the Orient, is deservedly the world's first. Foreign countries want to shoot away? Really, when my great dynasty no one? In the expert commentary below, there are even more countless people in the follow-up comment. That's right, my heavenly pearl, is not a person outside the world can get. This kind of pearl is simply the national pearl of my celestial dynasty. Outsiders want to shoot it away and flaunt it in the international arena. Don't think about it. That's right, support the experts. There were even countless beautiful and wealthy women who left messages. Oh my god, this is definitely the best looking and biggest pearl in the world. I want it so much, so envious of the owner of this pearl. I heard that this big muscle was salvaged by a young fisherman. I don't know if he is handsome. I want to adopt him. Thinking beautiful, people have this pearl. What kind of women can't find? What do you care about a rich woman? I just want to know when this pearl will be auctioned. This kind of rare pearl, even if it can't be auctioned, I want to feel its magnificent beauty up close. Ha ha ha, I saw other videos. This pearl is currently in the Central Plains, a 5-star hotel in River City. Everyone grouped to go it's so beautiful. I want it so much. Too bad I can't afford it. I want it too. But I know I don't have much hope for the pearl. I hope that after taking the pearl, I can shoot this big muscle. Unlikely. This big muscle is too old. The pearl is so big. The connection between the two is too deep. It is estimated that after taking the pearl, the big muscle won't survive. Then what to do? What to do? Looking at these comments, and watching several other videos one after another, Chucho took a deep breath, and his eyes exploded with a thick light of surprise. Really? This was all true? Wealthy. This was a real fortune. Chucho didn't expect to be so lucky either. After catching a rare large muscle, he actually obtained an even rarer large treasure pearl. Ha ha ha. Chucho jumped up in ecstasy and laughed openly. $10 million US. If converted into RMB, that would be over $60 million. And this was only the starting price of the pearl. Who knows what the final selling price would be? It could be 100 million. It could be 200 million, or even more. Can he not be happy? He was rich in one day, wasn't he? But immediately after, Chu Chiu calmed down again. This was a huge fortune, and I'm afraid that it would attract a great deal of attention from society. The current himself, no one and no power. He didn't want to be noticed too soon, so how to deal with it? Have to be well thought out. Chapter 15, An Open Life. No explanation needed. There. After rubbing his head and thinking for a while, Chu Chiu's eyes suddenly lit up, thinking of Su Qingya and her woman's grand hotel. A program with an extremely high degree of feasibility took shape in his heart. Chu Chiu immediately called the other party's WeChat, and in his first sentence, he said in a shocking manner, "Miss Su, I don't want the big muscles and pearls." "What did you say?" Su Qingya's expression was shocked, doubting if she had heard wrong. "You didn't hear wrong," Chu Chiu categorically said. "This large muscle, and the pearls inside the muscle, I don't want them all." "Chu Chiu, do you know what you're saying? Are you crazy?" "I'm not joking. I don't want the big muscle and the pearl. I'll give them all to you." Chu Chiu took a deep breath and continued. "Of course, not for nothing. I'm going to trade them for 51% of the shares of the woman hotel." "What did you say?" When Su Qingya heard this, her face instantly became taut and her tone was cold. "You want to trade them for 51% of the hotel's shares? This is never possible. I'm telling you, no one can even think of hitting my hotel." Su Qingya's reaction was huge, and she even almost hung up Chu Chiu's phone in annoyance. It was because the Tall Grand Hotel was the only way she had to get rid of her family's bondage. She did not allow anyone to plot against the hotel. "Miss Su, don't misunderstand me. I'm not trying to disadvantage the hotel, but I'm trying to carry out a cooperation that will be beneficial to both parties." Chu Chiu heard that the other party was resistant and immediately explained. "Keep your cool for a moment and listen to me carefully. Since you're opening a hotel, you must be doing it to make money, right? But as far as I understand, the Tall Grand Hotel has also only been open for less than a month, and its reputation and fame can only be considered average. Under these circumstances, it's difficult for the Grand Women's Hotel to recoup its funds, let alone make a profit in the short term. But now with the big muscles, the big pearls, this series of gimmicks appeared. The hotel's popularity, it can be said that in a very short period of time, almost the whole network is known. It can be imagined that the hotel will see an explosive growth in business for a long time to come. The benefits that this will bring are incalculable. However, once I take away the large muscles, I'm afraid that the hotel's business will directly plummet. "You're threatening me?" Su Qingya's eyes blazed. Chu Chiu shook his head. "No, this is not a threat, but an indisputable fact. Furthermore, this large muscle and pearl, which is a rare thing in the world, if it is brought to auction, it is enough to fetch an astronomical price of $1 to $200 million, and to use it to purchase half of the hotel's shares, I think it will definitely be enough. And with half of the shares, in exchange for such a large return of funds, for you can even invest in a 3-star or even 4-star hotel again, and the money is still the same as earned. Why not?" Listening to Chu Chiu's eloquent speech, Su Qingya opened her mouth, but she did not know how to say it. Standing on top of benefits, Chu Chiu's approach was indeed extremely favorable to her. It was important to know that the total investment of the Women's Grand Hotel was only $300 million, and according to the explanations of the major experts on the internet, once the pearl was auctioned, I'm afraid that it would be worth no less than $200 million. With $200 million, only 51% of the shares. Obviously Chu Chiu ate a great loss. However, in this way, the Women's Grand Hotel no longer belonged to her personally in its entirety. However, with these $200 million back, she could again invest in another 3-star or 4-star hotel like Chu Chiu said. This way, on the surface, she would have 2 high-grade hotels, which would increase her right to speak in the family. However, once she thought about the 5-star hotel that she had single-handedly built up, to have an additional major shareholder, Su Qingya was still a bit hesitant. But right at this moment, Chu Chiu spoke again. "Miss Su, I can guarantee you that after I become a shareholder of the hotel, I will only be responsible for holding shares and distributing dividends, and I will never meddle in the management of the hotel. In addition, I can attach 2 additional benefits to you. First, I can guarantee that the big muscle will remain alive in the hotel after taking the bead. I believe that you should be very clear about the benefits of this. Second, I can provide the hotel with high-quality aquatic products steadily and for a long time, just like today's wild big crabs, big carp and so on. Of course, it's not a free offer, but it needs to be purchased on the hotel's public account. How about it? Adding these 2 conditions, what do you think?" Finishing all these in one breath, Chu Chiu could not help but feel a trace of nervousness in his heart. After all, he had never done business before, and now that he was suddenly handling such a big deal, and it was related to his own personal interests, he couldn't help but be nervous. "What did you say?" However, after Su Qingya heard the two benefits he said, she abruptly exclaimed, Chu Qiu, are you sure what you just said is true? Are you really able to guarantee that the muscle won't die after taking the pearl? Are you really able to provide a long-term stable supply of quality goods? Su Qingya's attitude suddenly turned sharply and said, Chu Qiu, if what you said can really be done, we can sign the share subscription contract tomorrow. No, tonight, we can sign it tonight. At this moment, Su Qingya was a little excited. How big the gimmick of the big muscle was could be seen from the reactions across the internet. Once it was still alive after taking the bead, I'm afraid the gimmick would be even more sufficient. It was even possible that it would breed beads again, and when it was raised within the hotel, it could pull in a steady stream of customers. There is also the quality of the source, is definitely the lifeblood of a high-class hotel. Now that the Women's Grand Hotel had its reputation and fame, the only thing it lacked the most was a quality source of goods. When Chu Qiu's two conditions came out, it simply pinched Su Qingya's dead center. The hesitation in Su Qingya's heart immediately disappeared. After all, what Chu Qiu said was right. Opening a hotel was to make money. If she couldn't make money, what say did she have in the family? What to talk about personal freedom? Don't worry, since I said it, I will definitely be able to do it. This point can be written into the contract. Listening to Su Qingya's reaction, Chu Qiu also couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. After all, it was a huge sum of $1 to $200 million. How could it not be at ease when placed in the hands? It was still safer to exchange it for industrial shares. Moreover, it can also generate money with money. There is no harm in it. This way, the face of the lazy have, but also to save people said to be a profiteer. As for Su Qingya's concern about how he would do it, with the Jiao Long inner Dan in his body, this is called a matter? Other than that, just today an afternoon of quietly moving bricks. The pond has been put into no less than 1,000 crabs and various fish, and not surprisingly, after refining the spiritual water nourishment, these crabs and fish will not only accelerate the growth, the taste and flavor will also beat any kind of aquatic products on the market. This was Chu Qiu's confidence. An enlightened life did not need an explanation. In the end, the two of them discussed and finalized the details of the share subscription and decided to sign the contract tomorrow at the hotel. Right, Chu Qiu, what do you think about the pearl auction? After everything was discussed, Su Qingya couldn't help but solicit Chu Qiu once again. Placed a few minutes ago, Su Qingya had it most symbolically informed Chu Qiu, the specific process and arrangement. She still had a hand in it and was in full control, but now was different. Chu Qiu had already become the hotel's major shareholder, which couldn't help but let her pay attention to Chu Qiu's opinions and views. Chapter 16, Let me be the hotel's marketing planner? Su Qingya also sighed. In one day, Chu Qiu had jumped from a small fisherman to becoming the major shareholder of his own hotel. He was on par with himself, directly going up to the pinnacle that ordinary people could not go up to in a lifetime. At this point, even she was envious, because compared to Chu Qiu, her life was not free. Chu Qiu also discovered Su Qingya's change in attitude, and naturally, he was secretly incomparably happy inwardly. Before today, a beauty of Su Qingya's caliber was still high up and out of reach for him, just like the frog at the bottom of the well and the swan. One could only ever watch without being looked at by the other party for even a single glance. But now, the other party was using the tone of solicitation, discussing matters with himself on the phone. This feeling really shouldn't be too good. Chu Qiu didn't fall off the wagon either, and opened his mouth with a flavor of swagger. Pearl auction is inevitable. After all, you want to return the money well, but before the auction, we can bring the impact of the pearls, as much as possible to maximize the use. Oh, then how do you plan to utilize it? Su Qingya asked with interest, not without the intention of examining. Chu Qiu sensed this and didn't shy away, replying, it's very simple. Just don't release the news that the pearl is going to be auctioned, and let it continue to ferment on the internet, attracting customer traffic. I believe that with the gimmick of the first pearl of the Orient in place, coupled with the combination of large muscles that can be called gigantic, it will surely attract more tourists in the country, and the hotel's traffic will surely continue to skyrocket, bringing the hotel huge revenues. And as long as we don't let up, the major tycoons, jewelers, auction houses, and all these existences will feel like they have a chance to take advantage of the situation, and continue to throw olive branches at us, or come to visit the hotel openly and secretly. These people can be big tycoons. The expenses of coming to the hotel once is estimated to be able to match the hotel's marketing for a day, so this can both create revenue and benefit from the hype. Wouldn't it be more enjoyable? It can be. Chu Qiu, I really didn't think that you're actually still a deeply hidden marketing expert. Chu Qiu's words immediately surprised Su Qingya. In particular, Chu Qiu's psychological dissection of all parties was not inferior to some of the mall toughs, making her feel impressed. Su Qingya suddenly felt that Chu Qiu being a major shareholder of a hotel, only responsible for holding shares and dividends. Wasn't it a bit of a pearl in the rough? A little bit of humble opinion. It doesn't enter the eyes of Sue's great beauty. Hearing Su Qingya's praise, Chucho's vanity was greatly satisfied and became more confident, only to hear this goods then eloquently said, "Of course, anything, once time passes, the heat is gone, so once the hotel's traffic begins to shrink significantly, we have to take advantage of the afterglow and proceed to auction the pearls, so that we can once again set off a heat, and the location of the auction will be chosen in our own hotel. By then a large number of rich and famous women, superstars and big names, will gather at the hotel, which will undoubtedly push the hotel's reputation and popularity to a peak, and become the glorious history of our hotel. We can also take this opportunity to build the hotel's image, form the hotel's culture and heritage, to create our own brand effect, and pave the way for investing in a chain of outlets in the future. Well, the above is my personal opinion. What do you think?" After saying that, Chucho suddenly realized, how was there no sound on the phone? Big beautiful Sue? Are you listening? Why don't you say anything? Is there something wrong with what I said? Chucho was puzzled. Just as he was secretly guessing, Su Qingya's voice suddenly rang out. "Chucho, I suddenly realized that it's really too wasteful and condescending for you to only be a shareholder holding shares and sharing dividends. Why don't you consider thinking about it, and take on a part-time role as the hotel's marketing planner? Our hotel has just opened, and we really lack talents like you." "What?" Chucho was dumbfounded. "I just casually said 2 sentences, and I have to be the marketing planner of a 5-star hotel? When did I become so powerful? When did I become so good at this? I've been in Magic City for 7 years, but it turns out that I've stepped into the wrong line of work." "Chucho, the hotel is newly opened. It's the right time to use people. You are at least the major shareholder of the hotel. Make a contribution, okay? Also, you're a big man. Can't you bear to see me, a weak woman, go to war? We are partners now. We are in the same boat." Seeing that Chucho didn't speak, Su Qingya directly used the woman's unique killer tactic, that gentle to the extreme tone, with a hint of the flavor of a plea that I feel sorry for, instantly caused Chucho's blood to speed up. This woman can really kill. In the end, Chucho lost the battle and agreed to temporarily serve as the hotel's marketing planning director. But then again, being able to be recognized by a goddess of Su Qingya's level, Chucho's heart was still very cool, not to mention that the hotel itself also had a part of him. As the saying goes, 100 years of cultivating the same boat, 1,000 years of cultivating the same pillow. Big beautiful Sue, now that we are ferrying on the same boat, do you think it counts as having had 100 years of good luck? With some exchanges, the relationship between the two of them pulled in a lot. Chucho also felt relaxed and couldn't help but flirt. "Bah, who has had 100 years of good luck with you? You men really don't have a good thing. All think of taking advantage of women. No more, the hotel is going to be busy. Remember to come over tomorrow to sign the contract." Su Qingya spat and hurriedly hung up the phone. Afterward, somehow thinking, she even ghostly clicked on Chucho's selfie avatar and looked at it. The looks are not bad, but the real person looks better than the photo. Suddenly realizing her actions, Su Qingya's face reddened and secretly spat. "Bah, what was I thinking?" On the other side, Chucho looked at the hung-up cell phone and hemmed and hawed. He could clearly feel that Su Qingya's attitude towards himself was much different. The distance between the two people, in just less than half an hour, had pulled in a large amount, and with the signing of the contract tomorrow, the distance between the two would be even closer in the future. I wonder if some different sparks would rub off. In this regard, Chucho's heart was incomparably looking forward to it. So the next day, Chucho woke up early, without even looking at the fish pond behind the house. He rode his own Yachty electric car and ran to the city. Half an hour later, Chucho appeared in Su Qingya's office. Today, Chucho was wearing a white sportswear, and the whole person appeared handsome and sunny, full of vigor, especially after the transformation of the Jiaolong inner Dan. His face was even more defined, and his body was even more of a natural clothes rack. Standing in the office, he had his own distinctive temperament. Su Qingya couldn't help but freeze when she saw such a Chucho. "Big beautiful Sue? It's not like I won't recognize you after changing my clothes, right?" Chucho joked. Su Qingya instantly blushed and spat. "Stinking poor. I'll recognize you even if you're wearing a layer of pig skin. Isn't it just coming to sign a contract? Are you as dressed up like a blind date?" Su Qingya blankly glanced at him without any good humor. Chucho heatedly smiled and said, "So you recognize me as handsome? Less poor. Sign the contract." Su Qingya crossed her eyes and took out a contract and placed it in front of Chucho. Chucho picked up the contract and roughly read it once. There were no problems. Then with a few swipes, he signed his big name and pressed his handprint. Until this moment, Chucho's heart burst out with an incomparable joy. After 7 years of being a laborer, Now he had an industry of his own. From today onwards, you are the major shareholder of the woman hotel. Signing the contract, Suchinya stood up with a complicated face and reached out her hand. Welcome, thank you. I hope we get along well in the future. Chucho shook Suchinya's soft little hand, and a gray wolf's smile appeared on his face. Suchinya was also keenly aware that Chucho was saying have a good time together, not a good cooperation. She couldn't help but blush slightly, spit, and drew back her palm, not knowing if it was an illusion. Suchinya always felt that today's Chucho was constantly exuding a different charm. Chapter 17. Come to so many people? Is it a blind date or a pafty? And seeing Suchinya's face blush, Chucho was also secretly happy in his heart. Big beautiful Su, since I've become the hotel's major shareholder, would you see if you're not organizing a welcome ceremony? Like you and I having a dinner together, talking about the future together or something? Chucho said with glowing eyes. It's only 8 in the morning. Suchinya couldn't help but blankly glance at him, feeling like she had led the wolf into the house. After this guy became the major shareholder of the hotel, he was obviously greasier than before. Then why don't we have breakfast together? Chucho played the spirit of perseverance. Seeing that Suchinya's expression was somewhat hesitant, she seemed to have the intention of agreeing. Chucho's heart was slightly pleased. As a result, right at this critical moment, the broken cell phone in his pocket suddenly buzzed and vibrated. Suchinya's expression instantly loosened and said with a smile, "You'd better answer the phone first." Since she was a child, she hadn't really eaten alone with a male, so for Chucho to make this request still caused her some pressure. Alright then, I'll answer the phone first. Chucho sighed helplessly, taking out his cell phone. It was actually an unfamiliar number. Chucho slightly hesitated, but still pressed the answer button. Hello, may I ask who is it? You are Chucho, right? A female voice came from the phone. I'm the blind date that Auntie Wang introduced to you. Lin Still. Lin Still? Chucho slightly froze, glanced at the number, and said suspiciously, did you change your number? No, this is my girlfriend's cell phone number. I arrived late yesterday and forgot to charge my cell phone. Oh yes, my time is very urgent. There is a classmate party in the evening, so we only have time to meet this morning. I heard from my classmates that there's a women's grand hotel in our river city, and it made big news yesterday. It seems to be quite hot, so let's choose to meet there. Lin Still said to herself. Meet at the Grand Woman Hotel? Chucho frowned after hearing that. It's just a blind date. Why do you need to come to a 5-star grand hotel? Right, and I'm going to bring 2 girlfriends and classmates at that time. You won't have a problem with that, right? Lin Still said rightfully. Chucho's brows frowned tighter. The two sides did not know each other, and the first blind date was even arranged at a 5-star grand hotel? Was this kind of 5-star grand hotel something that ordinary people could afford? Chucho didn't believe that before coming to the blind date, Lin Still wouldn't be able to understand her family's financial situation, and to bring her girlfriends and classmates on a blind date? It's okay if you bring an elder relative, but what the hell are girlfriends and classmates? However, for the sake of emotion, Chucho did not refute. Instead, he said, okay, then it's settled. See you at the women's hotel, right, as an explanation to his own old mom. However, after hanging up the phone, Chucho realized Suchinya was staring at herself with a playful face. Someone seems to have been hit by me, dressed up like this. He really came for a blind date, even picking the address at his own hotel. It's really both business and blind date, Suchinya said with a snicker. It's purely by chance. Chucho smiled awkwardly. It seems that you and I won't be able to have this meal today. Mother's order is hard to disobey. A kiss is a must. Then I wish you a happy blind date. Suchinya elegantly smiled, then suddenly remembered something, immediately waved her hand and said, oh right, I almost forgot. I still have to transfer a sum of money to you. Yesterday's business in the hotel was too hot. I gave busy forgetting. It's the money from selling the big red carp. $660,000. After removing the draw, I'll make up the difference of $500,000 to you. While speaking, Suchinya quickly opened her computer and completed the transfer with a single operation. Immediately following, Chucho received a transfer message from the bank. Your tail number 7588 card. ICBC income, other bank remittance, 50,000 yuan. Balance 115,4360,00 yuan. The other party's account name, Suchinya. The other party's account tail number 6316. Looking at the balance of more than $1 million on the bank card, Chucho suddenly turned from clouds to sunshine. This was a real visible and tangible RMB. It was too good to be true. Thanks to your blessing, not only was the hotel's business full yesterday, even the occupancy rate of the guest rooms reached more than 70%. This kind of occupancy rate, in a small 3rd or 4th tier city like River City, is simply unbelievable. Mentioning the scene of the hotel's fire yesterday, Su Qingya couldn't help but have a bright smile on her face. And the turnover of just one night yesterday had already exceeded the total revenue of more than half a month since opening. And the hotel's bookings on the internet were also full, even up to 2 weeks later. It can be expected that in the next 2 weeks, and even with the continued fermentation of the mussel pearls, at least 2 or 3 months, the hotel will show a full state. Conservatively estimated, the hotel's monthly revenue in such a state would even be higher than that of a hotel of the same level in a first or second tier city. It was hard not to let Su Qingya feel surprised. Chucho also followed suit and was overjoyed. Because the hotel's business was better, he would be able to share more money. On the other hand, inside a certain hotel, Lin still put down her phone in contempt after she passed the phone call with Chucho. Snort. This Chucho even agreed? What kind of conditions of your own family? Don't you have any points in your own heart? Lin still laughed coldly. She had already learned from Auntie Wang that the other party was nothing more than an ordinary salaryman's family with a not-so-high income. Her request to meet at the 5-star hotel was to let Chucho take the initiative to retreat, so that she can also have an explanation. It was just that this Chucho was dead set on losing face and actually agreed. Ha, what a swollen face. In that case, don't blame me for not being polite. Lin still hummed disdainfully and sent out a voice to the group of classmates. Old classmates, didn't you guys say that the women's hotel has some big colored clams and pearls? I'm going there for a blind date today. But don't say I didn't give you guys a chance. Raise your claws if you're willing to go. What? Still, you're going to a 5-star hotel for a blind date? No way. Really? Your first blind date is in such an upscale place like a 5-star hotel? Lin still, you're so awesome. What's the name of your date? Can we really go there together? Yes. Still, is it appropriate for us to go? The female classmates in the group at each other. You're all my old classmates. What's inappropriate? Lin still said casually. Besides, I didn't want to go to any blind date in the first place. It's all because my mom had to force me to come back. And the other party's family conditions are so average that I can't even look at them. No way? The first blind date is in a high-class place like the women's hotel. The family conditions will be poor? Yes, the women's hotel is the only 5-star hotel in River City. Where can ordinary people afford to spend money? A few classmates were a bit disbelieving after hearing this. Why would I lie to you? Lin still disdainfully said. I learned about it when I came back. Their family used to be fishers. After the policy changed, they all went out to do hard labor. A family that's all ordinary wage earners. What kind of big success can they have? It's estimated that at the end of their lives, they won't be able to afford a good house. I don't want to follow them to suffer and be poor. Lin still went on to sneer. And going to a 5-star hotel was something I brought up. The purpose was to make him take the initiative to back off. But he just swelled his face and agreed to a crisp, wasting each other's time. He deserved his bad luck. Being eaten by our big family. How about it? Do any of you not want to go? Lin still asked superiorly. Go go go. There's such a good opportunity to eat a big family. Not going for nothing. That's right. Such a good opportunity. Little cutie. I'm not going. Good. Or we are still good enough. Such a good opportunity can bring us. A group of classmates and girlfriends were constantly complimenting each other. As the fringe of the group of classmates, Li Xiaoye was a bit intolerant. After hesitating, she couldn't help but say, still, is this really a good idea? After all, the expenses of a 5-star hotel are too great, and people aren't exactly capable people. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he was interrupted by his classmate. I say you, after so many years, why are you still acting like a saintess? No wonder you can't find a boyfriend until now. That's right, if you don't want to go, no one is pulling you. But you won't be able to enter the circle of sisters in the future. That's right, and we're eating the fact that he's not capable of doing anything. And he's not capable of doing anything to us after eating a big family like this. A group of students said excitedly in the group. Li Xiaoye secretly sighed, thinking that since she was Lin Still's deskmate, she would go this once. As for the future, it's fine if these classmates don't see each other. After making an appointment, the crowd cheerfully carpooled to the hotel and booked a private room. A few minutes later, Chu Cho received the message and went downstairs. According to the box number Lin Still said, walked in, but the moment he walked into the box, Chu Cho froze violently, only to see that within the box, there were both men and women, actually no less than 14 or 15 people. Chu Cho reacted quite quickly, thinking that he might have walked into the wrong box, and immediately opened his mouth and said, sorry, I might have walked into the wrong box. However, just as Chu Cho was about to leave, a sexy dressed girl in the box stood up. Are you Chu Cho? The sexy girl asked. You are? Chu Cho looked over in confusion. I'm Lin Still. The sexy girl swept a glance, and after saying that, she sat back down again with a lofty look. You're Lin Still? Chu Cho raised his eyebrows. So he didn't go to the wrong box? But what was the deal with so many people in this box? Could this be the so-called bringing two classmates and girlfriends? Is this a blind date or a party? And looking at the other party that didn't care, even with a slight hint of perfunctory look, Chucho couldn't help but raise his eyebrows again. Alright, I'd like to see how this blind date is going to be. Chucho did not move, but inwardly, he sneered. Chapter 18, not very hurtful, but extremely insulting. Still, this is your blind date, Chucho? It's okay, looks quite handsome, not bad, indeed a little handsome man. How are you? We are all old classmates of Still. My name is Wang Shi. I'm Zhang Meiqi. I'm Still's best friend, Yang Wei. The crowd of classmates' girlfriends looked up towards Chucho. Their expressions were playful and gloating. Chucho was also angry and happy. This Lin still had a blind date, and actually brought her male girlfriends with her, and her Wang Shi, Zhang Meiqi classmates, actually put their boyfriends also piggyback on. I'm really LOL. Chu handsome. What are you standing for? Quickly sit down. We will finish eating. Hurry to see the big muscle spit pearl. I heard that the pearl old expensive, worth more than 100 million it. Right. Hurry up and order. Order. Where's the waiter? Come in for a moment. Without waiting for Chucho to sit down, Lin Still's girlfriends and classmates called out. Then sea cucumbers, abalone, big lobsters, big crabs, all ordered in a swarm. Not polite at all. Chucho secretly sneered at the situation. However, with a sweep of his eyes, he accidentally found a girl in the box who was out of place. The girl was long and fair and quiet, sitting there without speaking, and even a bit rushed. This was the only person in the box that made Chucho feel comfortable. Without saying anything, Chucho walked over and greeted. Hello, my name is Chucho. Can I sit here? The girl did not expect Chucho to come directly to her side, so she hurriedly got up and said with a hint of panic, Oh hello, my name is Li Xiaoye. You, please sit down. Aha. Chucho nodded his head and smiled, pulling out the chair and sitting down. Just at this moment, the menu was passed over. You order first. Chucho smiled and handed it to Li Xiaoye, who paused slightly and let out a hum. Only when she saw the pricing on the menu, her face clearly changed a bit. This is expensive. It's not like you're not allowed to pay the bill. Just order. Lin still glanced at the duo. Her complexion flashed a touch of contempt, then said to the waiter, Go get me a bottle of 17-year-old Chateau Lafite Rothschild. Wake up good. Okay, please wait. The waiter walked out with a smile on his face. Li Xiaoye also happened to see the wine column at this time. Once she heard that Lin still wanted red wine, she immediately opened her mouth and said, Still, the 17-year-old Chateau Lafite Rothschild is too expensive, right? Why don't we order something else? Chucho also glanced at the menu, and immediately laughed inwardly. 17-year Chateau Lafite Rothschild, price, 6,999 renminbi per bottle. He really dared to order it. What's expensive? I usually drink more than 10,000 a bottle. Besides, it's not like I'm letting you guys drink it. Lin still said without a care in the world. Li Xiaoye didn't say anything and silently ordered a dish. Soon, the menu arrived in Chucho's hands. Chucho did not immediately go to order, but raised his head and asked the crowd, Has everyone ordered? Hurry up, you're the only one missing. Yes, we've all ordered. Don't be so slow, you're here for a blind date. Be a bit of a man, okay? A few of the men seated yelled. It was as if they were the ones who would end up buying the bill. On the other side, Lin still didn't pay any attention to Chucho and was talking and laughing with a few classmates. Is this a blind date? Not even a little perfunctory? Okay. Chucho smiled playfully and said that he would let you guys be arrogant for a while, and then you guys would cry. Opening the menu, Chucho didn't bother to look at what they had ordered. On the contrary, Li Xiaoye ordered a dish he knew. It was a cucumber, 88 yuan. It was probably the lowest price of all the dishes. This also made Chucho's good feelings towards her increase greatly. At the same time, Chucho was also curious. Even a serving of patted cucumber was sold at such an expensive price, so what price would the wild big crabs that he had caught be set at? Soon, Chucho saw it. Wild big crabs, 5 tails, female, 1, 688 yuan per crab. 6 tails, female, 1, 886 yuan per crab. As for the following, Chucho no longer needed to see it. It was too dark. Chucho remembered that for the 5-2 female crabs, Su Qingya was charging 1,000 yuan apiece, and the 6-2 was 1,200 apiece. This was equivalent to 600 or 700 more per crab, and for the bigger ones, it was even 1,000 or 2,000 more. Sure enough, there is no such thing as a crooked businessman. Hey, have you gotten better yet? Ordering a dish is so laborious? Lin Still's best friend Yang Wei said impatiently. Chucho glanced at him, then quickly ordered 2 6 tails of female crabs and handed the menu to the waiter. Alright, grinding. Wang Shi's boyfriend also skimmed his lips and muttered, saying to the waiter, Go, Get 2 more bottles of flying mutai. And cigarettes. Just 2. Ask for Huazi. Yang Wei then said. Right deal. Take Huazi. My throat hurts from smoking other cigarettes. Zhang Meiqi's boyfriend also chimed in, revealing an impish smile. And during this process, Chu Chou found that apart from Li Xiaoya who wanted to say something, Lin Still and the other classmates, all of them looked like they were taking things for granted. Chu Chou also didn't move, and silently calculated an account in his heart. 2 Huazi, 2 bottles of flying mutai, plus a bottle of 6,999 renminbi Lafite Rothschild. The total price added together had exceeded $10,000. These guys can really build a. Soon, the wine came and the dishes were served. The crowd began to eat and drink, and the atmosphere gradually became warm. One by one, they ate and drank. Their mouths were full of oil, and they blew awesome in the south and north of the sky. In the middle of this, Chu Chou did not dip a drop of alcohol. His face was full of smiles, as if he was a spectator. And the whole box, in addition to Li Xiaoye and him to talk, other people simply did not care about his meaning. Halfway through eating, Chu Chou went to the restroom. When he came out, Chu Chou thought about it and ran to the front desk. Hello, 82 Fortune Hall to settle the bill. Chu Chou said to the cashier. He wanted to see just how much the group had made. Okay, please wait. The cashier smiled sweetly, and after an operation, she said with a smile on her face, Hello sir, the total consumption of room 802 is 128,864 yuan. How much? When Chu Chou heard this price, he almost didn't explode on the spot. Even though he was psychologically prepared beforehand, the moment he heard more than 128,000 yuan, his entire body still couldn't help but suck in a breath and his teeth itched with anger. If it wasn't for the fact that he had the ability now, in the past, just one meal like this would have bankrupted their family. 12,880,000 plus this damn, not to mention a blind date. Even if it was a marriage, it was enough. Can I see the consumption list? Chu Chou tried his best to keep himself calm and said, Yes sir. The cashier printed out the list and handed it to Chu Chou with a smile. Thanks. Chu Chou nodded, his eyes looking at the consumption list. 7 tails of wild large crabs, 14 pieces. Wild abalone, 8 pieces. Chinese Fairview lobster, 14 pieces. Chateau Lafite Rothschild, 17, 2 pieces. There were all kinds of expensive dishes and desserts, but these were not the most eye-catching in Chu Chou's eyes. What was most eye-catching was the consumption in the bottom 2 lines of the list. Soft china 9 strips, flying Maotai 9 bottles. Seeing here, Chu Chou inwardly couldn't help but viciously curse, Your mom. He clearly remembered that before he went to the toilet. The box only needed 2 bottles of flying Maotai and 2 Huazi. Now the account actually showed 9 bottles of Maotai, 9 Huazi. Obviously, this group of people took advantage of the time when he went to the restroom to ask the waiter for it again. A meal. He did not dip a drop of alcohol. The women drank red wine. The remaining 3 men can drink 9 bottles of Maotai? Although this wine was not the most expensive of them all. But what's the saying? It's not very damaging, but it's very insulting. This is obviously ready to pack away the rhythm. This is not clearly to the death pit him? Even if 3 people are very capable of drinking, and can finish all 9 bottles of Maotai, but then there are 9 Huazi, how to explain? Can 3 people finish it? Not to mention 3 people, even if there are 9 people, can they finish it? You can't die. Sir, may I ask if you want to settle the bill? Just as Chu Chou was burning with rage, the female cashier suddenly spoke. Check out. Chu Chou inwardly laughed coldly, picked up the consumption list and said, Wait a moment, I'll go confirm the consumption with my friend. Taking the consumption list, Chu Chou first went outside the hotel and withdrew $10,000, then returned to the private room. Entering the box, Chu Chou swept his eyes and saw Yang Wei and Wang Shi's boyfriend in the 3 of them, and next to each person's position, there were a few black soluble bags placed. From the shape of the protruding shapes of the sockets, it was obvious that they were packed Huazi in Maotai. Yo, Chu the handsome boy is back. This trip to the restroom was not short. We thought you skipped out on the bill. This also didn't see you drink. It can't be that aspect can't work, right? A few men saw Chu Chou come in, and immediately changed the topic, rushing at Chu Chou and teasing unkindly. Laugh, soon you guys should cry. The corner of Chu Chou's mouth hooked, and directly raised the consumption list in her hand to Lin Still. Miss Lin, we've eaten the meal, we've drunk the wine, and it's time to say goodbye next. Well, that's fine, you go by the bill. We still have to stay at the hotel to see the mussels and pearls. Lin Still sniffed without lifting her head, swiping her cell phone with an innocent look and waved her hand. Okay. Seeing this, Chu Chou heckled, pulled out $10,000 and threw it on the table. The money is all here. You guys go and close it yourselves. I still have things to do. Bye. Aha. Go go go. Lin Still waved her hand impatiently. The few classmates and girlfriends sitting around also coaxed. Brother Chu. Good man nah. Let's see you later. Good brother. Thanks for the hospitality. See you later, brother. Bye bye Chu handsome. The crowd was like watching a little cutie. Like watching Chucho leave. They then all laughed out loud in a swarm. Ha 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 ha. This is really a pure. That's not true. Treating us to a meal of food and drink. Spending so much wasted money. Not even daring to put a fart. But also compensating for the smile throughout. This is what happens to a swollen face. A toad still wants to eat swan meat. Yuck. A group of people with despicable looks were shouting and laughing. From the beginning to the end. Surprisingly, none of them bothered to look at how much money Chucho had actually lost. It was Li Xiaoya who noticed that something was wrong and weakly said, "That, it seems like he only lost $10,000. The moment these words came out, the crowd instantly seemed like ducks with their throats pinched. A pair of eyes went deathly wide. Chapter 19 Who is? The next second, they came to their senses. Looking at the neat stack of brand new bills, they reacted violently at once. Asterisk 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 asterisk. No, this just threw $10,000 and wanted to settle the bill? This mudhorse has a brain problem, right? What can $10,000 do for a meal in a 5-star hotel? Is he? Hurry up and call him back. Lin remained dumbfounded as well, hurriedly putting down her own cell phone and dialing with her male best friend Yang Wei's cell phone. Sorry, the number you have dialed cannot be connected at the moment. Please dial again later. Sorry, the number you are dialing. Unable to connect? Lin still had a blank expression, then hung up and proceeded to call again. Sorry, the number you are dialing is temporarily unavailable. Please dial again later. Sorry, the number you are. This time the crowd was also dumbfounded. Still unable to connect? This mudhorse is obviously being pulled black. Hurry up and call on a different cell phone. Don't let him go far away. Mud. This looks quite an honest person, but will actually do such a shameless thing. That's Lin still. What kind of bull asterisk 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 blind date are you looking for? Too unmanly. The crowd's faces were embarrassed, and they yelled with righteous indignation. Being told off by her classmates, Lin still held her anger inside and used their cell phones to call one by one. But after one call, the other party directly turned off his phone. Can't get through. He turned off his cell phone. This time, Lin Still's lofty stance was gone. Her face was a bit flustered. What to do? No one will buy this order if he's gone. We should be spending quite a bit, right? The faces of the crowd also changed. They had originally held the preparation to eat a large family. Ordered some sea cucumbers, abalone, lobster, crabs. Now that they were eating and taking, they were using their asses to think, and also knew that the consumption was definitely not low. What is even more ridiculous is that just now they each and every one of them scolded Chucho as a dishabag, and did not dare to put a fart when they were pitched. Now it seems that they are the real ones, being put on the spot and still thinking they are there. In the end, it was Yang Wei who came out with an idea and lowered his voice. Don't panic first. Let us just walk out with a smile and a laugh, and then tell the waiter. Say that the Chucho who just went out went to pay the bill, and after that we will leave the hotel directly. After all, this is a 5-star hotel. No one thinks that we will skip the bill. When they react, we also left, and all the pots are Chucho's to carry. It has nothing to do with us. This is a good idea. Right, I also think it's feasible. Well, then let's do it like this. When something goes wrong, let Chucho that take the pot. The crowd immediately smiled and nodded in agreement. Then this $10,000 cannot be considered to be the money to pay the bill. No one wants it. I will take it. Wang Shi was quick on her feet and grabbed the $10,000 on the table, smiling triumphantly. The others blushed and cursed themselves for their slow reaction. Alright, let's go. Yang Wei's face was unsightly. The idea was his. He felt that he should be the one to take the $10,000. Only time was pressing. He couldn't care for the moment. Pushing open the door, the crowd wore false smiles and began to find things to say to each other. I feel that this hotel's dishes, flavors, are quite good, and the food is quite satisfying. What do you guys think? Aha! Especially the wild big crabs. That flavor, worthy of being wild, is the difference. Looks like we'll have to come more often when we have time in the future. Yes. I heard that this place was on the news yesterday. What a big muscle. And it also gave birth to a big pearl that is rare in the world. Let's hurry up and go take a look. Go. I can't wait. However, before they could take a few steps, they were stopped by two waiters. I'm sorry, your orders haven't been bought yet. May I ask which one of you go ahead and buy the order? Buy the order? Are you blind? Can't you see that someone has already gone out to buy the order just now? Hurry up and get out of my way. Yang Wei stood out and said angrily. He was already unhappy about the $10,000, and now that he took the opportunity to send out the fire, he suddenly bluffed even his own people. But it was a pity. When Chucho came out, not only did he black out all of their phones, but he also made a point of giving the waiter an explanation. saying that someone in box 802 wanted to skip the check. So as soon as the waiter heard this, he sneered. Alright, don't put on a show for me. The one who came out in front has already said that you guys want to skip the bill. I don't care if there's some unpleasantness between you guys, but this order, you guys have to buy it now, or else I'll call security immediately. What did you say? When the crowd heard this, their hearts immediately thumped, knowing that things were bad. Chu Chiu had even calculated this. Everyone subconsciously gazed at Lin Still. After all, she was the one in charge of this matter. Lin Still also hardened her head and said angrily, "Who said we wanted to skip the bill? Obviously the one who skipped the check was him. I came here for a blind date." Blind date? The waiter froze. What's going on here? Then Lin Still's classmate rushed forward and added some explanation. Only then did the waiter suddenly say, "So that's what's going on, but these people are?" He pointed at Wang Shi and a group of others again, his face puzzled. "These are my classmates and girlfriends." Lin Still said back, "Classmates and girlfriends? That is to say, you're bringing so many classmates and girlfriends to meet someone on a blind date?" The two waiters went straight from puzzled to shocked. Lin Still hurriedly explained, "I told him before the blind date that I was going to bring a few classmates and girlfriends, and it was him who agreed." Nanny! The two waiters were speechless, but with a sweep of their eyes, "How many classmates and girlfriends is this?" It was clearly a dozen. Okay? Besides, what kind of place is this? The only 5-star hotel in River City. Even the seats are paid for. Your first blind date and you come to such an upscale and extravagant place? And you're bringing a bunch of what? Classmates and girlfriends? Are you sure you're here for a blind date, not a party? And what kind of people are these? Miso eating and drinking is not enough. Holding a plastic bag, at a glance as the hotel's cigarettes and alcohol, obviously to others as a wrongdoer slaughter. This moment, even the two waiters almost did not curse out. This kind of thing change who the hell do not go. Good job. Point of praise. Then the two waiters looked at each other. One pinched the pager headset on the ear, directly said, "Calling security. Second floor Fortune Hall room 802. Someone wants to skip the check." Lin Still and the others, on the other hand, were collectively dumbfounded. Then one by one, they yelled with red faces and thick necks, and refused to recognize the bill. The waiter was also nonchalant. Expelling, "Please don't make any noise here. The second floor are all honored guests of the hotel. Please go to the lobby with the security guard to settle the bill." Chapter 20, Self-Eating Evil. Surrounded by a group of security guards, the faces of the crowd paled. Not scared, but cannot afford to lose that person. And one look at the hotel to move real. The crowd also do not dare to splash, because the more to the end, the more shame is their own. The crowd can only shame face. In a group of security guards escort, from the second floor to the hall. As soon as they arrived at the hall, they felt countless gazes coming from all corners of the hall. These gazes seemed like a needle, piercing into their hearts, humiliating them to the extreme. What made them even more ashamed was, one of the security guards did not care about his loud voice at all and told their situation to the cashier. Now not only did the cashier know, but even those close by in the hall all heard it. What kind of people are there these days? They actually bring such a large number of people to a blind date, and all of them are classmates and girlfriends. What do they think? That's right, this is not a blind date, is clearly in the name of blind date to party. I didn't expect that each one of them dressed like a human dog, but in the end, they actually wanted to run away from the single, and was caught red-handed. Really a disgrace. The hall was buzzing with all sorts of sarcastic remarks. Lin Still and the others almost found a hole in the ground. Fortunately, at this time, the cashier had also finished paying the bill. Hello, the total consumption of 802 Fortune Hall is 128,864 yuan. May I ask which one of you will settle the bill? What? Spent over $120,000? Once they heard the cashier's words about the consumption, the crowd couldn't help but be taken aback. This can't be possible, right? A meal can cost more than $100,000? We didn't order anything either? Lin remained dumbfounded as well. She remembered that she had only ordered 2 bottles of red wine, which added up to just over $10,000. False accounts. Your hotel is definitely making false accounts. Lin Still's classmates were furious. In their impression, the things they had ordered were just things that were common in hotels. At best, they could consume 40,000 to 50,000, and that would be tops. As a result, now a sky-high price of 120,000 suddenly appeared. Wasn't this a ing joke? A few people, please be cautious in your speech. Our hotel has surveillance in every box. What you have ordered can all be seen. The hotel's security guard was not happy. This hall, but there are a lot of guests, saying that the hotel makes false accounts. The impact is too bad. The cashier also calmed down, put the consumption list on the counter, said, "See for yourselves. If necessary, our hotel party can also retrieve the surveillance for you." Looking at the hotel personnel's certainty, The guests in the hall couldn't help but be sarcastic once again. Snort. I guess each and every one of them is holding the intention of eating a big meal. I'm afraid that when they ordered the food, they didn't even bother to look at the price, right? That's right. They probably can't even remember how many things they ordered themselves. Like this kind of people who eat dry and still die without recognizing their accounts. They should call up the surveillance video and put it on the internet for them. And the 18 generations of their ancestors should be cursed out for him. Listening to the crowd's unceremonious remarks, their faces changed and changed. Lin still stiffly took the consumption list over, and after looking at the consumption on the list, he immediately sucked in a mouthful of cool air. How did you order so many things? Lin Still's voice changed at this moment, only to see that on top of the list, it was full of wild large crabs, wild abalone, large lobsters, large sea cucumbers, superb birds' nests, and other things that cost a lot of money. There are also 9 soft Chinese and 9 bottles of flying mutai. Lin is still not a little cute. So many cigarettes and alcohol. Just 3 men. Can do it all? No wonder Chucho will skip the bill. In her place, she also skipped the bill. This pit is too obvious. May I ask how you guys are checking out? The cashier opened her mouth again and inquired. Wait a moment first. Lin still took a deep breath and turned her gaze to the students behind her. She had always spent money by earning 1 and spending 2, and her bank card had long since run out of money. There was only the credit card that still had a few tens of thousands of credit limit. With over $100,000 of spending money, she really didn't have the ability to settle it, and besides, she didn't want to bear the entire burden alone. I don't have that much money on me. Let's all put it together first. When I contact Chucho, I'll recover the money and give it back to you. Lin still looked at her classmates and girlfriends and said, only as soon as the words left her mouth. Zhang Meiqi and the others were not happy. Still, you're not right, are you? You're on a blind date. We're here to support you. How can you let us chip in on the bill? That's right. You asked us to come in the first place. It's not like we had to come. If I had known it was like this, I wouldn't have come. That's right. What a shame. Not only did a group of classmates not mean to help, they instead complained. Lin Still's face instantly became ugly. One was more cheerful than the other when they were eating. One spoke better than the other. But when it turned out that they were needed, they actually changed their faces when they said they would. Wang Shi, didn't you take that $10,000 in the box before? If you don't want to come up with the money, take out that $10,000. As Lin Still's male best friend, Yang Wei stood out at this time and said with a displeased face. He wasn't really standing up for Lin Still, but was counting on that $10,000. Who do you think you are? You take it when you say so? Do I know you? Wang Shi, however, didn't buy it in the slightest. The boyfriend even yucked on the spot, cursing. That's it. A man actually ran to give a woman as a bosom friend. Evil or not? Asterisk 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 you. I'll get you killed. Yang Wei had been holding a bellyful of fire, coupled with the face lost in public. This immediately sprung fire. To Wang Shi's boyfriend kicked over. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You dared to kick my old man. Looking for death. Wang Shi's boyfriend was kicked in the cold, was also on fire, and the other party wrestled together. The two of you a fist and I kick. The more you fight the more ruthless. Wine up. Eyes are red. Who cannot stop? Finally picked up Mao Tai on the other side of the head, and then hit the head bleeding. The hands of the plastic bag is also broken. Huazi, Mao Tai, all rolled down to the ground. Attracted the crowd ridiculed. Don't fight. I'll pay for this. I'll pay for it. All give me stop. Wang Shi, pull your boyfriend back. Still not ashamed enough? Lin still looked at the unmanageable scene in front of her and couldn't help but hiss through clenched teeth. Then she maxed out her credit card, borrowed $70,000 to $80,000 from chanting IOUs, and opened Weishuan loan, 360 borrowing, etc., which barely paid the bill. Until then, this farce has been calmed down, but between their classmates, but also completely torn face, break, Lin still also finally for their own behavior to pay the bill, self-eating, and all of this. Chu Chiu was in Su Qingya's office with his legs crossed, watching from the monitor, exclaiming in pain, deserved it. This is called evil people have their own evil people to grind. I believe that this lesson is enough for these people to remember for the rest of their lives. To be a man, it's better to be decent. To make such a big commotion even for a blind date, you're really good. Su Qingya also followed and witnessed this farce, and couldn't help but say breathlessly, it's good that your identity as a shareholder of the hotel wasn't publicized, or else the hotel's image is going to be brought askew by you. Chu Cho, on the other hand, was crying and laughing. What did I do? Obviously I'm the victim, aren't I? Alas, a certain person sighed despondently. Chapter 21 Before departure. Crazy looting. No matter what, the matter of the blind date was considered to be in the past, and there was also an explanation to Mom. Chu Cho should also set out to go to the Magic City. The matter of going to the Magic City was told to Su Qingya. As a result, Su Qingya stood up at once. What did you say? You're going to Magic City? Good for nothing. What are you going to Magic City for? And now that the hotel is full of business, the demand for goods is extremely high. After you leave, who will I find to supply? If we don't have quality supplies at this juncture, the hotel's reputation will plummet, and it will even go out of business. No, you can't go anywhere, Su Qingya said without question. How could it be as serious as you say? Chuchio looked at Su Qingya's reaction and was somewhat speechless. When there was no me before, didn't the hotel carry on just fine? Can that be the same? Su Qingya did not have the good sense to say. Before, the hotel inflow is mostly local sources. Now the booking of rooms, the booking of seats are mostly from abroad. We definitely need to come up with quality sources, so that we can accumulate repeat customers. And many of these out-of-town sources are some who love traveling, and even some food bloggers, who have traveled all over the world and have very picky mouths. Serving them well will invariably attract more tourists to the hotel. Then roughly how many sources are needed? Is it enough like the ones I provided yesterday? Chucho asked. Of course it's not enough. The hotel is full of business now. Those goods you provided are only enough for one day's consumption. You need so much for one day? There are so many rich people now. Chucho was secretly staggered. He had seen the menu on how expensive the wild big crabs were. As a result, more than 100 of them actually only supported the hotel's consumption for one day. Of course, besides the crabs, the other various seafood, river food and whatnot, still accounted for a large portion. I don't care. Anyway, the wild big crabs have already been recognized by the diners who came here yesterday, and have almost become the hotel's signature. You must ensure the stability of the supply no matter what. This is something you personally guaranteed me and wrote into the contract. Su Qingya revealed the temperament of a strong woman and crossed her eyes. Okay, I will guarantee the stability of the supply. Before I go to Magic City, I will prepare the supply sufficiently, and will never delay the hotel for a minute or a millimeter. Okay? Chucho said with some tears and laughter. It seems that he will have to go back to move bricks later. Are you sure? Su Qingya said with some skepticism. Chucho guaranteed. I'm sure. Well, that's more or less the same. Only then did Su Qingya reveal a satisfied look. Then does your old man have any more orders? No, I'll go back and prepare the goods for you, Chucho helplessly said. Su Qingya snorted and couldn't help but laugh. Go. This girl is gracious. Returning to the village, Chucho, in order to be able to leave Magic City as early as possible, directly came to Wanjiang River to start moving bricks. However, this time, the location for moving bricks was farther away from the village, surrounded by wild land, not much of a village or human population. This was the location that Chucho had spent an hour exploring. Because the commotion he was going to make this time was a bit big, it was inappropriate to be discovered. There was also, this location had a large pit that had been dug over by an excavator, leaving a large area, and was only about 3 meters away from the river. It just so happened that he could control the water flow and fill the large pit with water to serve as a hidden base for storing goods. Wow! Chucho directly jumped into the water, and with a thought, a huge current leaped up under his feet, rushing out of the water like a scaly dragon, and diving headfirst into the large pit. But that wasn't all. Then Chucho fiercely exerted his strength. His hands lifted, and within 5 meters, the river water tumbled upwards, just like the water flooding San Francisco inside The Legend of the White Snake. The water level surged crazily, filling up the large pit at a speed visible to the naked eye. After doing this, Chucho smiled with satisfaction, and with a wave of his hand, the water level dropped to the surface of the river and returned to calm. Then he stepped on the water, and wherever he went, the fish, loaches, shrimps, and crabs were all bound by a force and surrounded him densely. And this time, Chucho did his best to activate the Jiao Dragon Inner Dan, and the range of control directly changed from 5 meters to 10 meters. This change was thanks to the last time he refined the water pond. 5 meters turned into 10 meters, which was spectacular. One could only see a large number of fish, crabs, covering half of the river horizontally, 10 meters deep longitudinally, like an army of aquatic races, emitting a surging clattering sound, with a scalp-numbing aura. Go! Controlling a huge aquatic army, Chucho came to the edge of the river, raised his hand and waved. Densely packed carp, silver carp, crabs, river prawns, and even snappers, loaches, all frantically pouring into the large puddle of water. At once, the whole big puddle was bustling with all kinds of fish jumping and leaping out of the water, snapping. This is only the first batch. Next, Chucho kept wandering around in the Wanjiang River, again and again, bringing goods into the large water pit. With this kind of firepower, in just 2 to 3 hours, the big puddle was already completely filled. Looking at the large puddle that was filled to the brim, Chucho's heart erupted with a sense of grandeur. Although he didn't count, but roughly estimated that all kinds of fish together, how should there be 5 or 6,000? As for the crabs, it was Chucho's main savings object. The crabs that were more than 10 tails alone, there were no less than 50 of them. This is more than 500,000. Give dad by a long-desired red flag H9 or more than enough. As for 7 tails, 8 tails of crabs, there are hundreds of crabs. The rest of the 5 or 6 tails of weight is more than 1,000. In total, the harvest of this time, at least there must be $100,000. A no-cost deal. That's cool. Taking out his cell phone, Chucho directly sent a locator to Suchinya, and voiced, "Hurry up and send someone over. There's a surprise. It's best to drive 2 more cars." As expected, after receiving Chucho's positioning and voice, Suchinya immediately understood, and dropping her work at the hotel, she rushed over with several of her men fully armed. It wasn't long before Chucho heard the sound of a car honking. Here, Chucho stood towards the high ground and waved his hand as he looked at the several large pickup trucks from afar. Not a moment later, several pickup trucks arrived, followed by Suchinya's BMW. "Chucho, where is the surprise you mentioned?" As soon as she got out of the car, Suchinya twisted her golden proportion waist to come in front of Chucho, her face full of collagen plus anticipation. "The surprise is all in the puddle. See for yourself." Chucho sniffed her body fragrance, intoxicated while pointing his finger towards the large puddle. Suchinya froze at the words, then her eyes looked towards the big pit, and she was immediately shocked after a slight hesitation. "Oh my god, how is this puddle full of densely packed fish? Ah, this is too much." "Right, this, how many must there be?" Actually squeezing the entire water pit so full. The few henchmen accompanying her saw her reaction and also hurriedly closed the car door and ran over. But when they saw the sight of the water pit, they all couldn't help but be shocked as well, only to see that in the huge puddle of water, it was densely packed with all kinds of fish. They were crowded together one by one, just like a braided belt, more than enough to squeeze and not move. Simply too exaggerated. Chapter 22, Come and say hello to our mom. "Oh my god, Chucho, did you salvage all the fish in here? How did you do it?" After a while, Suchinya still couldn't stop being a little surprised. Chucho smiled and didn't say anything. Instead, he went to the pickup truck and took out a large mesh pocket, deeply slashed into the pit, and fished out a dozen or so large crabs. "I'll go. There are still crabs hidden underneath this?" Casually fishing out so many. How many crabs must be in this puddle to achieve this effect? This is too exaggerated, isn't it? A few drivers who were driving looked at Chucho's tawdry operation and couldn't close their mouths in amazement. Chucho put down the netting, shook off the water droplets on his hands, and lightly laughed. "I don't know if it's exaggerated or not, but there are at least 1,000 crabs in this puddle, enough for the hotel to consume for several days." Chucho then looked at Suchinya, who was about to speak, and added another sentence. "Don't worry, each and every one of these crabs were salvaged in from the river by me, guaranteeing that they are absolutely purely wild." "Alright, then start loading." After Suchinya heard the words, "No longer hesitate," immediately ordered, "You a few men and then take 2 net pockets. First give me to salvage 100 big crabs. Shaoli Shao Hong, take the scale. Ready to count." "Good Lu." A few people were immediately excited. Catching fish and fishing crabs, this is a job full of endless fun. The hotel doesn't know how many people are willing to grab it. "Right, Chucho, what are you doing in a hurry to go to Magic City? It's not going on a blind date again, is it?" On the other side, Suchinya assigned her work and inquired to Chucho, "Where there are so many blind dates to meet? I am in Magic City because I have other things to deal with." Chucho was a bit speechless and was about to say something else when suddenly the cell phone in his pocket rang again. "Shoo, don't make a sound. I'll take a call." Chucho gestured a silent gesture at Suchinya, and took a step forward to pick up the phone. "Hey mom, it's only 5 o'clock. How come you're free to call over?" The caller was Chucho's mom. "Wu Xiujuan, you're less likely to give me a knowing question. I'm asking you, what's going on with the blind date today? Explain it to me properly. Why did the other woman find your Auntie Wan crying, saying that you skipped out after having dinner with someone? This kind of small-mindedness, you can do it too?" As soon as the phone was connected, Wu Xiujun split her head in question with a foul scolding. "I skipped the check? Mom, aren't you clear about what kind of person your son is? She can really be evil." Chucho was speechless for a while. "Do you know where that Lin still had a blind date with me? A 5-star hotel. A meal could cost me a year's salary. She even brought a dozen of her classmates along. And today's meal cost more than $128,000. I've kept the list." "What? Spending over $100,000 on one meal? Is her stomach a whale stomach?" On the other end of the phone, Wu Xiujun's voice suddenly raised an octave when she heard her son's explanation. "I said how could my son be such a person? It turned out to be that this girl child is too unorthodox. What kind of person is this? That is. And the whole matchmaking process. She and I did not have any communication at all. Where is this a matchmaking is clearly under the guise of matchmaking, come to eat a big family. Not to mention that I didn't skip the bill. According to the AA system, I left her $10,000. Chu Chiu explained helplessly. Wu Xiujun heard the fire even bigger. Okay, this thing I have to say to your Aunt Wang. A girl virtue is too ugly. Shameless, said. Suddenly turned, son. This time blame mom did not inquire clearly. You can rest assured that the back I want to introduce you to the object are well informed. And the girl's photo I have also seen. Suitable for you. This way, you see it's almost mid-autumn. Then I'll choose a date for you guys. You meet and talk. No way mom? Blind date again? Chu Chiu was directly speechless. I can't escape this robbery. What else? What's your tone? How old are you and you're still not thinking about finding a girlfriend and getting married? What do you want? I'm telling you, filial piety is the most important thing. Starting a family, passing on the family name, that's your job. You have to get married even if you don't. Mom Wu Xiujun ruthless put down words. Listen to the mom this situation. Chu Chiu brain all hurt. He didn't want to go to any more kisses. While he was thinking of how to find an excuse to push it off, he glanced at his eyes and saw Su Qingya who was hiding her mouth and sneering. Mom, you wait. Actually, I already have a girlfriend. Yes, have a girlfriend. Chu Chiu didn't want to be brainwashed by his old mom anymore, and directly made a killer move. Sure enough, this move was extremely effective. Old mom Wu Xiujun immediately stopped preaching and was mastered the initiative. What did you say? You have a girlfriend? You're less likely to lie to me. Am I that easy to fall for your mom? Wu Xiujun sneered over the phone. See, you still don't believe me. I really have a girlfriend. I just haven't told you about it. And right now I'm with my girlfriend. Don't believe me and wait. After saying that, Chu Chiu turned around and directly put the phone to Su Qingya's mouth. Qingya, come, say hello to our mom. Su Qingya was directly dumbfounded. Eyes blinked unconsciously. A budding face. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Originally, she was happily eating the mother and son duo's big melon on the side, and even thought in her heart about how to squeeze Chu Chiu later. As a result, Chu Chiu suddenly had a tawdry operation that directly confused her. Come on, don't freeze. Hurry up and say hello to our mom. Looking at the dull and adorable look on Su Qingya's face, Chu Chiu stifled a smile and shook his phone. On the other end of the phone, Wu Xiujun also suddenly lost her voice. Only then did Su Qingya react to the fact that she had been used as a shield by Chu Chiu. However, in front of Chu's mother, she couldn't afford to have a fit and could only roll her eyes fiercely. Now that Chu Chiu was both the hotel's major shareholder and the hotel's most important supplier, the relationship between the two was also much closer than before. She could only stiffly speak into the phone. Auntie, hello, hello. As soon as Wu Xiujun heard the voice, immediately her entire being transformed. However, she was still cautious and said, Girl, you won't be covering up with Chu Chiu to cheat me, right? No auntie, Chu Chiu and I have been together for more than 2 months. Su Qingya said calmly, but her eyes gouged out Chu Chiu. Oh, that's good. Wu Xiujun was overjoyed, then immediately reacted and said, not right he has a girlfriend. Why does he still need to go on a blind date? Su Qingya froze. How do you want me to reply to this? Chu Chiu was also stunned, but fortunately reacted quickly enough to find a remedy. Mom, you don't look at the style of your tough mother. If I had told you that I have a girlfriend, you wouldn't have immediately forced me to get married and have children? It's not easy for me to find a girlfriend. I don't want to be scared away by you. You kid, how do you talk? I have so. Ahem, the store is coming to customers. I'll get back to you later. Saying that, Wu Xiujun quickly hung up the phone. Phew, so close, finally dodged a bullet. Chu Chiu put away his phone and could not help but let out a breath. However, in the next second, a gaze that contained a murderous aura once again made Chu Chiu feel bad. Chu Chiu, Chapter 23, Magic City. Buying a car, this chapter is old-fashioned, but the backlash is great. Chu Chiu. Su Qingya's flirtatious face was covered in murderous aura, her eyes as if she wanted to eat Chu Chiu. Not far behind her, Shaoli and Xiaohong, the neighboring sisters, were secretly snickering. Currently within the hotel, only the two of them knew that Chu Chiu had become the hotel's major shareholder. They knew very well that the hotel's current transformation was all because of Chu Chiu. They were also the beneficiaries of it. In their eyes, the boss and Chu Chiu seemed to be getting more and more compatible. Say, how should you explain this to me? Su Qingya gritted her teeth and stared at Chu Chiu with a murderous aura. It's just an expedient, well-intentioned lie. Besides, you didn't suffer any losses, did you? Chu Chiu smiled stiffly. What do you mean I didn't suffer any losses? What about my reputation? Don't I have to find a boyfriend? Also, What if your mom looks for me again in the future? Su Qingya gave a cross glance without any good humor. Ah, that's a problem. But don't worry, I'll be able to solve it soon. Chu Qiu made a promise, then tried to ask, why don't I give you some compensation? What compensation? Su Qingya said with a blank look. Chu Qiu heatedly smiled. How about giving your body in return? Scram! Stinking shameless. Su Qingya spat with a red face. Ha ha ha. Chu Qiu laughed out loud. The time spent talking and laughing passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 crabs were loaded onto the car, and after accounting, the value exceeded $600,000. In addition, wild big crucian carp, silver carp, etc., were also salvaged up to 50 or 60 respectively. Among them there are also a few wild big snappers. These pure wild things itself is expensive. Coupled with the rare large head, the current market is almost no, so the value is naturally very high. The gimmick is also full. Su Qingya give price is not ambiguous, directly according to the last price to give, and let Chu Qiu into the big tens of thousands. In this way, the money in Chu Qiu's bank card added together was already close to 2 million. This made Chu Qiu's heart cry out in pain. When everything was packed up, Su Qingya called for someone to take over the water pit. Chu Qiu also proposed a farewell to her. Returning home, Chu Qiu first went to take a look at the pond behind the house, and watered the exuberant vegetable plot before returning to the house to pack his bags. As for the locked dragon well in the courtyard, Chu Qiu planned to wait until he quit his job and came back, then go down to explore it carefully. Just like that, a peaceful night passed. Early the next morning, Chu Qiu came to the train station. Looking at the crowded ticket pickup gate, Chu Qiu frowned. It seemed that it was time to buy a car. In the past, there was no money, there was no way. But now with a huge amount of $2 million in hand, if he didn't buy a car to drive, he was really too sorry for getting his hands on a 6-year driver's license. Well, when I get to Magic City, I'll buy a car to treat myself. Right, buy a car for Dad too. The corner of Chu Qiu's mouth reveals a smile. Dad's old Cherry has been driving for 10 years. It's time to get a new one. Currently domestic car. Dad most greedy is the Red Flag H9, high-end atmosphere upscale. Driving it, whether to send mom to work or buy food, are very dignified. At about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the train arrived at the station. Chu Qiu pulled the suitcase. Looking at even the exit are decorated incomparably luxurious big Magic City. Heart surged out a trace of excitement. Due to the problem of time, Chu Qiu didn't rush to tell his mom and dad that he had come to Magic City. Instead, he found a hotel nearby, and after placing his luggage, he directly rode a shared bicycle to the nearby Force store. At this point in time, mom and dad are not yet off work. The company is also in the far economic development zone. Rushed over to do the departure. Obviously not enough time. Solely today first to pick up the car, tomorrow directly drive over, but also by the way to give mom and dad a surprise. The Force store of Chuanxing. A large Force store specializing in first and second tier luxury brands. Chu Qiu rode a small donkey and arrived in a few minutes. However, when Chu Qiu parked there, a few salesmen in the store flirted. I'm going. I didn't see it wrong, did I? Someone actually rode a shared bicycle to see a luxury brand car? Does he have some misunderstanding about luxury cars? Did he see Audi as yachty? This guy 80% is to buy an electric car to go to the wrong place. A moment I have a big customer. Who you love to receive who receive to go. Several salesmen shook their heads and snorted. A master who rides a shared bicycle. Little cute. Only then were they willing to receive. When Chu Qiu parked his car and walked into the store, none of the salesmen even had the intention to get up. Chu Qiu stood there and looked back and forth, and suddenly frowned. Is this how your Force store receives people? You don't want to do business? Snort. A salesperson with the most outstanding performance suddenly laughed, the contempt in her eyes revealing her inner thoughts, only to see her raise her hand and shout from afar. Xiao Lu, someone is coming to see the car. Come and receive it. Ha, oh, coming. A surprised voice came from the lounge, and then a not-so-young girl ran out in a windy manner. The girl's name was Lulu, the newest salesperson in the Chuanxing Force store. Due to the lack of experience, the sales performance in the Force store was the worst, almost belonging to the small errand boy who served tea and water to the old salesman. Only customers that the crowd couldn't look at would be thrown to her. Thank you Sister Yeah for taking care of it. But Lulu didn't care, and the first time she came out, she expressed her thanks to the salesman who shouted at her, then quickly came in front of Chu Qiu and enthusiastically said, "Hello sir, glad to serve you. May I ask what brand of car you need to see? We have the whole range of BBA cars here, and there are also major second-tier brand luxury cars. Do you have a Red Flag H9? Chu Qiu directly skipped the unimportant conversation and glanced at the salesman named Yeye. This feeling of being belittled was very upsetting to Chu Qiu. Red Flag? Lulu looked stunned, obviously not expecting that at Chu Qiu's age. he would actually pick a model like the red flag H9. Yes there is. This way please. Lulu reacted and didn't think much about it, directly leading Chucho towards the red flag H9's booth. Currently the red flag H9 has a total of 5 grades of configurations in our store, but the only one that can be withdrawn as a cash car is a top-of-the-line 4-seat version, which was booked by a boss. But unfortunately, that boss had a bit of a situation, and didn't want the deposit, and the car was also put on hold. Saying that, Lulu led Chucho to the side of the current car. With just a glance, Chucho took a fancy to the 4-seat version of the top-end red flag H9, the 2-color body, the slippery back design, and the oversized straight waterfall grille. Calm and not losing atmosphere. Open the door. Inside a large number of wood grain decorations to 2-color leather, plus ambient lighting. The degree of luxury is not inferior to Mercedes-Benz. Chucho felt that if he didn't consider the age experience, he believed that any male would favor this actual car when he saw it. It's it. Chucho immediately clapped his hands. You really want to buy this top-of-the-line? Lulu was confused and stuttered a bit. This car was the top match. The actual car landed at more than $500,000, and if there were no discounts, it would cost more than $600,000 on the road. You don't consider the other configurations? Lulu said with some disbelief. Usually those young people can be bought 1 or 2 line entry level, and also pick and choose. Try this, try that. Which like Chucho so dry. Do not consider. Want this present car. Chucho waved his hand and said, you go get the contract. I'll feel it in the car. Okay, then you take your time first. I'll go get the contract right away. Lulu was so happy that she ran into the sales hall with her hands in the air and called out, the car is ordered. The car is ordered. That gentleman just now ordered a car. Yo, I didn't see it. Lingyu snorted. You're lucky. Which entry car is it? Red flag H9, but not the starter car. He wants the top-of-the-line current car. Lulu shouted and laughed with excitement. I'm going to get the contract to him now. This is the biggest single I've gotten in half a year. Top match red flag H9? You wait. Lingyu heard the top match red flag H9. Immediately her face changed and called out to Lulu. This car on the road more than 600,000. Commission can be a lot. Did not expect her to look away, but it does not matter. She has all the means. What's wrong you sister? Lulu stopped and asked. You go and pour a cup of tea for that gentleman. I'll take the contract over for you first. Lingyu ruffled her bangs, revealing a sexy smile, and went straight to get the contract. But he's clearly my client. However, Lingyu had already walked over with the contract without being told. As for the others, once they heard that Chucho actually really wanted to buy a car, or a high-end model that was more than $600,000, each and every one of them had their intestines turned green with remorse. On the other side, Chucho fumbled through the red flag H9 and spotted another car that suited him, and was just about to try it out when he saw Lingyu, who came with the contract in hand. Chucho immediately frowned and said, how come it's you? Where's the salesman just now? LOL. Lingyu laughed with a flamboyant smile and said, handsome man, a young and handsome man like you is our mainstream customer. Our manager said that we can't afford to be slow. Lulu was new and inexperienced, so I was sent to hand over to Handsome. Handsome brother can feel free to mention anything he wants. Lingyu ruffled her hair and intentionally said the words feel free to ask extremely heavily. Obviously this was a hint of buying a car and giving away services belonging to personal behavior. Oh, that's fine. Go and call that salesman from earlier over to me. Chucho lightly made his request, instantly causing Lingyu's smile to freeze on her face. Just now, this woman's dog-eyed face was clear to Chucho. Now that she found out that she was a big spender, she came over to offer herself and wanted to take a commission. Thinking about it is beautiful. Handsome man, you really know how to joke. Lingyu smiled stiffly, clearly not wanting to give up. However, Chucho clearly had little patience for her and directly said with a cold face, do I look like I'm joking to you? I'm giving you 2 choices now. Either invite the girl from just now, or I'll leave the store. A salesman who sells cars, takes the commission from other people's car purchases, and still looks down on people who come to buy cars. Is this car built by your family, or is the store run by your family? If you have the ability, don't take the commission. Dog's eyes look down on people. Chucho was nonchalantly sarcastic. Anyway, there was more than this store, so the big deal was to go somewhere else to buy it. Why bother spoiling this kind of person and make your heart unhappy? Chapter 24, Going to the Sea. Listening to Chucho's unrelenting sarcasm, Lingyu stood in place with her face red for a while and white for a while. Her fingers gripped her bones, but she didn't dare to retort a word. This kind of person just owes dislike, taking the commission from other people's car purchases, but inwardly looking down on the car buyer, deserves to be embarrassed. Chucho also lazy to pay attention to. Open a BMW X6 straight sat in. Huge body, coupled with large size wheels and sharp appearance, make this BMW X6 look sporty and not lose dominance. Chuchio liked it at a glance. When Lulu came over with tea, Chuchio directly said, "Is there any current car for this BMW X6? Ah?" Lulu held the tea with a confused face. "You want to buy the BMW X6? Then, what about the red flag H9? Don't want it? That red flag H9 is bought to give my father. This BMW X6 I drive myself," Chuchio said. "By the way, BMW X6 I also want the top of the line." Jesus? Ling Yu, who was just about to turn around and leave, heard that Chuchio was going to buy the BMW X6 again, or the top of the line. At that moment, the whole person's intestines repented, and even the facial expression sat twisted. 2 cars, a red flag H9, a BMW X6, all are top of the line, adding up to 167 million. Because of her dog's eyes, she missed such a big list for nothing. She wanted to slap herself hard. As for Lulu, she was simply so happy that she was about to jump up. She bowed and thanked Chuchio, making Chuchio laugh and cry. All in all, the back of the car buying process, quite pleasant. A little regret is that the BMW X6 does not have a car. Need to wait a few days. All the formalities for a good. Chuchio satisfied with driving his dad's red flag H9 on the road. Of course, not back to the hotel, but led him long-awaited trip to the sea. Drove the red flag H9, all the way to play cheerful music. In the highway full exercise 2 hours, Chuchio finally came to a fishing village by the sea. This fishing village is called Wang Whale Village. Very prosperous. When the company traveled on a tour in the past, Chuchio had come. Wang Whale Village had gourmet beaches, island greenery, private fishing boats, and yachts, all of which could be rented out. There were tourists coming to play here almost all year round, and it was considered a famous sea home. Chuchio parked his car and entered the whale watching village. It was already dark, but for whale watching village, this was the start of the real nightlife. At a glance, everywhere was brightly lit, people were intertwined, bonfires, banquets, barbecues. Chuchio also integrated into this cheerful and hot atmosphere, drinking, jerking off, really enjoying some cozy. However, after eating and drinking, Chuchio looked at the beach not far away, and his heart began to stir. An uncontrollable excitement quickly filled the entire body and mind. Moreover, Chuchio could feel that the Jiao Dragon inner Dan within his dantian was stirring. In the 10 meters around him, the dampness had a clear tendency to worsen. Without further delay, he directly arrived at the fisherman's wharf and whale watch village. At this moment in time, it was already early in the morning. However, the pier was still bustling with many tourists, as well as couples, picking out yachts to watch. Especially the couples and those who had some money were renting yachts to spend the night at the sea. But what Chuchio wanted to rent was not a yacht, but a fishing boat. Yachts are specialized in entertainment, time charges, a few hours or tens of thousands, even tens of thousands. Fishing boat is much cheaper. A dozen meters big boat, rent for a month is only more than 20,000 yuan. Came to the place to rent a boat. Chuchio eyes back and forth, looked at a relatively new small fishing boat. It was about 14 or 15 meters. Yo, youngster, looking at you, are you planning to rent a fishing boat? The person in charge spotted Chuchio and walked over to his side and asked. That's right, I also want to experience catching the sea. That new small fishing boat, how do I rent it? Chuchio asked with a smile. Small fishing boat, it's $22,000 if you go by the month. It's more expensive if you go by the day, 1,000 a day. The person in charge said cheerfully. In addition, we also send all kinds of tools, such as pulling nets, seine nets, crab cages, and these, of course, you'll have to pay for the bait separately. Yes, Chuchio nodded and then asked about some precautions. Since Chuchio himself didn't have a team and didn't know how to drive a fishing boat, he rented a boat along with a captain and 2 helpers. The wages were all paid on a daily basis, 300 a day for the captain and 200 a day for the helpers. Together with some bait purchased, the sum totaled down, $2,000 is there. The next step is the exciting moment, boarding, sailing, out to sea. As the engine of the fishing boat roared, the boat slowly sailed into the sea, and at the moment of entering the sea, the Jiao Dragon inner Dan in Chuchio's body suddenly ran wildly, and there was even a faint sound of a dragon's roar. Then the overwhelming water energy swarmed over the sea, and the sea surface instantly lifted up a sky of fog, and even the water level in the vicinity violently rose by a hair, causing the fishing boat to violently sway. I'll go. What's going on here? Just now the water level actually rose a bit. There was an undercurrent hitting it, and the boat lurched. And on this sea, how come the fog is surging for no reason? The captain and the helpers shouted in astonishment. This kind of weird phenomenon, they hadn't really encountered it before in most of their lives on the sea. After making such a big strange phenomenon, Chu couldn't help but be taken aback and hurriedly suppressed the operation of the Jiaolong inner Dan, but immediately after, Chu felt a fierce energy backfill into his body. His body crackled and popped with a burst of sound, and his strength skyrocketed by a large margin. It is good that this fishing boat is more than 10 meters long. The captain and the 2 helpers did not hear it, otherwise it will be troublesome. The fog came and went quickly. The captain and the helpers were amazed, but they didn't think the worst. The speed of the fishing boat began to increase. The sea was bright at night, and the sound of the crashing waves was pleasant to hear. Unfortunately, the offshore resources were extremely scarce, with Chu's ability to see in the middle of the water was even stronger than seeing in the open air. In particular, the energy backfill he had just received had caused his eyesight to skyrocket. On the deck, he was able to easily see hundreds of meters away and dozens of meters deep under the sea. But unfortunately, the fishing boat had gone 700 to 800 meters away, and he hadn't even seen even a very small school of fish. You have to realize that this is the sea. This shows how serious the overfishing of the fish catch is. This boss, there's no need to look. Without a distance of a few thousand meters, you won't be able to see any schools of fish. Even the shrimps and crabs are incredibly scarce. The 2 helpers walked onto the deck and looked at Chu shaking his head and said with a smile. Chu also smiled faintly and asked, 2 masters, if we go to the nearest sea island, roughly how far away can we get? He wanted to spend the night at the sea island and then find a chance to go down to the sea alone to have a look. If it's an ordinary sea reef island, it's another 1,000 meters away. But those sea reefs aren't big and the level is too low, too unsafe, to get to the real islands. At this current speed, the sea needs to be exercised for about 2 hours, right? That's right. By the time we get to our destination, it will be almost 3 in the morning, and it's basically dawn at sea. The 2 helpers replied in unison. Since that's the case, then we'll try laying a few nets, and if we're tired, we'll just spend the night at the surface. Chu smiled and said, then began to use his eyesight to search for fish and shrimp. The 2 helpers, on the other hand, looked at each other and shook their heads with a smile, lowering the net in the shallow sea area of 7 to 8 meters. If he could catch a valuable catch, it would really be God opening his eyes to the heavens. However, just as the 2 shook their heads, Chu's eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 25, Shallow Sea. First net exploded. Shrimp. That's right, Chu was seeing shrimp, with his now skyrocketing eyesight. In this 7 or 8 meters of shallow seabed, it was comparable to radar. Seeing 10 or 8 shrimps was simply too normal, and could not attract his attention at all. And the ones that could make Chu's eyes light up, were obviously not a few in number. This was indeed the case, only to see in the left 20 meters of the fishing boat, a broken coral area of the sediment surface. There is a large, dense, swarming prawns. They are like ants marching, a team next to a team, a group after a group, moving densely. And in the center of these prawns was a group of translucent prawns that were larger than a palm. Large bright shrimp. That's right, this dense, swarming prawns, is one of the 8 treasures of the sea known as the oriental prawns. This prawns, the water quality requirements are very high. Artificial breeding is not easy. It is difficult to grow to such a large size. Only the pure wild, only this size. The price ranges from 8150/catty. It was no wonder that Chu's eyes lit up. In such a close shallow sea area, to find such a huge group of prawns was definitely something to be excited about. Captain Master, please drive to the left. I'm going to start releasing the net at 10 meters to the left. Pull it into a circle to the left front, and try to encircle a net. Chu couldn't stop the excitement in his eyes and said. The Captain Master shook his head and smiled, obviously feeling that this was a waste of time and physical strength. Okay, you are the boss. Listen to you. The Captain's Master turned helplessly and began to accelerate. The 2 helpers also picked up the same nets, only waiting for Chu to give the order to start working. A distance of 10 meters. In the blink of an eye, Chu hurriedly shouted, 2 masters, quickly start releasing the nets. Captain Master, speed up and start rounding up 20 meters to the left front. Good. Stop. Watching with his own eyes as the same net pulled out a large circle, encompassing all the shrimps, Chu couldn't help but have a satisfied smile on his face. Waiting for the same net to sink to the bottom of the sea, Chu smiled at the helpers and said, the 2 masters have worked hard for a while. You can close the net now. This has only just gone down. It's time to close the net? The 2 helpers lit their cigarettes and only just took a few puffs. They couldn't help but change their faces, slightly unhappy. Wasn't this an amusement? But after all, with Chu's salary, despite being unhappy, they still pulled the net rope and started to collect the net. It was only that they all thought that this net was pulled for nothing, and that there couldn't possibly be any catch, so they didn't even take any water basins or anything. But when the same net was about to be pulled out of the water, the 2 of them were suddenly stunned, because with experience and feel, they felt the net bouncing. It's not possible that a blind cat has stumbled upon a dead rat, and a school of fish has really crashed into the net, right? Shouldn't be. This shallow sea has long been goose-stepped, even if there is an occasional school of fish. It's a very small school of stray fish. The two conversed while continuing to pull. Suddenly, the helper near the side of the boat shouted in surprise, "I go, there are actually shrimps. This net actually pulled shrimps?" Another helper stretched his head to take a look and was also slightly surprised. Only see just out of the water a section of the seine, hanging a few 7-8 cm translucent gray shrimp. I go, really have shrimp? Or prawns? And this only just lifted the net and hung a few? Pull and look again. The two helpers were instantly energized. The rhythm of pulling the net obviously began to speed up, and immediately afterward they shouted in excitement, "There it is! There it is! There it is again! Goo! It's still quite a lot. Quick, quick, quick! Hurry up and get the water basin." Okay, I'll go get the water basin. You keep pulling. Don't stop, Grandma. This time it's really lucky. Good omen." The captain master heard the commotion and also couldn't help but walk over. Looking at the frequency of prawns appearing on the seine, he also acted surprised. Asterisk. These are all bright shrimp line boss. You this luck when really good. So good quality shrimp, in this shallow water area is simply rare Chuchyo laughed and did not answer, thinking that this is where wait for the net all pull up. You wait to be surprised, because from Chuchyo's eyes, the more to the back, the more prawns hanging on the fence, the more dense, and the head is also a bigger than one. As expected, as the helper pulls, the seine net closes, the vibration of the hand is more and more intense. The helper excitedly exclaimed, "Good guy, the strength coming from this net is getting bigger and bigger. It won't be in this shallow water to burst the net, right? Ouch, out. It's a big bright shrimp." But the words did not finish. He steeply body shock, asterisk. So many big bright shrimps. This. Bursting the net. This is definitely going to burst the net. The captain and another helper also sucked in a breath, just seeing the seine net that was pulled out of the water for a section. That one big bright shrimp, as if it was hanging like grapes, was densely layered and alive. Just a section of the seine pulled out of the water. No less than 40 or 50 prawns. This rhythm, absolutely to burst the rhythm of the net. What are you still waiting for? Hurry up and do something to help. Fast. Together hands to help. These prawns are valuable goods. Do not die. Grandma, this is really going to burst the net. Just pull out less than 5 meters of the net. There are more than 100 prawns. There must be a lot more behind. The two said excitedly while rushing to help. Just a moment's effort. A water basin is full. After weighing it, good guy, a full 28 pounds. Even according to the lowest market price, 80 pounds, these 28 pounds, there are more than 2,000 oceans. Knowing that most of the fishermen nowadays go out to sea for a day, they may not even earn back the oil money. And it is obvious that this group of large bright shrimp are of sufficient quality and size. I'm afraid that it will rise to at least $100 a catty. It was no wonder they were so excited. It was simply rare to have such a harvest after just 1,000 meters out to sea. Pull. Quick, there's another one. Take a quick look. There's more this time. Oh my god, this is going to be rich. Hurry up and get the big water basin. The small ones won't fit. Boss, hurry, you also come to help. This shrimp tossed online for a long time is easy to die. The price will fall if it dies. The captain master shouted at Chuchyo. Ha. Good, I'll come and help too. Chuchyo looked at their anxious and excited energy, and inwardly, he also felt a burst of joy, and smiled as he hurried to help. Besides, doing it yourself was also one of the great joys of going out to sea. Looking at Chuchyo's nimble movements to help, the captain was also impressed with Chuchyo. In the beginning, the three of them had no trouble criticizing Chuchyo's netting in their hearts, and they all felt that it was a waste of physical strength and time. As a result, the reality hit them hard in the face. Going down the net in the shallow sea area, and bursting the net on the first net, they couldn't even be convinced if they wanted to. Asterisk. Extremely fine prawns. This is extremely fine prawns. Suddenly, the helper pulling the net exclaimed, his hand movements violently accelerating. The captain duo was also violently surprised. What? Excellent prawns? Really? Let me see. I go. It's really true. This head, this size, superb, absolutely superb. Each one is bigger than the palm of your hand. The smallest one is 18 centimeters. Pull it, you're going to be rich. Asterisk. The more you pull, really burst the net. Mud, this is the most I've ever seen in most of my life. This number, at least 200 to 300 prawns. Not bad, too superb. On average, 8 of them weigh 1 catty. If they go ashore, they will definitely be snatched up by the fishmongers. Quickly go to change a basin. These superb prawns should be loaded separately. Be careful. This thing is expensive. A few people shouted. Chucho also participated in it, happy as can be. Chapter 26. This net is worth $50,000. As the same net was pulled more and more, the two helpers and the captain also became more and more excited and thrilled, because the prawns hanging on the net, not only did it not have a tendency to decrease, but instead, the more it was pulled denser and denser, bursting the net. This was the real bursting of the net. Even Chucho was excited beyond measure, because seeing and catching were two completely different things. This kind of pleasure was something that outsiders could not experience. In the end, the dozens of meters of seine net was completely pulled up, so many water basins were all filled to the brim, and the swarms of shrimp danced about. 4 people squatted together for more than half an hour, before all the prawns are completely cleaned and categorized, loaded into the water chamber. Among them, alone the very best level of prawns, there are 323, an average of 81 pounds, almost 40 pounds, even if there is no fishmonger to raise the price to coax. The lowest is 160 yuan/catty, calculated to be more than $6,000, and other shrimp, because too much, for people busy simply cannot count over. All pots and pots of direct weighing, together directly over 400 pounds. This amount sounds not much, but with the eyes to see, that is really dense, very visual shock, and these prawns' quality is surprisingly good, although not the best, but at least can be sold to $100 a catty. More than 400 pounds, it is more than $40,000. It could make the 3 people on the boat envious. Boss, this net of yours, it's truly a stroke of genius. The captain picked his thumb and said admiringly, I don't know what's going on back there, but just this one net catch is worth $50,000 at least. That's right, today's trip to the sea, with this first net, it's worth it. Right, boss, we are convinced of your luck. You can actually pick up such a big leak with just one net in the shallow sea area. We will listen to you if you say how to do it next. That's right, this going out to catch the sea, many times experience is not reliable. In this vast ocean, it's all about luck. Right, let's listen to you. The captain and the 2 helpers clapped their chests and said excitedly. The way they looked at Chucho at this moment was already different, all admiration and excitement. They also hoped that Chucho would continue to have such luck, because every time they encountered this kind of situation, they would get a lot of extra tips. Even the ones who were more generous, gave tips that were higher than renting their wages yet. Ha ha ha. Good, then let's pack up and prepare for the next net. Chucho was also very happy, especially when he looked at the superb Damian shrimp. To be honest, this kind of superb Damian shrimp, he had never eaten before when he grew up. 1. Because it was expensive, and 2. Because it was simply not available anywhere else. It can be said that almost as soon as it was disembarked, it was looted up by the local, even a lot of rich people, eat into the mouth. But also just people seawater circle farming, taste and quality is much worse. Let's go, the captain yelled happily, and the fishing boat started off again. The 2 helpers were holding the same net, their eyes glancing at Chucho from time to time, always ready to lower the net. Looking at the situation, this was completely looking forward to Chucho. Moving forward for about a few hundred meters, the 2 helpers looked at Chucho, who was always at ease, and couldn't help but wonder, Boss, when are we going to get off the net here? I'm waiting a bit anxiously. Yes boss, you're lucky. Our brothers are waiting for you to open your golden mouth. No hurry, this thing of getting off the net has to be a bit of a feeling. I don't think I have the urge to get off the net yet. Chucho looked at the anxious duo and laughed. Right now, after walking for a few hundred meters, the depth of the seawater gradually deepened, and he did see quite a few schools of fish. However, they were all small schools of sardines, miscellaneous fish, banded fish and such, although these things are also worth a few dollars, but there is no way Chucho can't see it. Besides, the space in the cabin was limited, so of course he would only be willing to make a move if he came across top quality goods that were worth making a move for. Master Captain, speed up. I have a hunch that 1,000 meters away, I might have the good fortune to come across sea goods. Chucho yelled from the deck in order to not let them let off steam. Good Lou, just waiting for your words. The captain excitedly increased the horsepower immediately. The 2 helpers were also obviously energized. Facing the waves, the dozen meters of the fishing boat quickly exercised. The sound of the water flow spread out a long way. Soon, the fishing boat exercised more than 1,000 meters, and the bottom of the sea gradually got deeper. Sure enough, at this level of water depth, both the quantity and quality of the seafood were obviously several times stronger. The seabed also continuous began to appear intact coral reef bed, inside a variety of colorful fish shuttle swimming, pleasing to the eye. Chucho also quickly discovered the heartwarming target. 2 masters, get ready. This time we won't use a seine, we'll use a crab cage. Lower the crab cage? The two helpers froze. That's right. How many crab cages have we sent on board? Are there 50 of them? Chucho asked with a smile. Just 50. No, really, under crab cages? Really? And all 50 crab cages will go down. Chucho waved his hand, with a hint of excitement on his face, because under his gaze, just below the left side of their vessel, there was a group of orange-red patterned large crabs perched in the mud and sand. At a rough estimate, there were 300 to 400 of them. These were authentic wildflower crabs. It was not inferior to freshwater hairy crabs in terms of flavor. However, since it grew in the Great Sea with endless resources, and they were all on the large side, they could easily grow to weigh a pound. So in terms of value, it is going to be a little worse than hairy crabs. The same are a catty crab, flower crab only 300 or 400, and hairy crabs, a 1 to tens of thousands of dollars. But this group of crabs is big enough. Each one has more than a catty, can also be worth 100,000. Chucho was not so broad that he didn't even put $100,000 in his eyes, so of course he couldn't let it go. Alright, we'll listen to you. After the two helpers were stunned, without saying a word, they directly put the finished bait into the cage. Then under Chucho's command, they began to put the cage. It was a long process to put the crab cage, wait for the bait inside to completely emit the fishy odor, be discovered by the crabs, and then be lured into the cage. Therefore, the fishermen who go out to sea usually put down the crab cage, make a good buoy, and wait for the next day to collect the cage. Chucho and the others didn't make any exceptions, made good buoys, and then left. But just after walking a few hundred meters, Chucho saw another school of fish worth striking out for. But this time, the school of fish. Exactly what kind of fish Chucho did not recognize. After all, there were too many kinds of fish in the sea, but they were all large in size. Each one was almost a dozen pounds. Just because of such a large size, Chucho felt that even if this fish was a little cheaper, it was still worth taking a shot. At that moment, he didn't hesitate, and shouted to the two helpers, "Two masters, prepare to release the net. Captain Master, speed up to the front. Wait for my command and then turn to the right." Okay. The Captain Master excitedly accelerated fiercely. Seeing that the fishing boat was chasing the fish closer and closer, Chucho fiercely said to the helper, "Good, hurry up and release the net, quick." Master immediately steer to the right. Yes, 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 go another 5 meters, quickly round up to the left front. Okay, accelerate, accelerate, yes, round up. Chapter 27, 200,000 rice fish. Wow. Under Chucho's command, the captain maneuvered his skillful technique and drew the fishing boat in a circle on the surface of the sea, stopping it steadily as the waves splashed up high. Seeing this, Chucho also immediately shouted, "Two masters, hurry up and collect the nets." "Good, just waiting for your words, old Zhang. Quickly prepare the big fish pots. I feel like we have quite a catch this time." The helper holding the net rope had an excited face, as he could already feel a big cargo hitting the seine. Even with his eyes, he could tell that the net rope in his hand was constantly shaking. Asterisk 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 asterisk, it's not going to burst the net again, is it? The helper called. Old Zhang laughed loudly and ran over holding the fish pot, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Just then, only to hear a clattering sound, a big cargo appeared in the seine net. It was a large-sized fish, dark and emitting gray-brown and purple-green, with a gray belly and spines on the back. It had a wide, curved belly and a body that was longer than an arm. From the looks of it, it must be at least 27 or 8 pounds. As soon as this big cargo was revealed on the surface of the sea, the helper pulling the net immediately exclaimed, asterisk 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 asterisk, "Wild rice fish, this is wild rice fish. What a big one, almost close to 30 pounds. What the hell, a rice fish?" The helper old Zhang and the captain couldn't help but shout out loud, stretching their heads to look under the boat. "I'll go, it's really a rice fish. It's so big, at least 30 pounds or so. Boss, this luck is unbelievable. Quickly, pull it up. This one is strong, don't let it get out of the net." "Rice fish?" Chucho's face was full of what plus question marks. "Where is this thing a little bit like rice? Ha ha ha." The captain noticed Chucho's puzzled expression and couldn't help but laugh. The boss is probably confused upon hearing rice fish, right? Actually, this kind of fish is called a slate fish. The word slate is a bit similar to the word rice, and those with a focused accent would say slate is rice. So over time, people called the big slate fish the big rice fish. This big rice fish is one of the 10 most valuable fish species in China. The slate gelatin in the body has high nutritional and medicinal value, with the important effects and functions of nourishing the stomach, nourishing the face, moisturizing the skin, alleviating aging, conserving the ovaries, treating constipation and improving sleep. Then so the rice fish is very expensive? Chucho's eyes lit up. Quite expensive, the captain said. For wild rice fish around 5 pounds, 130 yuan per catty, and for more than 5 to 10 pounds, 160 yuan per catty, and for more than 10 catties, because of the increased content of slate fish gelatin, the price of slate fish has also directly doubled to 300 yuan per catty. It's actually this expensive? Chucho this time happy bad. Did not expect their own random reckless wave? Actually also picked up a big leak. Goo. Out of the water again. Out of the water. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Quick look. This one isn't small either. 20 pounds for sure. This is awesome. Boss, this luck is really no one's fault. Just these two rice fish. $15,000 is in hand. The captain and old Zhang rushed to assist, their faces full of excitement and envy. This money came really effortlessly. Quickly pull quickly. I feel like there's a lot more behind me because the net rope is still shaking. This won't be running into a school of rice fish, right? If we really run into a school of rice fish, we'll be really rich, the three of them said while excitedly looking at the surface of the sea. Sure enough, not long after their words fell, the surface of the water tumbled with a crash, and another big fish came out of the water. I'll go. It's out of the water again. Or three of them together. Each one is so big. Rich. However, this was only the beginning. Next, a big rice fish kept popping up out of the water as if it didn't need money. Each one weighed more than a dozen pounds, and the smallest one weighed 5 or 6 pounds. At this moment, the three people's mouths could no longer spit out any beautiful language. Only the word kept echoing on the surface of the sea. Chucho also joined the team of catching fish, body and face, all the seawater that was dumped. Every cell in his body was filled with the joy of harvesting. At the end of the netting, all the people were tired and sat on the deck and smoked cigarettes, only to hear the captain said, "Grandma, this is my 3 months since the sea. The most enjoyable time. Under 2 nets. 2 nets burst nets. Really too refreshing. Yes, just that the biggest rice fish, a full 35 pounds, a tail hit on the arm that strength. The average person absolutely cannot stand." Old Zhang, with a cigarette in the corner of his mouth, couldn't help but gesture with his hand. It's really been a long time since I've come across such top quality seafood. Just that 135 catty rice fish. It's already worth over $10,000. Yes, this trip to the sea has made my heart warm up again, the three men said, all looking enviously at Chucho. This time, the net was lowered. Although it couldn't be said to be a real exploding net in terms of quantity, it was only a mere 40 or so, but in terms of weight and value, it was far more than a burst net of big bright prawns, because the rice fish that reached 20 pounds alone, there were about 20 of them, more than 400 pounds. According to the market price, the rice fish weighing more than 10 pounds, the price per pound is 300 yuan. More than 400 pounds is more than 120,000 yuan. There are also 2 oversized ones, 129 pounds, 135 pounds, adding up to 19,200 yuan. If the docking can still stay alive, lifting it to 20,000, 30,000 won't be a problem. The remaining 20, less than 10 pounds, there are 13. The price can be sold to 160/catty, weighing a total of 110.5 pounds, worth more than 17,000 yuan. As for the last 7 or 8, they were all around 10 to 15 pounds, weighing in at 104 pounds, worth more than 31,000 yuan. In other words, the total value of Chucho's net was close to 200,000. 200,000 If you were to work in a factory, you wouldn't necessarily be able to save up for several years of hard work, but in Chucho's case, just 1 net was enough. Boss, why don't you save our phone number? If you come to Wang Whale Village again in the future, we'll still follow you out to sea. The helper old Zhang's eyes were more alive, and while envious, he hurriedly pulled out a cigarette to curry favor with Chucho. Okay, then save 1. Next time I come over I'll still look for you guys, but I don't smoke. Chucho smiled, didn't take the cigarette, but took out his cell phone to ask for the 3 people's numbers. Anyway, he was going to stay in Magic City for several days, and he would definitely go down to the sea more than once. Keeping the 3 people's numbers would make it easier to use them next time. When the 3 people saw that Chucho was so good at talking, their faces also revealed joy from the bottom of their hearts. Alright, the numbers are saved. Let's rest here on the sea. Chucho looked at the time. It was already 3 in the morning. Tomorrow, he still had to rush back to quit his job early in the morning, so he couldn't go to the Sea Island location today, so he simply let them rest where they were, and later on, while they were asleep, he himself secretly went down to the sea to take a look. This is resting? The captain was stunned. He hadn't had enough yet. Yeah boss, it's only 3 in the morning, we've all rested during the day, this won't be sleepy yet. Right, let's try a few more nets. I haven't been this excited in years. Old Zhang's 2 helpers also chimed in. Chapter 28 A pair of brocade lobsters. However, Chucho still shook his head. Let's call it a day. I have something to do early tomorrow morning and need to go back. You guys grab a few hours of rest, and after 6 or 7 o'clock, we'll go pull the crab cages. I have a hunch that I'll probably be able to catch a lot of crabs this time. You should know that tying crabs is a physical job, so hurry up and rest. Chucho waved his hand. After the three of them heard this, they then gave up with some regret, but then they started to look forward to the crab cage. With this anticipation, the three of them quickly entered dreamland. At this time, Chucho, who had waited for a long time, finally couldn't hold back his excitement and prepared to go down to the sea. In order not to startle the three of them, Chucho came to the side of the boat, and with a movement of his mind, a water column surged up from the sea noiselessly, wrapping Chucho and sinking to the bottom of the sea. Entering the seabed, Chucho's body was wrapped in cold seawater. A feeling of a wanderer returning home hit his heart, making his body and mind soothed, just like being massaged by a lover's palm. Then, he completely released the suppression of the Jiao dragon inner Dan. Under a sudden, a terrifying aura awakened from the bottom of the sea, and the underwater creatures in a radius of thousands of meters all burrowed into the mud and shivered. In this instant, even within the tens of thousands of meters of sea, it seemed to calm down all of a sudden. Even the seawater stopped surging. However, none of this was discovered by anyone, including Chucho. In Chucho's perception, the Jiao dragon inner Dan at this moment seemed to have transformed into a bottomless black hole, crazily devouring the energy in the sea. This process lasted for a full hour. The strange thing was that this time, the Jiao long inner Dan did not provide him with energy feedback, but rather, it seemed to have entered a deep sleep, no longer having the slightest breath or movement. If it wasn't for Chucho being able to see internally, he would have even felt that the Jiao long inner Dan had disappeared from his body. Chucho was slightly worried and tried to control the seawater, and only after realizing that the ability was still there did he feel relieved. Afterwards, Chucho began to wander around the seabed. Clusters of undersea coral reefs appeared in sight. They were beautiful and colorful, surrounded by many small fish that emitted colorful colors. It was beautiful. Chucho also found a few eastern star spots, covered in peach color, covered in dense star spots. At first glance, it was as if the stars were draped over their bodies, beautiful to the extreme. No wonder this kind of fish is expensive and incomparable, worth more than $1,000 a catty. It is too beautiful. Moreover, the meat of this fish was extremely tender. It was also a top-quality seafood. However, Chucho didn't lay his hands on them because it was unexplainable to take them out. There were also densely packed shelled mollusks on the bottom of the sea, which were also more beautiful than one another. There were tiger shells, white jade shells, glow-in-the-dark shells, pig's ear shells, sea snails, seven-horned shells, phalaropes, and so on, gorgeous and colorful. Even Chucho, a male, had the feeling of being in love. When I come back again, I will definitely pick some beautiful seashells and conchs and take them back to Suchinya. Chucho's eyes glowed. These things should be very pleasing to a woman's heart. Without realizing it, Chucho walked out for more than 200 meters. In the middle, he came across quite a few good things, but all of them were helplessly unsuitable to be brought on board. Until he approached a huge underwater reef, Chucho finally had the time to strike, because at the edge of the reef, he saw a colorful armor, majestic lobster. Chucho, who had been supplemented with marine knowledge, recognized it at once, which was our country's famous Chinese embroidered lobster. This guy in ancient times there is an alias, called God Shrimp. In Taiping County, there has been such a description. Song Tianshang first year, Northern Song Dynasty. Fishermen get in the sea, 3 feet long, the first 2 pincers can be 2 inches su, the end of the red beard more than a foot, the first such as a number of liters of equipment, such as paintings, double eyes, 12 feet, text such as tigers and leopards, the rate of 5 colors or width, and the shape of the lanky especially different. The imperial name of the god shrimp, it can be seen, this guy in ancient times on the famous. Of course, the shrimp's fame is not for nothing. This guy is expensive to death. Bigger. Some people can't afford to eat one even if they earn money all their lives. I remember in 19 years on the news a brocade lobster. Body length from whiskers to tail 1.2 meters, weighing 4.5 pounds. By the local fisheries bureau staff estimated market price, in about 400,000 yuan. And now this hidden in the reef crevice of the embroidered lobster. Body length although not 1.2 meters, but also nearly 1 meter. Selling at 200,000 or 300,000 is still possible. This is the really gimmicky big stuff. Get rich. Chucho was incomparably excited and directly walked forward, clasping the edges of the large reef crevice with both hands. His strength had skyrocketed nowadays, and he felt like he could send a cow flying with a single punch. So he expected that this measly 1,000 or 2,000 pounds of reef stone wouldn't be able to stop him. Hey! Only to see him exerting a fierce force, his eyes bursting with brilliant light. the seawater swung apart with a crash, and the huge reef rock was suddenly lifted up. A large amount of mud and sand tumbled, leaving the square seabed muddy. Give it to me. Surrounded by a large amount of mud and sand, Chucho was like a demonic god rising from the bottom of the sea as he let out a roar and threw out the large reef. Under the moment, a large amount of mud and sand mixed with the water current surged tens of meters, like a mud dragon that was scared away. The big lobster was also obviously startled by this huge commotion, and with a flick of its tail, it was about to vanish. But Chucho's speed faster. Arm like a lightning splits out. Clamped it. No matter how it struggled and flicked, Chucho's 5 fingers were always like 5 mountains, not moving at all. Soon, this large lobster resigned itself to its fate. Ha ha. It's worth $200,000 to $300,000. Enough money to buy a sedan for Mom. Chucho laughed out loud and grabbed it and turned around to dive towards the surface. Ha! But just in the moment of turning around, Chucho's terrifying vision made another discovery. He captured 2 slightly swaying tentacles. These 2 tentacles were poking out from another, more hidden reef crevice, and it was only poking out less than a centimeter, especially the color of the tip, which was almost integrated with the reef. It was extremely difficult to spot it, but on the contrary, it shouldn't have moved for a moment, and was caught on camera by Chucho. Chucho smiled and turned around, bending down to look into the crevice of the reef, when the smile on his face became even wider. Another brood lobster, proper, and looking at the size, it was only slightly smaller than the lobster in his hand by 4 or 5 centimeters. By the looks of it, these 2 lobsters should be a pair. Then I can't bear to separate you guys. Chucho smiled wistfully, and as he did, grabbed it out as well, and put it together. Gotta. This time, the money spent on buying a car for Dad, paid back. Diving out of the sea, Chucho looked at the 3 people on the boat, who were sleeping soundly at the moment. Chucho also did not disturb them, but transported the power of sight, searching for the buoys left behind by the crab cages on the surface of the sea. Soon, he saw the target and directly stepped on the waves. Arriving at the location of the buoy, Chucho once again dived into the seafloor and put the embroidered lobsters in his hands into the crab cages. In this way, when the crab cages were pulled out, there was no need to explain everything. Perfect. Chapter 29, Cage Explosion. Pair of lobsters. Early the next morning, a round of red sun rose from the sea level. Chucho also opened his squinted eyes. At this time, on the sea in the distance, fishing boats and yachts also began to return one after another. Chucho got up and went to take a look at the large bright shrimp and large rice fish in the live pod. It was found that although they were not dead, they were obviously somewhat wilted, and only half a day later did they half die and move a little. Seeing this, Chucho's mind moved, and the Jiao dragon inner Dan spat out a trace of energy that circulated through the water chamber, refining the seawater into spiritual water, almost visible to the naked eye. The originally wilted large bright shrimp and large rice fish suddenly bounced violently, as if returning to life, becoming full of vigor and frantically gulping spiritual water. Especially those 2 biggest rice fish, instantly became dragon and tiger, beating the water of the water bin with a clatter. The captain and the others all gave a start and raised their eyes to look over. All awake? How was the rest? Seeing the 3 awakened, Chucho left the water chamber and walked onto the deck. The 2 helpers sniffed and felt a little embarrassed. The boss hadn't even rested, but they were huffing and puffing, and they had even said earlier that they had rested and weren't sleepy. Resting quite well. This is the most solid sleep I've had in so many years of sailing. The captain responded with a smile, easing the awkwardness. Alright then, since we're all rested, we should get to work. Chucho clapped his hands. Boss, are we going to collect the crab cages? Yes, it's been several hours, so we should be able to collect the cages. Upon hearing that they had to work, the 2 helpers then asked with glee. After all, Chucho's luck was too good, and they were full of expectations for the crab cage. That's right, let's go collect the crab cages and go ashore afterward. Hearing Chucho's clear reply, the duo's faces immediately revealed smiles of excitement and anticipation. Return to the sea, collect the crab cages. The captain harumphed and yelled out, starting the fishing boat and turning around in the direction from which it came. Chucho also stood on the deck, facing the hunting sea breeze, his face full of smiles. Soon, the fishing boat drove to the place where the crab cages were placed. Looking at the buoys floating with the seawater, Old Zhang rubbed his shoulders and said, Old Wang, how many crabs do you think we can catch by pulling the crab cage this time? Old Wang cocked his head and thought for a moment, then said, with the boss's luck, we should be able to get a harvest of 70 to 80. Well, 70 to 80 is indeed quite a lot, and in the past, when we went out to sea, catching 1 to 20 in the shallow sea area would be considered not a small harvest. Old Zhang nodded and smiled heatedly. Then, the fishing boat was parked. Old Wang began to impatiently pull the buoy on board, wrapped the main line around the small crane, and prepared to start the crab cage. It is very simple to set up a crab cage. Because the crab cages are all strung together with one main line. As long as the main line is wrapped properly, it will come out together. Cluck, cluck, cluck. With the operation of the crane, the first crab cage was soon pulled out of the water. Just see in that crab cage, a dozen bowl-sized patterned crabs, teeth and claws crawling around. Looking at people are excited. When the helper Lao Wang saw the harvest in the cage, he immediately shouted excitedly, "Holy, flower crabs, wild large flower crabs, good fellow, this first cage has directly drilled in a dozen. This is the rhythm of getting rich again, and this head, simply cannot be picked off, each has a catty heavy." Old Zhang also followed the excitement straight, rubbed his hands and said, "Boss, your luck is really no one. Like this kind of quality of the big flower crab, that can be sold by only. Each one has to be worth a $300 or $400. That's right, look at the quality and size. Just this cage, a few $1,000s again. Boss, this luck, can't help it." The captain revealed an envious and incomparable gaze. However, as the crane continued to work, before the crabs in this first cage started to be tied, the second cage was pulled out of the water again. And like the first one, this second crab cage was also drilled into 10 or so large flower crabs. This surprised the trio badly. "I'll go. It's hard to believe that we've run into a crab swarm again, isn't it? If we follow this rhythm, I'm afraid the cage will burst again. Boss, your luck is unbelievable. There's no way. This thing called luck, it comes with itself by nature. It can't be rejected." Chu Cho hemmed and hawed and loaded a big pen. Underneath the moment, the gazes of the three people became even more envious. And when the third, fourth, and even more crab cages came out of the water one after another, the three people's eyes directly glared out. Asterisk 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 this is too much, right? Really ran into a crab swarm? Bursting the cage. Cage burst. Definitely bursting the cage. After so many years at sea, this is the first time I've encountered a crab bursting its cage. It's so rare. Awesome. Looking at the cages of large flower crabs, the three men shouted in excitement, admiring Chu Cho to the core. This luck. There was really no one else. Almost every crab cage was not empty, as few as 3 or 4, as many as a dozen. In just a short while, the deck was filled with large crabs that could not be tied up in time, each of them waving their large pincers in the air and running around. Several times, the big guys were pinched by the crabs, grimacing in pain, but in the end, they all hemmed and hawed and laughed. The crabs bursting the cage. This is a rare big scene that they have encountered in so many years of sailing, and this batch of crabs, but the value of more than 100,000 Think of all excited. And when Lao Wang pulled up the last crab cage and saw the colorful big lobsters inside, he was even more excited and shouted, asterisk 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 asterisk. What's this? Lobster? The crab cage even drilled into the lobster? What? A lobster in a crab cage? After old Wang shouted this, old Zhang immediately dropped the crabs in his hands, sparing the knowledgeable captain. He also rubbed his eyes incredulously, then fixing his eyes on it, the entire person was instantly dumbfounded. I go, it's really a lobster. The Chinese brocade lobster. The crab cage actually drilled into this kind of top-notch big cargo. This is too unbelievable, isn't it? The captain's master marveled in awe. This crab cage drilling into a large lobster was simply a strange story at sea. Harry, these days, lobsters this big are simply unattainable. Each one is worth a lot of money. Just these 2 lobsters, at least $500,000 or $600,000, enough for others to do a lifetime. It's no problem to build a small house in Wang Whale Village. Old Zhang's face reddened with excitement as he nimbly took out the large lobsters and looked at them again and again. At once, he felt that the big crabs on the deck didn't even smell good anymore. Chu Chiu was also infected by their excitement, and while happy, he promised to give the 3 1,000 tips on the spot. The 3 were excited and worked harder. Originally an hour are tied not finished crabs, hard half a small to dry finished. As a result, when they stopped, their fingers were so sore that they couldn't even lift them up. But the 3 of them didn't complain. On the contrary, they instead missed this feeling and even took the initiative to help Chu Chiu contact the major vendors and the purchasers of the nearby restaurants. Hello, Boss Zhang? I came across a big shipment out at sea today. Do you want to take a look? Chapter 30, Scrambling for it. Hello, Boss Zhang? I've come across a big shipment today. Do you want to take a look? Big shipment? What big cargo? A chasing voice came from the phone. The captain master unsurprisingly glanced at Chu Chiu and laughed out loud. Brocade lobster. It's not very big. It's just 3 or 4 pounds. A pair. What? What did you say? Brocade lobster? 3 or 4 pounds? A pair? The voice on the phone steeply raised an octave. Even Chu Chiu could hear it clearly and couldn't help but touch his nose. That's right. A pair of brocade lobsters, a male and a female. The big one is close to 4 pounds, and the small one is more than 3 pounds. The captain's master proudly said, not afraid to tell you, this time the harvest from the sea is not small. big bright shrimp, big rice fish, and big flower crabs, all of them are first-class superb goods. Arrive early and get early. Okay, you wait, I'll arrange for someone to go there right away. No, I'll go there myself. You must keep it for me. The price and so on are all good. After saying that, he hurriedly left the phone. Captain Master smiled and continued to dial the phone. Hello, Lowly, it's this way. What? A pair of brocade prawns? Fine. I'll bring someone over right away. Boss Wong, really? There are 2 brocade giant lobsters? And several hundred pounds of rice fish? XXX, what? There's also a lot of superb jumbo prawns? XXX, am I hearing this right? Hundreds of wild superb large flower crabs? XXX, okay, I know. I'll be right there. Next the Captain Master made several phone calls in a row. Without exception, they all responded enthusiastically. Chucho didn't get maudlin, directly waved his hand, and said in a domineering manner, raise the anchor, return to the ship. Okay. The captain nodded his head excitedly and opened the fishing boat to quickly head towards the whale-watching village. Taking advantage of this time, Chucho took out his cell phone and took a look. It was already more than 7 o'clock. Originally, Chucho also wanted to open the shake sound to see the heat of the mussels and pearls. As a result, the broken cell phone couldn't receive a signal at all in the sea, and there was no network at all, so he gave up. Half an hour later, Fisherman's Wharf arrived. Chucho's boat had just docked, and a large group of fishmongers and hotel owners who had gotten wind of the situation had already swarmed around. Boat boss, I heard that we caught 2 brocade lobsters on this trip. Is it really true? Let's take a look. Right, where are the lobsters? Hurry up and bring them out for us to see. I've been waiting for almost half an hour. I heard there are hundreds of superb crabs and dozens of pounds of superb prawns. Where are they? Yes, let's take a look. A group of people were talking, and if it wasn't for old Zhang and his 2 men stopping them, I'm afraid that they would directly pounce on the boat. Seeing this situation, Chucho waved his hand and said, Old Zhang, let everyone come up to see it. I still have things to do later. Let's make it quick. Okay, boss. Seeing Chucho say this, the 2 old Zhangs nodded their heads obediently. Since our boss has given the word, everyone get on board. Follow me. The 2 old Zhangs beckoned, signaling the crowd to follow. The crowd's faces were visibly happy, and they hurriedly followed quickly, arriving at the living water cabin. Wow. Just as they approached the water chamber, they heard the sound of the fish catch coming from the ferocious striking of the water, which lifted the crowd's spirits. A few fish traders who leaned forward stuck their heads out to take a look and burst into surprise. Holy, rice fish, truly pure wild rice fish, and they're all so big. This is definitely the best I've seen this year. And the prawns, full of prawns, oh my god, there's so many of them. Asterisk. Look, there's a bunch of great prawns there. Where is it? I have a friend who is in a hurry to collect the best prawns. I'll take all the prawns. The market price is 150/catty. I'll pay 160. What are you thinking? The best prawns are the most easy to go volume of seafood, and in recent months have not encountered such a good color. You want to take down 160? I'll pay 170 for the best prawns, and I'll also pay a high price for the other prawns, 120 for all of them. Hey, you eat your own meat. How to give others some soup, right? These hundreds of pounds of prawns, how to share out 100 pounds, right? Sorry, there's an engagement banquet at the hotel today. I'm afraid it's not enough, boss. 170 for the best prawns and 120 for the others. I'll take them all. Do you think it's okay? The one quoting at the moment was a shrewd middle-aged boss. He knows that this time there are a lot of good goods, and there is a big lobster finale. Other people are in the wait-and-see mentality, so decisively the first to go out and directly raise the price. First received a batch of hands before. Others were a little hesitant. Chucho unexpectedly glanced at the middle-aged boss, in order to end up leaving as soon as possible, nodded his head and agreed, okay, I'll give it to you at this price, but I'm going to stay a few pounds of the best quality Damien shrimp to take away. Such a large extreme wild Damien shrimp. Chucho had never eaten one since he was a child. At least is their own catch. He'll also want to leave a few pounds of full mouth. By the way, also filial piety, mom and dad. Good. Leave a few pounds, no problem. The middle-aged boss was full of smiles, promised extremely fast, then hurriedly called. Let the men waiting at the side to come over to pack the first to take away, for fear that Chucho will back out. After weighing, the total value was calculated. 60,000, which was 10,000 more than the original estimate. After collecting the money, Chucho was in a happy mood, and waved his hand at old Zhang. Old Zhang, let's not hide it. Let's take out all the harvest. The crowd's eyes obviously lit up, listening to the meaning of these words. There were still a lot of good goods, so the crowd became curious. Only when the three men carried out the large crabs and put them on the deck, the crowd was all shocked. 1 basket, 2 baskets, 3 baskets, 9 baskets. Oh my god, there are a full 9 baskets of crabs. How is this possible? There must be hundreds of them? It's hard to explode this many even if you explode the cage? Could it be that you guys went deep sea fishing? How else could you have gotten so many crabs? And with this appearance, this head, it's another batch of superb fresh goods. When the 9 large baskets were neatly arranged in front of them, looking at the large flower crabs that were tied up all over the place, the crowd couldn't help but be taken aback. Perhaps the large flower crabs were not considered the top seafood, but the sea bowl size, the excellent quality, and the large number of them appeared in front of their eyes. It still stimulated the crowd fiercely. Almost the next second, everyone started to bid frantically. Such a superb large flower crab. I want 100 of them. Bidding 400 apiece. I'll bid 420 apiece. Want 200. Hey, can you show some mercy? If each of you wants so many, where are the others going to drink the northwest wind? That's right, there are only a few hundred in total. Let's even it out. Equalize my ass. Which one of you is not a big boss with $10,000? Just a few hundred crabs. I'm afraid they won't even last until tomorrow in magic. A few bosses who obviously owned hotels cursed amongst themselves. They actually didn't lack import channels. It's just that so many superb large flower crabs, or just out of the water, were extremely rare, so they all wanted to take them down very much. So they all started scrambling to raise the price. After some cajoling, the final pricing of the crabs was sold at 460 yuan a catty. Several hundred crabs, divided up on the spot by several big hotels, reached a total value of over $170,000. No doubt about it. The rice fish that came next also became the object of contention for these fish merchants. Inevitably, the price was raised quite a bit. A high price of 230,000 was finally settled. Throughout the entire process, old Zhang's 3 men were watching from the sidelines. Their hearts turned over like a river with excitement. They had driven the sea for half of their lives and had only earned several $100,000. As a result, Chuchio had easily earned the money they could only earn in half a lifetime with just 1 sea driving experience. It was like a dog. Could it be that this Chuchio is the son of luck, favored by the heavens? Chapter 31. The main event. Sky-high lobster prices. But envy aside, the old Zhang duo was still quite nimble. Soon the rice fish and large flower crab over the scale, divided into packages. Next, was the real main event, the Chinese Fairview lobster. Several big bosses and a group of fishmongers also quieted down and stared at Chuchio with burning eyes. Chuchio faintly smiled, and the captain master immediately understood and took out the 2 large lobsters. As soon as these 2 colorful and majestic large lobsters came out, the atmosphere of the scene immediately boiled over. A few fishmongers who traveled the docks all year round were even more excited and exclaimed, "I go! It's really a pair of big lobsters. I haven't seen a brocade lobster of this size in years." That's right, this kind of size and character. To be able to catch it in the inner sea, and also catch 2 of them in one go, it's like hitting the jackpot. It's too rare. Say no more. Boss, I'll pay 500,000 for these 2 big lobsters. 260,000 for the big one and 240,000 for the small one. Yo, Lolly is not generous. Wow. Your bidding standard is 19 years, right? Now the price of pigs are flying up to the sky. Big lobster is worth this price? Ha ha ha. I'm just opening the floor for everyone first. The real bidding is next. A certain fish vendor laughed out loud after being teased. A few familiar fishmongers followed suit and laughed. That's right. This pair of lobsters is a gimmick today. Let's try to offer a price and see if we can outbid the several bosses present. Then what are we waiting for? 2 lobsters. I'll offer $540,000. Someone immediately shouted. In 19 years, 540,000 is indeed at the top, and may even be a slight premium. But now, $560,000. Che, 560? It doesn't seem to be that high. I'll offer 570,000, 575,000, 580,000, 588,000. After calling each other's prices a few times to test the waters, a certain fishmonger suddenly made up his mind and called out the most extreme price in his mind, his eyes vigilantly inspecting the crowd. Who else wants to raise the price? 588,000. As soon as this price came out, even a few hotel owners were slightly surprised, and a few other fishmongers even frowned, because such a high price was quoted. The subsequent profit margin had been compressed to a very small amount. If they wanted to raise the price again, they would have to consider the risks and costs involved, because if they did not get it right, they might have made a losing deal. This The captain's trio also couldn't help but look at each other with a shocked look in their eyes. These two lobsters, according to their past experience, it would already be quite good if they could sell them for $560,000. But looking at the situation right now, I'm afraid that $600,000 is entirely possible. Could it be that the boss's luck could still add up? The three of them couldn't help but look at Chuchio. Chuchio's heart, on the other hand, was blossoming with joy, really not expecting the current big lobster to be so expensive. Just now, when the other party quoted a price of $588,000, he almost couldn't help but directly clap his hands and agree. Fortunately, he held back in time. $588,000. Is there any more price increase? Chuchio sucked in his breath and glanced at the several hotel owners present who were as steady as old dogs, and couldn't help but secretly sigh. Sure enough, he was still a bit tender. At the same time, the several hotel bosses exchanged glances with each other and prepared to start bidding. Obviously, in their eyes, the few fishmongers were simply not qualified to bid with them, only to hear one of the bosses speak with a smile. Boss Young, Boss Zhao, I'll go first, make a sample. This pair of lobsters, one male and one female, no matter the character or size, they are all top quality seafood that is rare to come across in recent years. Let's do it this way. Two together, make up a whole, $600,000. Hiss, 600,000. The captain's trio couldn't help but draw a breath of cold air when they heard the price. 600,000. This was definitely the top price for two lobsters at the moment. However, before they could even land on such thoughts, they heard Boss Zhao laugh. 600,000 is indeed not low, but lobsters in pairs are rare. It's a good gimmick. How about this? I'll offer 611,000. What? 611,000? The three of them were immediately staggered. Boss Zhao is right. Doing business is all about a gimmick. I'll offer 61,600,000. I'll offer 620,000. 62,600,000. The middle-aged boss who contracted the large bright shrimp before suddenly called out the price. Yo, looks like Boss Lee also wants to come and compete? Of course, we are all hotel owners. We all know it well, even if we lose a little bit. For the sake of this gimmick to be able to accumulate word of mouth, it's still worth every penny. The middle-aged boss shrewdly said, okay, since Boss Lee has pointed out the meaning, everyone should not ooze. Boss Zhao smiled and continued, in that case, I'll offer 62,800,000. Chuckle, I'll offer 630,000. 635,000. 638,000. Old Zhang and the others were stunned. In their opinion, today, these big bosses are just like having a stroke. Obviously 600,000 is the price of the sky, but they keep on raising the price upwards. The evil, I still don't believe it. 650,000. A certain hotel owner saw two lobsters or such a long hold. Some impatient. Is there any more price increase? If the price exceeds this price, I'll give it up immediately. If there is no more price increase, then I will take it. Is there any more price increase? Chuchio also hurriedly cooperated and asked, his heart excited beyond measure. $650,000. The money to buy a car for Dad is back. Cool. Subsequently, Chuchio swept his gaze and then said, bosses, is there any price increase? 650,000 once. However, with Chuchio's inquiry, the crowd did not move. So Chuchio then shouted, it seems like no one is raising the price anymore. So 650,000 twice. Anyone? No one. 650,000 three times. Good, then it's a done deal. Wait, just as Chuchio was about to say deal, the middle-aged boss who contracted the large bright shrimp before suddenly shouted again. 66 million. I'll offer 660,000 for this pair of lobsters. Asterisk 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 66 million. Old Zhang sucked in a sharp breath and looked incredulously at the middle-aged boss. The latter laughed and stepped forward. Bosses, do you have anyone else to bid? The others smiled and shook their heads. This pair of lobsters at 660,000 had already premiumized to the limit, and any further increase in price would be malicious competition. So no one from the crowd raised the price again, but they only had some doubts in their hearts, because Boss Lee was not usually a show-off. In that case, I'll take this pair of lobsters. I won't hide it from you all. Today a dear friend's elder is celebrating his birthday and favors this food, so I bought it to celebrate his birthday. Ha ha. The middle-aged boss told the truth and laughed. So that's how it is. The crowd couldn't help but respond with some bitter smiles, then dispersed. No matter what, they had acquired quite a few extremely high-quality large flower crabs and extremely high-quality large rice fish, and this trip had not been in vain. In the end, the two brocade lobsters were sold at a heavenly price of $660,000. The moment he received the transfer, Chuchio's face could no longer hide his smile. A trip to the sea, easily gained more than 1 million. This money comes faster than picking up, is really too good. Although he was now the major shareholder of the women's hotel, he couldn't move a single penny of the hotel before the hotel's dividend. So this more than $1 million is the real want to use on the use of cash money. Now the money is there, the car is there. From the successful man's standard is just as sweet. Chucho considered when to go to buy a set of house. Also give the too old man to compete for a little light? However, this idea had just emerged when the cell phone in his pocket vibrated like crazy. Chucho took out his cell phone and looked, only to see that the cell phone had restored the signal, and was constantly popping up a missed call, missed voice, and unread messages. Among them, there were companies, friends, and also Su Qingya's. However, the most eye-catching, or mom's missed calls and short messages. Single missed calls are not less than dozens of. Chucho took a look, and immediately broke out into a cold sweat. It's over. It's over. This time I guess I have to meet my mom's thunderous anger. Chapter 32, this is it? Looking at the densely packed missed calls and messages on his cell phone, Chucho had a lifeless look on his face. Once mom got angry, that firepower was no joke. It was not too much to say that it was a humanoid Gatling. Therefore, Chucho hurriedly said goodbye to old Zhang and the three of them, and immediately returned to the parking space in Whale Watch Village, ready to drive away. However, just after entering the car, before he had time to start the fire, the cell phone in his pocket once again sent out a terrible vibration. Mom's call came. Chucho put on his seatbelt, took a deep breath, and stiffly connected the call. Chucho. Immediately after, a fried sound that penetrated the eardrums came out from the phone, causing Chucho to have to take the phone away from his ears. Chucho. Good you little bastard. Where did you die for me? If it wasn't for your eldest uncle calling, your father and I wouldn't even know that you came to Magic City. You've got your wings now, haven't you? How dare you not answer my calls all night and play the missing person game for me? You bastard. Do you know how many calls and messages I sent you overnight? Your father and I even contacted your roommates and the company leaders, and they all said that you didn't go to the factory. If you don't answer my calls again, I'm going to call the police. Wu Xiaojun was on fire on the phone, getting angrier and angrier as she spoke. What about you, dumb? Also, said you'd open a video for me to see your girlfriend, but in the end, you can't see anyone, not to mention, not even a picture. Are you deceiving me? Wu Xiaojun questioned angrily. Chucho hurriedly smiled bitterly and begged for forgiveness. Mom, how dare I lie to you? It's because my newly bought cell phone accidentally broke, and I used back to the original broken cell phone, so there's no signal all night. Really? Wu Xiaojun said suspiciously. Then where are you now? Is your girlfriend around? I'm on my way back. My girlfriend has a job in my hometown and is not around. Okay, limit you to appear in front of me within 3 hours. I want to see you and your girlfriend video with my own eyes. If I find out that you dare to lie to me, you won't be able to enter this home. Do you hear me? Wu Xiaojun's voice lifted. Yes, I hear you. I hear you. Chucho bitterly laughed and agreed back and forth. Opening a video for Su Qingya? I wonder if this is considered cocooning. Alas, Chucho sighed, opened WeChat, and first listened to the voice message sent by Su Qingya. Understood the business situation of the hotel yesterday. Summarized in just 2 words. Hot. Chucho then directly dialed out the voice, and Su Qingya quickly picked up. Hey, Big Beauty Su, have you gotten up yet? Chucho asked. Chucho? Su Qingya seemed to have just woken up from a nap and was very tired as a yawning voice came out from her cell phone. After confirming that the caller was Chucho, she immediately became a lot more energetic and asked, what's wrong with you? Yesterday, I didn't answer your phone call, and I didn't reply to your messages. Have you arrived in Magic City? Arrived, only the cell phone is out of order. No signal, can't contact. Chucho listened to the other party's tired tone and frowned. How are you? Sounds listless. How else can it be? The hotel is suddenly too busy, and the whole person is violently a little bit uncomfortable. You don't know. Yesterday's business was simply hot, unlike words. The hotel had a constant flow of customers throughout the day. Those who lined up, those who booked a table, have all been arranged for next month. As soon as the hotel's business was mentioned, Su Qingya quickly came to her essence, excitedly sharing her joy. Compared to the day before yesterday, yesterday's hotel revenue fully tripled, and the hotel's rooms, almost in short supply, no matter how big or small, they are all full. The occupancy rate is 100%. It's far more than the top hotels in first-tier cities, and on social network platforms such as Teaming, Chopsticks, B-Station, etc. The top 10 listings are almost all about muscles and pearls, and the heat is still high. Even major netizens and traffic stars are reproducing the hotel's video. I believe that for a long time to come, the hotel's business will continue to go up. I've already thought about it, and recently I've been preparing to open a chain of branches of the Towel Hotel, looking for the best and fastest construction team. and taking advantage of the pearl auction heat to announce it to the general social media. So, I want to consult. Well, discuss one thing with you. Speaking here, Su Qingya's voice suddenly became apprehensive. Chucho was slightly stunned and could not help but become curious. You want to discuss a matter with me? What matter? You say, Chucho said. Then I can say it. Oh. Su Qingya mumbled twice and cleared her throat that was tightened due to nervousness. It's like this. I did a statistic yesterday. The daily revenue of the hotel in the past 2 days has almost caught up with the monthly revenue of a 5-star hotel in a first-tier city. And this situation, with the subsequent continued fermentation of the mussel pearls, the daily revenue will only be higher in the future. Calculated according to this situation, as long as 2 or 3 months, the hotel will be able to collect the funds to open a 4-star hotel. This opportunity is really simply too rare. So I think, at the end of this year, can we not pay dividends first, but take this money and continue to invest in the opening of the second hotel? But in between, until the end of the year, you might not get a single cent from the hotel. So, speaking here, Su Qingya took a deep breath. Then as if she had summoned up a great deal of courage, her tone carried a hint of pleading as she said, Chucho, this matter is really important to me. I want to please agree with me. Can you agree? After waiting for half a day, there was no movement in the cell phone. Su Qingya sat on the bed, the color of expectation gradually dying out on her stunning and charming face. However, just when she was about to die, Chucho's voice suddenly rang out. This is it? Nothing? Chucho waited for half a day with no following, and couldn't help but say somewhat breathlessly, I thought you had something big to discuss with me, but it turns out it's just this little thing? You are the second shareholder of the hotel, and this is it? Isn't it enough for you to make your own decision on this small matter? Just this? A small matter? Su Qingya was caught off guard, frozen by the huge reversal. Investing in the opening of a chain hotel, and still a 4-star chain hotel, this kind of thing became a small matter? Then what was a big deal? However, after the momentary dismay, Su Qingya immediately reacted. He agreed? Chucho agreed? Chucho? You agreed. Great. Really great. I must treat you to dinner when you return. After Su Qingya reacted, she suddenly had the feeling of being hit by a sudden great happiness. The whole person leaped for joy and jumped up on the bed without any regard for her image. That wide silk pajamas, as if it was drilled into a small white rabbit, kept bouncing around. The scenery was mesmerizing. Fortunately, this scene was not seen by Chucho, or else he must have a wild nosebleed. Chapter 33, Meeting Mom and Dad. For this small matter, how could I possibly disagree? Besides, isn't it a waste to grasp such a good opportunity and not use it? It's not like I'm a little cutie. Chucho felt Su Qingya's joy from the phone and followed suit. This situation originally belonged to mutual benefit and win-win cooperation. Moreover, with Su Qingya's character, taking his dividends to open a hotel, it was also an investment in disguise, and there was definitely no shortage of his shares. It is now only August and September. From the end of the year is also 4 or 5 months. With his ability to make money, is he still afraid of not having money to spend in these few months? Joke. Open. Must open. Not only to open, but also to open a big hotel. 4 stars are not even considered. At least all 5 stars. Chucho smiled and said, You'll estimate it according to the 5-star standard. I'll figure out what to do if it's not enough. In a word, if there's not enough money, I'll take care of it. The hotel must be in the 5-star class. Big deal. I'll put next year's dividends into it. At least he had studied in college. Chucho's vision and strategy still had no moisture. As for the past, it was because he didn't have any capital to squander. But now, with the Jiao Long inner Dan, his underwater ability was his greatest capital. Behind him, there were countless rivers and lakes. Rivers, oceans and seas of resources waiting for him to develop. So he was still afraid of not being able to support a chain hotel in the district? Chucho, are you telling the truth? Do you really want to invest next year's dividends as well? Are you willing to do that? Su Qingya was stunned by this huge surprise. Whether or not Chucho's money was screwed up, she wasn't sure, but the hotel dividends were real. With the advancement of this capital, coupled with the fact that the Women's Grand Hotel was currently standing on a windfall, the daily intake was massive. Investing in the construction of a 5-star hotel was definitely enough. Why don't you give up? I'm a person who doesn't love mountains and rivers, but loves beautiful people. Chucho laughed. How about Big Beauty Sue? Have you been touched by my words? Touched. I'm very touched alright. Oily mouth. Su Qingya held the cell phone. Her face couldn't help but slightly redden, but overflowing with uncontrollable joy. She didn't notice in the slightest that her tone was becoming more and more like flirting. Over the years, the only person who could talk to her in such an intimate tone was just a good girlfriend Yunchang. Then, in that case, can I make a small request to Great Beauty Sue? Taking advantage of Su Qingya being happy, Chucho hurriedly hit the snake on the stick. Su Qingya was extraordinarily happy today, and in a rare moment of playfulness, she said, "Okay, you say it, as long as it's not too much. This palace will allow it. Not excessive. Not excessive." Chucho hurriedly said, "Just open a video in front of my mom and pretend to be my girlfriend once more. It's very simple." That's what happened as soon as I guessed. Su Qingya instantly cried and laughed, "But, seeing as you just gave so much face, the next one will not be an exception. Besides, it's not good to lie to auntie like this all the time. It's fine. What if the deception comes true?" Chucho saw that the other party agreed so painfully, and under the happiness, he accidentally spoke smoothly, exposing his own small mind. Su Qingya's face instantly turned red, and sidetracked. "What are you talking nonsense about? I have to get up and work." "Right. According to the hotel's current situation, I'm afraid that the stockpile you left behind won't last more than a few days, so you need to hurry back then, especially the wild hairy crabs. They are now the hotel's #1 signature. They can't be out of stock for a day. I'll go. I almost forgot about it if you didn't mention the crabs." Hearing Su Qingya's words, Chucho then suddenly remembered that there were still over 1,000 crabs sitting in the pond behind the house that hadn't been fed. Although the pond's water had already been refined into spirit water by him, there had to be something to eat. So Chucho hurriedly said, "Big Beauty Sue, I have a matter here that I need your help. Behind my house there is a pond that is stocked with over 1,000 smaller wild crabs. Please bring some minced meat and crushed entrails of chickens, ducks, and fish from the hotel that the back kitchen picks off from cooking to feed them. Also, the crabs in the pond are very important and concern one of my experiments. Please make sure you look after them for me. You can also grab a few to try. The flavor and nutritional value, absolutely far away from all the famous lakes and crabs on the surface of the market." "Oh, are you so confident? Do you have any breeding secrets?" Su Qingya was aroused by the interest, and wanted to continue to ask questions. Chucho, however, smiled and said confidentiality, then hung up the phone. "Secretive. I'd like to go and see what's different." Originally, Su Qingya was planning to have the hotel's people go to feed the crabs, but seeing how mysterious Chucho was, she decided that she would personally make a trip to the Chu family village to see exactly what secrets Chucho had. At the same time, Chucho also started the car and traveled quickly towards the economic development zone of Magic City. 2 hours later, Chucho arrived at the Jinhui neighborhood in the development zone. That is, Dad and Mom live in the neighborhood. Today was just Sunday. Mom and Dad were at home, and at this point in time, they were probably going to the neighborhood market to buy vegetables, so Chucho directly toward the vegetable market to drive. Sure enough, to the food market. Chucho car has not stopped it. C is from the food market door out of the father and mother. Mom wushio jun a simple home dress, hand sat a vegetable basket. Chucho I know that it is loaded with their favorite kinds of vegetables. Dad is even simpler. Big undershirt, big pants, hands with a few pounds of pork. Is a face complaining about what? Seeing this situation, Chucho quietly drove behind the two, opened the car window to secretly listen. Chapter 34, "This car is what I bought for you guys," only to hear at this time, Chucho's mom mouth broken read. "Yesterday night did not contact on, do not know son are doing. This brat, are so big still do not let people worry about it. Moreover, he has a girlfriend but dared to hide it from me, and also said I what humongous mother style. Old Chu you listen, this is your good son said. This is like words? I'm telling you. After my son comes here today, you can't give him a good face. I have to educate him properly. Old Chu, I'm talking to you. Do you hear me?" Looking at her husband who was blissfully absent, Wu Xiujun immediately glared with dissatisfaction. Chu Jianghe immediately let out an ah and raised his head. I know. Don't worry about it. I'll resolutely not give him a single good look and condemn him properly." "Really? How can you talk to your own mom like that? No big or small." After saying that, she lowered her head again, took her cell phone out and opened a software. Wu Xiujun took a look and glared again. "Chu Jianghe, I'm warning you, today we agreed to do our son's thought work together. You're not allowed to take orders for me to drive. Isn't the son not here yet? Besides, today is Sunday. There are especially many online car appointments, so if I make a few trips on the side, I might be able to save this month's rent." Chucho's dad usually worked as a security guard in an upscale neighborhood, and every day when he was off work, or on his shift, he worked part-time as an online car driver. Sporadically over the course of a month, he could also get his hands on quite a bit of money, but obviously, today is not possible, because Chucho's old mom's attitude was very determined. Today's son's matter is the biggest. You can't go anywhere. Okay, don't go, okay? Chu Jianghe shook his head in a good-natured manner and put away his cell phone. Seeing this, Chucho was speechless in his heart. Dad was still being pinned to death by mom, and it seemed that he could not turn over in this life. sacrificing a minute of silence for old Chu. Chu Chio then hit the horn. Tick, a long chirp. The duo subconsciously leaned towards the side of the road. Only Chu Chio intended to give the two a surprise, so he chased after the two. And once again Tick-Tock honked the horn. This time Chu Chio's mom was not happy. Carrying a basket of vegetables turned around and said, "I say you this person how? So wide road you do not go. You always follow an ass behind the tick. What tick? You people have a problem, right? Really? Just bought a new car. What's there to be proud of? Why can't you even walk?" The car was tied with a red silk scarf, and it looked like it was a new car, so Chu Chio's old mom spoke very nonchalantly. "This is a spliced color red flag H9. Belongs to the high matching version. Very expensive. To be several $100,000. Chu Jung-ho whispered in the back, eyes penetrating envy. "What's wrong with several $100,000? We didn't block his way. Rich marvelous ah, really?" Mom's words were still sharp. Seeing this, Chu Cho hemmed and hawed and gave the gas slightly, and the cars went side by side. Chu Cho tilted his head to look out the car window at his dad and mom, deliberately coughing twice. "Mom, you look carefully at who I am." Snort. "Sure enough there's something wrong with you, catching anyone and calling them mom." Wu Xiao-jun directly turned her head to the side, not even looking at Chu Chio. This time Chu Chio was dumbfounded. "What? You can't even hear your own son's voice? Dad, what's wrong with my mom? I've only been back for a few days and she's deaf?" Chu Chio turned his gaze to his own dad. "Chu Jung-ha, Chu." As a result, when his dad took a look at the fact that it was Chu Chio sitting in the car, he instantly acted as if he had seen a ghost, and stuttered so much that he couldn't even speak, only to see him pointing at the car. His face was suffocating red before he could hold back a complete sentence. Chu Chio? Chu Jung-ha's face was filled with disbelief. "When did you get here? And whose car is this? How did you end up in it? What? Is it really my son? Chu Chio? What is this?" Old mom was also stunned at this time, looking incredulous. "How is it? Surprised or not? Unexpected or not?" Chu Chio hemmed and hawed, pulled the car over, opened the door and walked out. "You brat, play missing without saying hello, and now run over without saying hello. What's wrong with you? And whose car is this? You dare to drive someone's newly bought car. What if it's broken? Can you afford to pay for it?" Seeing Chu Chio down, Wu Xiao-jun finally reacted. Her face was happy, but then she boarded up again, reprimanding, "Hurry up and give the car to someone else to drive over. A moment later I'll let your father pick you up again." Yes Chu Chio, this two-tone version of the red flag H9, are high matching, 4 or 500,000 it. Hurry up and drive it back for someone, don't touch it and rub it, Dad also said carefully on the side. Originally, Chu Chio also wanted to tease the two old again. As a result, looking at his father and mother, they were careful, afraid of touching the car. Chu Chio heart for no reason a burst of heartache. Looking at the face of the two old men who were no longer young, Chu Chio didn't want to hide it anymore. "Dad, Mom, I won't hide it from you guys either. This car is not me driving someone else's, but I bought it out of my own pocket for you two to use." "You child, what nonsense are you saying?" Wu Xiao-jun took her eyes and glared. "This car is several $100,000. Where are you going to get the money to buy it? Hurry up and drive it for someone else." "That's right. How old are you? Still give us this kind of tone-deaf joke?" Chu Jung-ha also said in a bad mood. "Quickly go and drive it over to someone else. This is a luxury car. Plugging and touching are all silver." However, before the words were finished, Chu Chio opened the car door and took out 2 books and put them directly into his dad's hands. "This? Motor vehicle registration certificate? Driving license?" Chu Jung-ha held the 2 books and was dumbfounded. He looked at Chu Chio, then at his wife, and subconsciously went to flip open the books. In an instant, his eyes coalesced on the column of motor vehicle owner, only to see that under an extremely obvious steel seal, the 3 words Chu Jung-ha stood out. "This, my name? This is my name. How is this possible?" After seeing his name, Chu Jung-ha immediately stared incredulously and rubbed his eyes vigorously. "Chu Chio, could it be that you really bought this car? But where did you get so much money now? This, my god, how is this possible? Am I dreaming?" Wu Xiao-jun was also demented, feeling that even her head was confused. "Dad, Mom, this is all in black and white. The traffic bureau personally stamped it. It can't be fake. Let's get in the car first. Go back and I'll explain it to you." Looking at the frozen state of the two, Chu Chio's heart was bursting with pride, happily helping the two into the car. Once in the car, the oncoming sense of luxury, and the spacious and exquisite large 4-seater, immediately shocked Chu Jung-ha, who was very familiar with this car. "This is the flagship 4-seater version of the red flag H9. My god, this is the top model of the red flag H9 on the road at least $65,000 or more. Chu Chio, this." Chu Jung-ha was so excited that he didn't know what to say. and to be able to get the big green book, it is obvious that the car is bought in full. But where did the son get so much money? Nope. Motor vehicle registration certificate but need original ID card. I wasn't there. How did you register it? Thinking of this, Chu Jung-ha suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Could this all be faked? This was something that was against the law. Dad, think about it yourself. Have you lost your ID card? Chu Chio laughed. I went back this time, cleaned up our house, found your lost ID card under the bed. I brought it to you, so you can rest assured. This car is indeed I bought, black and white. Do not believe that when I go back to show you my bank card transfer records. Then so, this is all true? Not a dream? Chu Jang-ha still some not dare to believe. Really, everything is true. Chu Cho cried and laughed. But where did you get so much money? Full payment more than $600,000. Chu Jung-ha sucked in his breath and said, Chapter 35, My Showdown. Shock from Mom and Dad. $600,000 or so. Is that a lot? Indeed. Before obtaining the Jiao Long Inner Dan, not to mention 600,000 or so, it was even 60,000. For Chu Cho, it was a sum that needed to be saved up for a few years. But now, not to mention 600,000 or so, even if it was 600,000 or several hundred thousand. For Chu Cho, it was only a matter of time to know that just a few hours ago, 2 lobsters alone, he had sold a full 660,000. This was still not enough time, and with outsiders present, he was hiding his performance. And, with his current status as the majority shareholder of his hotel, the hotel's daily revenue dividends, I'm afraid it's not worth $600,000. Mom and Dad have worked hard to raise their own 20 years, and now should also enjoy the blessings, especially looking at the dad touching the car that excited as a child's appearance. More so, Chu Cho decided to parent showdown. Of course, it was a selective showdown. Dad, Mom, aren't you guys wondering where I got so much money and worrying about my money coming from the wrong way? Chu Chio smiled with a full forceful smile. Taking out the share transfer agreement he signed with Su Qingya, he put it in front of his dad and mom. Again, he pulled out his bank information, on which was the recent bank water flow and card number balance. This is where I got so much money. You guys take a look. This is a share transfer letter? Dad Chu Jung-ha took the share agreement with a skeptical look on his face. Mom, Wu Xiujuan, on the other hand, took the phone. But in the next second, when Chu Jung-ha looked at the content in the share agreement, the entire person immediately screamed in shock. What? 5-star woman hotel. 51% of the shares transferred? The shareholder is you, Chu Cho? How is this possible? Chu Jung-ha had a ghostly expression on his face and almost didn't make a hole in the top of the skylight. This information was simply a bit shocking to him. A 51% shareholder of a 5-star hotel. This was properly a big boss, right? How the hell could this be his own son? Lao Chu's first reaction was that this was impossible. The second reaction was that the agreement was a fake. Either that or he's dreaming. His own son's weight, is he not clear? And at the same time, Wu Xiujun also slammed her eyes and stared at the cell phone screen in her hand, looking at the balance message in disbelief. My God, this, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 7 digits? Allow me to think. 7 digits. A 10, a million, 100,000, a million. Mom Wu Xiujun violently sucked in a mouthful of cool air. The hand holding the cell phone couldn't stop trembling a little. This was the most money she had ever seen since her life. Son, the money on your bank card actually exceeds $1 million. My God, is this true? Wu Xiujun really had some disbelief. How could her son suddenly have so much money? Especially after scrolling up a few messages. Every transaction was in the hundreds of thousands upwards. Last night and this morning, it was even more than $1 million in expenses and income. Gosh, this was unimaginable. When did the son become so rich? No, she seems to have just heard something else. The 51% shareholder of the 5-star hotel, Chu Chiu, my son? Steeply, with a jolt, Wu Xiujuan raised her head and snatched the share transfer agreement from Chu Jung-ha's hand. Her eyes quickly skimmed through it, directly finding the most crucial information, the hotel information, the legal seal, and her son's handwritten signature. In the next second, her entire body directly exclaimed in shock with difficulty controlling herself. Oh my God, the 51% share transfer contract of a 5-star hotel. Son, is this really true? 5-star Grand Hotel you've become a major shareholder? When did this happen? Wu Xiujuan looked at the agreement in his hand, then looked at the pushy Chu Chio, and a sudden wave of dizziness came to his head. Old Chu, quick, hold me up. Dizziness. Son, quickly tell me, is this really true or not? What the hell is going on here? Wu Xiujuan was simply too shocked and stared at Chu Chio with burning eyes. As Chu Chio watched his dad and mom's reaction, his heart was simply cool. Dad, Mom, have you been brushing jitterbug recently? Chu Qiu asked meaningfully. You child. I'm asking you, what does this have to do with brushing jitterbug? Wu Xiujuan said with some exasperation. Chu Qiu looked at his mom's exasperated look, and didn't sell the story, but directly said to the old Chuiz, Dad, you take your cell phone out and open Shaketoon. Go look at the jitterbug hot list. Shaketoon hot list? Chu Jianghe took out his cell phone with skepticism and clicked on the shake sound hot list. Directly above the top 10 hot list, about the 100-year-old clam spitting beads and other phrases, all of a sudden enlisted as many as 7 or 8. See, now jitterbug hot list, and all major network platforms with the highest heat. All this muscles and pearls. You click in again to see the major comments and expert commentary. This one big muscle alone has been speculated online to more than $8 million. And the pearl that it breeds is even more hailed by major experts as the true first pearl of the East, with the starting bidding price all going at $10 million. Chu Qiu said with an old spirit. What? A muscle more than $8 million? And that pearl, with a starting bid of $10 million. Wouldn't that be more than 60 million RMB? Chu Jianghe rarely paid attention to news in this area, and was obviously surprised. Including Wu Xiujun was the same. In their perception, muscles were just something very common. That's right, now you know where my money came from, right? I caught this muscle. It's in the Wangjiang River right in front of our house. Chu Qiu said smugly. It was with them that I exchanged them for 51% of the shares of the woman's Grand Hotel, because it's worth that price. What? You caught this thing? Another piece of news that caught them off guard. It made Wu Xiujuan and Chu Jianghe instinctively exclaim. It couldn't be that this time when you went back for a blind date, you went down to the river to bathe and happened to touch it, right? Geez, son, what kind of luck did you have? Chu Qiu, who was originally complacent, immediately had a black line on his face when he heard his mom's words. Luck? How can you say that about your own son? I'm obviously based on my strength, okay? So, everything is true? Everything was obtained in a dignified manner? Chu Jianghe was shocked, and the breath he was secretly holding was finally put down. Good, wow, as long as it's hallowed, then I'm relieved. Sure enough, it's my son. That's bullish. It was only after a long time that Chu Jianghe's husband and wife were able to digest everything their son had said. Inwardly proud beyond measure, they were also extremely gratified. The family happily enjoyed the surprise. Right, I almost forgot one big thing. Suddenly, this harmonious picture was broken. Old Mom Wu Xiujun sat up straight violently. Her eyes stared sharply at Chu Qiu, and said word by word, Son, where is my daughter-in-law? Don't forget, you personally promised to give him her video in front of me. Put. Chu Qiu almost didn't spit blood. No way, Mom? I popped out so much shocking information, and it didn't even make you forget about this matter? Also, how did it become a daughter-in-law? Don't make it so shocking, okay? You'll scare people away. Chapter 36 on Dad's ability to pretend. What did you say? What do you mean make it so creepy? What? Now that you've become the major shareholder of a 5-star hotel, you have money and status, so you've got hardened wings, right? No matter how hard your wings are, I'm still your mother. Wu Xiujun took her eyes and glared. I'll give you a chance. Say it again. Chu Qiu was instantly filled with cold sweat. Sure enough, Mom was still that swarthy mom. Mom, it's not good for you to be too direct like this. First impressions are important. Chu Qiu also wanted to find a few sentences. The result was directly by the mother mercilessly interrupted. Less nagging. You really think your mom is so unreliable? Quickly fight. Son, there are 3 unfilial things, and there are no descendants. Chu Jianghe also played on the side to assist. I was at your age back then, but I already had you. You also have to understand your mom's peace of mind. Chu Qiu looked at the two of them speechlessly. This singing together. To whom? It's true that it's not a family that doesn't enter a family. Can't I just call? Taking his cell phone, under his parents' forced gaze, Chu Qiu called Su Qingya's WeChat video. Soon, the video connected. An extremely beautiful face appeared on the cell phone screen. Chu Qiu? Su Qingya's face was slightly puzzled. Chu Qiu hurriedly made a wink, and the phone introduced to his dad and mom. Here, Qingya, this is my dad, and this is my mom. Dad, Mom, this is my girlfriend, Su Qingya. Su Qingya also immediately reacted. Her face slightly reddened. Uncle, Auntie, how are you? I'm Su Qingya. That's right, it's this voice. The one who answered the phone last time was you, right? My goodness, I didn't think that you'd actually look so pretty. Qingya, my son is really lucky to have a girlfriend like you. When Wu Xiujun took a look at how pretty Su Qingya was, she was instantly overjoyed. As soon as she pulled the cell phone from Chu Qiu's hand, she shushed Su Qingya. Qingya, how old are you? 24. 24 is good. Just 3 years older than our family Chu Qiu. A woman's 3 years older holds a golden brick. By the way, where do you work and what do you do? parents are alive, right? After you. Chu Chiu made a face-covering gesture, which is shushing and asking for warmth. This is simply interrogating a prisoner. Thanks to Su Qingya, otherwise ordinary people really couldn't resist. Chu Chiu listened for a while, and directly blocked the duo. Instead, it was Chu Jianghe, whose eyes swept back and forth, filled with a color of foxiness. Chu Chiu, is this girl really your girlfriend? Chu Jianghe's gaze scrutinized, at a glance, this girl's appearance and temperament. She was the kind of character who had a good family background and was either rich or noble. Can she look at her own son? Chu Chiu took a look at his dad's expression, where he still did not understand what he was thinking. Immediately, he forced himself to say, Dad, what are you thinking? If Qingya wasn't my girlfriend, do you think that with her condition, she would waste her time here with me? Besides, what is your son's status now? Major shareholder of a 5-star hotel. He's young and worth over $100 million, the kind that is hard to find. Women and whatnot are not floating clouds? In a few words, Chu Chiu dispelled his dad's suspicions. Half an hour later, Mom finally reluctantly hung up the video. Obviously some conversation down. Mom on Su Qingya extremely satisfied. Whether it is from the appearance and temperament, talk and demeanor, or all aspects, Su Qingya is perfect and impeccable. Wu Shoujuan immediately clapped her hands and said, Chu Chiu, I've decided on Qingya as my daughter-in-law. If my grandson's mom isn't her, I'll sever the mother-child relationship with you. Chu Chiu was simply speechless. People had a daughter-in-law and forgot about their mother. You are good, having a daughter-in-law and forgetting your son. In the end, who is your own son? Chu Chiu was indignant, and with a foot of gas pedal, he drove into the neighborhood with an incomparable flair. Oh, high-matching red flag H9. This car has to be 300,000 to 400,000, right? This is the red flag H9, but really the first time to see it. So expensive. I do not know whose family to buy. I wonder who's buying it. Most of the tenants in this civilian neighborhood can't afford to buy this car. Maybe it's the landlord of one of the houses that came back? That's right, it should be whichever landlord is back to collect the rent. A few tenants guessed calmly. As soon as the words fell, Chu Chiu's family opened the car door and walked down. The several tenants were instantly dumbfounded. I go? Isn't that old Chu's family? A few people looked at each other, their expressions filled with incredulity. Doesn't their family just have a broken cherry? When did they get a red flag H9? And is it a high-end version? This car costs $300,000 to $400,000. Does the old Chu family have this kind of strength? Are we blind? Let's go and see what's going on. Several people walked and talked. Old Chu, what's the situation? Did you get a new car? Okay, old Chu. Without saying a word on the change of a car. This is a high-matching red flag H9, right? I heard $340,000? Chu Chiu look at this situation. A faint smile, nimbly upstairs, pretending this kind of thing. Let the old Chu come. No eyesight is not? Open your eyes and take a good look. This is a high-matching red flag H9? Come on, take a look at these seats. Chu Jianghe opened the door of the car. With a trenchant face, let a few people experience. This is the 4-seat version? The flagship red flag H9? The top model? One of the guys who had driven a taxi for 7 or 8 years was filled with shock. Obviously, he knew a lot about cars and was a loyal hardcore red flag H9. Top model? This car is heard to be on the road at least 600,000 starting. Old Chu, what's your situation? Are you rich? A few people usually have nothing to do together to kibitz, are very familiar acquaintances. Chu Jianghe full of pomp and circumstance said, get rich? That's not quite. This is my son bought me a walker only. What the hell? Your son bought it for you? I've never heard of your son being so rich. What's the deal? It's just that he opened a restaurant and made some money. That's all. Chu Jianghe said in a low-profile manner. Chu Chiu, who was accompanying his mom upstairs, had superior earphone power, heard every word, and almost didn't laugh out his overnight meal. Old Chu's ability to pretend this is really out of this world. Of course, looking at his parents so happy, Chu Chiu's heart is also beautiful. He also had to sigh. The feeling of being rich was good. Women's Grand Hotel office. Since hanging up the video, Su Qingya didn't know what was wrong with her. Frequently lost in thought, her mind wandering, without a focus. So she pushed open the door, took Xiaoli and Xiaohong, and let the hotel's driver drive to Chujia village to feed the crabs. She but remembered Chu Chiu's arrangement, and it was also mysterious. It was just the right time to come over and find out. Chapter 37 shocked Su Qingya. Arriving at the Chu family village, Su Qingya inquired a little and learned of Chu Chiu's eldest uncle's residence and brought someone to the door. Big Uncle Chu, are you at home? Su Qingya politely knocked on the door. Soon, Chu Songbai's voice resounded in the yard. Coming. you're the girl from the fish market? Seeing Su Qingya, Chu Songbai recognized him almost instantly and enthusiastically said, girl, what are you looking for me for? Oh, Su Qingya smiled. It's like this, Chu Chou and I are now in a partnership. He said that he has stocked a batch of crabs in his backyard pond, and asked me to come over and help feed them. I'm here to get the key from you. What? This brat stocked the backyard pond with crabs? When did that happen? How come I didn't know? Chu Songbai was extremely surprised after hearing this, then remembered something and said with hatred, this bastard kid. The backyard pond has been shelved for many years, and has long become a stinking mess of water. What crabs can be raised? This is not nonsense. Go, I'll go with you to see. Chu Songbai took the key and left. This can't be right? Su Qingya was also confused and hurriedly waved her hand for her people to follow. 2 minutes later, the group arrived at Chu Chou's house. Chu Songbai directly led the crowd across the front yard to the pond behind the house. However, when Chu Songbai arrived in a furious manner, he was suddenly dumbfounded, only to see in the past, that covered with water rust, green stains, exudes the smell of stinking gutter pond. Don't know when, even became like a blue spring, people standing on the edge of the pond, just like looking in the mirror, and when the wind blew, the pond unexpectedly emitted a fresh and sweet flavor. This time Chu Songbai was confused, thinking to himself, could it be that I'm in the wrong place? He looked left and right, and immediately got some toothache. That's right, it was indeed Lao Er's home. There was also a vegetable patch on the side that he had personally reclaimed. Ha, not right. When did this vegetable field grow so vigorously? Not even a single yellow leaf? Boy, I haven't fertilized it lately, but even if I did fertilize, it's impossible that there's not even a single yellow leaf, right? Hell no, especially the cucumbers that came out of the vegetable patch. Each one is turquoise as an emerald. Tomatoes are also crystal clear, like red agate. Looking at people want to let a bite, simply unlike the fruit of the earth. Could it be that this pond, as well as this vegetable field, are Chu Chou that brat to take care of out? He has this kind of ability? Chu Songbai stared blankly, not knowing what to explain. Uncle Chu, is this the stinky water you're talking about? Su Qingya blinked her eyes in utter dismay as she looked at the clear blue pond. If this was stinky water, then what kind of water was good water? Even if it was the water inside the ocean, the quality of the water would be nothing more than that, right? However, looking at the other party's previous reaction, it didn't seem like they were faking, so it seemed that the problem still came from Chu Chou. At this moment, Su Qingya suddenly had some expectations. If the crabs raised by this kind of water quality, if it could really be like what Chu Chou said, not inferior to the crabs of the famous lakes, then the hotel would have a star ingredient. When the time comes, after some publicity and packaging, and even special organization identification, that is unique. Thinking of here, Su Qingya also do not care as wondering Chu Songbai directly commanded, Shaoli Shaohong, you prepare to feed the crabs. You two males, go to the car and bring the netting. Catch me a few more crabs up. After saying that, Su Qingya then said to Chu Songbai, Uncle Chu, let's stand away a bit and take a cool ride under that willow tree. AI. Good. Chu Songbai also came to his senses at this time, and followed behind Su Qingya, walking towards the shade of the willow tree. Halfway there, Chu Songbai suddenly tapped his head and went to the vegetable patch to pick a few cucumbers and tomatoes. Miss, it's your first time at home. Our old Chu family doesn't have much to entertain. This is freshly picked cucumbers and tomatoes for you to try. Chu Songbai took the cucumber and tomato and caught up with Su Qingya, smilingly said, in your city people's words, this is pure natural organic food, safe and non-polluting. The weather is also weirdly hot. You eat some to relieve the heat. Chu Songbai enthusiastically said, thank you Uncle Chu. Su Qingya originally wanted to say that she wouldn't eat, but when she saw the emerald-like cucumber, she was inwardly surprised. This is a cucumber? How can it grow so beautiful? It feels like an emerald carving? It's simply a work of art. This is also too beautiful. Looking at it makes people want to take a bite. Su Qingya immediately changed her words. Uncle Chu, I'll taste one. Here. Chu Songbai happily handed over the cucumber. After Su Qingya received the cucumber, she took a wet towel and casually wiped it, not caring about the image of a lady. Clicking was a mouthful. Well, in just an instant, Su Qingya's eyes widened, revealing an incredulous look. This cucumber was also too delicious, right? It was as if the entire taste buds had exploded. Moreover, between the lips and teeth, a stream of sweetness swirled around, giving one a lingering aftertaste. Especially after eating it, it was as if the entire internal organs were purified, refreshed. The fatigue and weariness brought about by summer were all swept away. Su Qingya even had a hallucination, as if all of a sudden, from the hot summer, directly into the cool spring, She had never imagined that a cucumber could be so delicious that it couldn't be stopped at all. A cucumber was almost quickly eaten into her stomach, and she couldn't get enough of it. Uncle Chu, this cucumber is also too delicious. What variety is it? And that tomato, gosh, it's actually like a red onyx. It's simply too cute too. I want to eat it. Uncle Chu, I want to eat a tomato. Su Qingya actually bit and ate it like a child, disregarding the image. If this was placed in the past, it was simply unimaginable awe. Even Xiaoli and Xiaohong could hardly believe it as they looked at this scene. Tomatoes and cucumbers were just tomatoes and cucumbers. Were they so magical? Delicious, too delicious. Su Qingya was practically on the verge of crying, eating with her mouth full of juice. She couldn't figure out at all whether this was a tomato or a peach. It was also too delicious, right? Wouldn't it be tasteless to eat something else in the future? This stinking Chu Chiu. It must be his masterpiece. No wonder swore that the crab how. Just from this tomato and cucumber can be seen. I really don't know how many more secrets this stinky guy is hiding. No way. Something this delicious is simply nature's top ingredient. She must interrogate Chu Chiu properly. Why did you let such a top-notch ingredient go without telling her? It's thanks to this trip that I came in person. Otherwise I don't know how long it will be before I can eat such a top-notch ingredient. When you come back, let's see how I'll settle the score with you. Su Qingya couldn't wait to swallow her fingers while muttering hatefully and incessantly. The food was really still holding out. Only then did Su Qingya wipe her mouth with intent. Uncle Chu, this tomato and cucumber, can I pick some to take away? Yes, it's not a precious thing. You can pick them at will. Chu Songbai greatly said. Su Qingya immediately happily said, thank you Uncle Chu. Xiaoli Xiaohong, you guys quickly come over. Pick a few tomatoes and cucumbers and load them up. And you too. Are the crabs feeding well yet? If they are, grab a few up. Let's go. Okay boss. The two males grabbed a few crabs and walked over. Xiaoli and Xiaohong also picked them. Saying goodbye to Chu Bo, the group immediately got into the car. Su Qingya became thunderous again. Drive. Go. A flash of excitement appeared in Su Qingya's eyes. Go to the city. What? Go to the city? Aren't we going back to the hotel? Little Red and Little Lee were astonished. Not back to the hotel for now. Go to the city's third-party food testing organization. Su Qingya's eyes flashed with wisdom light and said, I'm going to give these ingredients. Do the most detailed laboratory testing. Chapter 38, The Reaction of the Explosion. What? Doing laboratory tests on these ingredients? Xiaohong and Xiaoli looked at each other in astonishment. Wasn't this just farm-grown cucumbers and tomatoes, plus a farmed common crab? Is it worth going to the city's testing organization with such a great deal of hustle and bustle? I'm afraid that the gas money for this round trip, plus the cost of doing the testing, could buy several cars of such ingredients, right? The two of them were a bit confused. Was it worth it? They looked at Su Qingya, wanting to say something. Su Qingya naturally noticed the duo's behavior, but did not say anything. 1 hour later, inside a testing facility in the city center, there was a payment, queuing, waiting. Finally the results were out, only to see a director hurriedly walk out from the laboratory shouting, Who is Su Qingya? I am. Su Qingya hurriedly stood up from the waiting area. You guys hurry over here for a moment. That director beckoned and turned around to walk into the lab. After a few people arrived at the lab, the director couldn't wait to take the 7 or 8 test report sheets and ask about them. This crab, as well as the tomatoes and cucumbers, where did you guys get them from? Do you know what results we tested? The director's eyes burned. Let's start with this crab. We just randomly took out a little sample and actually detected dozens of nutrients that are beneficial to the human body. Dozens of kinds. The content of each is extremely balanced. And this is not even common trace elements. The content is extremely rich. If it wasn't for the sanity of more than 10 years in the business telling me that this is just crab, I would doubt that this is not the meat of the monk. And the report card of this tomato and cucumber. A whole several sheets of paper. All the various components that are beneficial to the organism. I even suspect that this tomato and cucumber is not fertilized with Chinese medicine. The efficacy can be compared to wormwood ginseng. Where on earth did you get these things? Are the cultivation conditions harsh? If it can be popularized on a large scale, it's simply a boon for mankind. The director's emotions became more and more agitated the more he spoke. On the other hand, Xiaoli and Xiaohong, their mouths were already wide open, unable to say anything. Now they finally understood why Su Qingya was so excited to come to the city. Because the director's performance, as well as that one test report sheet, had fully explained everything. It turned out that it wasn't the boss who was ignorant, but them. Until they came out from the testing organization, several people were in a trance, because the test results on the lab sheet were really too shocking for them. Even Su Qingya, who had already been fully psychologically prepared, was filled with intense shock. If one were to eat these ingredients regularly according to what was shown on this report card, it would simply be better than eating any health medicine. She truly couldn't imagine how Chu Chiu had done all of this. Go back to the hotel immediately. Immediately notify the front desk to send over the hotel's most important customers' phone numbers. I'm going to call them one by one. Currently, the tomatoes and cucumbers she had already tasted. No matter from the selling appearance, quality, and flavor, they were all perfect and impeccable. All that was left was to taste the crab. Even though it hadn't been paid off yet, Su Qingya had incomparable confidence. Soon after, the front desk of the hotel sent a list. It contained information about the most important customers of the Taol Hotel recently. Half of these were the several major partners that Li Ronghui had feasted on last time, as well as the local leaders of the relevant departments. Getting the phone information of these customers, Su Qingya thundered and immediately dialed them one by one. Hello, Boss Zhang? Today, our hotel is giving back to our important customers with a free tasting of newly developed dishes. Boss Zhang, oh? The last time I ate at your hotel, I had a deep impression. This time I actually have such a good free opportunity. Then I must go and taste it. Boss Li, inviting us to taste for free? Not bad. Your hotel is really different. Don't worry, I will be there on time. Boss Wang, okay, definitely go. After a phone call, Su Qingya was glowing. The person was in the car, and her mood had already flown to Chu Chiu's home. She also didn't forget to instruct the two shopkeepers to go to Chu Chiu's home to pick up some more supplies. More than an hour later, the group returned to the hotel. Su Qingya supervised the entire process. The three top ingredients were quickly cooked, and many dish-style dishes were developed. At the same time, inside the Imperial Hall on the highest floor of the Taol Hotel, a group of bosses and relevant department leaders were communicating with each other, talking loudly and laughing. These people were the hotel's most heavyweight customers. So after the dishes were ready, Su Qingya arranged to pass the dishes at the first opportunity. When the first dish that was bubbling with hot air was passed in, everyone present immediately revealed a look of astonishment, and uniformly all made an action. That was to sniff with their noses. It smells so good? What is this smell? Yes, this simply smells too good too. I can't help but swallow. The leader of a certain relevant department swallowed and a look of surprise appeared on his face. He actually smelled this fragrance and already had an appetite for food. One must know that he was slightly anorexic, and hadn't wanted to eat so much for several days. This was the first time recently that he had this kind of reaction. Bosses, this first course, it's very simple. Steamed crabs. Su Qingya smiled as she lifted the lid, and underneath, a mouth-watering aroma bubbled up. It smells so good. Is this really just a steamed crab? It shouldn't be. What kind of material is it made of? Could it be a very rare species? No. This crab looks like an ordinary hairy crab, but why does it have such a refreshing aroma? All of them are big bosses with huge fortune. What kind of delicacies have they not eaten before? But this ordinary steamed crab, once it came up, made them look incredulous, and stirred up a strong desire to eat. This kind of phenomenon hadn't occurred to them for many years. The second dish, even simpler, slap the cucumber. Su Qingya smiled without saying anything and continued to lift the lid of the second dish. Slap the cucumber? The crowd was slightly stunned, but after seeing the ingredients, they were suddenly surprised once again. Wait, Boss Su, are you sure you're right? A big man pointed at the dish and said, are you sure this is a cucumber and not a jadeite? That's right, this cucumber I also look not like a cucumber, but like a broken jadeite. You see this waterhead, light translucent, color, how to look like water seed emerald At this moment, it was as if the crowd had discovered a new continent, with a hint of marvel on their faces. Next, with the third course, the fourth course, the fifth course and so on, one after another on the table, the entire Imperial Hall had begun to boil. Oh my god, that's a tomato right? It looks like red onyx. Where did Boss Su get all these things from? Looking at them all makes one's appetite grow. That's right, the taste, the smell, it's the best flavor on earth. And this tomato and egg soup, it's really hard to believe that it can actually be so colorful and flavorful. Several big bosses and relevant department leaders all revealed a shocked look. These dishes presented on the table right now, each of them looked simple and ordinary, but each one of them had a unique aroma that brought back memories. Each and every one of them could not wait to feast and eat like crazy. This kind of feeling, it was too long gone. Bosses, thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to enjoy yourselves. So today, everyone will enjoy this feast on the tip of your tongue. I, Su Qingya, with my own personality, as well as the reputation of the hotel, will definitely make your trip worthwhile. Su Qingya said with a fully infectious smile. Everyone, please savor. My goodness, finally waiting for you to say this. That's right, we couldn't wait a long time ago. Yes. Just by smelling the aroma of these meals alone, it's already a worthwhile trip, a long-lost passion. What are we waiting for? Let's all move our chopsticks. Be careful not to bite your tongue. Ha ha. Wow. The crowd, who had already endured to their utmost patience, at this moment, as if they were beasts out of their cages, frantically swept up the dishes on the table. Delicious. Too delicious. Oh my god. Is this really crab? Why do I feel like I've eaten the legendary monk meat? It's too delicious, isn't it? Indescribable. Really indescribable. And this cucumber, my goodness, crisp and refreshing, sweet on the lips and teeth, and even an indescribable essence of water and grain that refreshes the heart. I feel like even my mind is clearing up after taking a bite, and my body is also becoming transparent like a mirror that has been wiped. And this crab bun, it's definitely the best I've ever had. Agreed. And this tomato and egg soup, the flavor of childhood. So touching. It's worth the trip. The best flavor on earth. Well, whose mouth was that? Bit his tongue. Ha ha ha. A unique tongue feast, just like this, in all kinds of laughter, in all kinds of wild exclamations quickly into the end. Each and every Lao Dong ate with a red face. Bosses, how do you feel? Su Qingya's smile was reserved, but her eyes were filled with incomparable confidence. Good, great. It's not a vain trip. That's right, eating this meal, I feel several years younger. I actually have the passion of a young man. Boss Su, it's really heartfelt. The bigwigs present praised variously, clearly satisfied to the core. But we just have a question. How come this kind of dish hasn't been introduced before? Yes, how come none of us have tasted it before? I want to know. Will we be able to eat it more often in the future? A big brother stated on the spot. To be honest, after eating this dish of yours, if I were to eat anything else, I'm afraid I really wouldn't be able to eat it. I just want to ask, will we be able to eat it more often in the future? Right. We also have the same doubt. The price aspect is not a problem. The main thing is that it will allow us to eat it often. With regards to this phenomenon, Su Qingya had obviously had a plan in place for a long time and had prepared a variety of response sayings in advance. Bosses, before I open, I'm going to show you a few pieces of information first. Wisdom flickered in Su Qingya's eyes as she took out the inspection report sheets of the 3 top ingredients. For these bosses, this inspection organization report sheet was the real heavy hitter. It definitely worked better than any lip service. What is this? An inspection report of the ingredients? The city's third-party testing agency tested the ingredients report? My god. This report? Suddenly, a group of bosses received the report and after reading it, they collectively revealed a shocked expression and looked at Su Qingya. Su Qingya nodded her head and said, "That's right, what you guys just ate. All of them are this level of food ingredients. Each and every one of them is better than eating any high-level health product on the market. The key is that it's infinitely delicious. And it's something that no health product can do or replace. This kind of top-notch ingredients cannot be provided in large quantities at the moment. Only our Hotel Supreme VIP card can qualify to enjoy it. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and get us a card. I haven't eaten like this in how many years? Not to mention it's such a top-notch and safe ingredient." Right. Run the card. Aren't we making money to enjoy what ordinary people can enjoy? That's right. As long as we can eat this kind of delicious food regularly, money matters are trivial, not to mention it's better for the health of the body. Alright, just know that all the bosses are cool, then I'll talk about the hotel. Su Qingya secretly took a deep breath, and a greater confidence surged within. At present, our hotel is newly opened not long ago. The Member Supreme card only launched 3 kinds, respectively, Black Card, Gold Card, and Silver Card. The Black Card has the highest rank, requiring a membership recharge of $10 million, and can enjoy the hotel's top ingredients at any time. The Gold Card is the second highest. The membership recharge is $5 million, and you can enjoy the opportunity to enjoy the top ingredients once a week. The Silver Card is $2 million, and can be enjoyed once a month. Black Card. Must get a Black Card. There's nothing to say. A mere $10 million. That's right. What's $10 million when you can eat such top-notch ingredients that are good for the body every day? You have to know that all the bosses present have monthly expenses of at least tens of millions of dollars for their meals and entertainment. The several big bosses said with a strong voice. Anyway, their monthly meals and entertainment are daily necessities. So wouldn't it be better to eat at the Towel Hotel? One of the big bosses even said Versailles. Boss Su, is there a limit to this kind of Supreme Black Card? I'm going to give my wife and kids one more card. My son recently took the college entrance exam, especially using his brain, and needs the healthiest and most assured ingredients to replenish his energy. My wife, because of worrying about my son's academic problems, has also followed a lot of purging, and even her skin has deteriorated. I heard that ordinary cucumbers can be applied to the face, so wouldn't your cucumbers, which are comparable to ginseng and cordyceps, have a better effect. Right. Or Boss Shang's thoughtfulness. Boss Su, give me two. That's right, if you eat and socialize yourself, you can't forget your family. Two. Boss Su, hurry up and let your hotel handle it for us. I'll inform the finance to transfer the money right away. Just saying that, several bosses on the scene immediately made phone calls. Hey Xiaodu, come over from the company right away. Yes, Towel Grand Hotel, do 2 supreme black cards for me. Little one, you come up here. Follow Boss Su in a moment to do 2 supreme black cards for me. Secretary Lee, notify the finance. Transfer $20 million to the Women's Grand Hotel's account for me. I want to run 2 supreme black cards. Boss Su, my men will be here soon. Please make arrangements. Yes Boss Su, I've decided. In the future for dinner, apart from the Towel Grand Hotel, I won't go anywhere. Thank you bosses for your support. I'll see you guys off. Su Qingya took a deep breath, a wave of surprise simply exploding within her. Today, she had invited a total of 18 important customers, and excluding the 3 relevant department leaders, almost every boss had booked 2 supreme black cards, 15 bigwigs, that's 30 black cards, $10 million per black card, 30 of them would be a proper $300 million. $300 million, and it's the kind that arrives in seconds. My god, if it wasn't in the hotel, Su Qingya would have jumped without caring about her image. It's really too much of a surprise, too smooth. With the arrival of this amount of money, she would immediately be able to start building the second 5-star hotel, and this is just the beginning. Once the word gets out through these bosses' circles, I'm afraid that even more people will get cards. Gosh, Su Qingya simply couldn't dare to imagine what she wanted most now, what she couldn't wait for. She wanted to share her joy and excitement with the biggest contributor to all of this, Xu Qiu. As for Xiaoli and Xiaohong, who were following behind Su Qingya, at this moment, they were already completely shocked and unable to speak. Just 3 ingredients, in exchange for such a huge, stable profit investment. This simply subverted their outlook on life, and the originator of all this, in their view, is not their beautiful and stunning female boss. Rather, it was the person who stood after all this, and not even a few people knew about it. A person who became the majority shareholder of the hotel for only a few days. Allowing the hotel to rapidly take off. And that person was Chu Qiu. Chapter 39. How did I not know I was so rich? Hey, Chu Qiu, I have something to tell you. Inside the hotel office, as the 30 supreme black cards were processed one after another, the $300 million arrived smoothly. Su Qingya excitedly called Chu Qiu at the first opportunity. 300 million funds nah. When she first thought about it, she had been begging hard for several years in the family and couldn't even beg to do business. In the end, she had used the shares belonging to her parents within the family to exchange the funds to open the hotel. The family also sternly warned her that once the business failed, she would have to use her personal freedom to compensate the family. To put it mercilessly, her body was used to exchange for the family's business interests, such as business marriages. But now, because of Chu Qiu's appearance, in less than a month, everything had changed. The hotel's fame had already begun to spread widely on the internet. It was foreseeable that the hotel's business would definitely get better and better in the future. Even now, the hotel was making money day in and day out. Coupled with the fact that she was now holding strong funds, the second 5-star hotel could be set up at any time. She finally had some say in the family. So this surprise, she couldn't wait to share it with Chu Qiu. Only, when she was full of joy and called Chu Qiu's phone, Chu Qiu returned. I have something to do right now. I'll call you later. Then, a beeping busy sound came from the phone. Su Qingya's small mouth slightly opened, her expression slightly stunned. Obviously, she did not expect that Chu Qiu would actually hang up his own phone so dryly. Something's wrong? This Chu Qiu, isn't he accompanying his parents? What could be the matter? And can't even talk on the phone? Su Qingya revealed a look of suspicion. This guy, he wouldn't have run out to do something bad, right? No, I have to test him. Su Qingya didn't know out of what kind of mentality, but there was actually a sense of indignation within her heart. At that moment, she opened her computer, logged into the hotel's network account, and directly transferred a sum of money to Chu Qiu. At the same time, Chu Qiu had tossed and turned in the company for more than an hour, and also finally finished the departure procedure and walked out from the company. Just after walking out of the company's gate, the broken cell phone in his pocket beeped and vibrated again. Chu Qiu took out his cell phone and looked at it, instantly widening his eyes. Your tail number 7588 card. ICBC income, network remittance, 100,000,000 yuan. Balance 10154360, 00 yuan. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell? Goddamn sick? Transferred the wrong account for me? Wait, after this one. 7 zeros? Asterisk 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 asterisk. $10 million. Who the hell is crazy? Chucho fiercely sucked in a mouthful of cold air. His eyes almost didn't stare out. This Tama shouldn't be money laundering on the internet, right? Ding. Before the words fell, the cell phone once again received a transfer message. Chucho lowered his head to take a look, and then he was shocked again. Your tail number 7588 card. ICBC income, network remittance, 100,000,000 yuan. Balance 20154360. 00 yuan. Ding. Before he could react, there was another arrival message. Your tail number 7588 card. ICBC income, network remittance, 100,000,000 0000 yuan. Balance 30154360. 00 yuan. Put. I'm Nima. Another $10 million. Ding. 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 Next, as if it confirmed Chucho's thoughts, a text message that kept ringing, vibrating. Chucho's hands were numb. Ding. Your tail number 7588 card. ICBC income, network remittance, 100,000,000 0000 yuan. Balance 100,154360. 00 yuan. This was the 10th SMS. Chucho couldn't help but swallow his saliva, his heart thumping wildly. The balance on the card, too, had reached $100 million. All of this money could be real, visible and touchable RMB. Looking at that long string of numbers, Chucho's reaction was very real, nervous and excited. Dry mouth. Just then, the cell phone ringtone suddenly rang, scaring Chucho with a jolt. Picking up the phone, he realized that it was Su Qingya calling. Hello, Qingya. Chucho was still somewhat unresponsive. How's it going? Did you receive the money? Su Qingya's promising voice came from the phone. What? Chucho instinctively froze, and in the next second, he suddenly woke up and said incredulously, No, did you just transfer that money over the internet? What's wrong with you? Why did you transfer so much money? $100 million. $100 million. While listening to Chucho's counting on the phone, Su Qingya had a black line on her face. You're the one whose brain was squeezed by the door. Who let you hang up on me just now? I thought you were doing something unseemly, so I transferred money to test you. I transferred so many times in a row. If you didn't see the message, that means you must be doing something bad. Su Qingya said angrily. What? Chucho was instantly filled with black lines. Just because of this? You're just frantically transferring money? Chucho was speechless to the extreme. Damn it, are rich people all this bossy? The reasons for giving people money are all so wild? And I'm here to quit my job. What unseemly things can I do? Wait, Shoya. Bah, mouthful. I'm not Charlotte. Broke in a second. Ahem. Chucho faked 2 coughs, slightly embarrassed. Blame it on watching Charlotte's troubles while accompanying mom to dinner. Even the mouth is smoothly abducted. Quickly adjusting his emotions, Chucho pretended that nothing had happened and said in a suspicious tone, Qingya, just to test me, you casually transferred $100 million to me? You couldn't have any intentions towards me and like me, right? Bah, what nonsense. Su Qingya was caught off guard, and her tone flustered for a moment. Spitting? Who likes on you? Narcissist. I'm only doing it for the sake of the hotel. I'm afraid that if you do something unseemly, once it's found out, it'll exhaust the hotel's reputation that's not easy to build up. Really? Chucho could not help but be slightly disappointed. Can we not talk about this topic? Su Qingya rolled her eyes. What do you think about in your head all day? Thinking about you, Chucho immediately said in a serious manner. You? Su Qingya's face turned red. There was no way to carry on with this topic. This stinky shameless one was getting more and more oily. Aren't you curious about where I got so much money to transfer to you? Su Qingya said breathlessly. If you don't say it, I really didn't pay attention. It seems like the hotel has only just burst into flames for a few days. Even if the profit is big again, it's not possible to collect $100 million in just a few days. Then where did you get this money? After this reminder from Su Qingya, Chucho also couldn't help but be curious. Nonsense. It naturally came from you. Otherwise, how would I transfer the money to you? Su Qingya said without any good humor. What? Money that came from me? Chucho was dumbfounded. Why the hell didn't I know I was so rich? Chapter 40, preparing to go out to sea and make a big wave. What kind of brain are you? Don't you know what you've raised? Listening to Chucho's dumbfounded voice, Su Qingya couldn't help but cover her forehead at once. You mean crabs? Chucho froze and said, That's impossible. Although I have the confidence to guarantee that the quality of these crabs far exceeds the quality of the crabs from the various famous lakes, but all told, there are just over 1,000 of them. and they are still small in size, even if all of them are sold at once, and one sells for $10,000. That's only more than $10 million. Su Qingya was truly speechless. Who told you that I sold all the crabs? I just used them to develop some new dishes, invited customers to taste them, and then launched the hotel's membership system. They raved about the dishes and rated them highly, so they all rushed to apply for the hotel's Supreme Black Card. Each Supreme Black Card requires a recharge of $10 million, and I've issued a total of 30. Put. Chu Chiu had just taken a sip of mineral water and couldn't help but spray it out. What did you say? Each Supreme Black Card is recharged with $10 million? You handled out 30 of them? Isn't that $300 million? Chu Chiu violently sucked in a mouthful of cool air and almost didn't choke himself. Isn't it just developing a few new dishes with crabs? And this makes a group of big bosses rush to recharge? Are this group of people stupid? Chu Chiu wiped his mouth and couldn't help but spit out. I think you're the one who's stupid. Su Qingya sniffed and immediately scolded. Do you know how high the nutritional value of the crabs you raise is? I'm afraid you wouldn't even believe it yourself when I say it. I asked a specialized agency to conduct tests and found that the crabs you raised contain dozens of nutrients that are beneficial to the human body and are extremely easy to absorb. Eating it regularly can quickly improve subhealth and make the organism stronger. It's better than taking any tonic or health supplement. In the eyes of the rich, money is at their fingertips, but health is difficult to buy with money. Su Qingya didn't have the good sense to say. In addition, do you know these big bosses? How much is the approximate running water of the fixed drinking game Socializing every month? Chu Qiu said. How much? $10 to $20 million. Su Qingya said decisively. Even without our hotel, without the so-called crabs, they still need to overhead this much every month. Now, do you still think they're stupid? Su Qingya asked rhetorically once again. $10 to $20 million. MMP. Chu Qiu soured. The world of the rich was really not something that he, who had just been rich for a few days, could imagine. I'm afraid that in the eyes of those big bosses, he, a major shareholder of a 5-star hotel, wouldn't even be able to get on the stage. It was only in a small county like River City that he had a slight presence. It seems that we still need to work hard, for the sake of my parents, for myself, and for my favorite woman. Laozi will also open the woman hotel in all the first-tier cities. An ear-splitting cry came from deep within Chu Qiu. With the Jiao Dragon inner Dan in his body, everything was just a matter of time. Subsequently, Su Qingya chatted about the situation of the vegetable plot, which made Chu Qiu astonished. Unexpectedly, the unintentional willows turned into shade. This also gave Chu Qiu a lot of inspiration in other areas. Since the refined spirit water was so powerful, he would have to think about how to develop the periphery. For example, making mineral water, or making formulated herbal tea, brewing wine, or even develop beauty water, toner, and so on and so forth with these. And with the efficacy of the spirit water, the effect was surely outstanding, and it could totally take the high-end route. Anyway, he does not need any cost to refine the spiritual water, but can also increase the range of his water control. This way, there was no delay between the two, so why not be happy about it? Of course, these were only a thought for the time being, and the specifics would have to be planned out slowly. Right, Chu Qiu, I forgot to tell you, the Supreme Black Card I have guaranteed rights and interests. They must be able to enjoy the hotel's top ingredients at all times. That's why you have to increase the scale and breeding efforts. Otherwise, once the customer has a request and we cut off the supply, then the hotel will lose its credibility. Su Qingya was not without worry. At the moment, if there are not many high-end members of the hotel, more than 1,000 crabs, for a short period of time is enough. But the vegetables you planted are really too little. If it's needed for a large conference, I'm afraid that if it comes a dozen times, it will be a bit overstretched. You must hurry up and start preparing. Alright, I know. I'll go back and deal with it in the next 2 days. Don't worry about it. Chu Qiu nodded and then hung up the phone. Plans couldn't catch up with changes, so it seemed like he needed to go back earlier. After all, everything now was all laid out around the hotel. The hotel was the first place. However, going back can't be empty-handed either. Since I've come to Magic City, I can't waste such a good opportunity for nothing. The sea is so rich in resources. If I don't make a big profit before I leave, I'm too sorry for myself. Chu Qiu immediately decided that he would set off for whale-watching village this afternoon and properly scavenge the sea. Flipping out old Zhang's 3 people's numbers, Chu Qiu telephoned and dialed out directly. Hello, old Zhang? When the phone call went through, Chu Qiu directly opened the door and said, this afternoon, I'm going to Wang Whale Village to go out to see the fish. Are you guys free? What? The boss is coming to our Wang Whale Village today to go out to sea? Ha ha ha. Great. The 3 of us are playing cards together. We are looking forward to when the boss will come again. Going out to sea for so many years, with you is the most refreshing time. After all, you are too lucky. As a result, just as we finished, your call came, but the three of us were so excited. The three of you are all together? Chucho was also a bit surprised and laughed. That's just right, saving me from having to notify them one by one. Let's go big this time. Rent a large tonnage fishing boat, the kind that can at least carry dozens of tons of catch. I'm going to fight from this afternoon until tomorrow morning, until the barn is full. What, boss, you want to play a big game? That's great. We'll take care of this kind of thing. We'll make sure it's done properly. As soon as they said they were going to make a big wave, old Zhang's three were even more excited than Chucho. After all, Chucho's luck, that was really like a god, able to pinch and count, pointing and hitting wherever they could burst the net. For so many years, they have never seen it on anyone else. Moreover, Chucho was young, extremely generous, and had no attitude, so they were very willing to follow. Alright, let's leave the boat rental to you guys. I can trust you, just pay directly when I go over. Chucho satisfied. You can also find some trustworthy, work more down-to-earth relatives and friends to come over to me as a helper. From the afternoon to tomorrow morning, each person I will give to open 500 wages. The number of people is probably around 10, not limited to men and women. As for you, 1,000 per person, 1,200 for the captain. How's that? What, boss? You're giving too much. Yes, boss, it can't be that much. You've already taken good care of us by letting us find our own people. We can't work so against our conscience. Old Wang and old Zhang are right. Boss, you're paying too much. How about this? We'll just do the same as the others. The voices of all three appeared on the phone, obviously with the amplification on. Alright, this is settled. Work under my hand. I will never let you guys lose money. Chucho could not be refuted. That's it. You guys hurry up to contact people and rent a boat. I'll be there in about 2 hours. That is good. Just listen to the boss. The three people were emotional. Unexpectedly, after growing old, they had actually received the feeling of being valued. There was a hot-blooded passion of wanting to go to the mountains of swords and seas of fire for Chucho. Chapter 41, is it that simple? 2 hours later, Chucho came to whale-watching village and found old Zhang's trio. The boat had already been rented by the trio, and the rent was $10,000 a day. Chucho took a look at the fishing boat. It was indeed large and spectacular. It was a big fishing boat with a weight capacity of dozens of tons, enough for him to make a wild fortune in the sea. After paying the rent, Chucho was brought on board by the three men and saw the 10 or so helpers on board. These helpers had dark skin color, and all of them were in good spirits, and at a glance, they were also the ones who often went out to sea with the boat. Good day, boss. Good day, boss. Boss is so young. A group of helpers shouted enthusiastically after seeing Chucho. Chucho nodded his head and said, everyone is an acquaintance that old Zhang and the others have found, so I won't nag much. After saying that, Chucho directly said to the captain's master, Oldly, sail the boat. Let's depart immediately. Alright, Captain Oldly excitedly yelled out and nimbly ran to the cockpit to start the fishing boat. The helpers were also very happy. This boss is really different. Very dry. No nonsense. They will be happy to follow such a person selling. With a hissing low sound, the large ship slowly set sail, and a fishy, salty sea breeze hit the face. Chucho stood on the deck eyeing the sea. Under his gaze, within a few hundred meters, everything on the bottom of the sea, nothing to hide. The offshore was still the same as usual, and the resources were pitifully scarce. Occasionally there are some small groups of fish, small groups of shrimp. Chucho is also lazy. After all, holding $100 million, ordinary fishing goods, he has not seen. Of course, this 100 million was only temporarily placed in his hands, and in the end, he still had to carry out the second hotel's adulteration. Just like this, the fishing boat traveled for more than an hour. Chucho finally saw the fishing cargo that was barely worth the price. It was a group of swallow-shaped fish, the number of which was about 500 to 600, all silver in color. This kind of fish was a very common frozen fresh fish in big supermarkets, called silver pomfret, usually in the tens of dollars a pound or so, but those who have known know that that is only offshore farming, and it is the price of frozen, like this wild fresh silver pomfret fish, but any weight up to a catty, at least $200 a piece. And now this group of silver pomfret fish, to reach a catty more than half, and a third even more than 2 pounds, roughly estimated. Its value was not less than $120,000. Old Zhang, old Wang, get ready to work. Chucho clapped his hands. More than $100,000 was not a small amount. In the past, he wouldn't be able to earn this much even if he didn't eat or drink for a year. Finally going to cast the net? Old Zhang and old Wang stood up excitedly. After waiting for half a day, they finally waited for the opportunity to let the nets out. Everyone, put out the cigarettes in your hands. You'll be busy soon. Old Zhang hemmed and hawed at the crowd. Ha! The crowd looked over in slight surprise, their eyes carrying a hint of suspicion. It was only the first net, and it had just left the shallow sea area not far away. So sure that there was a harvest? Who gave that confidence? Didn't even have time to smoke a cigarette? What? Don't believe me? Old Zhang despised. A bunch of bumpkins. The boss's ability and luck, which is something you can imagine. That's right, you guys will be surprised later. Old Wang also said in agreement, and even gave Chucho a special glance. With just this glance, he felt that this first net was definitely not running. This was because Chucho's expression was the same as the last time he was questioned on the sea, smiling without saying anything, but confident. The crowd was also a bit skeptical, and smoked a few mouthfuls of cigarettes to extinguish them. Just then, Chucho shouted, "Old Li, 9 o'clock, prepare to accelerate. After 50 meters, start releasing the trawl? Good Lu, go you." Old Li excitedly laughed loudly. The fishing boat roared, the speed steeply raised. Seeing that the 50-meter distance quickly crossed the domain, Chucho hurriedly shouted, "It's ready, put the trawl, accelerate." Wow! The trawl net was launched with a key, forming a huge gourd-type net pocket. Wherever it passed, fish, shrimp, crab and shellfish were all dragged into the net like a plow. 500 to 600 silver pompano, all caught in one net. It's done. Old Zhang, Old Wang, prepare to start the net. A hint of smile appeared in Chucho's eyes. With the ability to see in the sea, fishing was really too simple. What? You're going to start the net just after it's been lowered? Not dragging it for a while longer? The group of helpers were a bit confused. What the hell is this? Dragnet. As the name suggests, it was used to drag the net across the seabed to catch fish. So the farther the distance was dragged, the bigger the harvest would be. But Chucho, this net just went down. Trawling distance even 100 meters or not. To start the net, this simply belongs to nonsense. You have to know that every time the trawl net goes down, it requires manpower and material resources, and the trawl net itself will also produce some breakage, so the operation to the back will not be able to effectively fishing. Old Zhang, the minimum common sense of trawling, the boss doesn't understand. Don't you two veterans understand? We're taking the boss's money, but we have to work according to our conscience. The eyebrows of the crowd couldn't help but wrinkle. It could be seen that these people's character was still very passable. At this point, Chucho was satisfied and clapped his hands and laughed. Everyone be at ease. It's just the first net. It doesn't matter if we try it. But just after the words fell, Old Li's excited howl came steeply from the cockpit. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The trawl's weight counter is increasing rapidly. A moment ago it was tens of kilograms up and down. Now together with the net, it's actually hundreds and hundreds of kilograms upwards wildly. 200 kilograms, 300 kilograms. I'm going. It's already 400 kilograms. And it's still tumbling upwards, and the weight of each increase is floating up and down, which means that a large number of fish are collectively struggling with the net. What? Old Li, are you sure? A helper was a bit surprised. Nonsense. I have my eyes on the weight counter all the time, and the weight of the trawl has now reached 500 kilograms. Bursting the net. For the first net to have a catch of 500 kilograms, it can definitely be called a bursting net. Sure enough, the boss's luck is still so unbelievable. Ha ha ha. Old Li's maniacal laughter came from the cockpit. Old Zhang and Old Wang, on the other hand, were visibly relieved, with incomparable conviction in their eyes. The newly arrived helpers, on the other hand, were looking at each other, somewhat confused. This is only the first net, and it's a casual net. It can even be said that it's almost the same as spreading a net, not even dragging it. And that's all there was to harvest? And over 500 kilograms? Chapter 42. Over 600 kilograms of silver pomfret fish. The group of newly arrived helpers were a bit confused. You look at me. I look at you. The trawl had just been lowered, and it could be said that the drag was just as good as no drag at all, and it hadn't even completely sunk to the bottom of the sea. And this was pulled up, and actually harvested over 500 kilograms of catch? When did it become so easy to even go out to sea to fish? Could it be that the trawl is dragging the coral reef? Too much resistance in the water? It's also possible that the trawl was dragged to a cluster of seaweeds, and that's why the weight of the counter increased? Someone raised this possibility, which instantly drew nods from the crowd. It's possible. This kind of situation used to happen a lot when we went out to sea. Obviously, the crowd didn't think that a random net, without even dragging it, could pull up a large amount of catch, unless it was a bunch of stupid fish, heading for the trawl themselves. But was it possible? I'll go. 600 kilograms. No, 700. It's approaching 700 kilos, and the float is getting bigger and bigger. That means the fish are not small. Old Li's excited voice was still coming in. Old Zhang couldn't help but rub his hands together and said, "Grandma, Old Li's voice is too infectious. I'm getting me all excited. Yeah, I just don't know what kind of fish species are being dragged in this trawl. It mustn't be some worthless miscellaneous fish." Old Wang swallowed nervously. then said to a group of new helpers, "What are you all waiting for? Prepare yourselves, the troll will be out of the water soon." Oh, okay. The crowd rolled up their sleeves cooperatively despite not quite believing it. Wow! The next moment, the troll net came out of the water, accompanied by a large number of water splashes landing. A huge net pocket with a shining silver light was presented in front of the crowd, only to see that within that huge net pocket, a swallow-shaped silver-colored flatfish, like wearing a webbing, was tightly intertwined, glittering silver under the sun. I go, this is silver pompano? A big net full of silver pompano? Asterisk. I'm not blind, am I? The moment the trawl was hoisted up, a group of newly arrived helpers were dumbfounded. How they didn't expect that casually putting up a net, it really exploded just like that. My god, it's actually true. The first net really burst the net, and it's still an expensive fish species like silver pomfret. Could it be that the boss is really relying on luck? But in that case, this luck is too strong, isn't it? A group of helpers looked at Chucho incredulously. A bunch of douchebags, dumbfounded. I told you guys a long time ago that the boss's luck is heaven-defying, but you guys actually still don't believe it. Convinced now? Old Zhang had a powerful look on his face, as if all these fish were caught by him. Damn, it's actually all silver pomfrets. So many. Old Wang is eyes bright. Around the troll surprise, and these silver pomfret fish are good. Even 1/3 of the body size reached 2 pounds. My god. I know that the boss is lucky, but also did not expect actually so good. This first net actually netted a large number of silver pomfret fish. Burst net. This is definitely considered a burst net. Old Wang was excited and shouted, "Oldly, quickly look at how many pounds in the counter. Just now in the water. It reached a maximum of 720 kilograms. Now there are over 660 kilograms left." In the cockpit, Oldly was staring at the weight counter at all times, his face full of excitement. More than 660 kilograms and it was the weight after it was completely out of the water. This first net's harvest definitely far exceeded his mental expectations. Stabilizing the boat, Oldly already couldn't wait to run out and shouted, "Let's see. What kind of bulls **T is in this first net? Pomfret, and all of them are silver pomfret." After Oldly ran over, his face was violently surprised. Silver pomfret is the most expensive pomfret stock, pure wild fresh water, almost all to 200 yuan/catty start. This first net casually caught more than 600 kilograms. This good omen is too fierce, right? This luck, simply, over 660, or kilograms. Doesn't that mean that the value of this net is at least around $200,000? This is too fierce, isn't it? It's an open door. The new group of helpers sucked in a breath of cool air and their gazes towards Chucho changed. This luck, there really was no one else. What are you waiting for? Open the net. Get ready to pick goods. Didn't each and every one of them not believe it just now? How about now? You've been slapped in the face, haven't you? Over 600 kilograms. I'll let you all experience the feeling of sore hands. Old Zhang looked at a group of guys surprised and yelled in his heart, not to mention how happy he was. Chucho smiled. This guy even pretended to be a pen in front of others. However, when the weight came out, Chucho was indeed a bit surprised. I didn't expect the quality of this group of silver pomfret fish to be so good. It actually reached more than 600 kilograms. The value is indeed not low. Wow! When a large net pocket full of silver pomfret fish was dumped onto the boat, it instantly piled up into a small mountain. A glittering silver pomfret fish, struggling desperately. A time on the boat popping sound 4. Honestly, do you have a wrong idea? Passionate. Oh, everyone hurry up and do it. Quick, don't let these guys suffocate to death. It's a loss if they die. That's right, the quality of this batch of silver pomfret fish is awesome. They're not small. Everyone hurry up and do the picking. A group of people excitedly swarmed up, their movements skillful and incomparable. They can all be the helpers who go out to sea all year round. Their movements are extremely skillful. In just a short while, everyone has picked a large basket. Moreover, their hands were extremely accurate, often picking up a fish, a little weighing, they could know the approximate weight, separated properly. Old Zhang, quickly take the hose and flush them. Don't let them stay out of the water for too long. Xiao Zhang, you two are strong. Hurry up and put the picked fish into the water compartment to keep them. Captain Laoli was excitedly directing and scheduling on the boat, and the scene was busy. Just at this time, Lao Zhang suddenly shouted, *********. Everyone look, the silver pomfret fish is close to 3 pounds. It can't be the king of this group of silver pomfret fish, right? What? 3 pounds of silver pomfret? The eyes of the group looked over in unison, only to see old Zhang holding a silver pomfret fish in his hand that was as big as a face basin, and all of a sudden his eyes went straight. I go, it's still true. This is definitely a rare commodity. the price has definitely doubled. 3 pounds of silver pomfret fish king, at least $400 a catty from. On this one, the value is absolutely not less than 1,002 silver pomfret fish king? Chucho also can't help but slightly eyes bright. Mama's silver pomfret fish loyal eating powder because the silver pomfret fish is rich in high protein, not only taste excellent, and rich in nutrients, there is beneficial to the blood, soft tendons and bones, improve the effectiveness of the body weak, is mom's favorite. Previously, every time you go to the big supermarket, you must buy a back steamed. Only in the past 2 years in order to save money for him to get a daughter-in-law, has rarely eaten 3 pounds of fish king. I guess mom most of this life, see have not seen it, and it's still the kind that's alive and kicking. Chucho thought of certain scenes and couldn't help but smile happily. Such a large silver pomfret fish king was extremely rare. Even if it was a rich person, they wouldn't necessarily be able to eat it. Not to mention that it was still alive and kicking. I'm sure that if I bring it back to my mom, she will be happy. Chapter 43a is not enough to express. A 3 catty silver pomfret fish king only can exchange mama smile, also worth it. Thinking of this, Chucho walked over and said, "Old Zhang, this silver pomfret fish king is taken out alone. Tomorrow I want to take it back to my mom to taste." Old Zhang slightly froze. Such a precious fish is just going to be taken back and eaten? That's too much of a pity, isn't it? And this is the king of fish. It's very gimmicky. Rich people are willing to bid for it. Old Zhang, are you out of your mind? The captain said with a black line on his face. It's just a fish. How much more precious is it than the boss's filial piety? Besides, with the boss's worth, is he short of money for this fish king? That's right. Are you stupid? Old Wang also laughingly sarcastic. This is embarrassing. Old Zhang smiled in embarrassment. He fled in a burst of ridicule and put the fish king in a separate tank. Alright, you guys grab and clean it up. Clean it up and let's then put down a net. Chucho clapped his hands and said, instantly mobilizing the crowd's emotions again. The first net casually messed up. It was a situation of exploding nets, worth straight over $200,000. I wonder if the second net could continue the luck of the first net. This couldn't help but make the new helpers look forward to the second net. With this anticipation, the crowd was excited and at the same time, their work efficiency was greatly increased, quickly organizing the catch. Taking advantage of this time, Chucho refined the water in the tank as well. In this way, it could ensure the vitality of the kingfish, and also improve its nutritional value, which would be more beneficial to old mom's body. The fishing boat then proceeded to set off. With the witness of the first net, a group of newly arrived helpers were already full of expectations for Chucho. In response, Chucho smiled faintly and looked at the sea with his hands in the air, leaving the crowd with a back full of compulsion. Of course, this was not Chucho intentionally pretending to be a pussy, but he was looking for prey. Gradually, the fishing boat traveled farther and farther, and the rich resources in the sea became more and more abundant. Unfortunately, without a large enough quantity, Chucho was too lazy to waste manpower and resources. Boss, there is a small island not far ahead. Should we go around the neighborhood? Inside the cockpit, Oldley saw that Chucho hadn't been interested in going down the net, and couldn't help but speak out a proposal out loud. A small island? Chucho slightly froze, stood up to a high place and looked into the distance, and indeed saw a small island of a not small scale, and there seemed to be a piece of green vegetation on top of the island. There were also 2 yachts parked around it, so it should be someone playing on the island. Seeing this kind of situation, Chucho also came to be interested. Okay, let's take a look around the island. Okay. Oldley was very happy that his opinion was adopted, and immediately increased the horsepower and drove towards the island neighborhood. Near the island, with Chucho's eyesight, he saw that there was a group of people playing on the island, and it seemed that there were people broadcasting live, but this was not what he cared about. What he cared about was whether or not there was anything on the island that he was looking forward to. For the sake of this fishing trip, Chucho hadn't done a lot of homework, checking the growing conditions of quite a few top ingredients. Among them, there was one top-notch ingredient that loved to grow in the rocky crevices of the island, called the gooseneck barnacle. Gooseneck barnacles, known as the delicacy from hell. The most common ones cost more than $9,000 a catty. The most common ones cost more than $9,000 a catty, and those of good quality can even sell for more than $10,000 a catty. It was definitely a top-notch ingredient not to be missed. But just as Chucho was planning to let Oldley come closer and wanted to board the island, Chucho's gaze subconsciously glanced downwards, but he abruptly saw a big scene that made him all dumbfounded. This. Chucho violently sucked in a mouthful of cool air, his expression filled with shock. One could only see the seabed around the island, a piece of red and blue intermingled with large flowers, laying row after row around the small island. The number was simply unbelievable. If one was a frequent seafarer, they must not be unfamiliar with them. because they weren't real flowers, but crabs. Interlocking groups of red flower crabs and orchid crabs. The last time Chucho went out to sea and caught over 400 flower crabs, they were saffron crabs. And this time, it wasn't just saffron crabs, there were also orchid crabs. And there were so many of them that Chucho couldn't even count them at a glance. If one had to say something about it, then one could only use 4 words to describe it. Densely packed. It was just that Chucho was wondering why so many crabs were gathered near the island. Could it be that there was something here that was attracting them? Or was this their chosen spawning ground? However, all of this was outside the scope of Chucho's consideration. What Chucho needed to consider now was whether or not the trawl net could catch them all in one go. Even if he could wipe them out, could he safely drag them up? This was his biggest problem. After all, the number of this group of crabs was just too huge. Thinking of this, Chucho hurriedly asked, "Oldly, how is the quality of the trawl on our boat? Is it sturdy? How much weight can it carry? Trawl quality?" Oldly was slightly surprised and said, "Our fishing boat belongs to a medium-sized tonnage fishing boat. The quality of the trawl is extremely reliable. Although I haven't tested it, but I think it's still possible to drag a ton or 2 of weight. Able to tow 1 or 2 tons?" Chucho's eyes lit up slightly. "Proper. Then let's drag it around the island," Chucho said with slight excitement, "because I have a strong premonition that around this island, there must be quite a few big cargoes, trawling around the vicinity of the island." "This," Oldly said with some hidden worries, "what if this encounters a reef or boulder? What are you afraid of? People's yachts are parked on the edge of the island. What kind of reefs can there be?" Old Zhang said loudly, "Even if there are boulders, I'm not afraid. With the boss's luck, he might easily escape." It was hard to wait until Chucho had the interest to go down to the net. Where did old Zhang still consider so much? Even the new group of helpers were eager to try. "Drag it. It doesn't matter. The big deal is to slow down a bit." Chucho nodded. "I'll go to the front of the deck in a while. Just pay attention to my hand signals to command." "Good." Oldly nodded. Since the boss had said so, what else did he have to hesitate? And to be honest, after waiting for so long, Chucho had the urge to get off the net after a long time, and he was eager to try. Prepare to lower the net. Chucho came onto the deck and gestured to the left. "Proceed from the left front at 11 o'clock and drag sweep around the perimeter of the island." "Begin." Chucho's hand gesture waved, and with a clatter, the huge trawl net was released and dragged over in the 11 o'clock direction. Chucho's eyes were tightly fixed on the ship's progress, and he immediately dispatched when he encountered a boulder. Oldly was also blindly confident in Chucho. How Chucho commanded, he executed without hesitation. "Good. Yes, that's it. Make a half circle to the right and accelerate the tow. Quick, accelerate. Good. Well done. Drag the arc to the right again at an even speed." In just a few minutes, Oldly was fully focused and was already sweating profusely. When he came back to his senses, his eyes swept the counterweight, and he was suddenly stunned. But immediately afterward, he steeply sucked in a mouthful of cold air, a word that was condensed from the essence of thousands of huaxia. The profound word instantly came out of his mouth. "Big goods. Really big goods. The weight counting monitor is moving so fast, and is continuing to increase rapidly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 400 kilograms, 500 kilograms, popped right up to 700 kilograms. Asterisk 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 asterisk." Oldly stared at the display that kept jumping. His eyes were almost glaring out, and he was spitting fenugreek one after another, emotionally excited to the point where it is not enough to express. Chapter 44 Boiling Crowd. Old Zhang is impatient, listening to the cockpit Lao Li's constant voice, and immediately pressed, "Old Wang, let's go. Let's go to the cockpit and take a look." Old Zhang couldn't wait to call out to Old Wang, and went to the cockpit first. The first sight of the duo arriving at the cockpit, they couldn't wait to dive headfirst into the monitor, especially when they looked at the numbers dragging on the monitor. The two of them reacted in a surprisingly consistent manner with Oldly. A steady stream of fragrance spit in their mouths. Even the sky. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 708. 800. This is the rhythm of the damn burst net again. Ah, Oldly, you do not quickly accelerate. Yes, Oldly, accelerate. Early dry it around. Fishing up to see what kind of goods. That's right, the boss is really lucky. I really want to jump into the sea to see what kind of amazing goods have been dragged out of the trawl. It's a pity that the boss can't come here every day. If only the boss had bought a fishing boat, we'd be working for the boss every day. That'd be great. Come on, don't dream. The boss is so young and promising. Do you think he will always lead us brown guys to roam the sea? Alas, then we can only hope that the boss can come here every now and then. Other bosses, I'm really not interested in following. Goo, just focusing on talking. Quickly look at the monitor. 900 kilograms. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 900 kilograms. And it's still increasing. Oh my god. I'm not dreaming, am I? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is the boss the Sea King? Don't even pull me. I'm going to kneel down for the boss. On the deck, Chucho was directing the direction. When he suddenly heard the word Sea King, his body stiffened and almost didn't fall head over heels. MMP, a group of brown men, nothing to do more surfing on the net cannot. Is that how to describe Sea King? Oldly, don't listen to old Zhang their blind comparison. See my gesture to increase horsepower around a circle. Almost can close the net, Chucho said in a good-natured manner. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly transmitted into everyone's ears. Asterisk 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 asterisk. In the cockpit, Old Lee's three people froze for a moment, with a hellish expression. What they said in the cockpit, the boss standing so far away from the deck, against the sea breeze and waves, could actually hear? What kind of hearing is this? It's too much, isn't it? What are you waiting for? Quickly circle to the right, arc 100 meters. Chucho saw that they didn't react, and couldn't help but increase his voice and shouted, oh, okay. Old Lee then reacted and hurriedly adjusted his direction, but the shock in his heart not only didn't decrease, but increased again. The boss wouldn't really be a sea king, right? The kind of sea king in foreign blockbusters, a godlike existence in the sea. Otherwise, how to explain what the boss did in the sea? It's too amazing, right? Asterisk 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 I can't. I'm hallucinating. 1,000 kilograms. 1,000 kilograms. I must be hallucinating. Old Zhang stared wide-eyed at the number of words on the monitor that was starting to drag again, with an unbelievable look on his face. Old Wang was no better than him. His mouth was open and saliva was dripping out of the corners of his mouth. 1,000 kilograms. A ton. I'm not dreaming? Alright, stop. Old Lee, prepare to close the net. Chucho shouted. The excitement in his eyes was very strong. The harvest this time was huge. Exactly how big, he had no way to estimate. In short, it definitely looked like it was exciting for the eyes. Finally closing the net? In the cockpit, Old Lee clenched his fists in excitement, his eyes looking towards the weight-counting display. 1,166 kilograms, bursting the net. In all these years, this was the first time he had caught such an amazing catch. He quickly maneuvered the fishing boat to a stop, and could not wait to start reeling in the nets. He was curious to know what exactly was popped out of this burst net. Old Zhang and Old Wang had already rushed out and ran to the stern of the boat excitedly waiting for the trawl to be hoisted up. The new dozen or so helpers were also excitedly grinding their shoulders. This time, there was no need for anyone to command them. They had already rolled up their sleeves and pants legs, took the water tanks, the big baskets, and were ready for a big job. At the same time, on the small island, there was some unpleasantness among a group of swimmers. Ding Wenjing, sports enthusiast, fitness fashion model, 1.70 body, hot burst, typical sexy girl, imperial sister model. Small island unpleasant things is around her happened nowadays, but all beautiful women. 9 out of 10 are anchors. Ding Wenjing is no exception. She was a teaser anchor who had reached 500,000 teaser fans. The reason why she came here was that the ranking one big brother in the live broadcast had brushed tens of thousands of gifts and invited her in the live broadcasting room to come and catch a sea tour. The fans in the live broadcast room had also encouraged her, wanting her to do an installment of the sea catching video, so she thought twice and still came. It was just that what she didn't expect was that at the beginning of the sea trip, everyone was talking and laughing, and it was quite moderate, but at the back, a group of people talking more and more into the bone, even began to harry hands and feet, intentionally or unintentionally came to her side to eat her tofu. Just now, she was interacting with her fans on the island, when a man came behind her and actually nastily stuck to her back and disgustingly sniffed her neck. Ding Wenjing ducked away in disgust on the spot and loudly rebuked. What's wrong with you? Can't you see that I'm on air? Sticking to my back and making such nasty moves. Beware of me calling the police. Snort. Call the police? The man was unconcerned. How many of the anchors that Chun rewarded with tens of thousands of dollars to get a date are decent? Still call the police. Would a decent person come out just because of tens of thousands of dollars? Your body is so well proportioned. It doesn't look like you've been jerking off, right? But it doesn't matter. A good-looking face is enough. $200,000. Let's go to the grove on the other side of the island. Let me get comfortable. I'll come out more often to ask you out in the future, and introduce you to a few more gold masters. How about it? Bah! Nasty! Ding Wenjing was angry and turned around, the dynamic body shape that she possessed from regular exercise. The man who looked at her was itching to go, and said loudly, alright, $300,000, okay? Ding Wenjing walked even faster. The man's face clouded over. Walk? On this island? I'll see where you can walk. Ding Wenjing did not respond, coldly walking directly towards the edge of the island without a word. She was live the entire time, and despite being alone, she wasn't scared at all. Moreover, she had already seen a fishing boat parked at the edge of the island, and she planned to leave the island and go to the fishing boat. It was just right that she could also see how other people fished, and she could edit it out later when she made it into a video. Thinking of this, she temporarily threw away the unpleasantness in her heart, directly went on the yacht and took a life raft, and under the man's gloomy gaze, she rowed towards Chucho's fishing boat. Sorry babies, let you follow and worry. I'm leaving the island now. Here, look ahead, there is a fishing boat. I'll ask if I can board their boat. Ding Wenjing turned the camera around and showed the fans in the live broadcast. Go Jing Jing, jerk girls aren't easy to bully, right? Being rich is amazing? Do you really think that those who are anchors are just hanging around? Shallow. They probably don't know that our Jing Jing is a rose with thorns. We were the first to pay attention to Jing Jing, and watched her jerking iron step by step to achieve her current proud body. Absolutely real material. That's right, if it wasn't for the fact that Jing Jing seldom broadcasts live, it's estimated that her fans would have broken 1 million by now. A group of female fans in the live broadcast room madly called. The male fans didn't make a sound, mainly because the female fans were all filled with righteous indignation at this moment. Who would dare to come out and speak? There are a lot of people on the boat, both men and women. Approaching the fishing boat, Ding Wenjing was slightly surprised, but this was better. If it was all men, she wouldn't be too comfortable with it. Hello everyone, I would like to please ask whose boat this is. Can I board it? I had something happen on the other side of the island, and now I'm alone. Ding Wenjing asked for help. There's a girl coming from underneath the boat? It seems like she's even shooting a video. It's an anchor, right? A person who dares to float on the sea in a life raft. Too much guts, right? Want money but not life. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what happened on the island? Hurry up and ask the boss if he wants her to come up. It's too dangerous for a girl to float in the sea. A group of people were talking on the boat. It was also at this time that the sea surface at the stern of the boat suddenly rippled, and the troll net could already see some reflections underwater. Old Lee's voice also came out from the cockpit. Everyone pay attention. The troll is about to come out of the water. The troll is coming out of the water? Girl, hurry up and move a little to the side. This is the stern. The troll will soon be hoisted up below. Hurry up and move farther away. Otherwise the troll will come out of the water and it will affect you. Oh, okay. Ding Wenjing also noticed the movement in front of her, and hurriedly paddled away a bit, while directly turning the camera around, saying, babies, look, you're in for a treat, just in time for them to trawl out of the water. I don't know what kind of seafood they can catch. At this time, some of the male fans finally felt that they had a chance to speak, and made remarks, saying, Anchor, don't be too happy. I'm from the coastal area of Magic City. Going out to catch the sea is not that easy to come across a harvest. Upstairs said good. My great-grandfather is also out to sea fishing, as early as 2 years ago. Quit, out to sea a day. Good times can wrap the food and drink. Bad times, even a gas bill cannot wrap. Agree with upstairs. No problem. Fishermen are not that easy to be, and to drop a troll net near a small island, you're out of your mind. Be careful of all the rocks you drag up by then. Shut up. Why didn't you guys come out and beep just now? Now show me the video and talk. The female fans angrily countered to, it's coming out of the water. Just then, old Zhang's excited voice rang out from the boat. Then with a crash, a huge black shadow crossed out of the water, and seawater smashed down everywhere. Ding Wenjing, who was at the bottom, hadn't reacted yet, when she heard a frantic shout from the boat. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what is this? What the is all this? Crabs, crabs, all crabs, or the famous flower crabs. My ass, there are red crabs and orchid crabs. Quickly, quickly, one, pinch me to see if I'm dreaming. So many crabs. I wouldn't dare to do this in my dreams. The boss is simply not human. This trawl of crabs is definitely the most amazing harvest I've ever known. Even those large ocean-going fishing boats, fishing in the deep sea, can't salvage such a huge amount at once. Where's Oldly? Now, hurry up and show me the weight on the counter. How many pounds? Hurry up and tell me. Chapter 45 Anchor, turn back the camera. 1086, and 1086 kilograms. Old Lee's voice came out from the cockpit. At once, all the helpers on the ship all boiled over. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 1086 kilograms. Isn't that more than a ton? Ox approved. 2 ox approved. And it's basically all clear crabs, with only a few prawns mixed in. The boss is really a god. This net is more than other people's harvest for a year. It's unbelievable. That's right. No one would believe it if they saw it with their own eyes. Are they really all crabs? Let me see. Oldly excitedly ran out from the cockpit, and at a glance, he saw the huge and incomparable trawl net, and his whole body got goosebumps with excitement. My god, they're really all crabs. Great, great. Look at this quality. It's even better than the crabs from the last cage burst. Each one weighs a pound. Truly superb. With this kind of quality, plus such a large quantity, I'm afraid that even a 500 would have to be fought over by countless people. Oldly shouted excitedly. His excitement was self-evident. Wait, 500. That, a total of 1,086 kilograms here. That's 172 pounds. Each crab is counted at 1 pound. That's 172 crabs. I'll go. Who's good at arithmetic? Hurry up and do the math for me. How much is 172 crabs? $1,086,000. It's $1,086,000. Ding Wenjing's voice rang out. She had already recovered her mind from the shock she had just experienced, and at this moment, under her oral math, she immediately arrived at the result. At the same time, she herself was viciously shocked again. One net down, more than $1 million. Was fishing really that easy to make money? The live broadcast room is also in chaos at this moment. The two words almost exploded the screen. Who just said that fishing can't even cover the cost of gas? You come out. I promise not to kill you. That's right. A net hauling out more than $1 million of seafood. This is called not making money? Also, who was the one who just said that people with a brain in their head would haul out a bunch of rocks near a small island? Come out and see for yourself. Do all your rocks look like this? With 8 long legs? Put, 8 long legs? Laugh me to death. Ha ha ha. Tuan sister is too funny. Forgive me for spewing. Anchor, is it as long as my 1 meter 7 long legs? Okay, everyone stop brushing the screen and hurry up and let the anchor get on board. Right. Anchor, quickly get on the boat. We want to see 8 long legs. But it's over. Tuan sister can't get around this stunt. Yay! Did you all notice how many people suddenly flooded into the live broadcast room? Ha ha ha. I'm the new one. You guys don't know that your live broadcast is already trending, right? That's right. I also saw the live broadcast recommendation and came here. Your anchor should be the one with good heat in the same time period. TSK. I just deliberately watched the video of the anchor. Really white skin and beautiful long legs. The key is to jerk a set of explosive body. Top. Previously did not brush to have really a big loss. Cut. We jing rarely open live. Don't think of dirt. And pay attention to the words. Otherwise the plane ticket to send away. There were more and more new fans in the live broadcast. Ding Wenjing also came back to her senses and hurriedly welcomed all the babies. I go. What do I see? That big net hanging up as big as a house. All crabs? Asterisk. It seems like it really is. Where is this? There are too many, right? If I'm not mistaken, there must be thousands of crabs, right? Who's driving the boat with such fierce luck? New fans kept pouring in, looking at the huge net of crabs in front of the camera. All of them were dumbstruck and frantically swiping the screen. In just a short while, Ding Wenjing had already received no less than $3,000 in gifts. Anchor, why don't you get on board? We want to see the big crab up close. Anchor, hurry up and get on the boat. I've given you a reward. Anchor, get on the boat. Anchor, on board. Anchor, get on board. A wave of swipes followed. It was immediately followed by another wave of gifts flying up. Ding Wenjing hurriedly said to her fans, don't worry babies, I'll inquire who the boss is. Masters, where is the boss of your ship? Is it okay if I want to board your ship and take a closer look? Hold on girl, our boss is here. The ship didn't know who responded. Ding Wenjing turned her gaze and saw a sunny and handsome youth walk out. Frowning, how did a girl run out to the sea alone? Hurry up and put a rope to pull her up. It's too dangerous down there. Wow, is he the ship owner? So handsome, so young. Did you guys hear that? He said it's too dangerous for a girl. Let someone pull Jing onto the boat. It feels like he's so warm. The female fans in the live broadcast room started swiping again. Hello, are you the boat owner? Thank you so much. Ding Wenjing got on the boat and immediately expressed her gratitude to Chu Chiu. It was only after close contact that Ding Wenjing realized that Chu Chiu's looks were very charming. With his own distinctive temperament, Chu Chiu also didn't expect that in this great sea, he could still run into a beautiful imperial lady of Ding Wenjing's level. Especially Ding Wenjing's figure was simply explosive. If it wasn't for the fact that he had enough stamina, coupled with the fact that he had been inculcated a lot by Su Qingya, I'm afraid that the first time they met, he wouldn't be able to resist staring towards the other party's arrogant parts. The truth is that this woman, looks and figure, too in line with the man's reverie, too strong. If Su Qingya is a noble and charming type of royal sister, then the Ding Wenjing in front of her, is a cold and sexy type of royal sister. The two of them had their own style and were indistinguishable from each other, right? Hello, my name is Chu Chiu. Chu Chiu politely extended his hand in greeting and introduced himself. Ding Wenjing. Ding Wenjing symbolically shook Chu Chiu's hand. A touch was instantly separated. Nonetheless, Chu Chiu still felt the elasticity coming from the other party's hand, which was another feeling from Suching as softness. Wow! Suddenly, right at this moment, accompanied by a boil from the helpers, the troll net was opened. A single crab was just like a dumpling, crackling and rolling down everywhere, almost in the blink of an eye. The deck was crawling with densely packed crabs, and at a glance, it was frighteningly dense. Ding Wenjing instantly gave an ah of fright and instinctively hid behind Chucho. The friction on her limbs made Chucho feel a pang of apathy. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Such a wonderful moment. The anchor actually hit up? What the hell? Anchor quickly moved the camera back. Ah, can't see it. Wow. Anchor, where's the camera? Ja Tian Tian, is the anchor scared? Swipe a gift to comfort you. Quickly move the camera back. Ding. Ja Tianxia sends carnival. Official crab, I'll follow the wind too. I was so shaken up just now that I didn't see it clearly. Quickly move the camera back. Ding. Mr. Crab sends out a carnival. Ding. Between the mountains and the waters sends out the carnival. Chapter 46 High energy ahead. In the blink of an eye, 3 carnivals were sent out, instantly causing the popularity of the live broadcast room to skyrocket. Thank you Jia Tianxia for sending out the carnivals. Thank you Officer Crab. Thank you Between the mountains and the waters. Management hurriedly spoke in thanks. Ding Wenjing also immediately reacted, extending her phone from behind Chucho and adjusting the camera. The moment the camera was aimed over, the live broadcast room was abuzz. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It didn't feel much just now when it was hoisted up, but now that it's all poured out, this kind of scene is too exciting for the eyeballs. This is simply a crab mountain in Crab Sea. There must be thousands of them, right? My god, what a big head. This character, it's true that the wild is different. Tick, tick, tick. High energy ahead. Be careful when entering. However, as the popularity of the live broadcast room increases, more and more newcomers pour into the live broadcast room. A glance at the situation in front of them, and suddenly cannot stop the crazy screen. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's this situation? How come the screen is full of big crabs? Is the anchor catching the sea? So many crabs this is to send ah. Damn. Are these all crabs? Who can tell how many crabs there are? I can't. It's too dense. I'm getting dizzy. Holy, so many crabs. Is this in a large-scale breeding base? Or at sea? Upstairs? Have you ever seen a breeding base that can raise such good flower crabs? This is at sea. Live. That's right. This is the authentic sea life safflower crab and orchid crab. Pure wild just out of the water. Other areas? It's hard to eat even if you have money. Damn. It's really different from the safflower crabs I ate in our county. It can be said to be a heaven and a earth. The problem is not fresh. I do not know how long it has been thrown in the tank. With this just out of the water wild crabs, there is absolutely no comparison. Where's the anchor? Hurry up and ask the boat owner if he's selling. Order me a dozen or so. I also want. It's so fresh. We can't even eat it here. Yes, it doesn't matter if it doesn't come with free shipping. We'll pay for the postage ourselves. Anchor? Anchor C please reply. It's over. The anchor himself is attracted, forgetting he's still on air. Come on, gift away a wave. Let the anchor sober up. Ding, the cat kitty calls for you. Ding, Taoist monk down the mountain calls for you. Ding, hanging wire diagnostic pulse sends out 666. Ding, a gentle knife sends out romantic flower fire. Ding, sea day feast sends out carnival. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Carnival, another carnival. Several tycoons have come to the live broadcast today. Thank you for all the baby gifts, and thank you for the carnival given out by the sea and sky. The management of the live broadcast room spoke again. Then in a certain workroom, a woman sat next to a computer, looking at the still crazy gift swiping and screen swiping in the live broadcast room, groaned feebly, slapped her forehead, and hurriedly dialed a number. Hello? Ding Wenjing, what are you doing? You're an anchor. The call was answered, and the woman frantically spat out. Can I please ask you to pay attention to the live broadcast room and respect your work ethic? The fans are calling you, waiting to interact with you. What are you doing? How did I end up with an anchor like you, and became the management of your house? My heart is tired, and every time, you still ask for it before you're willing to go live. But as a result, it's not easy to go live once, but you're so good, you throw your fans aside and run to eat melon yourself. Ha, Sister Yen, I'm sorry, I forgot I was live streaming. It's really because people are standing at the scene. The impact is a bit big, a few thousand crabs. The scene is a bit roaring. Ding Wenjing answered the phone and couldn't help but cover her face, hurrying to show her face in the live broadcast. Babies, I'm sorry, just now I got excited and forgot that I was in the live broadcast. Ha ha ha, we all heard it. Your house management called you. You're the first one to tease the sound when you're on live and have to let the management call to rush the broadcast. Ha ha ha, management is too difficult. Give management then heart. Okay, anchor hurry up and ask the boat boss. Ask him if the crabs are for sale on the line. We can pay for the postage ourselves. Right, quickly ask. Many fans in the live broadcast room requested. Okay, babies, wait a moment. I'll ask for you. After Ding Wenjing finished, she looked at the densely packed large crabs on the deck with open teeth and claws, and cried and laughed a little. For the sake of her fans, she also put up a fight. Risking the risk of being pinched by the big crabs, she ran to the side of Chu Chiu, and said a little bit about the fans' request. After Chu Chiu heard it, she shook her head without thinking. No sale. It's too troublesome. Ah, Ding Wenjing had a helpless look on her face. It was really the same situation as she had guessed. However, for the sake of her fans, Ding Wenjing still tried to change the channel. How about this? You sell the crabs to my fans, and then I'll uniformly mail them to my fans. That's fine. It'll only take you a bit of time. Many of my fans have never eaten this kind of wild and fresh crabs, including myself going to 5-star hotels. I have never eaten such good quality and fresh crabs. Boss, just do me a favor and be accommodating, okay? This was the first time Ding Wenjing used a begging tone to a male. For a beauty of her caliber, the killing power was still very strong. Chu Chiu glanced at her and nodded. Alright, when the time comes, you count the number and I'll leave a little for your live room. Thank you, boss. No, thank you, Chu Chiu. Ding Wenjing happily thanked her, and the live broadcast room followed along with the screen. Thank you, brother Chiu. Small gifts go a wave. Ha ha ha, my son loves eating crabs the most. Thank the anchor for my son. Thank you, brother Chiu. Kudos to brother Chiu. Compare hearts. The popularity in the live broadcast room was getting hotter and hotter. There were also more and more newcomers pouring in. It was clearly on the favorites again. In just a few moments, the number of people in Ding Wenjing's live broadcast room had already skyrocketed from 1 or 2,000 at the very beginning to more than 20,000. The whole thing had skyrocketed by more than 10 times. In the current time period, the heat had skyrocketed, even surpassing many bandwagon live broadcasts. Wow, it seems like I'm on the hourly list, and it's still in the top 5 of the hourly list. My goodness, I've never been on the hourly list. There are actually so many people who like to catch the sea live? Ding Wenjing looked at the hourly rankings on her cell phone and was filled with incredulity. Moreover, she realized that from the time she was on the hit list, her jitterbug number had already gone up by 8,000 fans. If it continued at this rate, by the time she got off the air, I'm afraid it would have risen by at least 10 or 20,000 fans. This is incredible. Ding Wenjing was a bit surprised. She had never experienced a day where her fans rose so quickly, but soon she realized that her phone kept buzzing and vibrating. It was full of private messages from teasing voice fans. In just a few seconds, the messages had reached 99 plus. Ding Wenjing opened it up and simply fainted. It was actually all private messages from her wanting to buy crabs, and there were also detailed notes about the contact's phone number and address, as well as the quantity to be purchased. My god, this is too much. You guys want to tire me out. Ding Wenjing scratched with her fingers dozens of times, and realized how she couldn't scratch the bottom, and the person almost didn't collapse. How many people must have private messaged her to buy crabs, and she couldn't even get to the bottom of the message. She casually looked at 10 or so, and the lowest number of requests for purchase was 3. The ones who wanted more were even more than a dozen. Ding Wendian really wanted to cry, and then she continued to scroll for a few more minutes, realizing that she still couldn't get to the bottom of the page. She hastily recalled the number of times she had just slid and roughly estimated the number of people. It was found that even if there weren't 1,000, there were more than 900. My god, more than 900 people buying crabs, according to the minimum standard of a family of 3. A family buying 3 nines is 2007. Oh yaga, 2007. Ding Wenjing covered her forehead with her hand and really wanted to cry. This is the rhythm that is going to tire me out. Ding Wenjing really wanted to say, I'm not a cargo anchor. I'm just a female man who jacks iron. What's going on? The number is tallied? Chu Chiu watched her recite under her breath and cover her forehead with her hand a moment later, thinking that she was orally counting the number of crabs purchased by her fans. Well, the count is out, Ding Wenjing said in a lifeless manner. Chu Chiu looked at her like this and thought that she was being fooled by her fans, so he laughed. Are your fans giving you a joke to tease you? Did anyone buy it? How many do you want? All of them, Ding Wenjing said half deadly. Okay. Chu Chiu subconsciously nodded his head and wanted to laugh, but the next second he reacted and took a sharp breath that almost didn't burst his bronchial tubes. Cough. What did you say? All of it? Chapter 47, Chu Chiu, you're on fire. Ahem. How much did you say you wanted? All of it? Chu Chiu's breath suffocated, almost didn't bite his tongue, incredulously looking at Ding Wenjing. Are you sure? More than 2,000 crabs. You want them all? This is not chicken, duck or goose meat. It's crabs, wild sea crabs. A crab of this quality costs almost $500 each. You can't return them. Ding Wenjing also almost didn't cry out, wailing, You think I want it? These are all private letters from fans asking me for them. And now every moment, there are people who are private messaging me. Everyone is at least 3 to start with. This boat of yours is simply not enough. What? I'll be damned. Are all fans so rich nowadays? Chucho was stunned and speechless. 2,000 crabs aren't enough. How many people have to buy this? Your ability to bring in goods is too powerful, isn't it? I'm just a fashion model who loves fitness. I'm not a cargo-carrying anchor. I'm not a merchandising anchor. I'm not an anchor. Ding Wenjing covered her face in a lifeless manner and said, I should have known that I wouldn't have asked for my fans before. Am I counting myself as a pitcher by strength? More than 2,000 crabs. I have to divide them hundreds of times before I can send them out. I'm exhausted. Chucho, instantly a bit unable to help but said, I think it's quite good. Your fans are all true love for you. Ha ha ha. After saying that he himself couldn't help but laugh first, angry Ding Wenjing raised her small fist straight. Ha ha ha. I heard Brother Chiu talking. Yes, Brother Chiu is right. We all have true love for our anchors. Well, true love. Ness Brother Chiu spoke our hearts. Ding, Officer Crab is giving away carnival. To Brother Chiu, between the mountains and the waters, ha ha ha. To Brother Chiu, ding, between the mountains and the waters sends carnival. Ding, hanging wire diagnostic pulse gives away the carnival. To Brother Chiu, give it to Brother Chiu. In the blink of an eye, several carnivals blew up the live broadcast room, and the 3 words give it to Brother Chiu were instantly swiped by the fans. Seeing this, Ding Wenjing was furious and shouted, Good eye you guys. One by one, they say true love to the anchor, but they are madly calling for Chucho, and they even continuously send out carnivals. Is this how you guys love the anchor? I don't want you guys anymore. Don't brush the gifts either. Go to another live room. Ding Wenjing was so angry that she was speechless and said in a fierce tone. However, before her words fell, without waiting for the fans to reply, the management of the live room was the first to subtitle. Ding Wenjing, what are you smoking again? Still want me to be a good manager? Why am I so heartbroken? Ha ha ha, management can't help but freak out. The title has already been thought of, live streaming room management, live freaking out and disliking female anchor, on fire, on fire, on fire. Chucho also took a look at the screen and immediately agreed. It's on fire. Chucho. Ding Wenjing looked at Chucho with a puff of air like a little gas bag. Really? Number 1 on the hourly list. You're on fire. Chucho touched his nose and pointed towards her cell phone screen. What? I became number 1 on the hourly list? Ding Wenjing froze at the words and hurriedly looked at the screen, only to see that behind the small flame pattern on the screen, the number had changed from 2. It really is the number 1 on the hourly ranking. Ding Wenjing was instantly surprised, and what shocked her even more was that the number of people online in her live room was, at this moment, close to the 100,000 mark. 100,000 ah! What kind of concept is this? Even if those $1 million netizen anchors, or even those with cargo anchors, every live broadcast, I'm afraid they couldn't reach this percentage, right? Not to mention that she was just an anchor who only had a few 100,000 fans and didn't broadcast live often. This was simply too much of a surprise. Even Ding Wenjing had a feeling that she was on fire. And it all started from boarding Chucho's fishing boat. Chucho, can I add your WeChat? The next time you go out fishing, let me know and I'll come back to your boat to broadcast live, okay? Ding Wenjing tasted the sweetness, and she did like this experience of catching the sea, so she couldn't help but look at Chucho expectantly. Okay, you sweet me. Chucho greatly handed over his broken cell phone. This time the cell phone was very powerful and actually had a signal. Speechless, you're a hallowed big boss, but you're using such a broken cell phone? Ding Wenjing sweatily looked at the phone in Chucho's hand that already had a broken and spent screen, and was powerless to spit out. Could it be that this is a common problem of you rich people? You like to keep a low profile? Rich people? Chucho couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. I've only entered the ranks of the rich for a few days by full reckoning. I would like to be high profile, but I have to be high profile. Do not say, ing tears. Subsequently, in the live room under a piece of envious expression, the two added address book friends. Chucho also temporarily left Ding Wenjing and came to the deck piled with crabs. Boss, you finally came over. As soon as old Zhang saw that Chucho had come, he immediately ran over and complained. Just now, I only focused on being excited and forgot to say one thing. When he said that, Chucho couldn't help but get curious. What is it? Tell me. Cough. That, we don't have enough manpower. Old Zhang cried and laughed. I know that the boss is very lucky, but I didn't expect it to be too good. More than 2,000 crabs, our dozen or so brothers. Even if we don't stop for a moment, we probably won't be able to finish tying them up by the end of the day. Moreover, even if we barely finish tying them, it is estimated that by the next day, no one's fingers will be able to lift up. This is indeed a problem. Chucho couldn't help but frown after hearing this. Let's put it this way, Each person will first be given 200 bonuses to tie up as much as possible, and I'll think of a way to do it if I really can't finish tying it up. This just started giving bonuses. Isn't it too early? Old Zhang looked at Chucho somewhat speechlessly. How come rich people like to settle things like this? It's mainly because I'm afraid that giving bonuses too early will affect their motivation later on. Old Zhang was quite a bit of a worrying gesture for the king. When Chucho heard this, he directly waved his hand and said, "Just follow what I said. As long as everyone works hard, I will properly take out a little bit of bonus for every good harvest in the back of the net." Influence the enthusiasm? Chucho heckled. Non-existent. Old Zhang was instantly speechless. What else could he say? With the boss's heaven-defying luck, he was afraid that he would get his hands on the bonus in the end. Oh, boss is domineering, open-minded. I like this kind of boss. From now on, we'll trust you. The new helpers cheered, excitedly holding crabs and almost kissing them. This situation froze Ding Wenjing and the fans in the live broadcast room as well. What the hell? What are a bunch of them howling there? Look so excited? It looks like Brother Chio said something. What? Looks like Brother Chio not only has a way with women, but also with men. Upstairs is too sour. Is he jealous that Brother Chio added the anchor's private Weibo? How can that be? I'm just envious of the anchor's good looks. Both men and women. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're on fire. On fire. On fire. A row of neat cues appeared on the public screen. Chapter 48: The Attractiveness of Extreme Crabs. Teasing sound platform. As the heat of Ding Wenjing's live broadcast continued to rise, more and more people began to brush into the live broadcast. At this moment, it was in a certain star-level hotel in Magic City. An administrative assistant took advantage of the time to go to the restroom and turned on Jain. As a result, he had just squatted down when he swiped to the popularly recommended live broadcast screen. In an instant, his eyes were fixed on the live broadcast screen, staring with unbelievable eyes. He stared dead at the densely packed large crabs on the screen. Asterisk 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 asterisk. In the next second, he violently stood up, lifted his pants and rushed out of the restroom, directly running inside the administrative manager's office. Manager, big shipment. Found big shipment. What big goods? Found big goods? What are you talking about? Windy? The manager frowned. His eyes swept a bit, and immediately said in displeasure, "Stroke your tongue straight and say it again. And also, zipper the damn zipper to me. Still want to do it?" The administrative assistant hurriedly looked down, and immediately said in embarrassment, "Sorry, manager, I was too excited just now." So, he hurriedly moved his hand to zipper up the zipper, and then hurriedly took the phone out and put it on the desk. "Manager, take a quick look. I just went to the restroom and found that this anchor was on a live sea-catching broadcast. The crabs she caught on her boat are densely packed with 1 or 2,000. All of them are wild crabs that just came out of the water. And looking at the quality and size, it's definitely a batch of superb crabs," the administrative assistant said quickly and excitedly. "What? 1 or 2,000? Or wild crabs that just came out of the water?" The administrative manager was a bit incredulous when he heard this, and hurriedly took his cell phone to confirm, only to see that in the video, the anchor was interacting with people while the camera was pointed at the deck. A dozen or so helpers were desperately tying up the crabs, and from time to time there was a scream of pain and joy. And in front of them, densely packed with large crabs with teeth and claws, at a glance, more than enough to make one's scalp numb. There really are so many crabs. The administrative manager stood up at once, and the size of these crabs, the character, they are indeed superb. No, such superb wild crabs, once we wait for them to come ashore. I'm afraid the competitiveness will be high, not to mention that it will be difficult to acquire a certain amount. In this case, I'll take your cell phone and go to the general manager's office first. You wait here. The administrative manager was very decisive, picked up his cell phone and directly found the general manager's office. After the general manager saw the live broadcast, he was also very surprised, and hurriedly made another phone call, called the former lobby manager, the manager of the marketing and purchasing department, and the manager of the planning department, all into the office. At this moment, the administrative assistant's cell phone, held in the hands of the general manager, while letting the few managers who had just arrived look at the cell phone. He said in a deep voice, "Everyone, take a good look at the crabs caught by this Catching the Sea live. Look at the appearance of these crabs. The quality. How to look at it can be called superb. Especially the quantity. It's more than 2,000. If we can grab it before others, the hotel won't have to spend a lot of time squatting in the market." General manager speaks well. The marketing manager first looked surprised for a moment, then said, "The quality of this batch of crabs is just too high. This kind of high-quality superb crabs, those in the market are not comparable at all." "That's right." The manager of the planning department also spoke up. "As long as we take this batch of crabs first and slightly publicize it, at that time, we can then take out this anchor's live video as a diversion. Then, I'm confident that I can definitely make the hotel's monthly revenue a new high. And you see, this anchor's live broadcast is the entire amusement sound platform at the same time within the first place. The number of live online actually reached an amazing number of 100,000 people. This kind of live heat, and the number of people in the live room accounted for the ratio, has been very high. Do diversion absolutely outstanding effect. Then we have to hurry up and make a move. The general manager said seriously. We must grab in front of the other hotels and take all of this batch of crabs, even at a premium. Right, with such a high level of heat in this live broadcast, it must be on the hotspot. Since we can see it, then people from other hotels can definitely see it as well. We must snatch it ahead of the others to do so. The administrative manager nodded in agreement. Alright, Manager Wu, since this matter was submitted up by you, let's leave it to you. The general manager returned the phone to Wu Di and said, just still use this phone's teaming account. Recharge and reward the anchor. Ask for her contact information, and make sure to get this batch of crabs. Okay manager, I'll do it now. Wu Di was secretly happy and left quickly with his cell phone. After returning to his office, Wu Di immediately returned his cell phone to his assistant and said in a spirited manner, Xiao Zhao, hurry up and recharge your Jitterbug account into it, give the anchor a reward, and ask for her personal phone number. As long as we can take this batch of crabs, our administrative department will be considered to have a long face, and you will definitely be the head honors. Just don't worry about recharging and rewarding. The hotel will cover all the expenses for you. Good. When the administrative assistant heard this, he immediately got excited. Like he was pumped with chicken blood, he started to tie the card and recharge. At the same time, inside the famous crab mansion in a certain district of Magic City, Lu Yuanshao had just made an appointment with his lover and was about to leave. A young man slammed open the glass sliding door with a bang and barged in, shouting with a face full of excitement, Brother-in-law, come and see. Big event. Absolutely big event. He excitedly held his cell phone and said, take a look. Look at what's being broadcast on this live broadcast. Crabs. Countless big crabs. And all of them are wild crabs freshly caught from the sea. All of them are unrivaled. Oh no. They're all of unbeatable quality. Haven't you been trying to get a batch of superb quality crabs lately? This is like a gift from a sleepyhead. The excited young man chattered on, not realizing that his brother-in-law's face was darkening in front of him. Gui Jinfei, shut up. Do you know that this is a place of work? Yelling and screaming? What kind of behavior is this? Also, I'll warn you one more time. In the future, if you come in without knocking, immediately pack up your things and get the hell out of here to scrub dishes in the back kitchen. Lu Yuanshao blackface angrily reprimanded. Too unruly. Fortunately he had already hung up the phone, or else one might not be able to start a fire in the backyard. Oh, sorry brother-in-law. I forgot to knock on the door in a moment of excitement. Wu Jinfei awkwardly shrunk his neck, but immediately stretched out again, excitedly put the phone in front of his brother-in-law to invite credit. Brother-in-law, look, crabs, a large amount of superb crabs, definitely the kind you want to buy. Hold it steady. Lu Yuanshao glared at him before looking into his cell phone. Asterisk. But at this look, Lu Yuanshao couldn't help but tremble. Goosebumps instantly exploded all over his body, and his face turned red. He had a dense phobia. At this moment, he was looking at the horrible and dense crabs that were crawling around from the cell phone screen. It made him, who possessed an intense phobia, instantly go cold and short of breath. Gui Jinfei, my ass. Lu Yuanshao's body shook and hurriedly covered his eyes. Scram! Get the hell out of here. Get the hell out. Don't you know that old me has a dense phobia? You want to kill me? Lu Yuanshao cursed profusely. Gui Jinfei then suddenly remembered his brother-in-law's problem. Looking at the furious Lu Yuanshao, he was so scared that he took his cell phone and ran. Brother-in-law, I'm sorry, I forgot again that you have an intensive phobia. I'll get out. I'll get out now. Get out and go to the back kitchen to brush the dishes. You stop. Roll back. Lu Yuanshao bellowed angrily once again and called out to him. Go inform the finance. Have her transfer $50,000 to you to top up the anchor reward and negotiate this batch of crabs for me. I'm telling you, if you can't negotiate this batch of crabs today, you'll go scrub dishes for me forever. Ha, but don't you have a dense phobia, brother-in-law? Wu Jinfei wiped the cold sweat from his head and said, I bought crabs for my customers to eat, not to buy them back for myself. What does it have to do with me having a dense phobia? You're a pig's head. Lu Yuanshao was so angry that he almost went crazy on the spot. If it wasn't for the fact that he was his brother-in-law, he would have told him to get lost. River City, Woman Hotel. Xiaoli Xiaohong became the hotel's idler in the past 2 days, because they only had one thing to do, and that was to always pay attention to the teasing sound and the heat and hot searches of the hotel's old muscle pearl. But just now, they inadvertently opened the jittery voice, and before they clicked on the jittery voice hot list, they saw a popular video appear on the homepage. They were about to leave the video on the front page, but suddenly their eyes were caught by a figure that flashed by in the video. Ha! This is... Xiaoli and Xiaohong steeply widened their eyes. Chapter 49, What the hell is the boss's wife? Looking at the familiar figure that flashed past in the live video, Xiaoli and Xiaohong couldn't help but look at each other in disbelief, even rubbing their eyes incredulously. It seemed that figure just now was their big boss. Big boss, Xiaoli, the figure in that video just now, is it the big boss of our hotel? Xiaohong asked Xiaoli with some disbelief. The latter was also a little unsure. It seems like it is, but it's not quite sure. Didn't the big boss go to Magic City? How come he appeared in someone else's Catch the Sea live broadcast? Could it be that he went to Magic City just to catch the sea? Let's click in and find out. Aha! Xiaoli and Xiaohong unanimously agreed to enter the live broadcast room, but after clicking into the live broadcast room, the first image that came into their eyes was the one that made both of their faces dumbfounded. Crabs! Dense red and blue crabs. At a glance, it was simply flooded with them. Oh my god, this is too many crabs, right? It's estimated to be at least 2,000. Xiaoli was the first to come back to her senses and couldn't help but spit out her tongue in amazement. Xiaohong also nodded in consternation. Holy crap, there are indeed a lot of them to scare people to death. If I were on a boat, surrounded by so many crabs, I might be scared half to death. There are too many, and they're so big and strong. They look much more intimidating than freshwater crabs. Ha, look, that figure turned around. Oh my god, it's a boss. It's really a big boss. Suddenly, Xiaohong screamed violently, pointing at Chucho who turned around in the video, almost jumping up in excitement. I go, really hey? Xiaoli also covered her mouth incredulously. It was just that she couldn't figure it out. How did Big Boss suddenly appear in someone else's live broadcasting room? Magic City? The sea? Xiaoli's head turned quickly, associating it with Chucho's fishing skills in the Wangjiang River. A guess popped up in her head. The big crab in this live broadcast? It couldn't be that it was also caught by Big Boss, right? Thinking of this, Xiaoli had a sharp jolt. If that's the case, then we have to hurry and inform the boss's wife. Boss Lady was the name Xiaoli and Xiaohong called Su Qingya in private. It was because they felt that Big Boss and Su Qingya were a good match, very much like a pair, so they hoped that the two could be together and become one. That's why they called them this way. Xiaohong, quick, I guess the crabs in this live broadcast room were caught by Big Boss. Let's hurry up and tell Boss Lady about this. Xiaoli immediately pulled the somewhat dumbfounded Xiaohong and ran towards Su Qingya's office in a flaming hurry. While being pulled and running, Xiaohong was confused and said, "What did you say? The crabs in the live broadcast room were caught by Big Boss? It can't be? Ha! Big Boss is in Mordor. Mordor seems to have a sea as well. And Big Boss just happened to show up on the boat again. So it seems like hey." Little Red finally reacted a bit and said excitedly, "That crab is definitely caught by Big Boss. Quick, quick, quick. Hurry up and tell the boss's wife." The two of them at this moment, as if they had discovered a new continent, ran through the hall like a gust of wind. That excitement not only attracted a crowd of diners surprised again and again, but also left the hotel waiter confused. What's wrong with Sister Hong and Sister Lee? They were fine just now. What's this sudden wind? And Big Boss? Boss Lady? What the hell is this? When did a boss's wife appear in our hotel? Isn't there only one female boss? The hotel attendants looked at the disappearing backs of the duo and looked at each other in disbelief. No, they were confused in the wind. At the same time, the live broadcast room was steeply bustling, because another person had swiped the carnival. Moreover, there was more than one. Ding! Swordsman Gua sent out a carnival. Ding! Swordsman Gua sent out a carnival. Ding! Swordsman Gua is giving away a carnival. Instantly, 3 luxurious gifts exploded out of the screen, causing a stir in the live broadcast room. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Carnival again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's the situation? 3 carnivals in a row? It's too trenchant. Catching a big tycoon alive. The management of the live broadcast room was also confused, and hurriedly put out subtitles. Welcome Swordsman Gua to the live broadcast room, and thank you for the carnival gift. Ding! Great Warrior Gua has given away a carnival. Ding! Swordsman Gua delivered the carnival. Ding! Great Warrior Gua delivers the carnival. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Still coming? What's going on here today? Seeing 3 more depth charges being released, the live broadcast room instantly boiled over. Even the live room management was baffled. No way. Another 3 carnivals? Where is this Gua warrior from? Could it be Jing Jing's suitor? Never heard of it? Social my brother Gua. He's ruthless and doesn't say much. Brother Gua is so powerful. Mr. Gua is so handsome. I'm here to greet you. Get lost. Are you the one who can lick Gua warrior? The public screen in the live broadcast room scrolled up frantically. Ding Wenjing was also dumbfounded. 6 carnivals in a row. Ever since she got on Chu Chou's boat, she could barely remember how many there were in total today. Fearfully, today's one day's gift income was comparable to the previous month's. Thank you, Warrior Guagua. Thank you for your gift. It's too magnificent. Ding Wenjing popped her head up for a moment in the live broadcast, her face flushed with excitement as she said. At this time, Warrior Gua finally moved a bit. On the public screen, he typed out a row of tugging emojis, and then directly stated his intentions. I didn't expect Anchor to be so beautiful and have such good sea catching skills, catching so many crabs. Right, Anchor? Are you the captain of this boat? I'll take this crab. All of it. A row of smug expressions crossed. The fans in the live broadcast room immediately woke up. It turned out that the other party wasn't coming for the anchor, they were coming for the crabs. But originally thought it was coming at the anchor, but it turned out to be coming over to buy crabs? The way this damn throwing suit attracts crabs. So flirty. Ha 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 ha. Begging for the anchor's psychological shadow area. Upstairs +1. Ha ha ha. Just within who? You can die. Guo Warrior likes the 8-legged one. Not you. Unless you evolve. Put. Ha ha ha. Laughing my ass off. The public screen in the live broadcast room was ablaze. Ding Wenjing looked at the interaction of the fans and was instantly filled with black lines. As a person who was known to be explosive regardless of her body or face value, this was simply too hurtful. Chu Chiu. Ding Wenjing held up her cell phone and shouted in a good-natured manner. Someone has swiped gifts for you again, and wants to buy your crabs. Chu Chiu turned his head and was instantly surprised. Another ING gift for me? Looking for me to buy crabs? Who bought these crabs? Don't you have any idea in your own heart? Put. Feeling the anchor full of resentment. Ha ha ha. It's been determined that the anchor has been so dumbfounded by the anger that she's forgotten that the crabs have been wrapped up by her. Packed? By whom? Someone else grabbed the crabs before me and took them down? What? Darren instantly let out a row of horrified expressions. Chapter 50, the played out Chu Chiu. Wrapped up? Who wrapped it? Someone else grabbed the crab before me and took it down? Warrior Gui instantly let out a row of horrified expressions. The so-called Guo warrior was naturally Guo Jinfei of the Crab Public House. At this moment, he looked at the subtitles typed out by the fans on the screen, and was suddenly in a batch of internal panic. Actually, someone had actually made a move ahead of him. Then this business is not going to be yellow? Could it be that Lousy really has to go to the back kitchen to brush the dishes? No way. I don't want to go to the back kitchen to brush dishes. I must snatch this batch of crabs. At that moment, Wu Jinfei hurriedly typed out subtitles. Anchor, I'm adding you. Pay attention to the private message and give me one of your contact information. Ha, it's not right. It seems like the one called Chu Chiu is the boss. So please give me Chu Chiu's contact information. Ding Wenjing, speechless. Should she become so fast? She, a female anchor with a body and a face, was actually overshadowed by a male in her own live room? The key was that this male hadn't done anything. This was simply the rhythm of suffocating one's internal injuries. Chu Chiu, come here. He asked for your contact information by name. Ding Wenjing shouted without any good humor. Today, this anchor was really too non-existent. Because of Chu Chiu, she had harvested a large number of fans and gifts, but also because of Chu Chiu, she had simply become a soy sauce character throughout the live broadcast. On the other side, Xiao Li and Xiao Hong were running, and after suddenly hearing the anchor's voice, they hurriedly stopped to watch. Yikes! Little Red. Look, my guess really came true. These crabs were really captured by Big Boss, and this Guo warrior guy, he swiped several carnivals, and royal salutes, just to buy the crabs from the Big Boss. Quick, quick, hurry up and tell the boss's wife. Xiao Li suddenly screamed with excitement, seeing that the office door was not far away in front of her eyes, fiercely and quickly ran over. Boss lady, Big Boss. Big Boss appeared in the Jitterbug live broadcast. Inside the office, Su Qingya was in the middle of hotel planning. All of a sudden, Xiao Li brought Xiao Hong and barged in without even knocking on the door, startling her. Coming in without even knocking. What are you doing in the wind? What? Big Boss? Small boss? What do you think you're doing? Su Qingya's chi cultivation was good, and in the face of the duo's impudence, she only slightly rebuked them. Xiao Li and the two of them also knew that they were a bit presumptuous, and couldn't help but spit out their tongues knowing that they were in the wrong. But soon Xiao Li said excitedly again, Boss lady, we saw the Big Boss in the live broadcast of the teasing sound. He's fishing at sea right now. That's Boss Chu, the big shareholder. Little Red added next to her. Right. The Big Boss I'm talking about is the Big Boss. He went to Mordor. It turns out he went out to sea, and he caught so many big crabs. Someone in the live broadcast room swiped tens of thousands of dollars in gifts, and was about to ask for the boss's contact information. Ready to take all of them. What are you guys talking about? Su Qingya didn't react for a while. Her brain was slightly down. Even the name of the boss's wife was subconsciously ignored. Seeing this, Xiaoli slapped her head and said, "Oops, some of it is hard to tell. You'd better see for yourself." Saying this, she handed her cell phone to Su Qingya. At this moment, within the live broadcast room, Chu Chou just happened to turn around to respond to Ding Wenjing, and after Su Qingya received the phone, she saw him at first glance. Chu Chou? Su Qingya was instantly surprised. How could he be in someone else's live broadcast room? Is this at sea? Out at sea? But when I called at noon, I didn't hear him say he was going out to sea? Su Qingya launched into a series of 3 questions. Boss lady, this isn't even the point. The point is behind the boss. Look, crabs. So many crabs. And these crabs are all big and full of character. Absolutely rare and excellent goods. Our hotel now. Crabs are the #1 signboard. But those are freshwater crabs. Seawater crabs have never been out of hand. And now that the boss has caught so many seawater crabs, you can't let him sell them to others. Xiaoli said anxiously. Just now, someone has already swiped gifts for the anchor and asked for the boss's contact information, intending to take all the crabs. Su Qingya hurriedly looked behind Chu Chou after Xiaoli reminded her. My god, so many. All crabs? The densely packed crabs dazzled Su Qingya as she looked at them. And indeed, as Xiaoli said, the crabs were of first-class quality. I'll call him immediately now. No matter what, this batch of crabs cannot be sold. Su Qingya reacted. This dead Chu Chou. He doesn't tell me in advance when he goes out to sea to fish. So many sea crabs. Doesn't he know to leave them for his own family? How much can shipping cost? But the words just fell. Not waiting for her to take out her cell phone, the live broadcast room suddenly became lively again. Ding! Hotel New Jia is giving away carnival. Ding! Hotel New Jia is giving away the carnival. Ding! Hotel Ruya is giving away carnival. Ding! 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 A series of carnivals exploded out of the screen, and the live broadcast room once again set off a furor. Various subtitles rolled crazily on the public screen. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Here it comes again. Here it comes again. Has everyone counted? 10 whole carnivals. My god, today is crazy. Look at the name. Hotel New Jia? Isn't this a famous star hotel in Magic City? I'm afraid it's not here to buy crabs again, right? Ding Wenjing was also dumbfounded, looking at the carnival that kept exploding on the screen. For some reason, instead of feeling happy, she was frustrated in her heart. Even she wanted to just go off the air. It was too hurtful to her self-esteem, because she was now as clear as a mirror in her heart. All of these people were not coming at her, but at Chu Chou. Anchor speaking, please look at the private message and send me the contact information of the ship's captain. Rujia Hotel sent a message, and it was indeed rushing towards the crabs that Chu Chou had caught. Chu Chou. Ding Wenjing called Chu Chou once more, her sexy and high-cool face filled with a sultry color. However, Chu Chou only wanted to fish quietly and peacefully, not wanting to give his contact information to some messy people. So when he heard Ding Wenjing call out to him, he directly raised his cell phone and shrugged it off. This broken cell phone of mine. There's no signal in the big sea. As soon as the words fell, the cell phone ringtone of a song, The Great Wind Blows, suddenly rang out. Take a cup of water from the sky and look at the bright moon in the world. Put, ha ha ha, the wind is blowing. Egu mama, laughed me to death. Brother Chio, my cell phone has no signal. Then the song Big Wind Blows went straight to the top. Egu, I can't do it. I can't do it. My stomach hurts from laughing. This face hit. Too caught off guard. Please forgive me for laughing out of the goose. It's as if I saw a sluggish autumn wind sweeping through Brother Chio, and the scene rang with one of Mr. Yang Lin Suona, tearing my heart out. Put, stop it, stop it. This image is too damn catchy. Of all the musical instruments, the Suona is the king. Either it ascends to heaven, or it worships. Once the song is played, the cloth is covered. The whole village waits for the food. Those who walk, those who carry, followed by a piece of white. Once the coffin is lifted and the earth buried, friends and family cry. Put, ha ha ha. P.S. Thank you to those who sent their hyped-up kudos and support yesterday. Thank you. Chapter 51, the fans have all gone off the rails. Put, ha ha ha. I'm going to die laughing. Brother Chio is going to be ruined by you guys. This is just the beginning of the end. Which one of you brothers is talented enough to make a video later on, where Brother Chio raises his cell phone, and the moment the ringtone rings, he blows a chilly wind, and then matches it with Mr. Yang Lin Suona. Let's power up together at that time and send this video of Brother Chio to the top of the hit list. Yes, 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 and make sure to do facial close-ups. Put, you guys are so badass. I'm in, count me in, and me. The public screen suddenly scrolled frantically. At this moment, the number of people online in the live broadcast room had already exceeded 120,000. The scrolling words on the light screen almost didn't jam the phone to death. Seeing this situation, Ding Wenjing covered her forehead in a hopeless state. It was over. The fans had all been led astray. This damnable Chiu. Alright, everyone stop for a moment. We'll die of embarrassment if we do this to Brother Chiu. A fan suddenly said. Embarrassed? Doesn't exist. Brother Chiu, as long as I don't feel embarrassed, the ones who are embarrassed are others. Brother Chiu, what are you guys saying? Why can't I understand? What gust of wind hasn't been heard? Ding Wenjing, live streaming room management. Gui Jinfei, New Jia Hotel administrative assistant. It's over. This fall wind can't stop. Other side. Inside Su Qingya's office. Xiaoli Xiaohuan looked at the embarrassment that came through the screen on Chu Qiu's face at this moment, laughing and cackling, completely unable to straighten her back. Even her stomach hurt from laughing, and tears were rolling in her eyes. It was really too hilarious. It was simply God hitting his face, because the person who called Chu Qiu on the phone was the boss's wife beside them. Chu Qiu also didn't expect that he would actually touch the face-punching scene one day. Good thing that Chu Qiu is also real gold, is not afraid of fire. A serious shake the phone. The old god said, "This broken cell phone. How suddenly there is a signal again." After saying that, he also raised his head to look at the sky as if there was a mobile signal tower in the sky. Even Su Qingya couldn't help but giggle at this display of self-relief of his embarrassment. Xiaoli and Xiaohong even laughed out a goose call, unable to straighten their backs. Big Boss was simply too amusing, and was inexplicably poked for laughs. Ding Wenjing, on the other hand, had a black line on her face. Pretend. You continue to pretend. Thespian, I'll believe the hell out of you. Wei Jinfei also gritted his teeth. Of course Chu Qiu didn't know how they all reacted. He was currently holding his cell phone, looking at the caller ID on his phone with a surprised face, and was wondering, Su Qingya, didn't they just pass the phone at noon? How come it's calling again this time? Chu Qiu hurriedly picked up the phone and said suspiciously, Qingya, what's wrong? Did something happen? That's for you to ask. Su Qingya rolled her eyes and a questioning tone came out from the phone. Ask me? Ask me what? Chu Qiu said with a confused face. You tell me. Su Qingya turned the amplification on, threw the cell phone towards the table, and said with a forced posture, I'm asking you, where are you now? I'm in Magic City. Why? Chu Qiu said strangely. This other party clearly knew and still asked, Su Qingya's breath was suffocated, and she instantly felt unable to say the following words. This Chu Qiu was simply her nemesis. Every time he called, he managed to poke her nerves, and on the contrary, she was still powerless to refute it. Of course I know you're in Magic City. I'm asking you where you are now. Su Qingya did not have the good sense to inquire again. Xiaoli on the side covered her forehead straight after hearing this. As long as these two people came together, the topic would always run off the rails. She was an acute person, and instantly couldn't help but interject. Boss, we all saw you from the Jitterbug livestream. You're at sea. Also, we saw those crabs you caught. The purpose of us calling you is to tell you that this batch of crabs can't be sold. They have to be reserved for the hotel. So you guys also swiped the live broadcast. Chu Qiu had a face of dawning realization. I said it. Why did you suddenly call over and ask some inexplicable words? But you guys called late. I've already booked out the crabs. What? The crabs have already been ordered out? Xiaoli snapped. It can't be. Chu Qiu. Su Qingya also frowned when she heard this, and said with some disbelief, so many crabs, at least more than 2,000. Could you have ordered them all out? Indeed all of them have been ordered out, Chu Qiu honestly said, but we need them for our own hotel. Can't you leave half of them? If it's really not possible, leaving a few hundred would be fine. Su Qingya was a bit exasperated and said, now the crabs have become the #1 signboard in our hotel and have a good reputation, but that's all supported by freshwater crabs. For the piece of seawater crabs, we've never been able to hold our own. If we have this batch of crabs from you, the hotel will be able to make up for this shortcoming, greatly increase customer satisfaction, and build up word of mouth. And the hotel also needs to diversify so that it can be more long-term. Listening to Su Qingya's long speech, Chu Qiu couldn't help but have a bit of a headache. He hadn't even thought much about it before. He was just thinking about making a fortune before leaving, but now it seemed that he was afraid that this idea would have to change a bit. However, the crab that promised the fans, this point can't become, then it could only be recaught again. Thinking of this, Chu Qiu said, don't worry, I'll catch the crabs again, and I'll make sure the quality isn't worse than this batch. The quantity will also definitely satisfy you. Okay? Are you sure? This is in the ocean, not in Wangjiang River. Su Qingya was still uneasy. To me, as long as it's in the water, whether it's the ocean or the river, it's no different. The fact that I can capture such a large number of crabs at the moment is the best proof, Chu Qiu said forcefully. Su Qingya was also infected by his self-confidence and readily said, alright then I'll wait for your good news. Aha! Hanging up the phone, Chuchio looked at the busy helpers, and the crabs that were still densely crawling around. After thinking slightly, he turned his gaze to Ding Wenjing, who was in the middle of a live broadcast, and shouted, "Ding Wenjing, eh?" Ding Wenjing looked at Chuchio with some surprise, then walked over and asked, "What's wrong? Can I say a few words to your fans?" Chuchio smiled and said, "Yes, what's not to like about that? And there have been people in the live broadcast room who have been urging me for your contact information. It's just as well that you talk to them yourself." Saying that, Ding Wenjing greatly stood side by side with Chuchio, then stretched the selfie stick and turned the camera back, facing the two of them squarely. The fans in the live broadcast room, as soon as they heard that Chuchio wanted to talk to them, one by one had already moved their small stools. At this moment, as soon as the duo appeared in the live broadcast, the neat subtitles immediately rolled wildly. Mad Daoist welcomes Brother Autumn. Tuan Tuan Z welcomes Brother Autumn. Hanging Wire Diagnostic Pulse welcome Brother Autumn. Wow, Brother Autumn is so handsome. P.S. I'm stuck. This chapter is a bit watery. Transition. There's a big action behind it. Chapter 52, Calling for Brother Chio. Call for Brother Chio. Call for Brother Chio. Call for Brother Chio. A group of fans kept swiping the screen. Hui Junfei, who had begged for half a day's worth of contact information, was even more furiously clicking gifs at this moment. Ding, Swordsman Gua sends a royal salute. Ding, Swordsman Gua has sent a royal salute. Ding, Wu Junfei has sent a royal salute. 3 royal salutes in a row were sent, and the fans screamed, "Great Warrior Gui is domineering and mighty." Allied Master's demeanor. A chain reaction was then surprisingly formed, and one by one, they all walked away with small gifts. For a moment, the entire live broadcast screen was filled with gifts. Moreover, Hotel Rueja also joined the ranks. As if competing, it brushed several royal salutes in one breath. The management of the live broadcast room was so scared that they were so confused that they couldn't even type in the words. Such a crazy behavior of brushing gifts was something that had never been seen since the live broadcast room opened. Chuchio looked at the screen full of gifts and was also a bit confused. What the hell did I do? I didn't do anything. I didn't just come to say a few words to you guys. Are you all so excited? It makes me think I've become a star. Okay, thank you all for your love. It's okay. Chuchio hurriedly cried and laughed to stop the crowd. He was on a mission at this moment. Time was tight. The small bench has been set up. Sit and wait for Brother Chio to speak. Let Brother Chio speak. We're all listening. Please speak, Brother Chio. Seeing how well behaved everyone was, Ding Wenjing was furious. She really wanted to gnash her teeth and ask, "Whose fans are you really? Is there any justice in heaven? It's too sour." And at this time, Chuchio also took over the conversation and spoke. "I'm sure everyone who watched the live broadcast knows what's going on the boat. There are just too many crabs. The helpers under me can't finish tying them even if they keep tying them moment by moment, even if it's dark. Everyone doesn't want to keep watching them tie crabs live, right? So what I mean is, the crabs are not tied, and directly packaged and shipped to everyone like this, so we can save time and go fishing for a few more nets while it's not dark. Of course, receiving the goods this way might be a bit of a hassle. I'll make some compensation on the price. What do you all think? What? We can go fishing a few more nets today? That's great. We haven't been able to see Brother Chio go down to the nets before. We must witness it this time. Yeah, tying crabs or whatever. That's not important. I've been wanting to propose to the anchor for a long time. Tying crabs is too meaningless. It's not as interesting as going to catch the sea. Don't tie the crabs we bought. Beg Brother Chio to catch the sea. That's right. Don't tie them. We want to watch Brother Chio catch the sea. Brother Chio, quickly make your people stop. Hurry up and set off to catch the sea. It's already 4 in the afternoon. It's going to be dark at 7. Unexpectedly, the fans were so agreeable to Chuchio's proposal and all responded positively. They all expressed their desire to see Chuchio catch the sea. What else could Chuchio say? That was naturally to start working. Since everyone agrees with my proposal, let's get started. Oldly, prepare to start the boat. Chuchio shouted happily, and froze the helpers on the boat in their entirety. Another good news for everyone. The crabs are not tied. Directly load the nets and put them in the cabin. Let's continue to catch the sea. What? The crabs don't need to be tied? We're going to continue to catch the sea? The crowd was surprised and thought they had heard wrong. Yes, there's no need to tie them up. And the bonus I said before still counts. How about it? Happy or not? Chuchio skinned a bit. When the crowd heard that they didn't need to tie the crabs, they actually had a bonus. They immediately wailed with joy. Happy, too happy. Thank you, boss. Boss is so open. Just willing to follow you. Yes, boss, buy a boat. Let's give you employees. Ha. There's no rush to buy a boat. Let's set off first. Chuchio let out a long laugh, slightly intent on the matter of buying a boat, remembering it in his heart. Departing departing. My chance is finally coming. God bless. Make sure that Brother Chiu catches a few thousand more crabs. That way I can grab a batch without having to swipe any bowl ***** plates. As he watched the fishing boat slowly start up, no one was more excited than Guo Jinfei. This was because whether Chu Chiu could catch crabs or not was directly related to his happy life in the future. So he couldn't wait to brush up a wave of gifts. Ding! Warrior Guo has sent the carnival. I wish Brother Chiu a flagrant victory and a full house. Seeing this, Hotel New Jia followed suit and directly a carnival. Ding! New Jia Hotel sends out a carnival. I wish Brother Chiu a prosperous victory and a full house. The duo then both tacitly agreed to directly send a private message to the anchor, hoping to prioritize them if Chu Chiu had another harvest. Thank you, Warrior Guo. Thank you to Hotel Ru Jia for sending the carnival. I read your private messages. If there are gains, I will say so. Ding Wenjing chimed in with a smile, slowly turning back to her normal self as well. It was really because today's gifts had been swiped so violently that she had become numb. As it slowly left the island, the fishing boat also entered deep water. At this time, Old Li looked around for a while, couldn't decide and asked Chu Chiu, "Boss, which direction do you think we're driving in?" "Men's left, women's right, let's go left." Chu Chiu raised his eyelids and said, his casual attitude leaving Ding Wenjing speechless for a while. "Alright, then to the left." Old Li hemmed and hawed with excitement. He was now practically worshipping Chu Chiu. Even if Chu Chiu asked him to crash a small island right now, he wouldn't even frown. "Well, put out the trawl net as well, and drag it out to slip around twice first." Chu Chiu nodded and said. This time, he didn't go to the deck to command. This was because this time, he wasn't going to utilize his in-water abilities to fish. He wanted to keep a low profile for once, not wanting to be too flashy. After all, this time, he wasn't facing a dozen or so simple-minded old fishermen, but more than 100,000 fans and viewers. If he exploded the net so accurately every time, he would definitely be detected. Therefore, Chu Chiu planned to throw a net randomly first, and after catching nothing, he would then have a second net with a shocking explosion. In that case, it would create the illusion that it was just luck, and it wouldn't cause suspicion and covetousness. Thinking of this, Chu Chiu simply let Old Li drag his feet a little longer. "Yay, this situation isn't right How come after dragging it for such a long distance, the trawl's weight counting display still doesn't react much? According to the boss's luck, this shouldn't be Old Li listened to Chu Chiu and drove to the left for a while before realizing that the weight counter basically didn't change much, and couldn't help but wonder, what's going on? Could it be that the weight counting monitor is out of order? Old Li got suspicious. After all, Chu Chiu's luck had left him with too deep an impression. It made him always convinced and worshipped it like a god. It's moving. It's moving. It seems like it's starting to move. Suddenly, while he was being skeptical, the counting monitor finally moved. Old Li immediately shouted in excitement. "I told you, with the boss's luck, how could there be no harvest?" "What? Another harvest?" Chu Chiu was stunned. "No way, is my ing luck really that good?" Chapter 53, Who's a Thespian? Chu Chiu was dumbfounded and hurriedly ran to the cockpit. However, after coming to the cockpit, he took a look at the numbers on the weight counting display. Chu Chiu's lifted heart was reassured and put back. Fortunately, the weight was only less than 100 kilograms. Removing the rubble, molted shells, and some other messy things, it would be good to have 100 pounds. However, this time, Old Li is also equivalent to giving Chu Chiu a wake-up call. The trawl could no longer be allowed to continue dragging. Just take advantage of the fact that the stuff is now less and lighter in weight, and hurry to pull it up once first. Otherwise, in case he got lucky and really pulled up a batch of seafood, how could he still make a shocking explosion with the second net? Thinking of this, Chu Chiu directly raised an eyebrow and said, "Old Li, you can start the net." "What? Cough. Boss, what did you say? It's time to start the net now?" Old Li suddenly heard this kind of order from Chu Chiu, and in shock, he suddenly drew in a sharp breath and couldn't help but cough in his throat. "Boss, I didn't hear it wrong, right? You want me to start the net now? The weight on this waiting monitor is only 100 kilograms or so. What can be gained by starting the net now?" Old Li was stunned to the core, somewhat unable to figure out why Chu Chiu was asking for this. "You don't understand even if I tell you. Just do as I say and collect the net," Chu Chiu said in an old-fashioned manner. Ding Wenjing was driving the live broadcast around at this time, and had just turned to this side of the cockpit when she heard Chu Chiu's order to close the net. She immediately entered the cockpit and said with some surprise, "Chu Chiu, are you guys closing the net? That's great. The fans have been a bit impatient for a long time." Saying that, she turned her head to the live broadcast and said, "Babies, our great Captain Chu is finally going to close the net. You guys can feast your eyes on it. Guess what we can capture in this net?" "What? Brother Chu is finally closing his net? My god. Finally waiting for this moment. Great. Quickly, anchor, get up on deck. We want to see the troll net come out of the water with our own eyes. The moment to witness the miracle is finally coming. Ding! Warrior Gui is giving away the carnival. I hope Chiu bursts the net with crabs. It was Gui Jinfei, who was already a bit impatient, even looking through the waters of autumn. Oh no! Looking through the screen. Meanwhile, at the Rujia Hotel, inside the administrative manager's office, Wu Di and his assistant, two people lying on the desk, very unimaginative pouting ass staring straight at the live screen. It's closing the net. You don't say. I've never seen anyone else live before. I didn't think it was really quite appetizing. I don't know what will be gained from this net. I'm looking forward to it. Alright, let's go to the deck. Chu Chiu swept his gaze at the screen of the live broadcast, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked up a trace of arc, and walked out of the cockpit, witnessing a miracle. Bursting the net? Snort. Where the hell did each and every one of them get their confidence? If I hadn't watched the weight counting monitor, I would have been forced to believe by you guys. Alright, just wait. I will definitely burst your eyeballs and give you a big reversal. Chu Chiu, with a bad smile on the corner of his mouth, walked onto the deck and shouted, Old Lee, don't dilly-dally. Hurry up and close the net. Oh, Old Lee took a deep breath and sighed out, wondering why Chu Chiu did this, but still obeyed at the first opportunity. 2 minutes later, with a clatter, the trawl came out. What the hell is this? Where's the fish? Where are the crabs? Where's the promised miracle to witness? The moment the trawl came out of the water, everyone was dumbfounded. The entire live broadcast room was also instantly quiet, only to see such a big trawl hanging up. Fish did not. Crabs did not see. Actually, only a few broken wooden boxes and some heaps of messy things. At first glance, I thought it was a mass grave. How could this be? Old Zhang's face paled, and he said with some difficulty, What kind of crap is this all pulled up? Where's the boss's unbelievable luck? Did it run out? Yes, how could this happen? After dragging it for such a long distance, even if the luck is bad, there must be a few stray fish, shrimps and crabs, right? Old Wang said with some difficulty as he looked at the mess in the trawl. In the same way, there was a whale in the live broadcast room. My god, how could this happen? After looking forward to it for so long, I actually dragged up this crap. Yeah, the difference is too big. Could it be that Brother Chiu bursting the net in front of us has already used up all of today's luck? Ha ha ha. For Chu Chiu, who had known about this result, looking at the crowd's reaction, he suddenly had a feeling of having succeeded in playing a trick on people, and laughed out in a very unkind manner. Boss, you still have the mood to laugh out? Could it be that the boss can't take the stimulation and has gone insane? Old Zhang and his duo looked at Chu Chiu with some concern. What's going on with Brother Chiu? Why is he still laughing so happily? Yeah, what's going on? Fishing up a bunch of rotten wooden boxes and still so happy? Hey wait, rotten wooden boxes? Wood? No, how could wood sink to the bottom of the sea? Damn, you reminded me, there's not another thing going on here, is there? Geez, Brother Chiu wouldn't have fished for treasure, would he? Anchor, don't just stand there, quickly go over and take a look. I think Brother Chiu might have found a treasure. What? Treasure? Ding Wenjing, after being reminded by her fans, was jolted and felt that this was a great possibility. Chu Chiu, quickly have your people put down the trawl. My fan said that you might have fished for treasure. Ding Wenjing said excitedly, because ordinary wood won't sink to the bottom of the sea, not to mention that you're a wooden chest. Ha ha ha. Chu Chiu suddenly laughed even more happily. This group of people were very deep into the drama. If the treasure was really so easy to fish for, would they still wait for him to fish for it? It would have been salvaged by the salvage company long ago. A group of playwrights, since they want to act so much, then I will accompany you to act. Young man, be confident and remove the possibilities. The corner of Chu Chiu's mouth rose as he said, This is the treasure. What? You've known this for a long time. You've seen it long ago? Ding Wenjing looked at the smile that hooked up on Chu Chiu's face, and a feeling of shock rose within her. No wonder you were smiling so happily just now. The live broadcast room also boiled over at this time. What? Brother Chiu saw it early? Asterisk. Bullish, really bullish. Lost me thinking that Brother Chiu was giggling just now. Brother Chiu, others laugh at me for being too crazy. I laugh at others for not being able to see through it. Ha 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 ha. Quickly see what kind of treasure is there. A bunch of jokers. Chu Chiu shook his head and laughed. Old Lee, open the net. Okay. At this time, Old Lee also got excited. He said, the boss's luck is so heavenly, how can he say no? It turns out that he hit the treasure. Wow. With the fall of Old Lee's voice, the trawl net messed up a large pile of things, instantly smashed down on the deck. One of the rotten wooden boxes seemed to be very heavy, and with a bang, it fell apart. The next moment, a dazzling golden light rendered the entire deck. Everyone sucked in a breath of cool air in unison. Chuchio's smile also instantly froze on his face. Chapter 54. What about the promised low profile? I'm sorry everyone, there's only one shift today. Nima. Chuchio was caught off guard, and his smile froze on his face all of a sudden, only to see that after the wooden rotten box broke, a yellow bar rolled out. It could be said that as long as one wasn't blind, little cutie, even a 6 or 7-year-old baby who had watched television knew. This is a ing gold bar. Ah, how else can I keep a low profile? Said clearly to be low-key, but the result of the dam has become my most powerful show-off. Chuchio suddenly felt that his face hurts. This big reversal, to let him caught off guard. He hit his own face. This sourness, I'm afraid how others cannot experience. In the live broadcast room, this moment also exploded. What did I say? What did I say? I was right when I said it could be a treasure, right? Look, gold bars, so many gold bars, adding up to at least 30 pounds. Good guy, I'm straight up good guy. You've got a good mouth on you, don't you? 30 pounds of gold bars, it's going to the heavens. Oh baika, 30 pounds? I'm not good at math. Which god to help calculate? How much is it when converted to RMB? As soon as these words came out, there were immediately people in the live broadcast room who would D up. If I remember correctly, as of now, the price of domestic gold is at 270 yuan per gram, and with 30 pounds, it works out to be 4.05 million. What? 4.05 million? Holy, with this much money, it's more than enough to buy a luxury villa in a second-tier city on our side. This is too powerful for Brother Chio, isn't it? That's right. What kind of heaven-defying luck is this for Brother Chio? The first net caught more than 2,000 crabs, worth more than $1 million. This second net was thought to be caught blindly, but the result suddenly came to a shocking reversal. Directly got a box of gold bars, worth more than $4 million. My god, does still let its fishermen live or not live? Fire. I'm sure that after today, Anchor and Brother Chio will definitely both be on the hot search. Moreover, fishing can produce a box of gold bars. How can this make those companies that specialize in salvage embarrassed? Alright, everyone stop talking. There are still a few rotten wooden boxes that haven't been opened, as well as a bunch of messy things. There might be treasures of amazing value inside as well. Right. Anchor. Where's the anchor? Quickly go over and take a look. I haven't seen what a real gold bar looks like yet. I've never seen it either. I've seen it on TV. Nonsense. Except for the people in the gold bank. Who can normally see such a thing as gold bars? That's right. Anchor, quickly go over and let us take a close look. Calling the anchor. I guess the anchor has already looked stupid. Hurry up and give the anchor a wave of gifts to wake her up. Right. Anchor, wake up. Ding. Warrior Gua sent carnival. Ding. Officer Crab sends out carnival. Ding. Hotel New Jia is giving away the carnival. Ding. Tuan Z sends out romantic flower fire. Ding. Fancy compare hearts. Ding. La Boom motorcycle. After a wave of intense gift swipes, Ding Wenjing, who was in a state of shock, was finally awakened. At this moment, she hurriedly glanced at her cell phone screen, where she was still in the mood to interact. Directly with unrivaled shock, she quickly walked towards the location where the gold bars rolled down. But she moved. The ship's helpers also followed awake, and under the sudden, the deck also boiled up. My god, gold! It's gold! It's actually a box full of gold. This is also too unbelievable, right? This luck of the boss, it's simply too good to describe. I've been drifting on the sea for most of my life, and I've never met anyone as lucky as the boss. That's right, so lucky that it's almost inhuman. What? Chuchio, who was originally about to walk over. At this moment, after hearing this sentence, suddenly as if he had been nailed, his body froze there with a black line on his face. Nima, is this a ing compliment to me? Or is it a compliment to me? Or is it a compliment to me? Ha 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 ha, I told you, the boss's luck is so heavenly, how can it say no on no more it? The original is to hit the treasure. Grandma, I've lived most of my life. I've never seen a treasure in the sea, and I've never seen what a gold bar looks like. Today, thanks to the boss's blessing, I can finally see it. Old Zhang said with excitement. Come. Everyone also don't freeze. Hurry over to pick up the gold bars all to the boss to a piece. Also let you have a hand. But first said, who dares to be dishonest? Move what crooked mind? Then don't blame our old Zhang to his face. Old Zhang, come on. You called us here. We all know each other. Who would do such a bad thing? That's right. Not to mention the boss is so nice. It's you who is too small. The crowd was so excited that they couldn't help but dislike each other back, and then went to help Chuchio pick up the gold bars with immense excitement. At this time, Ding Wenjing had already walked over and grabbed a gold bar and held it in her hand. The first feeling the gold bar gave her was that it was heavy. A gold bar, at least 1 kilogram. was completely inconsistent with the gold bar system of any period, and there wasn't a single mark on it. Ding Wenjing guessed that this was most likely some chaotic period where a plutocrat had privately melted down gold and was preparing to go out to sea to escape with it. As a result, when they went out to sea, they ran into an accident and stayed in the sea. At the end of the day, it luckily fell into Chuchio's hands. Soon, the gold was collected in a unified manner, and when weighed with a counterweight, it was 32 pounds. When converted into RMB, it was $4,320,000. This huge amount directly dazzled the group of helpers. Even the fans in the live broadcast room were enviously and frantically swiping the screen. Right, Anchor, there are other boxes. Quickly let Brother Chio open them and take a look. And that messy pile of stuff, don't let it go either. It always feels like there might be a treasure hidden inside. Right. I'm looking at those rotten wooden boxes right now. I can't tell you how itchy my heart is. It feels the same as a cat licking it. Anchor, please quickly let Brother Chio open the treasure chests. Please let Brother Chio open the treasure chest. Please let Brother Chio open the treasure chest. The public screen of the live broadcast room started to roll up crazily again, and waves of gifts seemed to be raining down. Alright, babies, stop brushing. I know. Ding Wenjing couldn't help but smile as she looked at the swarm of fans brushing in the live broadcast room. Up until now, because of Chu Chio's existence, the gifts she had received alone had exceeded 100,000. If this was placed in the past, she wouldn't even dare to think about it. Thinking of this, she hurriedly looked up at Chu Chio, only to find that the other party had long since been unable to resist and had already begun to tinker with those boxes. So she hurriedly turned her cell phone camera back and aimed it at Chu Chio live. Babies, look, your brother Chio has already started opening the treasure chests, Ding Wenjing said with some excitement, as she was also looking forward to the next opening of the chests, with a sense of nervous anticipation of treasure hunting. Gosh, what should I do? Watching Brother Chio open the wooden box, I feel so nervous in my heart. I don't know what kind of good treasure Brother Chio can open. I'm also nervous and looking forward to it. Is it going to open? So nervous. Look, quickly look. Brother Chio opened it. Chapter 55, Antique Jade Cicada. Wow. Finally, under the nervous attention of over 100,000 fans, Chu Chio unwrapped one of the wooden boxes, only to see that within the wooden box, a piece of antique jade, big and small, was neatly placed, all intact. Crap, this is antiques? Seeing these antiques and jades, Chu Chio couldn't help but exclaim in shock at the first moment. Dumbstruck, gold in a time of chaos, antiques in a time of prosperity. If you were to say what was the most valuable right now, even the ants sweeping the floor on the street would tell you that it was antiques. And now, there is such a box of large and small, a full 7 or 8 pieces of antiques in front. Even if you think with your toes, Chu Chio also knows that this time is awesome and big. Far not to say just that a box of gold bars, its value, is certainly far less than this box of antiques. Asterisk. What do I see? A box of antique jade? Antique jade? Isn't that an antique? This is going to the heavens. If all of these are authenticated, Brother Chio will be in for a big surprise. Yes, nowadays, anything related to antiques, which one is not speculated to sky-high prices? Brother Chio's luck is too unbelievable, isn't it? I doubt he's God's godson. Right, I agree and won't accept rebuttals. The live broadcast room was abuzz. Ding Wenjing was also shocked. First gold, then antiques. This Chu Chio's luck was unbelievably good. Chu Chio was also happy in his heart. Not to mention the value, let's just say the antique in his eyes. That was synonymous with high class. The living fossil in the world of pretense. Casually to the home a pendulum. To the body, that is the heritage. Is forced. Is you drive a luxury car? Buy a few brand name bags. Then cannot be compared to the demeanor. So at this moment, Chu Chio, despite how his mouth said Loki, the body is still honestly expressed. Only to see him with a cheap and naive stupid smile, while his mouth said good baby, while carefully taking out the smallest jade from the box. It was a thumb-sized robin carved out of dark green jade. Simple and beautiful. The spirit is alive and well. Antique is antique. Long, really good looking. Look at this robin carving. Round jade. Lifelike. At a glance you know from the hand of a famous artist. TSK. Pretty. It's so beautiful. At a glance. It looks like it will fly at any time. I just don't know which dynasty or which generation it is from. Chu Chio surveyed the jade jichi in his hand and sked under his breath, his fondness overflowing. Really good looking? GG? What the hell? Ding Wenjing listened to Chu Chio's broken thoughts and couldn't help but laugh and cry after she came back to her senses. This isn't called a robin in the antique house. It's called a cicada. Ding Wenjing looked at the jade robin in his hand and breathlessly explained. Could it be that a cicada is not a robin? Chu Chio asked back. Yes, But, Ding Wenjing tried to explain. It's fine if it is. I like to call it a robin. Chu Cho directly waved his hand to interrupt, not giving her the chance to elaborate at all. Ding Wenjing was instantly defeated. This scene instantly made the fans in the live broadcast room look happy. Ha ha ha. Seeing the anchor get defeated. I don't know why, but I'm actually so happy. Me too. But is it really good for us to say it like that? Not good. Look at me. I just didn't say it out loud. Anchor, you didn't say it out loud, but you wrote it out. Think I'm blind? Put. Ha ha ha. Laughing my ass off. You guys are really too bad, making me laugh out loud at the goose again. But, I'm really happy too. After the aggrieved Ding Wenjing was defeated, she wanted to find warmth and comfort in her fans. As a result, after seeing the screens with the subtitles left by the fans, she instantly felt like she had been blasted again. She felt that today was her own Good Friday. This group of people, they were so irritating. Alright, everyone, don't make jokes about the anchor. Anyone in the live broadcast room who has knowledge in this area of antiques, hurry out and help Brother Chio to take a look and appraise it. Yes, hurry out for a bit. I especially want to know how much this robin can actually be worth. At Chien Duo, Fatty Chien, come out quickly. It's time for you to pretend. Coming. Have the anchor turn the camera closer? Then wait for me to connect to the live broadcast. Magic City, Antique City. Inside an antique storefront called Gu Xingzhai, a fat youth with a baby fat face, full of excitement, exited the live broadcast room and boarded his jitterbug number. Although it was just a glimpse in the live broadcast room just now, but with his amazing sense of smell, he felt that the jade cicada in Chu Cho's hand should be a genuine and superb item. And once it was determined that the jade cicada was a real antique, then the other objects in the box were also definitely real antiques without a doubt. So he couldn't wait to exit the live broadcasting room, open his own jitterbug number, and look for the anchor to connect. As a lover of beautiful women, he is concerned about the female anchor can be not a few. Flipped 2 minutes, which turned to Ding Wenjing's live number. Then the live broadcast was connected. The live broadcast was just connected. Chen Duo looked at Chu Chio and Ding Wenjing with excitement and greeted them. Good Brother Chio. Good anchor. Well, hello to you too, Boss Qian. Ding Wenjing responded politely. She had learned through her fans that this Chen Duo was from an antique family and had a great eye for antique artifacts. On the contrary, Chu Chio knew nothing about the other party, and looking at Chen Duo, who was only 27 or 18 years old, she could not help but say suspiciously, "So young? Are you good?" In Chu Chio's impression, those who engaged in antique appraisal, how it must be 60 or 70 to be considered capable. This. Fatty Qian's face stagnated and he awkwardly said, I don't know which aspect Brother Chio is referring to. Which aspect? On the public screen of the live broadcast room, subtitles instantly flew all over the sky. Rows and rows of surprised emoticons were swiped frantically on the screen. This Nima, what's going on? He came up and drove at the drop of a hat? And in front of a female anchor? I want to get off. This isn't a car that goes to kindergarten. The male fans were up in arms. The female fans also froze at first, and when they saw the word drive, they snapped out of it. Just now, the speed of the car was so fast that they didn't even get the point, and now after they reacted, they immediately cursed the shamelessness. Even Chu Cho's expression couldn't help but stutter violently, looking at the other party in astonishment, revealing a brain of black lines. I'm asking you if your ability to identify treasures is okay. Where the hell do you think you're going? Chu Cho was simply speechless to the extreme. This Nima is also truly a talent. Misunderstanding. Oh no, it's a slip of the tongue. Fatty Chan glanced at Ding Wendian somewhat sheepishly and squeezed out an awkward smile. So what, Brother Chio? Let's just start appraising the treasure. He had already sensed a hint of unfriendliness from Ding Wenjing. Grandma, there had been a serious mistake that could not be forgiven. Chapter 56, on the hot search again. After gathering his emotions, Fatty Qian, with a serious face, said to the live broadcast anchor, please point your phone at the jade cicada in Brother Chio's hand. Brother Chio, slowly rotate the jade cicada with 2 fingers so that I can take a closer look at its full appearance. Chu Chio raised his eyebrows and stared at Fatty Qian with some surprise. You don't have to say. When this bastard was serious, he really had the air of a master. With Chu Chio's slow rotation, the live broadcast room was silent. All of them were staring at the screen with their eyes. Soon, Fatty Qian finished his appraisal, took a deep breath, and his eyes were filled with a wave of surprise. Alright, Brother Chio, I already have a rough idea in my mind. If I'm not mistaken, the jade cicada in your hand should be the most typical representative of the Han Dynasty period. It's also the famous and highly collectible Han 8-blade jade cicada in the antique world. What the hell? Han 8 knives jade cicada? What does it mean? Chuchyo was confused by what he heard. Han 8 knife is said to be a carving technique. This technique is rough and powerful, simple and clear. Knife C sharp. Is the Han dynasty master of a carving technique? A few knives will be able to give charm. So there is a Han 8 knife name. And this jade cicada in the Han dynasty is also extremely prevalent in the carving of things. Very popular with the ancients' focus. Jade cicadas can be roughly divided into three kinds. One kind of cicada for pei cicada is specifically worn on the person for decoration and evil use. Another kind of cicada for the crown is as an ornament adorned in the hat, become a symbol of power and status. Is the nobleman can wear things. There is another kind is more unique. Is the jade cicada in the mouth of the dead. To cicada feathering metaphor can be reborn. Refers to the spirit of immortality. This cicada, known as the cicada, Fatty Qian explained once more. That is to say, this jade cicada in my hand is from the Han Dynasty factory? Then what kind of cicada does it actually belong to? Is it a crown cicada? Pei cicada? Or is it a contained cicada? Chuchyo couldn't help but ask after it. He was very fond of this jade cicada, but never someone else what contains cicada. Otherwise it would be a bit disgusting. It's Pei cicada. Fatty Qian's eyes carried a hint of envy. Just now I paid attention. There is a small hole in the head of this cicada that was used to wear a Pei rope, so it is 100% a Pei cicada. As early as 2 years ago, Han 8 knife jade cicada is a hot antique collection, even containing cicadas, also extremely sought after and favorite. The highest auction price shot over 600,000 sky price, and Pei cicada, it is extremely rare. Once appeared, will immediately cause a lot of antique big take the fight, especially you this Pei cicada. No matter the material or appearance, can be called the best. Preliminary estimate will never be less than 1 million. More, how much? 1 million. Ding Wenjing was shocked, even though she knew that this jade cicada was an antique and definitely not cheap, but several $100,000 was already the highest expectation in her heart. As a result, the appraisal came out to be $1 million. Doesn't that mean that this tiny jade cicada is worth a quarter of the gold bars in that box? My God. That box, but there are 6 or 7 pieces of antiques. Look at the color. It is estimated that will only be more expensive than this jade cicada. Will never be cheaper than it. Doesn't this mean that this box of antiques alone is worth $10 million? This luck, can it still be called luck? No, that's not right. It's not just $10 million. There are several other boxes as well. Moreover, if there are no accidents, according to the current situation, more than 80% of the other boxes will also be antiques. Sizzling. Associated with this, Ding Wenjing also couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air for her guess. If it was true that several boxes were antiques, then the value would at least be over $100 million. Over $100 million, ah. Just thinking about this word, Ding Wenjing couldn't help but feel a shiver in her heart, and her mouth went dry. Since she was able to associate so much, Chuchyo wasn't a little cutie. Made a move at the very first moment. Old Li, Old Zhang, Old Wang. It was when Ding Wenjing was secretly shocked inwardly that Chuchyo decisively got up and instructed the three of them. The three of you move the remaining 3 wooden boxes to the cockpit for me, and no one is allowed to touch it without my order not to approach. Old Li, you'll work hard for the rest of the time. Stay in the cockpit and guard it for me. Chuchyo felt that the rest of the boxes couldn't be opened in front of the public like this anymore. In case all of them were really antiques inside, the impact it would cause would be too great. I'm afraid that it would definitely not be inferior to the shock brought about by muscles and pearls. He was afraid that if he accidentally became a celebrity, then he would be in trouble. But there was one thing that Chuchyo had overlooked. That was the power of Jitterbug's function, and the speed at which the network spread nowadays. There was also the fact that there were too many big celebrities on Shake Voice who made short videos as a means of profit. With Ding Wenjing's live broadcast heat at this moment, it had been in the hotspot and had been dominating the first place on the hourly list. It had long since caught the attention of these big names. Almost as soon as Ding Wenjing's live broadcast was first popular, the densely packed thousands of crabs that first appeared in the live broadcast, it had already made them keenly smell the topic and potential heat in it. So in the process of Ding Wenjing's live broadcast, those big names of theirs had already snapped out small videos from the live broadcast, writing all kinds of gimmicky and amazing titles, and sending them out one after another on various online platforms. And with the passage of time, the broadcast volume, the number of likes and retweets of these short videos were all skyrocketing crazily. Almost within just less than an hour, they had already made it to the hot lists of the major platforms, especially when the follow-up short video of Chuchyo salvaging the gold, and a few wooden boxes appeared. It even shot up to the top 10 hot searches of the major hot lists. Even the number of fans of these big names had skyrocketed by 70 to 80,000 in just 1 hour. It was even higher than the attention brought by Ding Wenjing's live broadcast. I go. What did I see? Someone actually salvaged millions of dollars worth of crabs in one net? and a box of gold bars in the back? Wait, what's going on here? Not only a box of gold, but also a box of antiques? Even salvaged a box of antiques. Is this really true? This luck is too much, isn't it? Even the lottery wouldn't dare to win like this, right? When did this happen? Is it today? Under the door of a certain TV station building in Magic City, a delivery man held a pocketful of lunchboxes, and with his other hand, he brushed the hot news that had just been recommended over the internet, and couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. At this exact moment, a female reporter wearing an office suit passed by, and after hearing his exclamation, she immediately sensed something keenly and ran over to take a look. The next moment, she seemed to go crazy, stepping on her high heels and running towards the radio station building. While running, she also searched on Jitterbug, and soon she found the live broadcasting room, and she noticed a place that surprised her even more. That is the words local live. Local live broadcast? Isn't that in the sea that belongs to Magic City? It wasn't far away. Hey, little Chen, where are you? Hurry back to the radio station. I have an extremely important hot topic to interview right now, and I have to leave immediately right away. This interview, if I can take it, I might even be promoted to become a radio host. I need your help right now. Come back immediately. What? Where have you been? It's going to take 2 hours. No, I can't wait for half an hour. I want to be the first, to get the first report. Forget it, I'll go myself. The female reporter hung up the phone, and the office building wasn't going anywhere, because without Xiao Chen's assistance, she couldn't carry the camera, so she could only travel light and use her cell phone instead to take the first-hand interview first. Chapter 57, Su Qingya who can't sit still. Running out of the radio station building, the female reporter stopped a cab and took off. The female reporter's name was Xiao Xiao. She is a senior female reporter who hosts a program, Today's Hot Topic, on Magic City TV. She from a freelance writer, step by the magazine reporter, news agency reporter, radio reporter, has been to do today's television senior reporter. She relies on her keen insight and ability to dig into topics, as well as her strong tracking ability. She was once almost mistakenly hospitalized for a bad social topic that she continued to track and report on. So when one goes out to sea, others don't dare, but she does. Moreover, she had managed to become a gold medal senior reporter of the TV station now, and was only one step away from being promoted to TV host. After this opportunity was missed, she might even have to procrastinate in the same place for years. She was already 27 this year, and there was no longer that long to wait. So no matter what, she had to try her hardest to take the first interview, because judging from the major online platforms, the heat in topic discussion of this fishing for treasure was quite high. If she could get the first-hand exclusive interview, I believe the TV station's ratings would definitely skyrocket. She would also be able to use the exposure to gain a large amount of audience recognition and smoothly become a radio host. Thinking of this, she couldn't wait to urge the cab driver, "Master, please drive faster. I'm in a hurry." Along the way, like this, Xiao Xiao didn't know how many times she had already said this. Fortunately, her location was very close to the sea, and in half an hour's time she had already arrived at the beach and directly rented a small yacht to go out to sea. The rent of the yacht was particularly expensive, almost equivalent to her 1 month's salary, but in order to get a handful of resources, she put up a fight, and along the way, she was also keeping an eye on the live broadcast. When she saw the image of Chu Chiu having the 3 boxes moved away after the live broadcast of the treasure appraisal, she knew that this time it was done. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What am I seeing? There are still 3 boxes that haven't been opened? Oh my god. A random thumb-sized jade cicada inside a box can identify the value of $1 million. What about the other 3 boxes? Who can tell me? What will be in these other 3 boxes? Will they also be antiques? If it's an antique, then how much would it be worth? Tens of millions? Over $100 million? Some public netizens watched the hot search videos that continued to be pushed up, and all of them reacted violently. There were also Racer, Volcano, B-Station, Weisher, etc. These mainstream short video platforms, the likes and retweets, as well as the comments, were all on the rise. Almost every small video that is keyed out, under the association of the title, will quickly string of red, from the popular all the way up, into the hot list of the major platforms, especially in Jitterbug. The hotness of these short videos, simply soared incredibly, and consecutively made it to the top 10 of the social hot list in Jitterbug hot list. Boss, Big Boss is on the list again, on the hot search again. Inside the Women's Grand Hotel, Xiaoli and Xiaohong rushed into Su Qingya's office shouting and yelling once again as if they were crazy. Fortunately, with the experience of the last time, Su Qingya was not startled this time. However, she still scolded. "What's wrong with you two? You're so crazy. It's not just being on a live list. What's so surprising about it? Those stars are on the list every day, and I haven't seen you guys get excited like this. No boss. This time Big Boss is not on the live list. It's on the Jitterbug Hotspots list, and it's even on the hot searches, and all of them rushed into the top 10. Xiaoli said excitedly, but this time she was very restrained and didn't call out the name of the boss's wife again. Right. Xiaohong was so excited next to her that she tried to interject several times, but unfortunately, they were all finished by Xiaoli, so she could only pop out these few words. On the hot search? Su Qingya was instantly surprised. It's not that bad, right? Isn't it just a net that caught crabs worth millions of dollars? Can this also enter the top 10 and be on the hot search? Su Qingya was somewhat disbelieving. Xiaoli hurriedly explained. No, catching $1 million worth of crabs. That was Big Boss's first net. It has long passed. Now it's Big Boss's second net. What was caught was a box of gold and a batch of antiques. And now the internet is already buzzing with discussion. What did you say? Chucho's second net fished up a box of gold and a batch of antiques? Really? Su Qingya couldn't help but exclaim in shock when she heard it. She then hurriedly opened her cell phone and clicked into the Jitterbug hotspot list. However, she then saw that among the top 10 titles of the Shakesound hotspot list, words such as catching the sea, gold bars, antiques, treasures, and so on, accounted for a full third of the titles. That hotness, simply directly compared to the hotness of the mussels and pearls, that is to say, the entire top 10 of the Jitterbug hotspot list. Now in addition to 2 certain star events, almost the entire list was wrapped up by Chucho alone. This was simply too incredible, especially when Su Qingya clicked on the video and watched them all. She was even more shocked. A box of gold bars worth over $4 million, a jade cicada worth over $1 million, and looking at the comments and buzz, I'm afraid that the jade cicada was only the lowest value inside a box of antiques. Especially, there are 3 unopened wooden boxes. Below the video, there are several senior salvage company employees asserted that with their experience in salvaging treasure, these 3 wooden boxes, more than 95%, or antiques. My God, if they're all antiques, what would they be worth? Over $100 million? I'm afraid it's more than that, right? At this moment, Su Qingya really didn't know how to describe her feelings. She had worked diligently, and even operated a 5-star hotel as if she was walking on thin ice, but her net income for a year might only be worth a quarter of Chucho's harvest from this net, right? And that was even if the hotel's business was so hot every day. Otherwise, it would have to be halved again. It was true that people had to die and goods had to be thrown away. Turning back to look at the desk, his own hard work to do out of the hotel investment planning book, Su Qingya suddenly bit his silver teeth and threw it away. Planning book, planning a hairline, guarding Chucho such a big god of wealth, but also what investment plan? Directly pull him to sell antiques, plus today's recharge black card funds, smash down a ready-made 5-star hotel is not better? Save time, save heart, and save labor, and you can store at any time. Instant profit. Simply don't be too cool. Thinking of this, Su Qingya suddenly couldn't sit still, slammed the table and said, it's settled. Go to Magic City. Go to Magic City? Xiaoli's duo was startled by her sudden table-slapping behavior, and said with some na. Yes, go to Magic City. Look for your big boss for investment. Su Qingya fiercely stood up and said, to ask for investment? The Xiaoli duo were obviously stunned. When? Now. Immediately. Right away. After Su Qingya finished speaking, she directly grabbed the car keys from the table and left. Xiaoli and Xiaohong were immediately dumbfounded. Then after reacting, she hurriedly followed Su Qingya. Arriving outside the hotel, Su Qingya slowly drove the car and instructed the 2 of them to say, you 2 watch over the hotel for me. Call me at any time if something happens. Okay. Xiaoli and Xiaohong spoke in unison. Then I'm off. Only then did Su Qingya nod her head at ease and left the hotel with a kick of the gas. Only, seeing that the car was about to go far away. At this time, Xiaoli suddenly couldn't help but chase out 2 steps, making a cheering gesture and shouting, boss cheer up, strive to become our boss's wife earlier. The car slammed into a sharp break. It narrowly missed breaking into the green belt. Seeing this, Xiaoli hurriedly pulled Xiaohong's hand and said, oh no, let's run. Waiting for Su Qingya to stick her head out of the car window with a blushing face, she realized that the 2 had already disappeared. These 2 dead girls, see how I'll clean you up when I come back. Su Qingya bit her lips, surprisingly feeling like a deer in the headlights inside, and hurriedly drove away as if fleeing. At the same time, Chucho, who did not yet know that he had been keyed out of a small video that had already exploded on the internet, after just letting people carry away the 3 wooden boxes, it immediately drew strong protests from the fans in the live broadcasting room. Brother Autumn, you're too unkind. We want to see what's inside the crates. Strongly protesting this behavior of Brother Chio, whetting our appetites and then not caring. That's right, what's that saying? I've got my pants down and you're showing me this? Please, Brother Chio, satisfy the baby's curiosity, or else we won't be able to sleep. Brother Chio, hurry up and let them carry the box back. My curiosity is already about to explode. If you don't call them back, I'm going to call 120. Strongly protest Brother Chio. Strongly protest Brother Chio. Strongly protest Brother Chio. The public screen of the live broadcasting room was instantly swiped. Ding Wenjing looked at the non-stop subtitles on the public screen and instantly rubbed her temples. The brain broad ached. Protest is invalid. Seeing this situation, Chu Chio's stance was firm. Not only that, he also picked up the lid of the dismantled wooden crate and prepared to move the dismantled crate as well. At this moment, not to mention the fans in the live broadcast room, even Qian Duo was about to jump up in anxiety. Brother Chio, have mercy, you're playing with my life, Qian Duo said as he stood up with an anxious face. For him, the attraction of this box of antiques to him was simply more itchy than those stripped naked big beauties. If he wasn't allowed to get his hands on it and appraise it, it was estimated that he wouldn't want to eat and sleep in peace today. However, Chu Chio turned a deaf ear to his words and still wanted to cover the box. Hey Brother Chu, don't. Qian Duo's eyes were on fire with anxiety and hurriedly said, Brother Chio, one piece, you let me appraise one more, just one, okay? As long as you promise, if you need my fatty Qian, I'll be at your beck and call. And, these antiques, you always have to find out its origin and value, right? Otherwise what's the point of putting it there? Alright then appraise another one. Chu Chio listened to his repeated requests and after considering it, he still agreed. Putting so many antiques, sooner or later, he himself would have to figure it out, so it was inevitable that he would have to use the other party in the future. So let him have another go at it. Anyway, an antique top day can be sensational to wear. After picking and choosing in the box for a while, Chu Chio weighed a few times and finally chose an object that he thought wasn't of great value and took it out. It was a porcelain vase similar to the shape of a vase, dark green in color, only one palm up so high. It's it. Chu Chio lifted it out with one hand and shook it at the camera. However, just this time, Qian Duo's eyes suddenly glared, and immediately couldn't help but exclaim out in shock. Tea leaf dust? This is tea leaf end? Tea leaf powder in the factory official's glaze. Brother Chio, quick, you quickly take it closer for me to see. Chapter 58 Tea powder. 10 million imperial secret glaze. Factory official glaze? Tea leaf powder? Chu Chio's face stagnated and he suddenly had a very bad feeling. Although he didn't know what these two things were and how they were connected, but from Qian Duo's reaction of only taking a glance, it seemed like this thing had an extraordinary value. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't have been shocked like this with just a glance. Factory official glaze? Tea leaf powder? What is that? How come I haven't heard of it at all? It's valuable? Rows of question marks also rose in the live broadcast room, and the curiosity of the fans miserably skyrocketed, because even the little cutie also saw from Qian Duo's reaction that this thing was not simple. Is there anyone in the live broadcast room who has heard of these two things? Come on, step forward and give everyone a bit of information. Factory official glaze? This I've heard of in the mouths of the old generation in my hometown Jingdezhen. This thing seems to be the Qing dynasty imperial kiln factory, specializing in a secret glaze fired for the court. Folk are not allowed to burn, otherwise you have to lose your head. Very precious. In the live broadcast room, there was really someone who came out and said it in front of Qian Duo. However, in just a few words, it was so that the fans couldn't help but draw cold air in shock. The imperial kiln specializes in firing palace secret glaze. Just from these few words alone, one could feel a flavor of great value and incomparable dignity. That is to say, this thing is not a commoner can enjoy. Even the princes and ministers, all need the royal family's reward in order to have visible its preciousness. Now, they are waiting for Qian Duo to appraise whether it is genuine or not, how to value it. At this time, Qian Duo has long been excited straight rubbing hands, although it has not been carefully appraised, but in his heart, has given this object on the authenticity of the label. What he needs to identify now is whether this authentic product has any defects or scratches. Brother Chio, be careful with it, turn it gently, don't let your hand slip, this thing is very expensive. Fatty Qian said anxiously, giving the impression that this antique was not Chu Chio's, but rather like his. Chu Chio was speechless to the extreme, and at the same time, he also regretted a bit. Nima, this time I'm afraid that I'm not going to hit my own face again, but now it's too late to regret. Simply cross your heart, look at it, as long as it's not too much higher than the value of the jade cicada. And as Chu Chio rotated, the expression on Qian Duo's face became more and more excited. Asterisk, genuine. It's authentic, and the degree of preservation is definitely one of the best I've seen. This is tea leaf end, with such a good degree of preservation. It's definitely worth a big price, Qian Duo said excitedly. Brother Chiu, you've picked up a treasure. This tea leaf end is actually called tea leaf end glaze. Its glaze color such as tea, light and elegant, introverted, deep and rich, repeated view is not tired of, and has the effect of eye care, is one of the secret glaze for the royal family to enjoy. And this tea leaf end glaze has been extremely controversial. Some people say that tea color is also a monochrome glaze. Some people say that the tea color glaze is yellow mixed with green and cannot be categorized as a monochrome glaze category. So those who like it, think its value is comparable to monochrome glaze. Those who don't like it, think it's color glaze. But no matter what, the value of the tea leaf end glaze itself has never fallen, because the tea leaf end glaze itself is compounded from the monochrome glaze, representing a peak in the history of Chinese ceramics. And the peak of the tea leaf end, the most perfect period, is in the Qianlong period, accurately in the early Qianlong period. So you can take a look at the bottom of the foot of this tea leaf ends. As it was exclusively for the imperial kiln, the mark must have been engraved with 6 characters and 3 lines in seal script, made during the Qianlong period of the Qing dynasty. Let me see. Chuchio sniffed and hurriedly turned the mouth of the bottle downward, revealing the foot. Then he saw 6 big characters in seal script appear in front of his eyes, made during the Qianlong period of the Qing dynasty. Holy, it's really there. Chuchio was slightly surprised. Then how much must this tea leaf end be worth? Is there $4 or $5 million? If there was only a 4 or 5 million, it would be fine and wouldn't cause much of a stir. After all, there were those who won big millions in the welfare lottery every year. How much? 4 or 5 million. Are you insulting me? Are you insulting history? As soon as Chen Duo heard Chuchio say the valuation, he almost didn't jump up on the spot, looked at Chuchio with a look of looking at an ungrateful son or daughter, and hated the iron. This is the tea leaf end glaze in the factory official glaze. Imperial kiln exclusive. Exclusive to the royal family. Hundreds of pieces of porcelain, only to be able to fire out a piece out. Do you think $4 to $5 million can match its value? Qian Duo finished feeling not enough momentum, violently stood up and said, this is the facade of the Qing dynasty. What the hell is the face of the Qing dynasty? The Qing dynasty has already died. Chuchio listened to a head full of black lines, revealing dangerous eyes. Give me to sit down. Hurry to say exactly how much money is worth? Still want to appraise the other antiques in my hand? A sentence that directly hit Qian Duo's soft underbelly, instantly wimped out in seconds. Brother Chiu, I want to think about it. I want to think about it too much. Qian Duo hurriedly conceded and sat down, excitedly saying, in fact, as early as 2018, this kind of specification tea leaf end bottle had appeared, and was valued by the experts at the time, between $6 and $8 million. But now that the country's power is changing rapidly, it's long since not comparable to what it was 18 years ago, and due to the scarcity of tea leaf end glaze, the recent 2 years of speculation is particularly strong. So the value of this tea leaf end is at least at the 10 million level. After Qian Duo finished speaking, he was also incomparably sighing at Chuchio's luck, which was really too heaven-defying. One must know that their Qian family was such a large antique family. After several generations of accumulation, the antique store had opened to 7 or 8 first-tier cities, but there were only a mere 2 pieces of tea leaf end glaze in their hands. And compared to the tea leaf end in Chuchio's hands, their Qian family's tea leaf end was clearly a level worse in terms of preservation. What? 10 million levels? Just this one small porcelain bottle? Nima, 10 million level. Shocked, my guts are broken. That is, this value is too high. Right, even if it is the Qing dynasty royal family exclusive, but also a porcelain only, the bottom to be 10 million? I'm too ignorant. Am I too ignorant? Or am I unable to understand the world of the rich? Once Qian Duo's valuation came out, the fans in the live broadcast room immediately dropped their eyes in shock. They thought the same as Chuchio, and their inner price was basically at $4 or $5 million. As a result, the appraisal came out and the value directly doubled, maybe even several times, which was a bit shocking. Chuchio also couldn't help but cover his head. Mad. I really misjudged it. At least 10 million levels. That meant that it could be 10 million, or 20 million, or even higher. This is damned rash. Qian Duo, on the other hand, rubbed his hands together excitedly and then said, Brother Chiu, let's proceed to appraise the next one. Who said I want to appraise the next one? Chuchio reflexively rejected, and hurriedly put the bottle of tea leaves back. Just kidding, am I still not high profile enough? When Qian Duo heard this, he immediately became anxious. Wasn't it you who asked me just now if I still wanted to appraise other antiques? Yes, I asked you if you still want to appraise. Not me? I don't want to appraise, Chuchio said in a serious manner. Alas, can it still be like this? Qian Duo froze there with a stiff face. The Qing dynasty has all died. Why can't it be like this? Chuchio skimmed his mouth. Put, ha ha ha. Inexplicably, I was poked for laughs by Brother Chu's words. Your Majesty, the Qing dynasty is dead. Xian duo, but I can't do it. There was a bunch of sand sculpture joy in the live broadcast room, and everyone was bizarrely brainwashed by the words, the Qing dynasty is dead. The Qing dynasty is dead? What the hell is this? Ding Wenjing looked at the scrolling subtitles on the public screen and began to be skeptical. And these fans in the live broadcast room, were they still the fans she knew before? P.S. Thank you for the great healthcare sent by Moeen, Oxbatch, and thank you to all the book lovers who clicked to urge for more. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Chapter 59, No Life of Brother Chio. Got Brother Chio's disease. Brother Chio, are you really not going to appraise it? Just one more appraisal, okay? Chen Duo scratched his ears anxiously. Chu Cho didn't give him a response, but directly told him with his actions. Old Li, prepare to sail. Okay. As soon as Old Li heard that he was going to start the boat, which was the rhythm of continuing to fish, he was immediately energized. In the eyes of those of them who often go out to sea, what antique treasure appreciation, that is a very distant thing. Or those clearly marked all kinds of seafood. Look kind, let a person to come. The fans in the live broadcast room also breathed a sigh of relief. The appraisal is finally coming to an end? It's also good. Otherwise I feel that if the appraisal goes on, I'm afraid that my heart will have to press 2 stents again. That's right, if I watch it again, I feel that millions and millions of dollars, that's all small money, it's within reach. You all have this feeling too? I do too. It feels like millions or less. That's not even called money. Yet my damn monthly salary is only 4,000 or 5,000. It's typical that I don't have Brother Chio's life, but I have Brother Chio's disease. It so happened that Chu Cho walked over and saw the subtitles on the public screen, and immediately had a black line on his face. I got a disease? When did I get it? What kind of disease? How come I don't know? Chu Cho was speechless. It was true that there were many rights and wrongs when people were popular. On the other side, out to sea on the yacht, female reporter Xiao Xiao has been holding a cell phone in the hole watching the live broadcast. The entire treasure identification process can be said to watch the heart surging, from the crabs worth $1 million, to the gold worth $4 million, and then just worth $10 million level of the Qing dynasty tea leaves end. This simply has too much topic and heat can dig, especially with the other 3 boxes. I'm afraid that the whole nation would want to know what exactly was contained inside, right? If she could take this interview, once it was aired on the program's radio station, attracting the attention of the whole nation, promotion would be a small matter. Master, please can we go a little faster? Xiao Xiao eagerly wanted to interview Chu Cho and pressed the rented yacht master. Faster still? Girl, this is on the sea, and it's already starting to get windy. It can't go any faster and it will take off. The master who was driving the yacht said with an old spirit, isn't it just to chase a fishing boat? Don't worry, with the yacht's speed, it will catch up soon. Then, well, only then did Xiao Xiao sit down slightly relieved, and then took out a small notebook to list some of the contents he needed to interview. At the same time, inside the ancient walking lodge, after Chen Duo was turned off the live broadcast connection, he got off the air and hurriedly went to the restroom. When he came back, he was about to pick up his phone again to enter Ding Wenjing's live broadcast, but he was suddenly attracted by a series of messages pushed on the screen. Shocking, live streaming to catch the sea, actually fished out treasure worth over $100 million. Today's news, a fisherman salvaged $10 million worth of antique gold in the East China Sea. Surprising treasure found in the sea, a jade cicada with a price tag of over $1 million. This is, Xian Duo frowned vaguely guessing, clicked in to take a look. Then his eyes glazed over and he couldn't help but exclaim, *********, it's still true. Brother Chio is on the hot search. And, there's a small video associated with it. **************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************่Salvaging, clicked in to take a look. I've been keyed out too? This Nima, doesn't it mean that I'm also on the hot search? Chen Duo had a face of disbelief and hurriedly went down to scroll through the comments underneath. However, after seeing the comments of the netizen army, Chen Duo suddenly sucked in a mouthful of cold air, because among the comments, half were shocked and envious, and half were gloating. And those who were gloating had left a small red flag with the following comments. Thank you to this comrade for retrieving the lost antique cultural relics for the country. Give your personal behavior a nod. State, the award is on its way. $300 plus the banner is already on the way. The Cultural Relics Administration is already on its way. The price or whatever is not important. What matters is that the little red flag and award certificate are ready for you. Seeing these comments here, Xian Duo instantly cooled his heart. Nima, he seemed to have forgotten. Chu Chio had hit the treasure within the country's territorial waters. According to the law, any valuable antiques and cultural relics salvaged within the territorial sea belong to the country. In other words, those antiques that Chu Chiu had salvaged in the sea. Except for the gold he wasn't sure about. The others, all of them were to be returned to the country. This Nima can still be done. Butler, hurry up and prepare a car for me. Tell the old man that I'm not going home today. Qian Duo immediately rushed outside and shouted, poofing up the stairs, spending a few minutes to change into a good outfit. A whirlwind like downstairs. Downstairs, the butler was waiting with the car keys. When he saw the young master of his family's house of 10,000 years come out, he immediately rubbed his eyes incredulously, thinking that he had misread the situation, only to see Qian Duo dressed in a suit, with an expensive watch, carrying a customized briefcase, with an elegant appearance, feeling like a new person. This, if I remember correctly, the last time the young master was forced by the old master to go on a blind date. He didn't even dress up this properly, right? Who is this person with such great charisma? How could the young master be so well dressed, and in such a hurry? The butler had a hellish expression on his face, wondering if he should make a call to report to the master. Boom! Right at this moment, with a roar of the engine, Qian Duo drove his Ferrari sports car, which had already transformed into a flash of flirty red, and went away. Qian Duo was now anxious in his heart, because the matter of Chu Chiu fishing out the treasure. There were pictures and videos, and it had been on the hot search. It had attracted a great deal of attention from the society, and had definitely been noticed by the relevant departments. This batch of antiques was definitely going to be handed over without a doubt, so he must now rush over and rush to meet Chu Chiu before the relevant departments. Otherwise, once it was handed over to the state, where else could the appraisal of the antiques be his turn? Of course, there was a more important reason. That is, the other 3 boxes have not been unpacked, so no one knows if it is an antique. Even if it is, who knows how many pieces are inside? Anyway, it's free to hand in. If he secretly paid a big price to take 1 or 2 pieces, I think Chu Chiu should be able to be happy with that, right? Thinking like this, Qian Duo suddenly became excited again and slammed on the gas, directly soaring to 180 miles per hour. And as the originator of all this, Chu Chiu was unaware and unconscious. At this moment, he had completely put his mind back on fishing. This time, no matter what, he wouldn't let the mistake from last time occur again. Low profile. It had to be low key. Can't make a stir again. Since he had blown up one net, this net definitely couldn't blow up again. Therefore, Chu Chiu appeared on the deck. Last time, he didn't use his water ability in order to keep a low profile. As a result, he was slapped in the face by his own strength. This time, he was trying to keep a low profile, but instead, he had to utilize his underwater ability. This had to be said. The world was truly marvelous. Chapter 60, won't be hit in the face again. Only to see that at this moment, Chu Chiu stood on the deck with his arms folded. He swept his gaze around for several hundred meters, carefully confirming it, and then he nodded imperceptibly. It's done. Within a few hundred meters around, aside from some scattered shrimp soldiers and crabs, there was nothing worth surprising about the seafood. This way, he could rest assured that Oldley would release the trawl. Oldley, get ready and try pulling the trawl down a couple hundred meters, Chu Chiu said in an old-fashioned manner. It gave people the feeling as if they were already set in their ways. The fans in the live broadcast room also talked about it when they saw this. Does everyone feel that Brother Chiu's compulsion is full? I feel like even before this net is down, Brother Chiu seems to already know that there will be a harvest. Well, it does feel deeply the same. +1 upstairs. I feel the same way. It's mainly because of Brother Chiu's attitude. Casual with a million degrees of calmness. Alas, you guys say that Brother Chiu doesn't have superpowers. Does he? Able to sense seawater, right? Brother, you have a small frame of mind. Brother Chiu is actually an immortal cultivator. Brother Chiu, you guys saw through this? Ha 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 ha. The live broadcast room was filled with sand sculpture joy. Wow! Right at this moment, Oldley followed Chu Chiu's command and released the trawl net with an excited face. Seeing this, Old Zhang and the others hurriedly folded their pants legs and rolled up their sleeves. All of them were in high spirits. Their eyes were glowing, just waiting for the trawl to come up, and they were ready to do something big. When Ding Wenjing saw this scene, she immediately looked stunned for a moment. What's the situation? What's wrong with you guys? Each and every one of you is excited, as if this net will definitely yield a harvest? That's not true. Without waiting for the others to reply, Old Zhang spoke up in a powerful voice. Miss Ding, you just got on the boss's boat today. You don't know how powerful our boss is. Let me tell you, no one in the world dares to call our boss's luck number 2. Since we've been with the boss, every time we've been with him, we've been able to make a fortune. And you wouldn't believe it if you hadn't seen it with your own eyes. Old Zhang is right. The boss's luck. That is the Sea King cannot compare. Wow. Old Wang also came out and said proudly. Although the other helpers didn't come forward to say anything, the expressions on their faces had fully said it all. This time, Ding Wenjing's heart was not calm anymore. She looked at Chu Chou's back with an astonished gaze and was inwardly amazed. Could it really be that this Chu Chou really possessed such heaven-defying luck as the crew members had said? While on the deck, Chu Chou, with his superior ear power, after listening to all of old Zhang and the others' words, he couldn't help but laugh out loud inwardly. This old Zhang and old Wang, they really are divine helpers. With these two people singing in unison, when the trawl was pulled up and there was nothing inside, this would maximize the sense of contrast. This way everyone would think that everything was just luck. There's nothing else in it. Well, turn around and make sure to move an Oscar for the two. Thinking of this, Chu Chou was a bit impatient. He swept his gaze around once again, making sure that there was nothing unusual within a few hundred meters, before he secretly nodded his head. Oldly, accelerate for 100 meters, then directly close the net. Chu Chou immediately gave Oldly a command, then withdrew his gaze and turned his head towards the center of the ship without looking, because the result was already doomed. This was a live show, a special show to the majority of fans and network media live show. Okay boss, accelerate. Oldly didn't know what Chu Chou was thinking in his heart, but laughed and gave oil. Then a roar immediately came from the fishing bed, and the speed rapidly increased. Is it coming? Is it finally coming? On the deck, old Zhang and the others were excitedly grinding their shoulders. There were also the fans in the live broadcast room. All of them also rubbed their eyes and pinched their faces one by one, shaking their spirits and staring at the screen in the live broadcast. Even Ding Wenjing, who couldn't help but have her heart thumping, followed by a million nerves. In the end, what will happen? What exactly could be gained from this net? Will it really be like what they say? Net burst net? Chu Chou, old and calm, glanced back at the crowd on the deck, looking at the nervous and excited appearance of each and every one of them. Even though Chu Chou knew that they weren't pretending, he still snorted inwardly and couldn't help but say a word about the playwright. This wave of performance, I give it full marks. Chu Chou laughed lightly, but just at this moment, in the cockpit, Oldly suddenly let out an excited shout, and Chu Chou's smile instantly condensed. Asterisk, it's moving. The weight counting monitor has moved. Oh my god. This weight counting display is jumping too violently, right? Asterisk. 200 kilograms. It even jumped to 200 kilograms in an instant? What kind of big cargo did this mother asterisk run into again? In the cockpit, Oldly's voice was exuberant and full of flavor. No way. It can't be. It's still bouncing? The counterweight is still jumping wildly, and it's jumping even harder, directly from 200 kilograms to 500 kilograms. I don't know. With such a ferocious speed, did it run into a group of sharks? Boss, come and take a look. 800 kilograms already. 800 kilograms already. My god. Oldly became incoherent with excitement. Chu Chou's smile froze on his face, twisting his stiff neck, messing up in the wind. My Nima, clearly looking good. Within a few hundred meters around, it was barren. There wasn't even a single large group of crabs. Where did the hundreds of kilograms of catch come from? Are you kidding me? Is the electronic system of the fishing boat malfunctioning? That's right, it was definitely the case. Chu Chou still had no doubt about his ability in the water. However, this thought of his had just come out. Over in the cockpit, as if Oldly had encountered some unbelievable situation, he suddenly roared wildly with excitement once again. Asterisk. 1500 now. It jumped to 1500 kilograms in one go. Boss, you're too good. You're going hairy this time. Ha ha ha. Oldly laughed crazily in excitement, and old Zhang and old Wang also jumped and screamed in exuberance. Big goods. Absolutely big goods again. Awesome. Too awesome. How about it, Miss Ding? I said our boss is awesome, right? Bursting the net. This time it's absolutely going to burst the net again. Chu Chou, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. He didn't know if it was an illusion or not. Just when Oldly said 1500 kilograms just now, Chu Chou felt that the entire fishing bed seemed to be slightly pulled. It seemed as if it was being pushed in headfirst by some super large cargo. This damn, it won't really run into a shark, right? Could it be that Lao Zi is going to hit himself in the face again? Chapter 61, A Group of Yellowfin Tuna. I'm not really running into a shark, am I? Could it be that I'm going to hit my own face again? Chu Chou twisted his stiff neck with a confused face, but then he reacted. Not right, because if it was really a shark, I'm afraid that the net would have broken in one go. Where would the weight come from? Besides, 1500 kilograms sounded quite heavy, but put on the shark. This is at most a shark papa, not to mention, the great white shark is definitely a well-known, familiar shark species. This shark, adult weight can reach 6 tons. What is the concept of 6 tons? Converted into kilograms, it was 6,000 kilograms. So Chu Chou was sure that this was definitely not some shark or something like that. I'm going, boss, come on, it's over. Again, Over 2,000 kilograms. I'm going. 2005. 3,000. Old Lee's voice was frequent and loud, exuberant and shocked, surprised beyond compare. Every time Chucho heard it, he felt his heart speed up by 1 point. Martyr. Obviously he had seen it himself. There were only a few shrimp soldiers and crab generals in a circle of a few hundred meters. How could it explode again? This is very unscientific, isn't it? Who's going to explain? God bless. Must let Brother Cho catch crabs in this net. Must be Inside the crab mansion, Wu Zhenfei was holding his cell phone, his eyes glued to the screen of the live broadcast, his forehead sweating with nervousness. Equally nervous, there was also the duo in the executive manager's office of the Ruijia Hotel. No, to be exact, the entire Ruijia Hotel's various department managers, including the general manager, at this moment are silently expecting in their hearts. As for the fans in the live broadcasting room, they had long since been unable to resist straightening their necks. Boss, it's over again. 3,500 kilograms now, and it's still soaring wildly. Why aren't you coming yet? I feel my hands shaking. You come quickly. Old Lee's incomparably excited shouts continued to emanate, like dense drum beats, pounding into everyone's heart, the blood speeding up with excitement. Chucho also couldn't help but have his heart tighten and choked. You're only ing hands shaking. Lao Zi can be ing heart trembling. If this really hits the big stuff, I can't ing explain it. Hey, what's going on? It's dead? It's really dead. Counting weight monitor black screen. Boss, come quickly. Come here quickly. Suddenly, Old Lee in the cockpit shouted with some trepidation. Chucho's brain turned fast, immediately understood what the reason was, and immediately held his forehead and said, it's over. This Nima is designated as a weight overload. Still screaming what quickly pull it. Chucho ran over with a headache. He wanted to see what kind of god was dragged up by the trawl this time. Surprisingly, it so perfectly illustrated what it meant to throw oneself into the net. Pull. Quickly pull. Old Zhang and the others were red with excitement. Their hands were almost rubbing bald skin. Wow! Finally, under the gaze of 10,000 people's expectations, the huge trawl net was hoisted out of the water. The surging seawater smashed down with an amazing sound. It was like Godzilla in the deep sea breaking out of the sea. This visually stimulating and gigantic scene immediately caused the fans across the cell phone screens to take a deep breath. Immediately after, everyone's eyes were fixed, staring at the trawl net, their eyes covered with unbelievable colors, only to see the trawl, a spindle-shaped behemoth, body length of 2 or 3 meters, densely squeezed together, simply become a mountain. The boom crashed creaking chaotic, as if at any time will be tired to break the same. At this moment, on the deck, whether it was the helpers, or Ding Wenjing, or Chucho himself, were all deeply stunned by the scene in front of them, that a big fish, each up to 2 or 3 meters long, thick and incomparable, fins like a big knife, giving people a strong visual impact. On the contrary, the fans who were separated from the cell phone screen, because they couldn't visualize the impact, they were the first to react at the first time. I've got a groove. What kind of fish is this? Why is it so big? Oh my god. Each one of these is estimated to be no less than 2 meters, right? Is this a shark? Sharks? You're telling me this is a shark? Have you ever seen a shark with a pointy mouth? Have you ever seen a group of sharks get into a net? Please go back to your textbook. Sharks are solitary, not in groups. Then what kind of fish is this? Why is it so big? And the number? My god. There must be 100 or 200 of them, right? The fans in the live broadcast room were all shocked. One by one, they kept shaking the subtitles, all wanting to know what kind of fish this was. Unfortunately, this time, no one came forward to popularize it for everyone. This was because those who knew about this kind of fish were all too shocked to speak by such a huge number. Because this kind of fish was just too damn expensive. If there were so many fish, the value alone had shocked them into speechlessness. This is, my god, tuna. It's actually yellowfin tuna. We actually caught a school of yellowfin tuna? Is this for real? I'm not dreaming, am I? On the deck, old Zhang looked at the behemoth in the trawl and finally recovered from his shock. The first moment he reacted, he couldn't help but roar madly, his hands and feet overwhelmed with excitement. It was as if a poor pauper who was waiting for death to eat and die suddenly had $5 million in assets. Yellowfin tuna! Yellowfin tuna! This is really yellowfin tuna! Oh my god! So many yellowfin tuna! The boss is going to get rich. Old Wang also couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes full of hard-to-believe colors. Yellowfin tuna is an oceanic migratory fish, known as walking in the sea of gold. The longest size can be up to 3 meters, weight can be up to 225 kilograms, is a large migratory schooling fish. This kind of fish, because of the extremely picky about food, often a day's time, are in the sea looking for food, so they have evolved unrivaled speed. Torpedoes are said to have borrowed their appearance from their construction, which is why they travel so fast through the sea. Adult yellowfin tuna have no natural enemies in the sea at all, because they are simply too fast. The stream of sharks and whales that are qualified to treat them as prey can only look up to them. However, unfortunately, due to the yellowfin tuna meat is delicious, extremely nutritious, is the most top of the sashimi material, so they are sadly being targeted by humans, and in recent years have been hunted so much that they have almost become an endangered species. However, it is also because of the sharp decline in the number of yellowfin tuna, coupled with the great difficulty of hunting. That's why it leads to their increasing price. Often a yellowfin tuna that reaches 110 pounds can be speculated to 40 to 50,000 heavenly price. Also for this reason, when old Zhang and the others saw so many yellowfin tuna, they looked so excited. Even Xu Qiu, who had reacted, had to let out a bitter smile and completely admit defeat, because he could only see a few hundred meters away in the sea. Any further and he couldn't see it. And with the speed of this yellowfin tuna in the sea, he was afraid that just in the few seconds that he had just turned around, he had already spanned to within a few hundred meters. Of course, this was not the point. The point was the value of this group of fish. I'm afraid it's going to cause a stir again. Chapter 62 worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions? Did you all hear that? What fish did the helper on that boat say just now? Yellowfin tuna. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So this is yellowfin tuna. It's very expensive. It's the raw material for making top quality sashimi. Even the high-class 5-star hotels can't provide it for a long time. It's very rare and hard to eat. This fish is expensive? How expensive? In the live broadcast room, many fans were still hearing about this kind of fish for the first time, and couldn't help but get curious about its price. The fans who were in shock also recovered their minds at this time, and one by one, they were envious beyond measure as they frantically typed subtitles. You guys really want to know how expensive it is? Then prepare yourselves mentally first. I'm afraid I'll surprise you all to the point of skepticism when I say it. That's right, friends with heart disease should be even more cautious. This kind of fish, but any that reaches a weight of 50 kilograms is worth 4 or 500,000 RMB each. More. How much? 50 kilograms in weight. Worth 4.5 million? Are you sure you're not wrong? Asterisk 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 40 to 500,000 dollars for one fish? This Nima eating a fish is equal to eating a self-built villa in my old home. Wait, if this yellowfin tuna is really this expensive, then brother chose one net down. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You don't say I still don't have the concept. You say this? This is not to be. Nearly 200 yellowfin tuna. Each one is almost 100 pounds. That's 4 or 500,000. Sizzle. This Nima. Doesn't it mean that the value of this net is at least 70 to 80 million dollars? Or even close to 100 million? My goodness. This net of fish is worth at least 70 to 80 million dollars? Even hundreds of millions? I can't. Son, quick quick quick. Bring me the medicine. I'm having a heart attack again. Now. With the commentary of some fans, the entire live broadcast room was completely boiling. A net went down and harvested yellowfin tuna worth 70 to 80 million dollars or even hundreds of millions. This kind of luck. It was simply too good to be true. The key to this kind of luck is not once or twice. First, a net of crabs worth millions. Then it was a net of treasures and antiques whose value could not be accurately estimated. Now it's a net of yellowfin tuna worth 70 to 80 million dollars, or even hundreds of millions. Can you really describe this as good luck? Brother Chio's luck. Is it really still luck? It feels like Brother Chio has turned on a plug-in, and his net is exploding. That's right. Didn't you guys notice just now? Brother Chio stood on the deck with his arms folded, gazing at the sea. It always felt like he could see through it. Right. It feels like even before this net is down, Brother Chio seems to already know that there will be a harvest. Well, I deeply share the same feeling. The key is that Brother Chio is acting too calm and casual. Everyone stop discussing. I think Brother Chio is either a sea king or an immortal cultivator. That's right. Immortal cultivator is solid. In the live broadcast room, the heat of discussion was high. At the same time, a yacht was rapidly approaching. Xiao Xiao, who was holding her cell phone at all times, was shocked inwardly in a way that could no longer be described in words. She looked at the fishing boat that had gotten closer and closer, and excitedly stood up and said, "Yacht master, quick quick quick, that's the boat. Let's hurry and get closer to the past." That's right. At this moment, Xiao Xiao, riding the yacht, finally found and caught up with Chucho's fishing boat after an hour or two of trekking on the sea, and as the distance got closer and closer, the scene on the fishing boat truly appeared in front of her eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What am I seeing? Yellowfin tuna? They caught a school of yellowfin tuna? Oh my god, that's so lucky, isn't it? A school of yellowfin tuna. It's the walking gold of the sea. Any 100 or 10 pounds of yellowfin tuna can be sold for $400,000 or $500,000. The yachtmaster looked at the scene in front of him and was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth anymore. It was really that one net of yellowfin tuna. The number was too huge. Even if there weren't 200, there were at least 180 to 90. So then, what those fans in the live broadcast room said is true. This net of yellowfin tuna is worth at least $70 to $80 million, if not hundreds of millions. My God, $100 million catch. What kind of luck is this Chucho? See, King? Xiao Xiao was shocked. As a gold medal TV reporter who had fought his way through the ranks, Xiao Xiao's ability to accept and react was definitely far beyond ordinary people, but even so, she still felt it was so unbelievable. This succession of situations simply made people wonder if the other party had turned on a hang-up or not. However, she also reacted quite quickly, immediately turning off the jitterbug and opening her cell phone's video recording. Hello everyone, I'm Xiao Xiao, the reporter of today's hot topic. This afternoon, a news hit of fishermen going out to sea to salvage a $10 million antique treasure has exploded across the entire network. And now, after our efforts to track it down, we've finally seen this fishing boat in the ocean. Xiao Xiao kept a smile on the camera and said an opening speech, then raised his cell phone and filmed himself along with the fishing boat. The following will first give you all a closer look at the fishing boat, and also to give you the shocking news. Did you all see the catch hanging from the fishing boat? Isn't it spectacular? According to this master beside me who came to steer the boat, this is a group of yellowfin tuna, which is extremely expensive, and each one that weighs up to 100 pounds or more can be sold for an astronomical price of $400,000 to $500,000. That is to say, the value of this fishing boat's harvest from just this net has reached a staggering $70 to $80 million, or even close to $100 million. Below, I will board this ship and conduct an interview with the owner of this ship, including the gold and antique issues that everyone is extremely concerned about. Phew, after finishing so many words in one breath, Xiao Xiao took a deep breath and exhaled it out, surprisingly feeling a deep tension inside for the first time. Ship. Chucho couldn't help but feel a wave of powerlessness within his heart as he looked at the crowd's leaping and encouraging appearance, because through the crazy conversation between old Zhang and the others, he had already roughly known the market value of this group of yellowfin tuna. I'm afraid that its combined value would never be less than $80 million. $80 million. This is only the harvest of one net. I'm afraid that even if he wanted to keep a low profile, he wouldn't be able to do so, and Chucho already had a premonition. I'm afraid that now he may already be on fire. P.S. Trouble you have free. In the point of urging more time to watch the video support, the editor said that this is a gain for the author. Before not too clear, now beg for your support. Thank you. Chapter 63, Going out to sea in search of the first person in the hot search. These are a few transitions. The back is guaranteed to be wonderful. Even Chucho felt that it would be heavenly for him not to be on fire. First was a net of huge crabs worth millions. Next was a net of antique gold worth an incalculable amount. Now it was a net of yellowfin tuna fish worth up to 80 million, or even hundreds of millions. This huge harvest one after another simply broke countless people's outlook on life and money. Fearfully, it wouldn't be long before a fishing craze would probably be caused in the society. More critically, Chucho, in order to create the illusion that he relied on luck in the deck of a number of tawdry operation, instead of achieving the result he wanted, he made the illusion even more illusionary, especially when coupled with the divine assistance of the old Zhang duo. It was now completely unexplainable. This was equal to digging a hole for themselves and jumping into it. It's solid. Brother Chio is the immortal cultivator. That's right. Brother Chio definitely knows pupil magic and can see through the seabed. Right. How else can you explain all this? Luck? Who could be so lucky? Unless it's God's own son. Brother Chio, I didn't expect that my identity, which I tried my best to hide, was still discovered by you guys. Ha ha ha. After a bout of flirting, the fans in the live broadcast also gradually calmed down and shook their heads. No way. No way. Anchor, this live broadcast can't be watched. I can't stand it anymore. If we keep watching, we're all probably going to be brainwashed by Brother Chio. That's right. This money is simply too easy to earn. It's not good for our minds. Anchor, get off the air. Watch any longer. I feel like I'm already a millionaire. I don't have to go to work tomorrow. Me too. I feel like life has reached its climax. I feel like my life has reached its peak. Live studio management. Next moment. Ding. Guccio sends out romantic flower fire, begging the anchor to get off the air. Ding. Moyen sends carnival, begging the host to get off the air. Ding. Old void ancestor sends out carnival. Ding. A pot of old wine gives away the carnival. Ding. Chuan sauce is giving away the carnival. Ding. Ice silence ice sorrow gives away the carnival. Ding. Comforting status quo gives away the carnival. Suddenly, as if they had negotiated a deal, rows of carnival gifts frantically exploded the public screen. The words begging the anchor to get off the air were also madly scrolling on the public screen. The live room management was instantly dumbfounded. Brush gifts to beg the host to go off the air? Since the launch of the Jitterbug software, I'm afraid this was the first time an anchor had been asked to go off the air, and had been crazily swiped gifts, right? Not to mention her. Even the behind-the-scenes managers of the entire Jitterbit platform were in disbelief in the background, because in Jitterbug, there has never been an anchor who has been scolded for going off the air, but there has never been an anchor who has been asked to go off the air with a wildly swiped gift. And what kind of gifts are those brushes? Carnival, it's worth $3,000. I'm afraid there are about 20 to 30 of them. This Ding Wenjing estimated that after today, it was definitely the envy of all the major anchors on the Shake platform. Alright babies, let's end today's live broadcast here. It just so happens that the anchor's cell phone is almost out of battery. We'll see you next time. Ding Wenjing was requested by her fans and simply closed the live broadcast. In fact, even if the fans didn't request it, Ding Wenjing was still ready to go off the air. It was because it was an afternoon today, or to be precise, from the moment she boarded Chuchio's ship, she hadn't stopped being shocked for a moment. She had even almost forgotten that she was an anchor from start to finish, completely like a fan. Her eyes followed Chuchio at all times, becoming Chuchio's tool person, and she was very self-aware. The reason why the live broadcast room was crazily swiped with gifts by fans was basically because they were all swiping at Chuchio. So the fans took the initiative to beg to get off the air, and she readily agreed, because she was also completely attracted by Chuchio playing fishing. Where else would she be in the mood to go live and interact with her fans? However, when she went off the air, Wei Zhenfei panicked, because he was still waiting for Chuchio to continue fishing, expecting him to catch another net of crabs, waiting to save his life. Otherwise, when his brother-in-law came back and realized that he had rewarded all his money, but as a result, he hadn't even fished for a single crab's leg hair, he wouldn't still eat him up. Asterisk. How long did it take to get off the air? Nima, out to sea. I'm going out to sea now. I don't believe I can't get crabs even though I'm following your asses. Wei Zhenfei fiercely stood up and fiercely gritted his teeth. If I really can't, I'll pay a high price to snatch back a batch from the fans even if I have to. Wei Zhenfei didn't have a hint of hesitation, picked up the car keys and left. Is this really off the air? At the Rujia Hotel, Wu Di and his assistant were also dumbfounded. Saying off the air, this caught them off guard. The administrative assistant immediately panicked a bit and said, Manager, I also swiped the money out. The crab did not buy the hand. How to calculate this? The hotel won't care about me, right? Don't worry, the hotel won't let you bear the burden alone. The administrative manager said after some thought. What do you mean, it won't let me bear it alone? So I still have to bear part of it? When the administrative assistant heard this, she immediately revealed a look of horror. Wasn't this a pitfall? Just when he wanted to throw in the towel and quit, suddenly the phone on his desk rang. Hello? Oh, General Manager. Wu Di picked up the phone, and once he heard that it was the General Manager, his face changed. What is it you say? Wu Di, you're all watching the live broadcast, right? Now give me an immediate arrangement for someone to go out to sea right away, to find that Chuchio. It's not even 5 o'clock yet. It's still not too late. The serious voice of the General Manager came out from the phone. General Manager, what did you say? Immediately arrange for someone to go out to sea to find that Chuchio? No, did I hear you right? Wu Di said incredulously. His batch of crabs have already been ordered out by the fans of the live broadcast, so why are we still going to look for him? I say Wu Di, how long have you been with me? Can you look at the long term? Why can't you learn to be flexible? The general manager's unhappy tone came out from the phone. We are a 5-star hotel. Do we only know how to make crabs? A mere crab, even if you make a flower, can it compare to the yellowfin tuna of top quality sashimi? I thought about this, but didn't our hotel sashimi chef leave 2 days ago? So, Wu Di said carefully. So my ass, if the sashimi chef is gone, we can always be looking for it, and if we can't find it, we can call headquarters to transfer someone. But once the yellowfin tuna is missed, where else are you going to find it for me? Even if HQ can't transfer anyone, can we still lose by taking these yellowfin tuna? There are so many 3-star and 4-star hotels under the headquarters. When they know the news, which one of them will rush to get it from us? Even the headquarters will have to treat us politely. Now, do you still need me to teach you what to do? The general manager's stern tone came out from the phone. Immediately, Wu Di's body shook and wiped his sweat. Understood, General Manager, I'll go and do it now. Peace Hotel. The manager's conference room. What was originally a daily head-to-head meeting suddenly turned sour because the general manager took a phone call. Just received a call from the front desk. In the recent East China Sea waters, someone has caught a large amount of yellowfin tuna and it's on the hot search. You guys immediately make arrangements to go out to sea and look for the person right now. make sure to grab it in your hands. The fishing ban is approaching. This batch of top-notch sashimi seafood appears. I'm afraid that half of the 5-star hotels in Mordor will catch wind of it, so don't feel bad about the money. You must grab this batch of yellowfin tuna before anyone else. Understood. The meeting immediately dissolved and made their own arrangements. At the same time, a platinum 5-star hotel in Magic City, as well as dozens of high-level 5-star hotels, all of them learned through their own channels that a batch of yellowfin tuna worth hundreds of millions of dollars had appeared, and all of them moved with the wind and went out to the sea to look for people. Now that the fishing ban is approaching, this kind of top-quality sashimi seafood, once it reaches their hands, after processing and serving it on the dining table, the profit will be several times. No one would be indifferent. At the same time, various short video platforms, network hot search, also timely keyed out the video of Chucho catching sky-high yellowfin tuna. All sorts of comments, likes, and retweets were all over the place, uniting the previous few videos, quickly topping the major mainstream media and becoming the #1 hot search on the entire network. For a moment, the name Chucho attracted countless people eagerly awaiting. Various radio reporters, network media reporters, have to look at the wind and move, focusing on the sea. P.S. This chapter transition, feel writing is not smooth. You help look at the line, not I delete rewrite. Online, because many characters to debut together, for fear of mastering the back to be a good idea. So first ask you guys this chapter line, then I began to liver the next chapter. Is estimated to be a big chapter? 12 o'clock before the out of the way. Everyone leave a message by the way, ask for a hyped up video. Chapter 64, Interview. For a moment, the name Chucho led countless people to look forward to it. Various radio reporters, network media reporters, have looked to the wind, focusing on the sea. As a gold medal veteran female reporter who dared to track down and fearlessly wade into danger, Xiao Xiao undoubtedly stepped in front of everyone. Xiao Xiao has undoubtedly walked in front of everyone, because at this moment, Xiao Xiao had successfully boarded the fishing boat and appeared in front of Chucho. Hello Mr. Chu, I am Xiao Xiao, the off-site reporter of the radio program, today's hot topic. Nice to meet you, Xiao Xiao said as she stood in front of Chucho with some self-introduction. Radio reporter? Chucho slightly froze. Looking for me? Yes, Mr. Chu. Xiao Xiao smiled and directly stated her intention. Due to the fact that your fishing experience in the sea was broadcasted live in its entirety, it has now caught fire on all major network platforms, reaching the #1 hot search on the entire network, and causing concern and hot discussion among the entire population. So on behalf of our radio station, I'm going to conduct a personal interview with you, and I hope you can accept it. What did you say? I'm on the #1 hot search on the entire internet? Caused universal attention and hot discussion? When Chucho heard this, he immediately exploded a bit. How is this possible? Didn't I just go out to the sea to catch a fish and was live-streamed for a bit? This made it to the #1 hot search on the entire internet? Are all the hot searches so good now? No money? Chucho became somewhat incredulous. He originally had a premonition that he would be on fire, but he didn't think that he would be on fire to such an extent, right? He was actually on the entire network's hot search. He had also invited a TV reporter to interview him. This is the whole network hot search with the shake tone hot list is not even a level I'm afraid that if it's not on the internet today, tomorrow his ancestors will be buried where it's all going to be raked out. How can this be? Hot search is good? No money? Xiao Xiao couldn't help but stutter her expression when she heard Chucho's words. Thanks to the fact that she didn't have a formal interview yet, or else if this sentence was broadcasted at that time, one wouldn't know how many celebrity artists would be pissed off. You have to know that many celebrity artists, even if they spend money to buy hot searches, they can't even buy them in line. You're so good that you don't even seem to be happy about it. Besides, it's true that you just go out to the sea to catch a fish, but look at what you have caught up. Gold, antiques, and top-notch seafood worth nearly $100 million. The value of all this adds up to $200 or $300 million, right? Why does it feel like nothing in your mouth? Xiao Xiao inwardly spat, then hurriedly pulled back to the topic and said, Mr. Chucho, I'm mainly interviewing you on a few topics that netizens are more concerned about. Do you think we can start? Must we interview? Chucho asked. I chased you all the way from the city center to the sea. Xiao Xiao's face was difficult. Fine, then you interview it. Chucho thought about it and nodded his head in agreement. Anyway, the hot searches were on, so he didn't care about one more interview. The key this would be that everyone was sorting out the yellowfin tuna, and the boat was not even open, so being idle was also idle. Well, thank you Mr. Chu. Xiao Xiao smiled gratefully and hurriedly opened her cell phone camera to record. Mr. Chu, I'll only ask a few questions that netizens are most concerned about right now. The first one is for the attribution of the antiques. I would like to ask, Mr. Chu for the antiques surrendered to the state. How does his heart feel? Antiques surrendered to the state? This time it was Chucho's turn to freeze. Puzzled, isn't this antique whoever hits it counted as whoever's? Why do we still need to turn it in? Whoever hits it counts it? Xiao Xiao was also frozen for a moment by Chucho's answer, and then cried and laughed. Mr. Chu, according to the national law, all valuable cultural relics salvaged within the territorial sea cannot be privately owned. They need to be surrendered to the state. You wouldn't even know this legal common sense, right? Chucho, most afraid of the sudden silence of the air. The two of them stared wide-eyed. Xiao Xiao suddenly looked embarrassed and hurriedly saved the day. So Mr. Chu, now that you know about this legal issue, may I ask what's in your heart? Are you prepared to hand it over to the state? Chucho was instantly confused. In front of the camera interview can still ask like this? How can you ask me what's in my heart? I also want to ask you what you think in your heart. Can you not rub salt in my wounds? You said it's the law. What else can I think in front of the camera? Do you want me to say that I want to change the law? Chucho was momentarily speechless. I'm afraid that if I had just said this, I would probably have to be invited to tea and a political lesson right away. Chucho belabored for a moment, and then said in a serious manner to the camera, there is no need to say what you think in your heart, what you should know, but the law cannot be violated. This is the bottom line as a Chinese citizen, so this antique is definitely to be handed over to the state. Understand all that should be understood? Xiao Xiao was speechless. This really said it all in one sentence. Mr. Chu is indeed a good citizen with a high moral character who abides by the law. Then since it is to be handed over to the state, I wonder if it is convenient for Mr. Chu to present all the antiques, and also satisfy the curiosity of the general public? See what exactly the other 3 wooden boxes contain? Xiao Xiao first praised it before asking a sharp question once again. Yes, follow me. Chucho nodded and led her towards the cockpit. Since the law had stipulated it and he was on the hot seat because of it, he naturally had to make everything straight. Who let himself be legally illiterate? Consider this time a lesson learned. Next time, directly drive to the high seas. Fellow viewers, next we'll follow Mr. Chu to witness the unveiling, to see what's actually contained within those 3 wooden boxes. Xiao Xiao adjusted the camera and said in an excited tone as she followed behind Chucho. Soon, the duo entered the cockpit and arrived in front of the 3 wooden boxes. Chucho took a deep breath and exhaled it abruptly, picking a badly broken crate first and carefully opened it. Well, the crate is very broken, but it looks natural and there are no traces of movement. And looking at Mr. Chu's behavior, I think he must not have opened it himself, Xiao Xiao said as she pushed the camera she was holding into a close-up of the wooden box. Soon, the box was opened, and 6 porcelain bottles in the color of crab azure appeared in front of them. Xiao Xiao instantly looked surprised and said, it's porcelain, 6 vase-like porcelain, and the size is not small. It looks so beautiful. Can you take it out and look at it? Xiao Xiao asked Chucho excitedly. Can. Chucho nodded, but when he was about to pick up one of them, he was suddenly surprised. No, this doesn't seem to be 6 vases, but wait, it doesn't seem right either. It's 6 connected vases, and the texture and feel of this porcelain vase, how come it's exactly the same as the one I've taken before with the tea leaf end? This can't be the tea leaf end glaze as well? Chucho was a bit dumbfounded. His physique was different from normal people and his perception ability was extremely strong. These 6 bottles linked together gave him a feeling that was almost indistinguishable from the previous tea leaf end. It's not, is it? If this is also the so-called tea leaf dust glaze, how much would it be worth? Xiao Xiao was also dumbfounded. 6 connected tea leaf end glazes? And each one is more than 20 centimeters? This was far too much more precious than that tea leaf end bottle from before. This, Mr. Chu, can you roughly estimate a price for it? Xiao Xiao said with some nah. This, I don't know about antiques either. Chucho was dumbfounded. Right at this moment, old Zhang's voice suddenly sounded, interrupting the interview. Boss, someone came to look for you, saying that you're a friend. My friend? Chucho couldn't help but stare at what he heard. He was a co-worker in Magic City except for his parents. When did he have more friends? Strangely walking out of the cockpit, Chucho saw a yacht parked by the side of the ship, and a slightly chubby young man in a suit was waving his hand towards himself. Brother Chio, it's me, Xian Duo. Why did this bastard suddenly come to the sea? Chucho revealed a face of surprise. P.S. I believe you can also see, Kawenka these a few not much focus. The first time to write urban just focus on cool. Did not grasp the rhythm, write a little off the reins. I will as soon as possible to this embarrassing transition past, into the exciting plot of the antiques handed over. In addition, I am now night shift, the first transmission of a chapter, night as soon as possible to code, so that everyone can get up to see the new chapter update. Please do not give up this book. Chapter 65 Extreme Hexagonal Bottle. Desire to be a pirate? Xian duo, why did you run to the sea? Chu Qiu was astonished. But you came just in time. I just opened a box on my side. There's an antique inside that looks a lot like tea leaf end. Come over and palm your eyes. What? Another piece of tea leaf end? Chen Duo had prepared a lot of words to get close to Chu Qiu. As a result, the moment he came up, he heard the 3 words tea leaf end, and instantly forgot everything in his excitement. Where is it? Let me see. Chen Duo excitedly urged. Let's go. In the cockpit, Chu Qiu said as he walked. It's a porcelain with 6 bottles in one. The shape is very odd. 6 bottles in one? Chen Duo paused in his footsteps and suddenly said in excitement. It can't be a hexagonal bottle, right? Hurry up and take it away to take a look. Hexagonal bottle? Chu Qiu slightly froze and nodded. The name is quite apt. To the cockpit. When Chen Duo saw the porcelain, he immediately swooped over, directly kneeling on one knee, and picked up the porcelain. This porcelain had a very special shape. It was made of 6 bottles connected together. The main bottle in the center was higher, and 5 bottles surrounded it next to it, forming a state of the stars arching over the moon. Although it was divided into 6 bottles, the main bottle in the center and the bottles next to it were connected by holes, shoulder to shoulder. Especially the appearance of the whole porcelain. The texture is fine and crabbed green color, just like beautiful jade. Xian Duo palmed his eyes, immediately excited and incomparable said, ******. The 6 linked bottles. Really ing 6 linked bottles. And this hexagonal bottle, or the process of tea powder glaze firing, turning out the bottom of the bottle to take a look. And indeed there is also Qing Dynasty Qianlong Yanji in seal script. Xian Duo gave an on-the-spot valuation. This 6-link bottle of tea leaf end, complete preservation, top quality, at least worth $50 million. Sizzle, $50 million. Xiao on the side was completely shocked, and it took a long time to react. On the contrary, Chu Qiu was calm and methodically opened the other boxes. After Qian Duo's appraisal, it was found that there were no treasures of particularly astonishing value. In the end, all the antiques were added together for estimation, and the value was just around $100 million. Until this time, Xian Duo only remembered the purpose of his visit. Looking at the 2 pieces of tea leaves end-eyed and said, Brother Qiu, you are now on the hot search of the whole network, hitting this matter of antiques. It is estimated that tomorrow there will be a relevant department to pay a visit to the door. These antiques are free to turn in anyway. Why don't we take advantage of the fact that we still have time? How about you dump that hexagonal bottle for me? I'll pay a big price to dish it out. Anyway, these 3 boxes in the back. No one knows what's inside. Cough cough. Chu Qiu pretended that there was a discomfort in his throat and signaled Xiao's presence with his eyes. Xian Duo didn't comprehend it, and immediately said with some urgency, I say Brother Qiu, what exactly do you mean by this squeezing of eyebrows and hma? You're giving a precise answer. You're trying to rush me to death. Chu Qiu glared fiercely at Fatty Qian. This bastard, with a big head inside his fat? Can't you see that there's a living beauty next to him? Come on, let me introduce you. This big beauty is the off-site reporter of the radio program. Xiao. Chu Qiu looked at Qian Duo speechlessly, then turned his head to Xiao and said, Reporter Xiao, this is my friend, Qian Duo. What? Remember, reporter? Holy, reporter? Now Qian Duo was dumbfounded. Just now, he had only focused on identifying the treasure, and subconsciously ignored the fact that there was a big living person next to him. This Unima. Then just now the words he said, is not it. Qian Duo's gaze moved and fixed on the cell phone in Xiao's hand that had been recording the video. Xiao smiled faintly and spoke. Hello Mr. Qian. I'm the off-site anchor of the radio column Hot Topic of the Day. Xiao. Your conversation just now. Oh no, it's what you said. I recorded the entire thing. Ha! When Qian Duo heard this, his entire face instantly turned green. That conversation just now, if it was really aired on TV, just the saliva on the internet would be able to drown him. Moreover, it was estimated that the Qian family would not have the face to mix in the antique house in the future. Thinking of this, Qian Duo instantly had a jolt of excitement and went forward to explain. Reporter Xiao. Hello. Just now a moment of seeing the hunt. I joked with Brother Qiu. In fact, I am in my bones a law-abiding good citizen. You see? That. Alright Mr. Qian. I see what you mean. Don't worry, the video will be edited before it airs. You are not the focus of the interview, so some inappropriate words, we'll cut them out for you. Xiao shook her head and said with a smile. That's good. Qian Duo was then relieved. After all, in the business of antiques, reputation was the most crucial. However, once he thought of that superb tea leaf end, just slipping away from his own mouth, Qian Duo was still heartbroken. Even the gaze towards Chu Cho carried a hint of resentment. Next, Xiao Xiao asked a few more questions directed at Chu Cho and ended the interview with satisfaction. Mr. Chu, today's interview will end here first. Thank you for your cooperation. I also have to hurry and rush back to get ready. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, the column will start broadcasting on time. Interested, you can also take a look. Xiao Xiao with a polite smile shook hands with Chu Cho. Oh yeah, by the way, just to remind Mr. Chu, you are now the #1 hot search on the entire network. If you don't want to be surrounded by a large group of media reporters as soon as you disembark tomorrow, I suggest that you, or return to the ship this night. Well, thanks to reporter Zhao's reminder. Then we'll see you next time. Well, see you next time. The two waved their hands, and Xiao Xiao boarded the yacht and quickly left. Chu Cho stood on the deck and watched for a while, and was about to return to the cockpit, but suddenly his gaze condensed and he frowned at the distance, because a ship appeared in the distance. To be precise, it should be a speedboat, because from the distance, they were pulling in at a very fast speed, and the waves were intense and bumpy. It was obvious to the naked eye that it was a speedboat that was being driven, and their purpose was also clear at a glance, that they were coming in a straight line towards the fishing boats. This Nima, why are so many speedboats rushing over? Could it be that after I became a hot search on the entire internet and exposed the harvest this time, someone was desperate and prepared to be a wave of pirates and carry out maritime gang crimes? Chu Cho was astonished. It seemed like this wasn't impossible. Otherwise, in a place so far away from the inland, what kind of boat is not good to drive? But to take the risk to drive this kind of small speedboat too? You have to know that driving a small speedboat into the deep sea area, that is quite risky. Maybe a wind and wave will drown. Are they really pirates? To engage in robbery? Chu Cho didn't know why, but he was suddenly excited inside, and on the deck below his feet, with his inner excitement, the drops of seawater that splashed down suddenly trembled slightly, with a feeling of wanting to fly. It seemed that after he obtained the Jiao Long inner Dan and his body was transformed, he hadn't had the chance to really try out the effects of the transformation yet. Thinking like this, Chu Cho suddenly wanted to practice so much. Chapter 66. A small half of the Magic City Hotel came. But when a speedboat approached, Chu Cho suddenly realized, it didn't seem to be that way. How is it that on top of the speedboats, all of them were dressed in suits, with wristwatches and ties? How is it that pirates have such a sense of ceremony? What about making a movie? Buzz, buzz, buzz. One by one, the speedboats are coming. At least 20 or so, gathered together, their engines humming and blowing. The helpers on the boat were in shock, unable to figure out what the situation was. Even Qian Duo, who was guarding the antiques in the cockpit, was also startled and ran out in amazement. What's wrong? What's the situation? Plainclothes police? Chu Cho sniffed a black line. Plainclothes police don't need a suit and tie, right? Ha? Manager Xia? Suddenly, the staggering Qian Duo found a familiar figure on the speedboat and immediately couldn't help but be surprised. The figure obviously saw Qian Duo as well and immediately said in surprise, Mr. Qian, why are you also on this boat? You guys know each other? Who are these people? Chu Cho glanced at Fatty Qian. Qian Duo swept a glance and said, I don't know the others. I know this manager Xia. He's the manager of a platinum 5-star hotel in Magic City. Hotel manager? Chu Cho froze at his words and subconsciously glanced at the yellowfin tuna that was still being processed. I'm afraid that it wasn't these people. Who came here for the yellowfin tuna? But there was no need to be so exaggerated, right? What time is it? As for driving a speedboat to the sea, this is Mr. Chu, right? Manager Xia greeted Qian Duo and immediately looked at Chu Cho and said, Hello, I'm the lobby manager of the Hanting Hotel, and I've specially come over to look for you. According to the news we saw in your live streaming video, you're really lucky to have caught so many yellowfin tuna. I'm representing our hotel to specially come over to acquire them from Mr. Chu. Yes, Mr. Chu's video we all watched. It's awesome. Antiques can be salvaged and fought. Great luck. Our summer hotel would love to acquire some yellowfin tuna from Mr. Chu. Well, not too much. Just a few dozen. I'll be damned. Does the summer hotel still need some face? Look carefully at how many people have come here. Are you the only 5-star hotel? None of the others are? You don't have the strength? You're talking about dozens of strips. Where are we going to drink the northwest wind? That's said as if Yuehua Hotel, can't afford to buy dozens of tuna. Mr. Chu, I'm the manager of Yuehua Hotel. We'll buy 50 of these yellowfin tuna. Mr. Chu, we're from the Grandeur Grand Hotel. Mr. Chu, we are the Tianhua Grand Hotel. We also want to acquire some yellowfin tuna from you. Mr. Chu, I'm the general manager of the Panglai Hotel, and I want to acquire some yellowfin tuna from you. Mr. Chu, A group of people couldn't wait to identify themselves and state their intentions. It was then that old Zhang and the others breathed a sigh of relief. So they had come to buy yellowfin tuna. No wonder. And among these people, Wu Di, the administrative manager of the Rujia Hotel, suddenly wiped a sweat. This Nima, are all of them dogs, with such a keen sense of smell? This is good. There are so many people coming, and there are so many high-class 5-star hotels. There is even a platinum 5-star hotel. This dam can have competition. I'm afraid I'm not going to wear out my lips later. As for Gui Zhenfei, who is mixed up in this group of people, originally aggressive over this moment to see even came so many 5-star hotel big brother, scared to not dare to speak. Luckily, he only came over to buy crabs, and these bigwigs can't fight together. This, Manager Xia, are these all people from the hotel, here to buy some yellowfin tuna? Xian Duo somewhat incredibly swept the circle. Nima, this has to be 20 or so speedboats, right? I'm afraid that not half of the 5-star hotels in Magic City have come. What kind of yellowfin tuna is this? Is it really that popular? He got off the air early and came without watching the live broadcast behind him. Xian Duo incredulously looked at Manager Xia and asked, Manager Xia, what kind of fish is this yellowfin tuna? It's worth you guys being so gung-ho that you drove a speedboat to find it at sea? Xian Duo, a person whose eyes were nothing but antiques and a lover of beautiful women, really wasn't too attached to the aspect of food. Besides, he never asked what price and what dishes he ate. Even if he had eaten, he couldn't remember it. Yellowfin tuna you don't even know? Top quality sashimi seafood. See the big fish being bled on the boat. That's yellowfin tuna. One is 400, 000 to 500, 000. Mr. Chu caught 1 or 200 of them, Manager Xia said with a marvelous look in his eyes. How many? 1 or 200? $4.5 million apiece? Xian Duo jerked a mouthful of cool air. Isn't this Nima $70 to $80 million? Crazy. Doesn't this mean that just a batch of yellowfin tuna would be worth more than a 6-pack of bottles? This luck. Nima Sea King, right? The sea is run by your family? Chen Duo's eyes stared at Chu Qiu as if he was sizing up a monster. Chu Qiu automatically filtered this kind of eyes and looked at the group of people and said, everyone is here to buy yellowfin tuna? But it's useless for you all to come now? The yellowfin tuna is so big? You speedboats won't be able to fit 1 or 2 at the end of the day. Ha ha ha, that's something Mr. Chu doesn't have to worry about. We are just the vanguard. Manager Xia laughed. The yachts we hired behind us will be here before long, so we can start selling first. That's right, we all came prepared. We'll bring back 2 of them on the speedboat first later, just in time for the dinner table. Mr. Chu, let's get started. Name a price and let's distribute them amongst ourselves. Elder brother Chu, let's get on the boat first. Alright, everyone come up first. Chu Qiu nodded. It was better to do it quickly. This way, when the yellowfin tuna was sold, the space in the fish hold could be greatly freed up. Otherwise, this batch of yellowfin tuna alone would almost fill up the fish hold. Boss, this yellowfin tuna was already a sought-after item and extremely difficult to catch. And now that the fishing ban is almost here again, you must not be soft on the price. Taking advantage of the crowd stomping on the boat, Old Li's trio ran over and found Chu Qiu and said quietly, the fishing ban is almost here? Chu Qiu's eyes lit up, finally realizing why this group of people were so vocal. This yellowfin tuna was not something that could be caught just by saying it, especially within the territorial sea. The chances of encountering it were very small, and those who go to the distant sea, a round trip is less than a month, more than half a year are there. This time, Chu Qiu had a number in his heart, patted Old Li's 3 shoulders and said smilingly, don't worry, I have a number in my heart. Turn around and add an additional 10,000 reward per person. There are other people as well. What? $10,000 reward. Upon hearing this, Old Li's trio was instantly thrilled and hurriedly ran over to tell the crowd the good news. The crowd immediately burst into cheers, startling a group of hotel managers to pay frequent attention. Chapter 67. It's all crazy. When everyone had stomped on the boat, Chu Qiu directly said, since everyone is here for the yellowfin tuna, then I just won't beat around the bush. This time, a total of 196 yellowfin tuna were caught. I need to leave 36 for myself, and for the rest, you guys look after yourselves. Leave 36 for myself? The crowd's faces changed. Wouldn't that leave 160? More than 20 people, more than 20 hotels. If they took these 160 yellowfin tuna and distributed them evenly, each family would only get 7 or 8, but as a 5-star hotel, 7 or 8 yellowfin tuna would be enough to fill their teeth. Who would be stupid enough to go to the sea just to grab a few yellowfin tuna? Therefore, Hanting Hotel's manager Xia opened his mouth on the spot and said, of the remaining 160 yellowfin tuna, I, Hanting Hotel, will take at least 60. Only when he said this, he immediately ushered in a strong reaction from the crowd. On what grounds? On what grounds do you, Haunting Hotel, want 60 of them as soon as you open your mouth? Look for yourself how many hotels are present. That's right, there are a total of 160 yellowfin tuna left. You want 60 in one breath. Where are the others going to drink the northwest wind? We took the risk of driving a speedboat here, and you just ate half of it. Do you think we can't afford it? Or do you think Haunting Hotel is superior? Is a platinum 5-star hotel great? I'm the general manager of the Panglai Hotel. I have the final say on everything in the hotel. I personally came to the sea this time. I'll take at least 30 yellowfin tuna. Someone else also swore and opened his mouth, only to be similarly bombarded by his peers. Joke. We can come here on behalf of the hotel. Which one of us can't make our own decisions? Who doesn't know how difficult it is to catch this yellowfin tuna in the inner sea? And with the fishing ban coming up soon, this batch of top quality sashimi seafood is hard to come by. You guys are talking about 30 tuna and 60 tuna. Do you still have us in your sights? That's right. Don't all think you're great. Whether a bull is great or not doesn't depend on what your mouth says. You have to look at your strength. There's nothing to say. Yutwa Hotel. Just have one sentence. We all rely on our own strength. Right. We each have our own skill. Each according to their ability. Right? Manager Xia swept his gaze around and suddenly sneered. Then let's each according to our ability. This yellowfin tuna that reaches 100 kilograms. I'll offer $500,000 apiece. And for those that don't have enough weight, I'll also count them according to this price, 1 catty by 1 catty. Also for those over 100 kilograms, I'll add an extra 30% to the original price per kilogram for the excess. How about it? Any of you who think this price is low, feel free to compete with me. Manager Xia finished, looking at the crowd with a sneer on his face. It was as if he was saying, I'm not targeting anyone, but I think everyone here is trash. Sizzle. In the crowd. The moment Manager Xia's words landed, Wu Di couldn't help but draw a mouthful of cold air. Although it was not true to say that a yellowfin tuna, $450,000, but $411,000, and $490,000. Those were both called $4.5 million. But little cutie, all know the difference between $411,000 and $490,000. What's more, Xia's offer is not $490,000, but the whole $500,000. Is this Haunting Hotel crazy? How much is the premium? And yellowfin tuna, body length can be 3 meters, weight can be big, 225 kilograms. The yellowfin tuna caught by Chucho is not so big, but the body size of more than 2 meters, at least more than half. At least the weight in more than 100 kilograms. This Haunting Hotel is a lion's mouth, a mouthful. It is estimated to directly take out a large half of the competitors. Manager Xia is really good courage, forced us people to even dare not open their mouths. I especially want to ask, Haunting Hotel's bosses, what kind of person are you? Letting you dare to inflate prices so recklessly? The other hotel managers' faces clouded over. Even Chu Chiu was extremely surprised and glanced at Manager Xia. This price. Fragrant, cut the crap. Bid if you want to buy. I'll take them all if you don't. I have nothing else at Haunting Hotel but money. In the face of other people's questioning, Manager Xia said with a flat face, a sentence that wasn't soft or hard stimulated the faces of the crowd to sink. Since Manager Xia has said so, our Panglai Hotel can't fall short of its reputation. According to the same price, Panglai Hotel, want 40. The general manager of Panglai Hotel's eyes flashed with brilliance and hurriedly made a decisive move. Martyr, this Haunting Hotel is really eggs. Originally, we can still engage in a competition, play a psychological warfare, let the price up and down, see who has the determination and vigor. You can take the opportunity to make a fortune. The results of the Haunting Hotel is good. Directly set the tone. How to play the psychological warfare of price fluctuation. How to use the smallest cost to take a number of yellowfin tuna, but angry to be angry, as an old fox. Panglai Hotel's general manager or decisive action, and a breath of 40, because the tone had been set. The more hesitant, the more wait and see. Towards the back of the tuna will only become less and less, but instead stimulate the price to soar again, causing a scramble, mud, fight. Wu Di at this moment do not know where a force, suddenly shouted, according to the price of Haunting Hotel, Rujia Hotel want 20. Rujia Hotel? Chu Chiu suddenly couldn't help but take a look at Wu Di. Could it be that he was the one who madly swiped gifts in the live broadcast before? Old Zhang, you guys hurry up and divide the fish. Pick the biggest and leave me 36. Mark the rest. 60 for Haunting, 40 for Panglai, and 20 for Rujia. After Chu Chiu ordered methodically, he looked at the crowd and said, everyone, let me give you a reminder. 160 yellowfin tuna. 120 have been digested by now. There are still 40 left. What? There are already 40 left? Asterisk. How come it's so fast? 40 left. How is this enough to share? The crowd suddenly woke up. Just now, they were only focused on calculating the price in their minds, and as a result of being distracted, more than 100 bars were directly taken out. They were still laughing at the fact that Hanting Hotel is so high in premium. Now well, there are still more than 40 bars left, and there are still so many hotels. Who will be willing to return empty-handed? It is designated to soar prices and make a grab. This ing typical was pinpointed the psychology of the people. Ruthlessly posed. No wonder you can be in the platinum 5-star hotel manager. Really have a brush. Unfortunately, when the crowd woke up, regret is already too late. They could only continue to pay a premium and compete like crazy. There are still 40 left. Yuehua Hotel will increase the price by 1,000 per fish on top of Hanting Hotels, 500,000 and 1,000. Junyu Hotel raise the price by 2,000, 500,000 and 2,000. Mud put up a fight, 500,000 and 5,000. Ingluo Hotel offer 500,000 and 8,000, 500,000 and 9, 511,000. Karen Hotel bid $511,000. Just 10. Just 10. Okay guys, please let me go. Go to hell. If I let you go, who's going to let me go? You want me to come all the way here for nothing? No way. 51,001. Crazy crazy crazy. These are people crazy. Only 3 people stood behind Chucho, with a face of disbelief. Chapter 68 100 million. Crazy crazy crazy. These people are simply crazy. Old Lee's trio stood behind Chucho with a look of disbelief. The premium is so high. Even if the competition comes down, I'm afraid there's not much room for profit, right? If they were the boss, they might be so angry that they would slap these managers to death. But only these managers knew best in their hearts. What they are competing for now is no longer a question of whether yellowfin tuna can bring benefits. They are competing for future customer traffic. Because after this batch of yellowfin tuna spreads out, the major hotels will definitely create eye-catching gimmicks to draw in a wave of traffic. By the time which hotel has this batch of yellowfin tuna in its hands, it will be a sideways proof of which hotel's strength. Only then would it compete for that hotel to get customers. So even if they know that there is no profit margin from the competition, they will still have to earn and grab the bidding. This situation, not to mention Old Lee and the others, even Chen Duo was shocked and dumbfounded, because according to this situation, Chucho's batch of yellowfin tuna was already going to be worth over $100 million. The bidding became more and more intense. In the end, the 40 yellowfin tuna, under the grueling competition, were divided into 5 by each of the other 8 hotels. The remaining hotels could only stare dryly and leave with gloomy faces. Chucho still felt for the first time that the original shopping mall was like a battlefield. It really wasn't false at all. The biggest winner in this is none other than Hanting Hotel. The summer manager's hand of kettle payroll is really playing a thief, waiting for the hotel to follow the yacht hired to come. Yellowfin tuna was also packaged and transported away. Several managers before leaving, each made a phone call, from the hotel finance directly to Chucho network transfer. Chucho's cell phone was also very competitive, and surprisingly received a signal and received a text message notification from the bank. He opened the message and immediately revealed an extremely satisfied smile. And Chien Duo, who was standing behind Chucho, also secretly glanced at the text message. As a result, when he took a look at the series of numbers, he couldn't stop his eyes from widening on the spot, and a sentence said it all. Nima. Chien Duo sucked in a mouthful of cool air and suddenly covered his chest, feeling so unforked. 100 million. A whole 100 million. And the most piercing, is the bank card at the end of the balance? Full more than 200 million. This damn is a ordinary savings bank card. There is a full 200 million funds. This Nima is used as pocket money? And the phone is so ironic. Actually just a broken cannot be broken again 1,000 yuan smartphone. Big brother, low profile are starting to play like this? Is it because I can't keep up with the trend? Chen Duo felt that this time when he went back, there was a need to reflect and introspect. Soon, the people on the fishing boat all left one after another. But at this time, Chucho suddenly realized that there was actually one person left on the boat with 2 empty hands. The people have all left. Why aren't you leaving yet? Chucho walked over with some curiosity and found that the other person appeared to be quite young in age. Oh, good day brother Chio. Good day brother Chio. Brother Chio, my name is Guo Jinfei. I'm the Guo warrior from the live broadcast. I'm not in the same group as those hotel managers of theirs. I'm not here to buy fish. I'm here to beg for crabs. This empty-handed fellow was naturally Guo Jinfei, the Guo warrior of the crab public house. At this moment, under Chucho's inquiry, he finally came to his senses from the shock he had just experienced. What did you say? You're the Guo warrior from the live broadcast? Guo Jinfei? Chucho suddenly cried and laughed a bit and said, you just directly drove a speedboat and went out to sea alone just to buy crabs? I said, as far as that goes? Where can't you buy crabs? Do you have to go to the sea? Yes, that's great, brother Chio. If I can't get back a couple thousand crabs, I'll just have to scrub up in the future. Guo Jinfei cried and mourned, then told the story of why. Chu Chio was speechless, patted his shoulder and said, alright, just stay on the boat for now, time is still early. I'll share some of the crabs with you when they are caught. Anyway, after promising Su Qingya to prepare more seafood, the crabs definitely cannot be less, since both should and shouldn't be out of the limelight. Chu also had no need to hide it anymore. Finish the mission early and return to the ship early. Save yourself from going back early tomorrow morning and being surrounded by a bunch of media reporters again. Ha, strange. How come I haven't been able to see Ding Wenjing? Where did she go? Chu Cho walked around the deck and suddenly realized that it seemed like he hadn't seen Ding Wenjing for quite a long time. Boss, that anchor woman went to the cafeteria level of the fishing boat. Said something about counting addresses, something about shipping and such. Afraid of disturbing. After a helper heard Chu Cho's words, he mentioned something at the side. Chu Cho immediately understood and nodded. Alright then, it's almost 5 o'clock. Let's continue to sail and fish for a few more hours, and strive to return before 11 o'clock. What? Return before 11 o'clock? Boss, didn't you say you want to do a big job? From afternoon to tomorrow morning? Why did you suddenly change your mind again? Old Wang asked with some confusion. Stupid. The boss is now on the internet's hot search. And didn't that female reporter say before when she left that it would be best to return to the flight this night? If we return tomorrow, it is estimated that before the boss gets off the ship, he will be surrounded by a whole bunch of reporters and paparazzi and whatnot. Old Zhang couldn't help but look at Old Wang with contempt. What do you usually say about you? Can you use some wisdom? Ha ha ha. The crowd on the deck was amused. Chu Cho also couldn't help but laugh, waved his hand and said, alright, no more nonsense. Let's continue fishing. If someone is hungry, they can go and get a few crabs to pad their stomachs first. Hungry? What hungry? Once I hear about fishing, I don't eat or drink anything. Right. Fishing. Let's work until 11 o'clock, and then eat and drink a lot after we return home. Come on, Oldly, what are you waiting for? Get started. A group of people started to get ready in a frenzy. Oldly also went and excitedly turned on the boat, slowly moving forward. This time, Chu Cho wasn't worried about anything, standing on the deck with his eyes and ears. As long as he came across seafood that was worth the effort, he commanded Oldly to release the net. Just 10 minutes of work, they burst the net of thousands of pounds of prawns. Wei Jinfei and Qian Duo, who were following behind, were simply shocked into emoticons. However, Chu Cho didn't go too far. After bursting the net, he properly pulled the empty net twice. Even so, that super high burst net rate also let the two people shocked a mess, threatened to mix with Chu Cho in the future. Qian Duo also said that he would pay for a boat and give Chu Cho fishing, as long as he shared 40% of the profits. Chu Cho almost spat on the other side on the spot. Nima, when I stupid buy a boat only how much money? A net of yellowfin tuna down. By ocean-going ships are enough. P.S. Finally, the transition is finished. The next is directly antique faceplot. Please support. Chapter 69 targeted by the program. There's another chapter later. Nima, think I'm stupid. How much does it cost to buy a boat? Old me a net of yellowfin tuna down. By ocean-going ships are enough. Chu Cho a sentence. Directly sprayed Qian Duo. Life. He no longer dared to mention the matter of buying a boat. Next, the duo followed behind Chu Cho and watched him fish. Only, with the transition of time, the duo's hearts were indisputably beating wildly from time to time. Excited and shocked. It was really Chu Cho's frequency of bursting the net that was too astonishing. Within just 1 hour, 4 times of collecting nets, 3 times were actually burst nets. If it wasn't for the fact that there was also an empty net, they even wondered if Chu Cho could really see the bottom of the sea. The fishing boat's fish hold was also decreasing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Originally, it was expected to return before 11 o'clock, but it turned out that the fish hold was full at 9 o'clock. Around 10:30, the fishing boat arrived directly at the harbor. Not to mention the other harvests, the sea crabs caught alone reached close to 7,000. Wu Jinfei shipped out 3,000 of them on the spot at a price of 500 apiece, totaling $1.5 million. He was even more grateful to Chu Cho, stuffing gifts and leaving phone numbers. He was close to giving Chu Cho an E. The rest of the catch, Chu Cho directly let the oldly contacted several large refrigerator trucks, overnight transported to the river city, left to their own hotels. Of this, the 2,000 large crabs that had to be given to the fans were naturally left behind. Chu Cho sent Lao Li and a dozen other people to help pack and ship with Ding Wenjing, and each person was given an additional $5,000 as a reward. Up to this point, this trip to the sea, but also a successful conclusion. Chu Cho bought himself an oversized suitcase, put the antiques in it, and spent 2 hours driving to the city center. checked into a luxury hotel. On the other side, Su Qingya had only gotten off the service area once to use the restroom midway since she got on the highway. The journey of more than 8 hours was rigidly shortened by 1 hour by her, arriving at Magic City at 2 in the morning. Unfortunately, Chuchio's cell phone was switched off due to lack of power, making it impossible to contact him. Su Qingya could only find a hotel first and settle down for the night. The next day, around 8 o'clock in the morning, Chuchio woke up from his sleep, stretching out on the bed. A crackling burst of tendons and bones came from his body, and it felt as if the strength of his entire body had grown some more. At this rate, I'm damn afraid that it won't take long for me to become a Super Saiyan, Chuchio said breathlessly, and opened his cell phone in passing. As a result, the cell phone had just been turned on, and before he had time to look at the time, a call came in. Hello, is this Chucho? Mr. Chu, a melodious female voice came from the phone. I am. Which one of you? Chuchio subconsciously asked back. Oh, hello Mr. Chu, I am Zhao Qian, a staff member of the Magic City Cultural Relics Administration. According to the hot search on the internet, you have salvaged a lot of precious antique and cultural relics during your sea voyage. According to the law, these cultural relics are to be presented to the state. May I ask where are you now? Has it returned to the sea? The other party directly indicated his identity and intention. Cultural Relics Administration? Chuchio was slightly stunned, not expecting the government department to move so fast. Even the cell phone number was checked and directly called. But after a short period of being stunned, Chuchio immediately reacted and replied, Oh, I have returned yesterday night, and am now staying at the Lamborghini Hotel in the city center. Okay, then please keep the phone open at all times Mr. Chu, our workman and appraiser will be over later. Also please do your personal protection Mr. Chu, wear a mask when entering and exiting the hotel to avoid being recognized by people with bad intentions. After all, you are now the #1 person on the internet's hot search. Okay. Chuchio hung up the phone helplessly, and low-profilely walked out of the hotel to get some air outside. And by the way, he bought a mask and tasted the local specialty breakfast. When he had a good breakfast, Chuchio put on the mask and returned to the hotel once again. Prepare to wait for the relevant workman to hand over the antique in the hotel. Only, when Chuchio entered the hotel and came out of the elevator, the first thing that was ushered in was the cry of a bear child. An old lady was coaxing hard beside the bear child, promising various benefits. Chuchio didn't think much of this phenomenon when he saw it, and intended to lean over the edge of the corridor. After all, the bear children nowadays were all lawless, the living ancestors of the family, and were hard to serve. Only, just as he was about to slip over the edge and walk over, the old lady who was coaxing the bear child saw him, but her eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of joy, straightening up and stopping him. Young youth, may I ask if you are the tenant living in room 1086? Chuchio's suspicious gaze swept over the old lady's face, but still nodded, then said, I am. What's wrong? That's great. The old lady revealed a look of surprise and hurriedly wiped the tears from the bear child's face and said to Chuchio, We are the tenants across the street from you. It's like this, my grandson just woke up from his nap, and because he was in a hurry to urinate and didn't hold it in, he peed on the bed, and now the house is all full of smells. This grandson of mine, he's a germaphobe, and he insisted on changing his room. It just so happens that you live across the street from us. Let's change rooms. Look at this child's behavior. His voice is going to be muffled in a while. What? Chuchio was dumbfounded. Your grandson wets the bed and you're looking for a hotel? What's it got to do with me? Change rooms with me, I'm not afraid of the smell? What kind of strange thought is this? Chuchio was speechless to the extreme. He had only seen this kind of weirdness on TV before, but this was really the first time he had encountered it. The old lady was still very righteous and said, Young man, how can you talk like this? Now society is promoting respect for the old and love the young. I see that you are also a good-faced person. Before taking you on, you don't know what's good for you. Besides, isn't it just a change of room? Anyway, the price is the same. Won't you just turn around and let the hotel handle it? Look at my grandson crying. His eyes are swollen. His voice is also almost mute. Then if it is transmitted to the internet, not afraid of people poking your backbone? This sentence by sentence, Chucho's face changed. Is it true that I have a good face and I should be unreasonably requested? And then again, I'm wearing a mask. Can you see that I'm kind? This old lady is typically open-mouthed nonsense, messing around, and talking deathly hard to hear. Chucho lazy to take care of her, directly expressionless back. My spine is very hard. Who poke are not afraid. After saying this, Chucho took out her door card and swiped it, and was about to return to her room, in favor of the old lady, one foot against the door of the room, without saying, pulling the bear child to squeeze into the room. Chucho was afraid of hurting the other party if she exerted herself, so she could only take a step back and frowned. This auntie, I need to rest. Can I trouble you to leave? Also, there are a lot of personal items in this room. If you keep doing this, I'll call the front desk. What Chucho didn't know was, at this moment, there were several hidden cameras that were pointed at them, and on the internet, there were at least hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people, watching this live broadcast. This was a certain media company with an extremely deep background, jointly organizing an extremely hot live program. The name was called Morality and Bottom Line. Chapter 70, the program group is in a big trouble, really touching the porcelain. Morality and the Bottom Line is a live program that just recently burst into flames. This program group's consistent routine is to use a variety of ways and means to moral abduction of passers-by, touch the bottom line, to see how passers-by are dealt with in response, the most realistic side of the human reaction, presented to the national audience. So once this program appeared, the speed of fire is very fast, only a few live broadcasts. It has already accumulated a huge fan audience of several million, and today's live broadcast was the first of the month. After last month's accumulation and brewing, there had been countless netizen fans who couldn't hold back in anticipation. Therefore, as soon as the character scenes appeared inside the live broadcast, the netizens already couldn't help but comment, "Ha ha ha, after waiting for many days, it's finally live. The live program I've been looking forward to for a long time is finally on." Sure enough, it's still this granny, the old-timer. The moment she opens her mouth, she can exasperate half a person to death. It's just a pity that this man is wearing a mask and can't see his expression. I really want the program's crew to run over and take it off for him to see what kind of expression he really has. Must be furious wonderfully, because people's mouths are saying that they're going to call the front desk. Call the front desk? I'm afraid it's not that the program group has already greeted the front desk. Even if they call, it's probably out of sight and out of mind. This man is so unlucky. He just happened to run into the program team. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was hot, and at this moment, as the program team's tool people, the old lady and the bear child were also playing hard to get, only to see the old lady pulling the bear child with one hand, her foot blocking the door from closing, her head already sticking out. Good grandson you look. This room is decorated much better than our room. There are vases, jade carvings and these beautiful decorations. What is the situation of this hotel? Is it making a difference? The old lady said while her hand pushed. The bear child entered the room. The bear child's acting skills were also on point. As soon as he entered the room, he exerted his bear child qualities, rummaging around and wreaking havoc. Chucho's eyebrows wrinkled into a Sichuan character, hurriedly called the front desk, but after calling for half a day, there was no response. Finally, Chucho couldn't help it. "Auntie, I told you, there are a lot of valuable personal items in this room. Please hurry and get out. Otherwise if the front desk doesn't come, I'll call the police." With an old and a young, Chucho had no other way but to call the front desk or call the police. This old and young, who dared to push a little? It would be troublesome in case they were touched. "Aha, you hurry up and call the front desk. The lighting in this room is also better than the one we have, and my grandson is also particularly fond of sunbathing, so we'll switch with you." The old lady's skill of confusing people was first class, making Chucho angry and simply wanting to curse her mother. Chucho then turned his head to look at the bear child and found that the bear child had grabbed his Han 8-blade jade cicada in his hand, and then with an anxious face, he walked over and took it down. "Little friend, the things in this house are very valuable. Don't touch them again. And this ant, I repeat, if you guys continue to be so disruptive, I'll really call the police." However, the old lady had the backing of the program team, so she wasn't afraid of Chucho's threats, but instead took the opportunity to walk into the room. This time, the netizens finally got a good look at the room through the hidden camera on the old lady. Strange, how come this hotel's guest room still has so many porcelain and jade carving ornaments? But you don't say, it's still quite beautiful. At first glance it looks like an antique, ancient, adding a lot of flavor to the room. Also, that porcelain is so weird even 5 or 6 bottles connected into one, or the first time I saw such a shape. Indeed there are odd points, because the hotel would never engage in this kind of facilities. Is it a private item? Private item? If it's really a private item, it can't really be an antique, right? If it's really an antique, in case it bumps and scrapes, I'm afraid the program group will have to compensate for it. The netizens were in an uproar. The director of the program group took in the netizens' words, and the corner of his mouth gently hooked in contempt. Antiques? What kind of person would bring so many antiques to stay in a hotel? Brain dead? Besides, even if it's really a personal item, even if it's really an antique, it's just some strange porcelain and jade carvings. How much are they worth? The show can't afford to pay for it? That's a joke. However, just as the director of the program was despising it, in the antique city, inside the ancient traveler's lounge, Xian Duo Duo had just eaten breakfast, and while taking a sip of kanji, He opened the live broadcast section of Morality and Bottom Line by hand, and when he clicked into the live broadcast and saw the odd porcelain that the old lady's camera was facing, he reacted sharply, and with a poof, he spat out a mouthful of porridge, spraying it everywhere. Cough cough cough. Nima, hexagonal vase. Isn't this the tea leaf and hexagonal bottle that Brother Cho asked me to identify? What's the situation? How did Brother Cho's hexaline bottle appear in the Morality and Bottom Line's live broadcast room? Could it have been stolen away? Chen Duo choked and his face turned red, but he stared at the cell phone screen with deathly wide eyes. He himself was a rich second generation of a 10,000-year-old otaku, and he usually paid a lot of attention to oddball-type programs. This Morality and Bottom Line is one of them, but how could he not expect to see a hexagonal bottle in the live broadcast of this program? But soon Chen Duo reacted and immediately sucked in a mouthful of cold air in shock. This damn program group. It can't be that they found Brother Cho as the object of moral abduction, right? Nima, is this playing with fire? Chen Duo instantly drew in a breath of cold air once again, because in the camera, the bear child suddenly appeared, and was holding a palm-sized porcelain vase in his hand. This porcelain vase was too familiar. It was the very same $10 million end-of-tea bottle that he had appraised. It's over. It's over. This is Nima really playing with fire. Chen Duo was so anxious that he almost cursed, hurriedly looking for a tissue to wipe the cell phone screen, frantically typing subtitles. Where is the program director? Quickly let the bear child put down that porcelain. Quickly put it down. Antique. That's a ing antique. You can't afford to pay for the damage. The program team will also have to suffer. Chen Duo's subtitles quickly entered the program director's line of sight, and instantly drew a cold laugh. Who the hell jumped out again? An antique? And I can't ing afford to pay for it? Even the entire program team is going to suffer? The staff next to him also snorted. Where did this come from? Since the program aired, it has attracted so much controversy. Even the relevant departments don't dare to say that we will not be able to afford it. Where did he get the confidence to say this? What a fan-like confidence. And it was at this time, in the camera, the bear child suddenly made a careless mistake and collapsed with a click. The porcelain vase in his hand fell to the ground and shattered. Chen Duo's hand shivered on the spot. Finished, 10 million level of antiques. Just like this to ruin. Chen Duo was so angry that he gritted his teeth and typed out a line. You program team is really good. I tell you, this time you are in trouble. You've touched a big porcelain. Chapter 71, I heard. The program is rich? Snort. Got into trouble? Touching a big porcelain? Where the hell is this idiot? Showing off his IQ in the live broadcast room? The program director looked at the subtitles that Chen Duo had typed out in the live broadcast room and snorted in contempt. Afterward, he picked up the mic in his hand without a care in the world and continued to instruct the old lady. And inside the hotel, Chucho was also stunned by the sudden scene. Nima, a multi-million level antique, just like this was shattered? After reacting, Chucho sucked in a mouthful of cool air and said to the old lady, this is an antique it's worth $10 million. You just watched your grandson break it like this? And this antique is to be surrendered to the state. Ha, worth $10 million? Surrendered to the state? The old lady was a bit flustered when she heard these keywords. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't listen to him. Who would put an antique worth $10 million casually in a hotel room and handing it over to the state? That's even more bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Even Cutie Pie wouldn't be willing to hand over the antiques, right? I think he wants to touch the porcelain. Just do what you need to do. Don't worry about anything else. The program director will take care of anything that goes wrong. With the program director's voice in her ears, the old lady quickly calmed her nerves and became composed again. Isn't it just accidentally breaking a broken porcelain cup? It's not like the child did it on purpose. Why are you yelling? The old lady proceeded to stabilize her play and continued to say some moral abduction words. Broken porcelain cup? Chucho's face changed. It was just that in the face of this old man and young man. It was difficult for him to have an attack, so he could only call the front desk again. But what made him annoyed was that after the phone rang for so long, the front desk was still unanswered. And at this time, Chen Duo, after hearing that familiar voice, he was instantly incomparably certain. The program team had really touched porcelain with Chucho. Looking at the broken tea leaves on the ground, Chen Duo didn't know whether to lament the sadness of the antique or the program group. 10 million level antiques just like this is gone. And 10 million level debt. The program group has it. Snort. In front of the camera, the bear child was still tirelessly wreaking havoc, and a scroll was casually ripped apart. Chen Duo instantly felt another jump in his heart. If he remembered correctly, there were a total of 2 scrolls inside the antique, both of which were Han Dynasty canons with high historical research value. The value of each volume would not be less than 5 million market value. Thinking of this, Chen Duo gasped and manually output once again. Destroying historical artifacts is an added crime. The program team is waiting to be banned from the program. Unfortunately, the program director simply ignored his words with contempt. Banning their program? What are you thinking? Are you not awake? The program director sneered and took the mic and said, "Continue, don't stop." The live broadcast room followed suit. "Keep playing the music, keep dancing, ha 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 ha." The moment these magic few words came out, the live broadcast room burst into laughter. Even Chien Duo, who was gritting his teeth, was uncontrollable when he saw the subtitles, and conjured up short video images of Uncle Lou in his mind. At once, he had a black line on his face. Just the next moment, when the bear child walked up to the hexagonal bottle and looked around curiously, Chien Duo suddenly became alarmed again. Asterisk. "No, you mustn't move this. Director, hurry up and stop the bear child. That's a hexagonal bottle of tea leaf and it's an official kiln work at the peak of the Qing dynasty's Qianlong porcelain art, worth tens of millions of dollars of treasured antiques." Tens of millions of dollars of antiques? This is a strange-shaped porcelain vase? I believe you, Agosto. Without waiting for the program director to see it, there were already a vast number of netizens in the live broadcast room who started to spray it. Chien Duo was shivering with anger, and suddenly remembered something, and smacked himself in the head. "I'm so damn stupid, letting Brother Chio's phone call go unanswered. What's the point of fighting with this group of grandsons in the live broadcast room?" Hurrying to flip out Chu Chio's cell phone number, Chien Duo directly tapped the dial button. Soon, the cell phone ringtone of a big wind blowing rang in the live broadcast room. Then the crowd saw that the man wearing a mask in the live broadcast room picked up his cell phone. "Fatty Chien, why are you calling so early? I have something to take care of right now, so I'll call you later." Chu Chio saw that it was Chien Duo's phone, picked it up and said, then hit ready to hang up. Chien Duo instantly became anxious and quickly said loudly, "Don't hang up, don't hang up. Brother Chio, listen to me, don't hang up. Do you know that you are now in a live program, being broadcast live to hundreds of thousands of viewers?" "What did you say?" Chu Chio froze at the words and said suspiciously, "Are you kidding me? Really, Brother Chio? I'm not lying to you. You're at the Rambo Hotel right now, aren't you? There's an old lady and a bear child in the room, right? And the bear child broke the $10 million tea leaves, right? You know all of this?" Chu Chio couldn't help but be shocked. "Believe it now?" Chien Duo breathed a sigh of relief, but quickly became nervous again. "Brother Chio, you're being live-streamed right now. Every word and action is being watched by hundreds of thousands, even millions of people. The name of this program is called Morality and Bottom Line, and it will come in all sorts of ways to morally kidnap you, touch your bottom line, and then see how you handle it. But these people in the program don't know one thing, and that is that the antiques in your room are all damn real. It's real." Now the bear child has set his eyes on the hexagonal vase. This is the existence of the antiques inside, all the very best. You mustn't let him touch it and break it. Chien Duo's tone was anxious. The hexagonal bottle of tea leaves and this kind of antique can be preserved in the world so intact. Simply too rare, too precious. If it was touched and broken, it was estimated that he would be heartbroken to death. Damn program group, who is not good to choose, but choose Joncho brother as the object of moral abduction. Isn't this Nima beating a lantern in the toilet? Looking for. When Chu Chio heard Chien Duo's words, the whole person then came to a realization. "I said it. How is it that the hotel stayed well?" Suddenly and inexplicably was pestered by this old man and young man, dare to be taken as the object of moral abduction. This time, Chu Chio's heart was completely clear. "I heard that. The program crew are all rich?" Chu Chio suddenly whispered into his cell phone. What do you mean?" Chien Duo froze at once, but then, his heart trembled violently, and a bad premonition rose up. Immediately after, he heard an incomparably familiar classic line. "Watch carefully. There was once a genuine opportunity in front of me, but I didn't cherish it, and only regretted it when I lost it, and there is nothing more painful in the world than this. If God can give me a chance to do it again, I will say 3 words to that chance: I love you. If I have to add a deadline to this love, I hope it's right now." Chu Chio finished, snapped, and hung up the phone. Chien Duo, but still recalling the classic lines from The Journey to the West, the great sage marries his wife inside. In the live broadcast room, it was steeply lively. Asterisk. This, what is the situation? This is not the lines in The Great Sage Marries the Family? Crazy, right? What's he doing with Master Star's lines suddenly coming out of his mouth? Director, are we on the wrong set? The program director was also confused. For a moment, he developed a sense of trance. Could it be that I'm not hosting a program? Instead, am I making a movie? Only Chien Duo, after reminiscing about it, suddenly associated it with the sentence, "I heard that the program crew are all rich." A moment later, he reacted, "God, sincere chance. God, I love you." This is damned to touch the porcelain. Finished. This program group is dead. Chapter 72. The masked man is actually Brother Chio? After Chien Duo reacted for a split second, he finally understood. The sincere opportunity in Chio's mouth must have been the fact that last time, he hadn't been able to make preparations early enough to throw the antiques back into the sea for a steal. As a result, the antiques had to be handed over for nothing. Now that this opportunity has come, he is going to grasp it. At this moment, Chien Duo couldn't help but mourn for the program team. If you don't listen to the old man's words, you'll suffer. This program group was dead. As for Chio, after uttering that classic line, he sat down calmly and incomparably. Well, in his hand, he also took out a small notebook, where he was seriously recording something. At the same time, the bear child stole a glance at Chio. Then with a small action, with a light scratch, the hexagonal bottle collapsed with a click and fell to the ground. In an instant, the antique worth tens of millions of dollars became a pile of debris. Sizzle. Chien Duo, who was watching this scene, immediately drew in a breath of cool air and covered his heart with a face of heartache. Nima, the extreme tea leaf end that was worth $50 million to start with, the existence that could be treated as the treasure of the store. Just like this it was given to CEI. Chien Duo instantly Charlotte possession, sinning The live broadcast room was also in an uproar. Agoo. Broken again. A bear child is no less than a bear child. His hands are just clean and sharp. Granny's style is also old and ruthless. Moral abduction is equally taken to death. It's just a pity. I just don't know what's the expression behind this man's mask, but how come he didn't react this time? Instead, he sat there and wrote? Writing a diary? Is it because of taking a phone call? The program director also wondered how the man had become so calm when he was so agitated just a moment ago. Still writing and drawing there with his head down. Recording what? I don't know why. At this moment, the program director suddenly felt what the man was writing in his hand would probably be a big selling point in the live broadcast room. He immediately picked up his headset and commanded the old lady, Auntie Wang, pretend to walk over and take a look. Point the camera at the book he's writing in. Let's see what he's actually writing. The old lady nodded and pretended to walk over as if nothing had happened. Snap. At this moment, the bear child's feet once again dropped an object. Looking at the shattered shape, putting it together would be a jade trigger. Chio raised his head to look at it, didn't say anything, and continued to bury his head in the record. The scene is a bit weird. This masked man is too abnormal. Yeah, I don't know why. From the moment he sat down, I suddenly felt that for this live broadcast, the program might roll over. You guys have this feeling too? I suddenly want to know what's written on his book. Not only the netizens in the live broadcast room, even the program director and other staff members felt the unusual atmosphere. The program director took in the comments to the best of his ability, a cold gimlet smile still hanging at the corner of his mouth. The program team flipped? Was it possible? The other party's book was, at best, just a selling point to attract people in the live broadcast room. He only wanted to know how this selling point was, whether it was enough to catch people's eyes. Soon, the grandmother turned behind Chio. The hidden probe hidden under her clothes was aimed at the small book in Chio's hand. In just a moment, everyone's eyes were caught. Sizzle. What am I seeing? This young man, a list of personal items destroyed, and should claim compensation? The live broadcast room suddenly exploded, only to see that under the camera, the small book was clearly written on the list of destruction of private items and compensation to be claimed. The destruction of the Qing dynasty Qianlong tea leaves end of a piece. The degree of destruction of 100%. The appraisal of the market value of 10 million level should be claimed from 15 million. The destruction of the Qing dynasty Qianlong 6 bottles of tea leaves, a 100% destruction. The appraisal of the market value of 50 million should be claimed at least 50 million. 3. Destruction of a volume of Han dynasty ancient books. The degree of destruction of 50%. The market value of the appraisal of $5 million should claim at least 5 million. 4. Destroyed a jade trigger finger of the Ming dynasty. The degree of destruction is 100%. The appraised market value is $500,000. The claim should be at least $500,000. The words written on the small book are not much, but each line made the program director's heart shake twice. He told himself that it was fake and was trying to touch the porcelain, because no one would bring so many valuable antiques and casually take them out and place them in a hotel room. Even a little cutie wouldn't even do that. The netizens in the live broadcast room were also shocked. I'll go. This masked man is really ruthless. If his records are all true, then the program group is really in trouble this time. And, destroying ancient Han dynasty books? Ancient books should be considered national cultural relics, right? If I remember correctly, destroying national cultural relics is against the law. It's just that, if these antiques were real, how could he bring them to a place like a hotel and put them out? No. Do you guys still remember? It seems like this man seemed to have said before that this was to be handed over to the state. Yes, I also remembered. It seems like he did say that. Turn it over to the state? Tea leaf end? Why do I feel so familiar with it? Suddenly discussing this, a portion of the netizens froze violently, speculating in their hearts. Could it be? It was also at this moment that Chu Chio looked up at the sun outside the window. Feeling a hint of stifling heat, he casually took off his mask and stood up to pour a cup of water. It was this moment that the live broadcast room violently exploded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Brother Chio. It's Brother Chio. My god. So the masked man is Brother Chio. It really is. Geez. I was just guessing if it could be Brother Chio, but I didn't realize that Brother Chio actually took off the mask himself. I'll go. What's the lyrics? It must be a special destiny to go all the way to become. Doesn't seem right. Ha ha ha. Yes, why not? This is special destiny. I didn't expect that after just watching Brother Chio catch the sea yesterday. I'd see Brother Chio in the moral and bottom line live stream today. What is this if not special destiny? Wait, so since the masked man is Brother Chio, then these broken antiques. The netizens were first stunned, then instantly exploded again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This show is going to be over. Breaking the antiques salvaged by Brother Chio. Not waiting to pay for the death. The key man, Brother Chio, also said that this is going to be handed over to the state. That's right, the program team is dead this time. It's not good to pick anyone but Brother Chio as the object of moral abduction. Playing with fire this time. The other netizens in the live broadcast room were confused. What's going on here? How come the man taking off his mask caused such a big stir? Someone immediately hit the subtitles and begged to ask, please, gods, popularize it. Which god is this Brother Chio? What? You guys don't even know who Brother Chio is? Are the cell phones in your hands just for show? Did you see yesterday's internet hot search? If you haven't, hurry up and check it out. Brother Chio is the #1 hit on the internet. The program director also froze, looking at the netizens' heated discussions. A bad feeling suddenly rose within him. He turned his head to the staff member next to him and said, hurry up and go check yesterday's all-network hot searches to see who exactly Brother Chio is in the mouths of the netizens. Chapter 73, Chu Chio. Are you still a human being? On the screen of the live broadcast room, the discussion became more and more heated. The program director finally couldn't help but feel apprehensive in his heart. Soon, that staff member checked yesterday's internet-wide hot searches. The first item of the hot search, shocked. Young guy went out to sea to fish and harvested antiques worth hundreds of millions of dollars. After the staff member clicked in, he was instantly stupefied, his lips trembling as he said, Director, we're in trouble. The program director's heart thumped when he saw this look on his face. Brother Chio's full name is Chu Chio, because he went out fishing and caught a batch of antiques worth over $100 million. He was on the first place of the entire network's hot search yesterday. That is to say, the antiques recorded in his little book are all real. The staff's entire body was on the verge of crying out. This Nima, the program group is estimated to be finished. The antiques are all real. Real? The director's heart shook violently, and he almost didn't choke over. Selling point. This was the selling point he was expecting? Thinking about the compensation listed in that small book, his entire body was about to explode. Picking up the mic in his hand, he shouted, quick, hurry up and stop that kid. Don't ever let him continue to destroy any of the items in the room. Our program team will be there right away. Hearing the director's words, the old lady was also clearly startled. Although she didn't know exactly what was happening, she still subconsciously went to do as she was told. Just before she could raise her voice to stop it, the bear child casually broke another Huttian jade white elephant. This Huttian jade white elephant, putting aside the texture, just by looking at the weight alone, it was estimated that it would never be less than $5 million. The director became hysterical on the spot, holding his mic and yelling, I told you to stop him. Stop him, understand? That is an antique. Each piece is worth a lot of money. Now that it's broken, you'll have to pay for it? The people on the program crew were also frozen in shock. It was the first time they had seen the director get so angry. And where was this anger? It was simply madness. What the hell are you all looking at? Why don't you hurry up and pack up dong and go to the scene with me? And the legal affairs? Bring the legal affairs too. After the director roared, he immediately rushed to the Lamborghini hotel with his deputy in a hurry. The people from the program team were also shocked and hurriedly packed up their things and chased after them. This was the first time they had seen the director so panicked and anxious. It was possible that this time, the program team would really have to flip the car. On the pop-up screen, it was also lively at this time. Ha ha ha, the director's roar. I feel like I'm going to shatter my eardrums even through the screen. It's a pity. I'm afraid it's too late to stop it now. Usually, when the show's cast destroys something, the show's crew pays for it. But this time, if they all pay for it, I'm afraid they'll have to vomit blood. To be able to do such a controversial program, the director is no slouch. It's just a shame that he ran into Brother Chiu instead of anyone else. That's right, Brother Chiu is still great. He doesn't say anything, he just sits there and watches you smash, and pays you afterward. The key to this antique or to submit to the state. You lose money is not finished. Serves him right. Now you know the urgency. I've warned him before, but if he doesn't take it seriously, the program will be finished. Although Chin Duo's heart ached for those antiques, he still felt very relieved at this moment. Sit and wait for the show. Sit and wait to eat melon. Sit and wait for the director to be defeated. At this moment, the live broadcast room. The old lady had long since lost the arrogance she had when she first entered the house, pulling her bare child to stand against the wall in a disciplined manner. As for Chu Cho, he sat comfortably on the sofa, holding a small book and drinking tea, waiting for the person behind the curtain to appear. Only, after waiting for about 10 minutes, there was a delay in seeing the program team appear. Chu Cho was a bit unable to hold back, and looked at the old lady and said, "It's too slow. Your program team hasn't come until now. Why don't you guys go on smashing it? Anyway, the most expensive few are smashed by you. Simply the rest of them are all dry and broken. Save looking disturbing." And the director who hurriedly rushed here with the program's legal affairs, just rushing to the door, he heard Chu Cho say these words, and was so scared that he rushed into the room. "Don't smash. Don't smash. Our program team is here." But coincidentally, he stepped on an antique fragment. Then a slip. Plop. The entire person fell to the ground and performed a five-body salute to Chu Cho. And this scene was honestly recorded by the staff carrying the camera. Chu Cho, director, live streaming netizens, ha 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 ha. Chu Cho, who was sitting on the sofa, put down the teacup in his hands and stood up. The netizens had thought that Chu Cho would go and help the director up. As a result, Chu Cho stood in front of the director. His temperament took a dead giveaway. "I have not been an emperor for many years. Level off." The program director originally thought that Chu Cho was here to help him, but as a result, after hearing these words, he instantly raised his head violently in incredulity. "Chu Cho, are you still a human being?" The live broadcast audience also froze, but in the next second, the pop-up screen instantly exploded. "Put, ha 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 ha, laughing me to death. This operation of Brother Chiu, it's simply too tawdry. I have not been the emperor for many years, ha ha ha, tart. First time I've seen a program director get defeated. Brother Chiu is just strong. It's never been that only the director fools the audience. This time, Brother Chiu abused it back for us. It's so cool. Who let the program director cheat the people? He deserves to be abused." Inside the live broadcast room, all the viewers were delighted with this scene. The director was also extremely skeptical right now. He had never been the only one to dig a hole for others. He didn't expect that today he would be solidly planted in Chu Cho's hands, especially looking at Chu Cho picking up the small book and shaking it in front of his eyes. He simply had the heart to kill. "See this little book? The list of antique destruction and claimable compensation. All recorded clearly. You pay according to the price on the line." Chu Cho smiled and said, "It's not much, just 100 million. Plop. Just climbed up half of the director. Once heard the words of Chu Cho. On the spot heart trembled, once again fell to the ground. "Nima, it's not much, just 100 million. This is called not much? 100 million ah." The program director was on the verge of having a heart attack. I'm sure that in front of the national audience, reneging on a debt like this is something that the program team would never do, right? Chu Cho smiled happily. "Of course, if you don't believe it, you can also find a specialized antique appraisal expert. Come over for antique appraisal. I have plenty of time. I can wait." The words just said this. Suddenly the cell phone in his pocket rang. Chu Cho pulled it out and looked at it. Then he was even happier. "Well, so what? You don't need to find the expert. The most authoritative official expert is here." The director was stunned to hear it. The most authoritative official expert? Official? Someone from the country? The director jerked and instantly turned pale. "It's over. This time the program group is dead." Chapter 74, the extra $20 million is my moral damages. It's over. This time the program team is dead. Originally, the director also intends to rely on their own relationship from the treasure appreciation program to invite a familiar friend. "Come over for fake," said the antique is fake, ready to rely on this compensation it. Now well, the state directly to people. Want to rely on cannot rely off. What's even more frightening is that the state is to take away the antiques, but their own hand directed the program, but the antiques are basically dry or broken. This is the destruction of national cultural relics even in the case of unawareness, it is expected to be taken away for interrogation. As for the program, not to mention, designated closed, now the director could no longer stand up, and wilted into a good boy. Good man, good man. Chu Cho looked at the director of the program who had lowered his eyebrows at the moment, and the more he looked at him, the better he looked. If it wasn't for him starting this live program, where would he have had such a good chance? That can receive the country's small red flag, but also can get the value of the antique itself, compensation, fame and fortune. What else is more exciting than this? Thinking of this, Chucho's heart was a burst of dark pleasure, and he hurriedly picked up the phone. Hello, MS. Zhao, have you arrived? Arrived, right. Okay, I'm in room 1068. Hanging up the phone, not 2 minutes later, the clattering sound of high heels came from the doorway corridor. Then a slender and graceful female figure appeared in the doorway. Behind her was an old pedant and a group of public security officers. Room 1086. The doors are opening. This is it. Zhao Qian looked up at the room number and stepped in with a bland expression. A group of public security officers left 4 behind to guard the door, and the rest surged into the room together as well. Only when the group of people went in, they were confused by the room full of people. Why are there so many people? Zhao Qian was stunned for a moment, her gaze turning around on everyone. Old people, children, photographers, staff. How did it feel like they were approaching the set of some program? What's the situation of this room? Finally, her gaze landed on Chucho's body, and she asked with a puzzled expression. MS. Zhao. Hello. Chucho smiled and greeted. It was almost time to receive his prize, and he was smiling like a child. It's like this. This one is the director of the Morals and Bottom Lines program. I'm honored to be their test subject today. Chucho glanced at the director and smiled. It's just that there was a little accident during the trial. The antique that I salvaged and prepared to hand over to the country was accidentally broken by them. Right now, we are seriously discussing this matter to see how it should be handled. Wait, you said the antique was broken? Zhao Qian frowned and suddenly noticed the pile of debris on the floor. The entire person's face instantly changed. Don't you tell me that the fragments on the floor are the fragments of the broken antique? Chucho hurriedly waved his hand. I didn't tell you. This is something you guessed yourself. Put. Ha ha ha. Brother Cho is too bad. What's the difference between this and telling her? Yeah, it's not as bad as telling her. The truth guessed by her is even crueler. I guess he's looking at the beautiful and sensual nature of her parents and deliberately molesting them. In the live broadcast room, the netizen fans started to get up in arms. Zhao Qian was also clearly stumped by Chucho's answer. However, it was a good thing that she was a government employee with extremely high qualities and didn't say anything. Instead, she calmly asked, how many pieces of antiques were salvaged in total? How many were broken? And how many are left now? Chucho heard. How can I answer such a complicated question? Simply direct hand a stretch. The small book handed to the other side. Take a look for yourself. Basically broke all of them. Zhao Qian's eyes swept, and she couldn't help but freeze. The list of destroyed private items and claimable compensation. Private? Wasn't this an antique that was ready to be handed over to the state? How did it become private? Zhao Qian's suspicious gaze stared at Chucho for a moment, but when she then looked down, her face slowly turned white. This, unexpectedly destroyed so many antiques? There's also an ancient Han Dynasty book. It's a cultural relic. This is also torn up. Who the hell did this? Why didn't you step in to stop it? Do you know how valuable this is as an antique and cultural relic? Zhao Qian looked at the destroyed antiques listed on the small book, and for a moment was somewhat unable to accept it. And right at this moment, the bear child wowed and hugged the old lady and cried out. He was, after all, still just a 5 or 6-year-old child, facing the 2 waves of people acting strongly back and forth. Knowing that he had gotten into big trouble, he couldn't bear the pressure to cry inwardly in fear. When he cried, Zhao Qian was a bit confused, and then fiercely looked at Chucho and said, don't tell me that these antiques were broken by this little kid, right? Chucho helplessly spread his hands and looked at the program director. Ask him. Zhao Qian immediately turned her phoenix eyes and stared at the director. What's going on here? Explain it clearly. Facing Zhao Qian's powerful aura, the program director could only tell the situation from beginning to end. And knowing the truth and the cause and effect of all this, Zhao Qian couldn't help but be dumbfounded. What is this with what? It's too bloody, isn't it? If not personally experienced, Zhao Qian thought that this is the novel deliberately designed out of the bloody bridge. Too damn pit country. And as the program director saw that things had become a foregone conclusion, a flash of urgent wisdom suddenly flashed through his mind. MS. Zhao, aren't these antiques intended to be handed over to the state? It shouldn't be considered private, right? Do you see this compensation thing? Chucho's gaze stared, and he felt a wave of nausea in his heart as if a fly had flown into it. This grandson, it seems that he remembers what he eats but doesn't remember what he does. Zhao Qian was also a person with a clear mind, where she didn't understand what the other party meant. Although the country does not have explicit provisions in this regard, but the destruction of antiques always did not run, right? At that moment, there was some inner suspicion and said, this director, may I ask what your last name is? surname Feng. The program director froze for a moment and said, Director Feng. Zhao Qian nodded her head and said in a bland tone, I would like to ask, are the antiques that were handed over to the state not antiques? Yes, since it is, then if you destroyed the antique, shouldn't you make the usual compensation? Zhao Qian finished and asked herself, you should. Destroying national antiques and cultural relics, the legal punishment is only one. You should also make the corresponding fine economic compensation. And this antique is Mr. Chu dedicated to the country a piece of sincere heart. If the antique is intact, the country naturally receive an commendation. But now the antique is destroyed. The corresponding compensation should naturally be given to his Mr. Chu. After all, the country is also to face. So, Zhao Qian said here, and violently turned her head to look at Xu Qiu. How much should he compensate you? $120 million. Xu Qiu said without hesitation. What? Wasn't it still 100 million just now? How did it suddenly turn into 120 million now? Director Feng screamed violently. 100 million just now was because of pity for you. But now I've realized that people like you don't deserve any pity at all. So that $20 million is my mental damage fee.